Hello. Our story begins within the High Council chambers. Only 4 masters were present: Mace Windu, Obi Wan Kenobi, Depa Billaba, and Plo Koon. They gathered after another poor performance in the Mid-Rim. The Jedi and the clones were losing terribly. After Geonosis, the Confederacy unleashed the believed to be full power of their military might. Warships and battle droids were rushing across the galaxy, and the Jedi were sending their forces to counter it. At the moment, Grandmaster Yoda was on Toydaria to negotiate the future alignment of the planet. Choices at this point in the war were simple: the CIS or the Galactic Republic. These 4 Jedi gathered here because they were deciding on the future of clone and Jedi relationships. There was a small concern coming from within the ranks of the High Council. Even at this point, early in the war, they feared the intentions of the Galactic Republic. As losses were amounting on the front lines, an executive request was fulfilled by the Senate for the Supreme Chancellor. A division of clone troopers fresh from Domino were not being sent to the front lines, rather the Republic capital. Their unit arrived with a colorful garment of red across their helmets and their armor. As explained by Chancellor Palpatine, he wanted a protective unit on Coruscant in case of attack, which the Jedi willingly believed. But then, the clone unit was directed to patrol the streets of Coruscant for thugs? It was a confusing directive for a fresh unit of clone troopers, one that, as Shaak Ti learned, wasn't any different than, say, the 501st. The Coruscant Guard was trained the same way, developed the same way, and nothing but another copy-paste unit in the Grand Army of the Republic. It wasn't just disrespectful to their years of training, but something the Jedi found to be cautious of. Maybe it was nothing and they were growing superstitious, but Master Plo was bringing a concept to these 3 masters that he thought might provide them some insight. He, like the other 3, was concerned with this unit's confusing placement on Coruscant. The Coruscant police droids had been fine for all these years, the Senate Commando, excellent for all those years, and now they weren't good enough? So if the Jedi wanted to be in the picture more and understand the why behind this deployment here, he suggested a Padawan plan. Because the Clone War relied on Jedi and clone relations, the Jedi might as well delve into the Coruscant Guard's functional system, without drawing suspicion from the Senate or the Chancellor's office. Using Padawans, as Plo suggested, would give them a great chance to train with real clone officers and gain experience they might not have with other Jedi. It would sacrifice these students' time with an instructor, but it also might be the perfect way to introduce young Jedi to the war, without throwing literal children to the front lines. Being that Master Billaba was the only one in the room with an actual Padawan learner, she completely agreed with this sentiment. It was her greatest fear with Caleb Dume, especially since she was an experienced instructor. But that, in of itself, furthered Plo's point. If an experienced teacher was afraid of bringing her 12-year-old student to battle, then how might an inexperienced instructor feel? It then brought him to the case of Anakin Skywalker. Masters Kenobi and Yoda wanted Ahsoka Tano to go to the 501st to become Anakin's apprentice, but she might thrive in a situation with the Coruscant Guard instead. Think of it like this. The Senate and the Chancellor would think nothing of these children. They were literal kids. The Jedi would have truly loyal operatives that would and could report on everything they experienced in full honesty. And in the center, the Council would be free from any blame. This could all be passed off as a simple exercise to build trust between the clones and the Jedi Order. The other 3 Jedi Masters thought for a moment, each of them taking their time to flesh out their ideas. None of them really disagreed with this sentiment. There were far greater concerns ailing the High Council, but this would actually take some stress off of them. Early into the war, they were much more aware of the risks of continuing the conflict. There were more conscious efforts from the Council to be aware of threats around them, especially on Coruscant. So Master Windu suggested that they use young Tano as their experiment. She was an already out there type of youngling, and she might be the most effective at this plan, someone who had more adaptability than the regular Padawan. In the worst case scenario, she gets a proper education with a military instructor without exposing any corruption. In the best case scenario, she gets that same exact development, but helps the Jedi unravel whatever other plots might be at the heart of the Republic. There was no reason for the Jedi to leave any stone unturned. During conflict, they had to be ready for anything to go awry. Ahsoka arrived in the lower levels of the Republic capital with Plo Koon, and they met Commander Fox. The leader of the Coruscant Guard was like Ahsoka, new to this. He had been down here for a couple of weeks by this point, acclimating to the new environment and everything the capital would bring him. It was a boring life, and while Fox accepted orders without hesitation, he didn't necessarily like it. Hazing for the Coruscant Guard hadn't started yet, but all of them knew it was eventually coming. To be trained your entire life and then sit at the center of the galaxy, destined to never see an ounce of the actual war? Yeah, that wouldn't sit well with their brothers. All of their brothers, all of the clones, were going off into battle with podmates they grew up with and watching them die. These were long, unending battles that costed thousands of lives per engagement. No one would just pretend to be understanding of orders when a basic militia or the already established Coruscant police force or the Senate Commando could do the work of the Coruscant Guard. It was at this point an actual relief to welcome the Jedi. Of course, that was until they realized they'd be babysitting a Jedi Padawan. Ahsoka was bright-eyed and eager for whatever the galaxy threw at her. She thought she'd be going to the front lines at Christophsis. Instead, she was in the underworld. She'd been down here before for regular instruction with the youngling classes, but this was different. Ahsoka no longer would call the Jedi Temple her home. She'd be staying inside the Republic military complex and following orders from Commander Fox. Plo Koon was very cordial with Fox about this mission before their arrival. Now it was just the pleasantries of introductions and assignments, before the Jedi Master returned to the actual war. Once Plo left, Ahsoka was in Fox's hands. They walked throughout the facility as she asked all the basic questions that anyone in her position would ask. How did Fox like Coruscant? What kind of missions had they done so far? Would they be seeing any active combat? Of course, she heard almost all of this stuff from the Jedi before being placed here, but she still wanted to hear Fox's perspective. This was literally what the High Council wanted, an innocent and unsuspecting mind that could catch potential threats from within the capital. Fox was not that threat, nor was his Coruscant Guard. Ahsoka really gained a true understanding of her position here with this unit during this conversation. It would not be thrilling, like she hoped it would be. They'd be watching over the capital and basically doing police work, but she was still optimistic. For the clones, training a Jedi Padawan wasn't the thrill of a lifetime. They really didn't know much about the Order as a whole anyways, so it turned into a drill school of sorts. The clones knew how to train themselves, and they just applied that to Ahsoka in a different way. They weren't going to put her in modules to fire a gun or shoot a blaster, but perhaps have a blaster shot at her. Once she did well with that, they'd throw in some other blasters to make it more challenging. She was the only girl amongst their ranks, so immediately Ahsoka was the Coruscant Guard's little sister. From their difficult training regimens to the actual police work the unit did, Ahsoka became a staple. Because while the clones were very capable and intelligent, they also were not groomed to fight local scum inside the capital. They were trained for large, sprawling battles. Not only were they teaching a 14-year-old Jedi Padawan, but they were learning the entire system of Republic policing. It came with investigations, patrols, protocol, and a whole crash course in understanding the basics of protecting a city. Luckily, Ahsoka made this a little easier on them. Due to the clones being so new to the whole Republic thing, Ahsoka, as a Jedi, had a lot more pull. Sure, a Padawan, but still a Jedi. And her training inside the temple actually consisted of learning the basics of Republic law, which was not taught on Kamino, for obvious reasons. So both sides in this tiny arrangement helped each other out. Ahsoka got a grittier training regiment and was forced to keep up with the clones, while she gave the Coruscant Guard a proper stance inside the Republic. The heckling from other clone regiments for the Coruscant Guard's lack of participation in battle came, but because there was Ahsoka Tano, the so-called representative of the Coruscant Guard, other clones were less likely to pick on the Guard unit. Commander Fox was absolutely still in command because no 14-year-old should be leading an entire clone unit, but Ahsoka gave their ranks an extra boost. To many from the outside looking in, the Coruscant Guard was an extension of the Jedi Order. They were not Senate lapdogs, nor an elite police enforcement unit. They were working on behalf of the Jedi. Not everyone in the Grand Army saw it this way, but it was a good look for the Coruscant Guard, because their actual work sucked. There was no other way to put it. They walked along bridges and through alleyways across the underworld. They stopped store robberies and caught people stealing purses. It was taxing. They were clone troopers, not police droids. Every so often, you'd get a Commander Thorn, or if the situation warranted, Fox deployment with a senator or two, but that was rare. Those missions were saved for the elite members of the Guard, which meant the rest of the entire division had to stay on Coruscant. You guessed it. Even worse, when there was gang warfare, it just destroyed morale. From the perspective of the clone unit, they were stationed inside the capital instead of fighting battle droids for the Republic, and then losing brothers to pieces of scum that should have been in prison already. That was devastating to their morale. Ahsoka kept their heads up, but that wasn't always enough. She brought a certain excitement for things. Her wide-eyed approach to working in the underground kept things fresh for the boys of the Guard. When she wasn't brought back to the temple for debriefings in front of the High Council or training with her brothers, she was eagerly leading investigations against the top-dog criminals in the upper city of the underworld. These mob bosses were a threat to society, and they started dozens of hundreds of levels below the surface before making their way up and getting stopped. The Jedi did a great job at maintaining the balance within Coruscant for centuries, but at this point, the task was too large for them. The Coruscant Guard fit the mold perfectly, despite them not really wanting to. While Fox would have preferred to maintain the status quo in accordance with the man who ordered him the most, Palpatine, it was hard to ignore the problems down here. The Supreme Chancellor wanted a focused unit that didn't dive into unnecessary tasks. He specifically said just that to Fox, because they should always be ready for when the Republic might need them. If they were preoccupied by some murder case, then they might be seen as untrustworthy due to their lack of focus. Coruscant crime reports weren't nearly as important as battle reports, as the Supreme Chancellor liked to say. This was echoed back to Ahsoka by Fox, which she did find odd. She believed that the Coruscant Guard, regardless of the war and where it was going, should be focused on the citizens of the Republic. If they did as the Chancellor asked and that deployment never came, then what would be the point of just being on standby? Ahsoka obviously didn't mean anything by that, because she saw the true value of the Coruscant Guard, but it was something that hit Fox in his chest. He knew his little sister had no ill intention with that statement, so he didn't get upset with her, but she was right. Their unit was taken away from their duty to sit on Coruscant. By who? Well, you know who. Palpatine's orders for them to wait may have made a little sense, but it felt wrong. They weren't doing anything, but just waiting. The members who left on independent missions with senators or representatives had real orders to follow, but those were always small, tiny elite groups. Thorn, at the most, could command a unit of 50 soldiers on the move, but that was minuscule. The Coruscant Guard was a real division like any other, and it was treated like a local militia. While word of Palpatine's orders to Fox made it back to the High Council, they weren't damning enough to convince the Jedi to see the Chancellor as a threat to society. They didn't agree with his stance, but understood why someone like Palpatine, an old wretch if you will, might think as such. However, it was at this point, a solid 3 months after Ahsoka joined the Guard, that Master Windu dispatched a series of new Jedi younglings into the unit. These were all Padawan-ready students, Jedi who passed their trials and were awaiting assignment on the front lines. Ever since this Ahsoka study had taken place, the only students that had masters were those that had teachers that never left the temple. These Jedi were more of the priestly and monk type, so they never actually went to conflict. Their selected students were also geared towards the path of religious study, so there weren't any mismatches between Jedi instructors and their students inside the temple. The Council was slightly worried about putting well over a couple dozen Jedi Padawans into the hands of the Coruscant Guard, but Ahsoka was thriving with them. Her Force studies were receding, but she was developing as an individual far more than she would have with another Jedi. There were mild concerns for that aspect, but this, in the eyes of the Council, could very easily become the most capable generation of Jedi Knights. Commander Fox was approached before they sent a couple dozen Jedi Padawans to the Guard, and he approved it, after making sure his men were okay with it. He never did ask the Supreme Chancellor because, one, he didn't really think Palpatine would care. But after 48 miscellaneous Jedi Padawans joined the ranks of the Coruscant Guard, the Chancellor asked for the commander of the Guard to speak with him for a little bit. Palpatine very calmly but precisely explained that this was not a playground or a babysitting hall, this was a military unit. He then again used the example of, if the Republic needed them, could the Jedi be left behind? Well, yeah, they could. That was kind of the point. Of course, Fox wouldn't talk back, and he took the verbal beating like a man, but he lost a lot of respect for the individual he was supposed to listen to the most. The biggest reason Fox was okay with allowing almost 50 Jedi into the ranks of the Coruscant Guard were the advantages. Sure, they were all young, ages ranging somewhere between 12 to 16, but they were not incapable. Ahsoka had some maturity issues here and there, but they had left her alone before. She didn't go off and get captured, she actually secured more information on one of their various missions, that were kept quiet, of course. Yeah, the Coruscant Guard was actively hiding information about their investigations from the Chancellor, but the truth is, these were useful. One of the most important of these being Zero the Hutt's connection back to the crime families and if Coruscant was actually compromised or not. That was a big deal, and Commander Fox thought lesser of Palpatine for thinking that a unit of clones would just waste their time on criminal investigations. From the clone commander's perspective, adding more Jedi to their ranks wasn't a disadvantage, rather a greater learning opportunity. Ahsoka had one perspective. Each of these other 48 students would have their own to pull from. It was incredible, all around beautiful for all the men of the Coruscant Guard. With months passing by since the addition of the other 48 Jedi plus some stragglers along the way, the Coruscant Guard was functioning better than ever. Fox was at the top of his game. See, while the Padawans had their problems or their shortcomings, most of which being maturity, like it was with Ahsoka, their Jedi resources provided the clones a new way to view their station here. Again, without any backlash from their brothers for being stationed on Coruscant, and actual focus on real cases that affected the Republic, the clones were thriving. That aforementioned low morale didn't really exist anymore, and there were literally no clone casualties since the rest of the Jedi joined. It was a small, literally physically small, unified army, or just powerful little laser sword wielding maniacs. It was great, it was fun, and that's something that no other clone unit can really admit to having. Again, it was under the idea that they were working on behalf of the Jedi. Yes, the work was serious, and the investigations held serious implications for the Republic, but it was a thriving unit together. Thanks to Ahsoka's longtime involvement and additional information provided by close connections to Master Plo and the High Council, the Coruscant Guard was onto a real underground, potentially separatist network, and it all started with Zero the Hutt.
What is that?
When Zero tried to capture his cousin's, Jabba's, son at the beginning of the war, he nearly disrupted entire hyperspace lanes for the Republic. The Coruscant Guard captured him and put him away without thinking about it. But because of Ahsoka, they looked back into the case. They went to his jazz club and reviewed everything they could find. Clones explored and got into communication with close contacts of Zero's, leading them down completely different avenues they wouldn't have even thought of. Not only was Zero widely disliked by his family, but was forced to make his credits elsewhere, and who better else than scum like the Commerce Guild. It was a lesser spoken about conglomerate with major influence in the war. To someone like Ahsoka and eventually every other student who had to keep up with local and galactic headlines for homework, they were very familiar with the constant court cases facing the guild. Ahsoka, after going into the case deeper, found that it was easier to connect the dots back to the Commerce Guild now than what it was when she learned about them in the past as a Jedi Padawan. This intel transformed from managerial staff within the Commerce Guild, visiting Zero's jazz club on a constant basis, to the very same people making unknown transactions with the Hutts. But aside from the actual blacked out banking reports found inside Zero's investment accounts, The concern from the Coruscant Guard was where these business transactions actually transpired at. Inside the capital was one of them, but on Castel, that was a big deal. It was one of the first planets to secede from the Republic, and that was a much different story than just being on Coruscant. Just seeing a known, deeply affiliated separatist world on the record book of a known criminal on Coruscant was problematic. Now, sure, people could do business anywhere, but the thing that drew the Coruscant Guard in was that these business executives were doing these very transactions on Coruscant, which was a big no-no. To put it into perspective, the greatest enemies of the Galactic Republic were landing inside its capital, doing transactions on its soil, and then leaving. The question then became what those expenses were for, and what were they going to? So to wrap it up all nicely, Commerce Guild managerial staff from Castel, a known separatist world, were coming onto Coruscant, doing business with the Hutts, and then leaving, while at the very same time, the Commerce Guild held legitimate representation inside the Republic government. So someone was lying here. Either the Commerce Guild was backing the Confederacy and its management staff didn't cover their tracks, or there were foolish employees of the massive corporation that were frustrated with the company and trying to sabotage it. The answers to those questions had to be resolved, and Commander Fox, for the first time in his career, broke his chain of command. And seeing suspicion with the intentions of the Galactic Senate, he requested for permission directly from the High Council. The Masters were all confused by this decision, but they accepted his request openly, and did so to the extent that if the Chancellor found out, they would take the blame, because they didn't know that Palpatine didn't want the Coruscant Guard doing anything above their pay grade. Wink, wink. Yes, of course, Ahsoka relayed the information back to the Council months before. Fox didn't need to know that, but the fact that Commander Fox was turning against the Chancellor made the Jedi question Palpatine more than they ever would have had their students not been assigned to the Guard unit. Instead of Ahsoka going alone, Master Plo would accompany Commander Fox, Ahsoka, and a proper unit of the Coruscant Guard. There were about 350 men in this deployment, their largest activation force ever. This was not an invasion, so they were not to engage the enemy unless they had to defend themselves. The clones of the Coruscant Guard inside a cloaked Arquentans, which was the largest upgrade to a stealth vehicle since the stealth ship from the Christophsis campaign. They landed the vessel inside the canyons of Castel and deployed on foot. There were anti-turret gun placements deployed in case the Separatists accidentally located their vessel. Plo took with him Ahsoka and Fox, while Thyre, elsewhere in the unit, took an assortment of other clones with him. They landed at night and used the cover of darkness to move across both open land and rocky terrain. This expedition was enthralling for the men of the Coruscant Guard. They finally had the leash taken off of them, and they were going to have their chance at the in-the-field work they so desperately craved. This could be their chance to prove their effectiveness in combat, if it came. If not, then reconnaissance at the very least. No longer were they staring at skyscrapers, they were in enemy territory. Despite avoiding or taking down a few sentry droids with melee, the clones didn't find what they expected. The initial thought was that they might run into illegal substances, maybe weapons purchased from the Hutts to be given to someone else. They were really hopeful that they could discover a true connection, and what they found was something truly terrible. Instead of arms deals with the Hutts, there were slaves. Of course, the clones immediately freed them and escorted them back to the Arquentans they arrived in, but the plot went further. Not only did management of the Commerce Guild conduct business with Zero, because he wasn't a major player inside the Hutt crime family, but they did it because of his connections to Zygeria. Zero's transactions to the Commerce Guild came with big payments and were signed off on by the president's cousin of the corporation. Shumai's cousin was a representative of the Commerce Guild inside the Galactic Senate. He signed off on these transactions for the Separatists. It was confirmed on Castel because he never expected the Republic to trace them all the way back to their home world. Also, no one expected the Coruscant Guard to be this deep into investigative research, especially someone like Zero apprehended months earlier. Also, and this was very important to the trail, Sidious informed each of these representatives that they did not need to worry about the clones or the Jedi. Sidious's ally inside the Senate would keep them off of their backs. Palpatine tried, the Jedi just persisted despite his attempts, and the Jedi happened to be Ahsoka. The reason this purchase of slaves was important, though, wasn't because of how immoral it was. That was a problem for the Jedi. The issue was the fact that these slaves were being bought for the Commerce Guild, so that they could be brought from Zero's contacts to Castel and then to Muga, where there were dozens of new Separatist foundry parts being constructed. The Commerce Guild came to the conclusion that there was money in building the parts for Separatist factories. Think of it as an IKEA factory. They constructed all the parts on Muga and simply transported them to any system inside the Confederacy so that they, within a week, could construct a fully functional droid foundry. Of course, battle droid parts sold separately. This was a big deal. Plo Koon's little experiment landed himself, the Jedi, and the Coruscant Guard arms deep inside of a dense plot to defeat the Republic. If a company like the Commerce Guild could fall down this path, then imagine how bad it could be for the other corporate powers like the Union Federation and clans. It couldn't possibly be just one. It had to be the whole thing. While the evidence and the people were quickly transported back to Coruscant, where Fox's boys would take care of them, Master Plo stood before the council. They had to do something. The ramifications of this evidence could potentially disrupt the entire war. More than that, as Plo stated, they might have enough evidence to convince the Confederacy to back out of it. If their battle droids were being created by a quote-unquote Republic company, then the villains were not either government. Of course, the Jedi had to protect the Republic as best they could in this scenario, and Plo knew that when he suggested that sentiment. But realistically, this war started to feel like a proxy war, created by corporate interest. He actually believed the Confederacy was a real movement, but it was hijacked by a highly influential and rich Count Dooku, with the Sith and now backed firmly by the corporations. The High Council quickly moved to begin investigations on the other three major players, but before they could even leave the Jedi Temple, the counselors needed a verdict. This evidence was already damning enough. Again, the battle droid parts sold separately was a huge nudge to them that at least one other company was involved in this. To Master Plo, they could not wait. It was already a close enough call with the Commerce Guild. It would be counterproductive to award the other companies more time to get their affairs in check to cover their missteps. They had to go now, and the council, solemn in their tone, put it to a vote. Ironically, it would be one of Palpatine's biggest concerns with the Jedi involvement with the Coruscant Guard that would see the unit rushing into the Senate Plaza. Remember when Palpatine asked Fox what he would do with the Jedi Padawans when the Coruscant Guard finally had to go to the front lines? Answer was simple. They stayed inside the Republic military complex. Ahsoka was in charge, and she was furthering their investigation into the Guild, while strategically splitting up tasks to look into the other conglomerates, i.e., they were staying very productive and preoccupied and therefore not a concern for the clone unit. Again, clones weren't babysitters. Plus, Ahsoka found the pizza roll stash. Commander Fox, Commander Thorne, Lieutenant Thayer, and half of the Jedi High Council, plus a number of Temple Guards, arrived at the Senate Plaza in the middle of the day. This was something the Jedi were cautious about, but Fox was unbelievably certain. Fox believed that the Chancellor was behind it to some capacity. He obviously thought something like taking money from the Commerce Guild rather than Sith Lord that controlled both sides of the war, but he was on to something. This hostile takeover from Fox's perspective was necessary to the ultimate survival of the Republic. Like the Jedi, the problem for their belief became the Senate was corrupt, but they all still believed in the idea of the Republic, which is where Fox was. They were fighting for that belief, the best iteration of this galactic government. Sidious was filled with rage when Commander Fox, Plo Koon, Mace Windu, and Depa Billaba entered his office. Outside, thousands of clones apprehended senators, representatives, Senate commandos, and protocol droids. Anyone or anything that could speak on behalf of corruption was captured and immediately put into questioning, thanks to the leadership of Thayer, Thorne, Even Peel, Eth Hoth, Kit Fisto, Adi Gallia, and Obi-Wan. Palpatine watched the collection of clones gather in his office, and he questioned what the rush was for. The Jedi explained that this was for his personal safety. They and the clones were taking control over the Republic, to to avoid a total bureaucratic destruction of potential peace. They couldn't afford to let the evidence they just discovered to sit idly inside the rotunda for weeks, when they could literally bring an end to the conflict now. They could expose more with time, and that would come, and perhaps the Jedi and Coruscant Guard could have waited more time. But Fox's brothers were dying every day, every hour even. He'd be remiss if his day job of watching over Coruscant be wasted, when he could be saving lives. The Sith Lord sat inside his chair and thought about what was said to him. He saw a rationale behind their sentiment. He played the political part as he tried to get an understanding of everything happening. Fox rattled it off, because he was a good clone commander. It was his duty. He might be participating in a temporary coup, but he still had to be semi-transparent, despite the potential of Palpatine being in line with the Confederacy, because right here and right now, there was nothing the Chancellor could do. Palpatine was behind a desk, waiting for the resolution of this coup, so why not tell him? Fox figured if there was any intense reaction, he'd be able to use it as evidence against the Chancellor for collaborating with the enemy. While the Jedi stormed the Rotunda with Commander Thorn and prepared to open deep space communication with the Separatist Parliament, Palpatine pondered. He had options, and unfortunately for the Jedi, they had encouraged one of the greatest choices he could take advantage of. He leaned back in his chair, twisting it to see the outside of the city. If Fox had the right evidence, then the war could come to an end. Sidious had taken many gambles in his career, but he found that when he took fate by his own control, he usually had the most success. This wasn't something he could just leave up to Dooku to make right. The CAS Parliament would outvote him to start peace, and Palpatine wasn't sure if his apprentice had the gall to use his military against the Confederacy. Tyrannus wanted a Republic-free galaxy, and he might get a fully independent superstructure to compete with the Republic. That could be enough to sway his hand away from the Sith. On top of that, Sidious had his own methods for making the Senate bow to him. If he could bail them out, then they would do whatever he say. So he told Commander Fox to listen closely, and from his mouth left the words "Execute Order 66. Fox and the other few clones almost instinctively raised their weapons at the Jedi, and Plo caught it. His hand flexed outwards, releasing a burst of yellow electricity, stopping the clones from firing a single blast. Behind him, Master Windu threw his lightsaber in front of his face, blocking Sidious, who managed to move across the room in lightning speed. The clones all painlessly fell to the ground unconscious as Plo and Depa readied their lightsabers. Mace and Palpatine traded blows as the Master of the Order aggressively forced himself into the Sith Lord's space. He knew that his friends weren't ready yet, and he gave them a chance to react. Windu was genuinely a surprise for Sidious. He thought he caught the Master of the Order off guard, but he was already ready. Depa flung in next to her master. She and Mace had done this exercise 100 times and again in training regiments. He taught her. She was using Form 3 but a more aggressive stance, which was thrilling for Sidious. He defended himself adequately, stepping away from every strike, as Plo moved around in the back, hunting like a Nexu. He waited for the opportunity to make his move. Depa stepped back, flipping into full defense as Windu overpowered forward with Form 7. Sidious fell back and spun away, allowing Mace to slam through the desk. At that, Plo blasted downwards, crushing down on Palpatine's defenses. The Sith Lord stumbled to his knees and then bashed upwards. Plo's natural alien strength was enough to disorient Palpatine temporarily, but a Jedi must have patience. Fortunately for the multiple century-year-old Plo, he did. He didn't bite on the weakness of Palpatine. If he had, Sidious would have killed him. As Palpatine found his feet, Mace and Depa were back, forcing him to pick each saber to defend in rapid succession. With Depa providing an elegant offense, Mace's Vapad was able to cut through and defeat Sidious with a strike at his chest. The Sith Lord died in that moment. In spite of him, the other Jedi led by Even Peel were already in contact with Raxus Secundus, and sending all the information they had. Order 66 was contained to the executive office. Palpatine didn't even know Electric Judgment existed. Plo was the first recorded Jedi to ever use it. So while Palpatine didn't think the clones with Fox could kill these 3 counselors, he thought they would have been more of a distraction than they were. If they got their shots off at the very least, and if Fox escaped, he could have activated the order across the entire Senate Plaza. But nope, Fox and the other affected clones were removed from the Senate Plaza before they even woke up. Palpatine's death had to be revealed through the security recordings inside the executive office, but they were not the real cause for concern. The treaty that came was. The Jedi and Coruscant Guard caught the galaxy by surprise, but it wasn't a foolish choice by either unit. Commander Fox's judgment call saved the galaxy from 2 full more years of conflict that didn't need to happen. The Separatists were more than willing to create the peace treaty once they learned how scummy their system had become. Rebels that stood against Dooku exposed key locations for their war effort, meaning that while the actual conflict didn't come to an end after the treaty was signed, the 2 warring governments were no longer opposition to one another. Dooku did choose Sidious, surprisingly, and Grievous ended up getting the short end of the stick with his master at the end, while Ventress had a chance to flee Dathomir. Tyrannus only suffered because he acted as if Palpatine were still alive. He didn't know the Sith Lord died by the time he broke away from the Confederacy. He only stood by the war effort and the military and so forth because he thought Palpatine was still fighting from inside the Republic. By the time the actual truth came out, it was too late, and all he had left was the inevitable end of the movement he thought would save the galaxy from the Republic. Both governments then turned on the corporate structure scapegoated by the Sith, but on Coruscant, the Jedi and the Guard under Commander Fox continued to work together. Ahsoka and those who worked on the case that exposed the Sith would each reach the rank of Knight for their exemplary work to bring peace to the galaxy. The model used with the Coruscant Guard would actually become commonplace between the Jedi and the clones, being that both served in the war together, died together, and took over the Republic to end the conflict together. They were more than willing to cooperate on both ends. At that, a joint Jedi and clone representative branch would be created, so that both of them could be accurately represented and protected under the Republic. It was a unique change for the government, but one that genuinely changed it all for the better. In the years after the Clone War, and after the Confederacy gained its independence, Ahsoka and Fox would still be brother and sister. Now at his much older age, Fox reminisced about the days of the war, when they were fighting against the galaxy together. Master Tana by this point had taught her students, and many other Padawans, what it was like to serve with Fox. He was, after all, the most accomplished clone commander from the war era. He no longer served. Instead, he was a representative on the board of Clone and Republic Relations. He made sure the Kaminoans took out the inhibitor chips, helped the clones get real paying jobs, and actually allowed the Republic to participate freely in society with romance and actually just living. There was a deceleration program that helped the clones' aging problems significantly, and that was all the pride of Fox's life. But out of all of its medals, accolades, and triumph as a clone leader, nothing was greater to Commander Fox than being the first and only clone to truly train a Jedi Padawan to the rank of Knight. Our story begins inside the hangar bay of the Jedi Temple. Anakin was looking for Obi-Wan, without having any knowledge of where he had gone. He walked across the floors and saw Master Satine messing with a starship. Master Tin was using a wrench to tighten a bolt when it popped off and sent liquid pouring out of it. Skywalker reacted quickly by raising his hand and holding the oil from pouring out of the vessel. Sacy smiled and quickly tightened the bolt that he had accidentally released. He thanked Anakin as he set down his wrench and straightened his back. Anakin nodded his head and asked Master Sacy if he could trouble him for a moment, and the Jedi Master nodded. Anakin asked where Obi-Wan had gone. Sacy thought for a moment, trying to think. There weren't any sanctioned missions, were there? He thought to himself as his partner walked back into the chamber with a set of tools. Plo set them down on the side of Anakin and greeted him. Sacy thanked Plo for being present for his little accident, which obviously confused the Keldor Jedi Master. Disregarding his own statement, Sacy asked if Plo remembered Master Kenobi being sent or sanctioned for any missions. Plo looked to Skywalker and then back up to Sacy. He thought for a moment and asked Master Tin if he was sent to Mandalore or if that was under his own accordance. Sacy wasn't sure. The 2 Council members, despite being some of the most important Jedi generals in the war effort, still found time to help out the Republic workers that frequented the hangar bay of the temple. Plo disclosed that it likely wasn't a sanctioned mission, considering Master Kenobi's personal connection to Mandalore, but that was where he was going. Anakin had a look of confusion on his face. which Master Tin addressed, telling him that they'd been in the hangar bay all day working on the ship. It was a difficult piece of machinery, and they were trying to figure out what would make it tick. They hadn't done that, so a lot of fun. Anakin thanked the two Jedi Masters for helping him, as he started out towards the Jedi Starfighter parked at the edge of the hangar. Once he got in, he opened up a long-range communication and contacted a secret code. When he got into contact, he could see one of 4 Republic commandos he was looking for. Scorch, in a still and neutral voice, asked the Jedi General what he could help him with. Anakin asked if they were on any missions at the moment, and he shook his head. Scorch waved his hand over as Boss, Fixer, and Sev walked over, appearing over the hologram. Boss asked Anakin what his mission was, and he asked them if they could meet him at Mandalore. They nodded their heads and gave him a time frame, before ending the call and departing. Skywalker smiled. He felt bad for the squad, but they owed him this one. He locked the cockpit and ignited the thrusters on the starfighter. Masters Plo and Tin looked over, realizing that they had just accidentally assigned Anakin to Mandalore to help Master Kenobi with whatever he was doing. Skywalker pulled back the yoke and the ship lifted before he shoved the throttle forward and whipped out of the hangar bays. He eventually connected with a hyperspace ring just outside the gravitational pull of the planet before jumping to hyperspace. Anakin did lend the Twilight to Obi-Wan, but he just never asked about the specifics regarding the mission. Inside the cockpit, he could see blue streaks cover his window, and he closed his eyes and allowed the ripple of hyperspace to outline the darkness in his closed eyes. He thought back to a moment of desperation at some point in the war. Delta Squad had gone several months without one of their key members, and they were on the verge of totally disbanding. As is the way of war, they were forced to move on and accept that Sev had been lost. Their sniper was replaced with a new clone, and in his very first mission, he was gutted by a vibroblade from a commando droid. Delta Squad was hurting, none more than Scorch, who had once been the life force of the squad. He'd been beaten down by the apparent death of his brother. Despite being a man created for war, no amount of programming could undo 10 years worth of brotherhood. In this desperation, especially for Boss, who could feel the squad start to pull apart, he went to General Skywalker and asked him for help. Anakin wasn't able to do anything personally because he was in command of his student, but he personally assigned the squad to a rescue mission. Delta Squad was on the assignment for about a month, and they eventually found their brother off one of the moons of Trandoja. He was a part of some hunting game the lizard people like to play, and Delta slaughtered the hunters before saving their brother and a couple of unlucky regs that were forced into the forest. Now the squad was whole again. When Anakin's eyes opened, the ship twisted and creaked as it dropped out of hyperspace. He looked down at Mandalore, and he hoped he wasn't too late. He dropped his hyperspace ring and sped down to the surface, eventually catching up to a Republic shuttle, one that was holding the commando squad he assigned to the planet. The two ships glided down to the surface where they landed at the landing docks. When they exited, they could hear blaster fire in the distance, but it was sporadic, not really continuous. Anakin greeted the 4 commandos, who only now, for the first time since they found their lost squad member, were able to see him in person. They kept the conversation short as they moved towards the skiff and popped on. Before getting onto the skiff, Fixer lit a small sensor node near the 2 vessels. Anakin asked what he was doing, and the commander told him that he'd be able to detect if any other ships arrived at the location, specifically enemy reinforcements. Fixer grabbed the control levers and pressed them forward, asking General Skywalker where they were going. Anakin moved to the front of the skiff and pointed towards the palace. He didn't know where Obi-Wan was. His hope was that everything was okay, but he suspected that everything was taking place inside of the throne room. Anakin wasn't given many details on anything. He did believe that something had transpired, thanks to what Obi-Wan had said regarding Mandalore before, but Anakin truthfully couldn't really remember what it was. He thought it was a criminal syndicate takeover of the planet, but that information would be revealed when they got to the throne room. Boss asked Anakin how they planned on entering, and Skywalker didn't know. He hadn't really been around the planet before, so they would just go in together. The 5 commandos ran into the palace when they arrived and scanned the area. Anakin ran behind Boss, who took point. Sev and Scorch were behind Anakin, with Fixer running side by side with the Jedi General. Sev was using his night vision to peer around corners, especially with how dark the palace was. They moved down a large corridor when they heard a shuffling, like someone was thrown to the ground. Anakin moved quickly as he peeked around the corner. There were 2 guards at the edge of the throne room, but they weren't looking down the corridor where Anakin and the commandos were. The guards would be able to see the group through their peripherals, but they were too excited to watch Satine die at the hands of Maul. She'd been publicly scrutinized, and now she'd be killed. Boss moved his hands and signaled out, as Anakin kept his eyes on Obi-Wan, who was forced to the ground by 2 inept guards. He was confused, but understanding that Obi-Wan must have been planning something. Within moments of Delta moving themselves into position, Anakin watched Maul use the Force and raise Satine off the ground. She started the choke, and yet Obi-Wan did nothing. Maybe that was the proper thing to do, but doing something would be better than this. better than watching someone Anakin knew Obi-Wan loved die like this. Rage built up within Skywalker as he pulled his lightsaber from his belt. His eyes drifted back over to the commandos who were waiting for his command. He nodded his head, and they began. Sev fired one shot, a blaster bolt that hit both commandos, sliding between their armor and their helmets, slicing them through their necks and dropping both of them. Fixer, Boss, and Scorch moved out into the chambers and started to open fire at the other Mandalorians, who couldn't respond fast enough. Maul was confused, and Skywalker took a note out of his master's book, using force speed for the first time and never using it again. He sped across the throne room chambers and ignited his lightsaber in front of Maul, swinging up and slicing the gloating Zabrak's hand clean off. He yelped in pain as Anakin used the force to shove Savage back. The massive Dathomirian didn't fall, but he slid back far enough to twist his ankle off the side of the throne and topple over. Anakin swung for Maul's head, but he ducked and watched a number of his horns fall off of it. Rage filled his body as he attacked Anakin. Delta Squad was able to run a distraction, getting the Mandalorian foot soldiers to chase after them. Sev shot a blast that clipped the restraints on Obi-Wan's hands, and the Jedi Master got to his feet, where Anakin was throwing him his lightsaber. He caught the Jedi weapon and spun forward, blocking a strike from Savage. Scorch was the first one to Satine's side, as he grabbed her hand and pulled her forward, using his back as a shield from any potential blaster fire. Behind Scorch, the other commandos surrounded the Mandalorians. Despite having inferior numbers, they were able to get around them and force them to spread themselves out as thin as possible. This gave the commandos the perfect chance to slaughter them. Anakin deflected strikes from Maul, who angrily pressed his attack. Skywalker's blade slapped the ground before clipping the side of Maul's shoulder and blocking a strike. Maul batted each side of his lightsaber forward, which Anakin was able to perfectly deflect. Skywalker patiently held his own. Now that the Duchess was safe, his biggest concern was now out of the way. Obi-Wan kicked Savage's knee once more before spinning and kicking Savage in the face, throwing him into the window. Obi-Wan turned back and ran to Anakin's side as they watched the Republic commandos run towards the corridor they came from. Without saying a word, they decided to follow. As they got to the corridor with Delta, more Mandalorians poured into the throne. With the Jedi in front, the commandos could focus on firing at the weak points in the Mandalorian armor. Thanks to Fixer, he was able to do some information searching before they got here, so if their targets were indeed Mandalorians, they'd be able to defeat them in combat. Anakin had so many words for Obi-Wan, but they would have to wait. They blocked their shots and defended the clones and the Duchess. Satine watched from behind as more of Maul's insurgents got in front of them. Savage and Maul edge-walked behind their men, waiting for their opportunity to strike. With so much combat taking place inside the palace, Bo-Katan and her Night Owls started to make a pursuit of Satine. If they could save her, they could save Mandalore. Bo had only just begun to realize the importance of her sister's political stance in the galaxy and on Mandalore. She had been gaslit by Pre Vizsla, and now she could start seeing the light. Her forces moved down towards the palace as a large-scale battle started to erupt on the landing platforms. Inside the corridors, Fixer led the clones on their retreat. Satine was kept between himself and Scorch, with the other two commandos doing as much cover fire as possible. Kenobi and Skywalker kept the Mandalorians away from them until they were ordered to charge in. At that moment, Boss yelled out, telling Scorch and Fixer the incentive to get the Duchess to their shuttle and get her off the planet. As they retreated with Satine in their arms, Bo-Katan arrived with her Night Owls. Obi-Wan and Anakin were blocking, parrying, and striking the Mandalorians who were attacking them. Sev was getting a little handsy with his vibro blades, and Boss was doing the same. With the hand-to-hand combat taking place, Maul and Savage ignited their weapons and attacked forward. Anakin was the first one hit by this, as he defended himself, stumbling back from Maul, whose blade struck at him. Skywalker power-stepped into Maul and shoved him backwards, throwing him into a Mandalorian who fell over. Maul didn't hit the ground, but his blade re-engaged with Anakin. Obi-Wan was able to cut through two guards before engaging with Savage, as he defended himself from the monstrous Zabrak. Boss and Sev shot down some more Mandalorians, forcing their numbers to dwindle. Before they knew it, the Night Owls were in their corner assisting them. Fixer and Scorch kept their distance as the echo of lightsabers crawled closer and closer. Scorch asked his squad mate what they should do, but he was semi-distracted. He didn't even react to his friend's question. Fixer told Scorch that an Edda-class shuttle had just landed at the landing zone, which didn't make any sense. The Jedi used Edda-class shuttles, but this wasn't one on any of their scanners. Of course anyone could have bought one, but still, this seemed really weird. Who was here, and why were they arriving to what seemed to be a battle zone? Maul, Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Savage all engaged with each other. Their blades were quick and fierce. The commandos had finished their job, and Bo-Katan couldn't really employ herself in this combat, so she took her Night Owls and avoided the lightsaber duel. She and the rest of Delta linked up with Satine, Scorch, and Fixer.
She was very excited to see her sister, despite the previous bad blood that existed between Bo and what she believed was her sister. Satine never held such distaste for Bo, so it was really a one-sided thing. They didn't really hug or anything, but they just planned on what they would do next. Not far from the awkward family reunion, there was the duel. Kenobi and Skywalker had done this with Savage before, but this time they would finish what they started. Their lightsabers drove into their opponent's blades. They didn't land killing blows, but they tried for victory. Anakin's overly aggressive style added to their attacks. Obi-Wan and Maul were forced to engage again, but Anakin was seized by Savage, who used his brute strength to throw him backwards. He landed on his feet before dashing to the side, and attempting to strike Savage from behind. The hulking Zabrak whipped his elbow back and clipped Anakin in the side of his eye, opening up a small wound near his scar. He rolled off the ground and raised his lightsaber horizontally to his body, before thrusting forward and striking Savage's blade, as he was trying to strike him down. Anakin cut through the blade and kicked Savage into a wall, and before he could land another hit, the darksaber whipped across the hall and blocked Anakin's strike, but his swing knocked the blade out of the air, forcing Maul to continue using his singular crimson lightsaber, which he had to reignite after deigniting it to throw the blade. He and Kenobi continued their continued fight, one with vengeance and hatred, but only for one party. Obi-Wan, unlike their first encounter during the Clone Wars, was able to harmonize and defend himself. He blocked, utilizing every aspect of Form 3 before seeing something. In all their years, and all the time they had spent, Maul hadn't learned much of anything else. He may have been Sidious's student, but he was still who he was 12 years before. That was because his rage and anger on something having already passed never subsided. He was constantly rolling a boulder up a hill and never reaching the top. Kenobi, in a moment of silence in their duel, as Maul began taunting Kenobi, reminding him of his fallen master, Obi-Wan switched forms. He presented Qui-Gon's stance, and Maul could see it. His blades readied as he prepared. By the time Obi-Wan opened his eyes, he stood where Qui-Gon stood all those years ago on Naboo. Maul swung forward, and within 3 quick and aggressive strikes and blocks, Maul found himself pierced by the Jedi Master. Savage was so focused on defending himself from Anakin's assault that he could only subtly feel the death of his master, and when he looked over, distracted by the sight, he felt heat pass through his stomach. Brothers separated by the Sith would be united by the Jedi, in some sick way that sounded much better than it really was. Kenobi looked over to Anakin, and at the same exact time, they asked each other a question, both being inaudible over the sound of their own voice. Obi-Wan suggested Anakin go first, and he regretted it. Anakin asked Obi-Wan why he didn't do anything. Obi-Wan stuttered, trying to say that as a Jedi, he was resisting the pull to the darkness. Anakin shoved Obi-Wan's shoulder. It wasn't hard, but it also wasn't gentle. He told him that if the person he loved most in the galaxy was in peril, then he had to do something. This wasn't one of those Jedi circumstances where attachment comes into play. It was life or death of a situation for an individual, and for an entire planet. What would he have done if he didn't show up? Kenobi's own question sat idly on the tip of his tongue. If he asked it, it would really seem like he didn't care. Anakin could feel the sisters and commandos coming this way, and so he leaned forward and said he understood how Obi-Wan's commitment to the Jedi was blinding, but if it's a person he truly loved, then nothing in the code was worth sacrificing for their life. Anakin turned and his face was worn with disappointment. As if in some weird way, Anakin was scolding his own student and the roles had reversed. Skywalker then mumbled quietly enough that no one other than Obi-Wan could hear this, telling him that he knew that Obi-Wan loved Satine more than a friend. He could sense that much. Skywalker turned around and told the Duchess that he wanted to apologize personally for making a mess of her throne room, but he believed it was imperative to get her out of here. She thanked him for his courageousness. While she needed to focus on the moment and creating a strategic escape, she couldn't help but notice the despondent look in Obi-Wan's eyes, ones that held shock, disappointment, heartbreak, and even a bit of frustration or anger. The last emotion was a little hard to pick up on for Satine, being that she hadn't ever seen him angry. Before they could move out, Scorch and Fixer ran over and showed General Skywalker a datapad, telling him that there was someone else here. They asked if it was another Jedi sent to help them, and Skywalker shook his head, Obi-Wan doing the same from behind. This Edda-class shuttle didn't have any Republic signatures on it. It was a neutral vessel. Obi-Wan muttered the word Sidious. Anakin turned back and asked if he thought it was true. He nodded shallowly, before telling the commandos to get the Duchess out of here. Bo raised her hand. She and her Night Owls would handle that. If this individual coming to the throne room was something like the 2 Zabraks, then that was the Jedi and the clones' trouble, not hers. She and her sister needed to stop the civil war that was to come. Bo grabbed the darksaber and handed it to Satine. She looked at it with disgust, never wanting to hold that weapon, understanding what carnage it brought her people. but she took it for the sake of time. They left quickly and without saying goodbye. Obi-Wan snapped back into things as Skywalker took the helm of the mission. He could see that Obi-Wan was a little bit out of it, but they needed him to be in the moment. If he wasn't, and this was who they suspected it to be, then they were in danger. Delta didn't know what a Sidious was, but they quickly started pulling through their backpacks and setting up traps across the throne room. As they did this, Obi-Wan and Anakin talked a game plan. If this was indeed who they thought it was, then they had a very big problem. The Sith Lord would likely be a cross between the ferocity of Maul and the finesse of Dooku, which meant they needed to utilize Delta as much as possible. Kenobi nodded his head. He removed the Mandalorian armor he was wearing and prepared for what would be an insanely intensive battle. They waited for what felt like hours. Satine was ferried out of the palace and into a private shuttle that departed and took her to Kalevala. Bo tried to send her back to Coruscant, but Satine would not risk that. The Republic had been trying to get into Mandalore for decades, and it would be a dishonor to her people and their father if she caved. The Republic would take away their independence and force them into the Clone War, and of course, after the war, the corruption that plagued administrations of Palpatine and Valorum, plus those who came before them during their father's rule as leader. She couldn't and would not allow that to happen. She would stay on Kalevala and prepare a counter, a means to unite the people. She had the Darksaber. Now it was about what she would do with it. Inside the palace, Sidious walked through the doors to find 2 dead Zabraks in the main chambers. Disappointment covered his face. The Dark Lord never had the opportunity to properly use the dark side and enjoy being a Sith. This was like a mini vacation for him. He would toy around with Maul, kill his brother, and then torture him again. But nope. And oh, what's this? Lightsaber wounds? It seems that there was clearly more than just him. He looked up excitedly. Sith history was about hiding the deaths of the Jedi, and here he could continue a long tradition. Especially with war erupting on the planet, it would be easy for him to hide their bodies. As he looked up, Skywalker and Kenobi ignited their weapons. Panic filled Sidious's body. He couldn't kill Anakin. Why was it that for the first time in a long time that he could get some me time and he had to come across his future student? Sidious contemplated this. He would perform a fighting retreat, one that would allow him to escape but still seduce Anakin. It would just be a bit more challenging now. The Jedi looked to each other and moved in quickly, forcing Sidious to retreat. Before his lightsabers ignited, every single rocket from the dead Mandalorians in the room triggered, and fired explosive rockets at Sidious. He heard the noise before he was blasted by the shock. He was able to defend himself for the most part as the explosions ripped through his robes and damaged his skin. He was flung from his feet as a result of the rockets that indented the floor. Palpatine rolled around and moved to his feet, before a rocket blast clipped him in the elbow, shattering the bone and tossing him to the side. Sidious looked over and saw a couple clones aiming their weapons. Among the rockets, he didn't see it, but the clones had fired their blasters in unison. Sidious shot lightning their way, and he watched the worthless little lab creations flee into darkness. With a limp arm, Sidious turned around and ignited 2 lightsabers, fighting through the sheer pain and utilizing it to make him stronger. He defended himself from the 2 Jedi Masters that engaged him. His finesse was just as the Jedi predicted, and he was monstrous with his strikes. Sidious didn't give up a moment, thrusting his lightsabers towards Kenobi, the most, but forcing Anakin to test himself here. Sidious knew he could end this fight. He just needed to find the strike. Obi-Wan could die, Skywalker would become angry, and another method could be implemented for his turn. Sidious calculated everything he needed to do as he fought off the 2 Jedi Knights. With the clones seemingly gone, their lightsaber duel moved out of the throne room and towards the entrance Sidious used to arrive through. Their blades slashed at each other, as Sidious used nothing but the Force to keep his shattered elbow from falling limp again. The pain made him stronger, and he tried to use it to fuel him to victory. It was difficult though. Palpatine's natural state wasn't the perfect counter to Form 3. Dooku's form picked apart Kenobi's, and while Sidious was able to switch forms, he wasn't exactly trying to overcomplicate the situation for himself, especially with a broken arm. He needed to keep Anakin alive and kill Obi-Wan and escape. If he didn't, then he could ruin everything. There was the alternative where he could escape keeping both Jedi alive. Sidious slipped strikes effortlessly, and then he saw a shift happen. Kenobi flipped into Form 4 to keep up with Skywalker, though a thought crossed Sidious's mind as he blocked strikes at each step. But his mind was like a tornado of thought. Perhaps Kenobi was showing this to mess up Sidious's rhythm. Palpatine struck the ground, forcing Obi-Wan into the air and rolling. Sidious had his opportunity. He brought his lightsaber around and swung for Kenobi's back. Anakin used the Force to pull the blade towards him as he swung at the other blade. Sidious spun around, slicing Anakin across the cheek as he turned and grabbed his face with his unoccupied hand. Obi-Wan swung up and clipped Sidious's thumb, forcing one of the blades from his hand. The Sith Lord shot electricity forward. It covered the floor, instead of any one opponent, and it shocked both Anakin and Obi-Wan. Sidious moved quickly to the skiff and hopped on, pulling his dominant lightsaber with the Force. Obi-Wan and Anakin got off their knees after being electrocuted and ran towards another skiff, before chasing after the Sith Lord. Neither Jedi had communication with Bo, who was still fighting on the planet, so they were forced to track Palpatine down alone. A skiff chase transpired, where the Jedi and Sith moved through the city, Palpatine trying to lose them. Obi-Wan prepped a tracker and told Anakin to throw it at the ship when the Sith got into it. He would defend him while he did it. Skywalker piloted the skiff and followed Palpatine out to the landing docks. When they landed, Palpatine had already made his way to the vessel, and the engines whirred. The ramp started to close up, and Anakin launched the tracker onto the ship, before reaching his hands out and gripping the vessel. Obi-Wan was right by his side as he tried to restrain the ship from leaving the planet. Palpatine pulled back and shoved the throttle all the way in as an explosion ripped through the Eta-class shuttle. The engines whined as it spun around and slammed into the surface. Sev, Fixer, and Boss looked to Scorch, who for the first time since losing Sev showed an inkling of his old self. Excitement radiated through him as he held the device that charged the explosives and set them to detonate upon full activation of the engines. The two Jedi shuffled out of the way as the shuttle slammed down into the surface and exploded. Fixer stepped forward, as did the rest of Delta, equipping their blasters with some heavy ordnance. They unloaded on the crashed vessel, sending explosions out of an already burning fire. They had to have killed the Sith, but Obi-Wan felt something shift and used the Force to drop everyone, igniting his lightsaber and being thrown backwards. When he looked up, he was interlocked in a duel with Palpatine, a man with a shredded face and a man with his entire jawline missing, something resembling the age-old Sith Malak. Kenobi ducked a nearly fatal blow, before being lifted off his feet by the Sith Lord. As Sidious was about to strike Obi-Wan down, his feet left the ground as Sev lunged forward, swinging his fist into Palpatine's back. While he was shoving him forward, Palpatine's lightsabers fell from his hands, as the clone commando, who was much physically stronger than him, beat him before being stabbed both by physical strength and use of the Force. The two of them looked at each other. Sidious couldn't see Sev's eyes, but he could see the thermal detonator that was brought up in his right hand, the same hand that Palpatine had his destroyed arm hanging onto. Sev released the ignition switch on the detonator and was launched from his feet. Sidious was pulverized by the explosion that blindsided him. Sev rolled across the ground, his red-covered armor now hidden behind ashen soot. Fixer ran over, never expecting Sev to do something so outlandish. He checked for a pulse and he found that his brother was alright. Palpatine, or what was left of him, on the other hand, was dead. With war kicking off again on the planet of Mandalore, the Jedi and Commandos needed to go. Scorch ran to the shuttle that they arrived on and brought it over, bringing out a cot for Sev as Boss grabbed deceased chamber and placed Palpatine into it, ensuring that natural decomposition wouldn't take place until they returned to Coruscant. Palpatine's death would be discovered by the Jedi, and they would, as a result, bring the information directly to the Senate. The Council put it to a vote and they decided on doing this. However, not everyone from the Council would be present. Due to the insane success from the Mandalore squad, Obi-Wan, Anakin, Mace, and Delta were sent to apprehend Dooku on Sereno, which they would accomplish. Despite there being an importance revolving around the death of Grievous and the capture of Dooku, these events transpiring on Mandalore would be essential for the rebirth of peace in the galaxy. Satine led a neutral system coalition. Palpatine understood that if Mandalore fell, there would be no true diplomatic challenger to his rule. The neutral systems worked because they were without a military, therefore not a legitimate threat. The only quote-unquote danger they posed was simply having different political opinions. Satine was key to that, and if she was killed, then Palpatine's job would become much easier. An empire with a rival neutral systems coalition would be dominated in the galactic political battleground, because Satine could offer something Palpatine couldn't: peace. She was savvy enough to navigate political discourse with the entire Republic, because she'd been doing it since she was a teenager, shortly after becoming Duchess to a Civil War ravaged system. But first things were first for the Duchess of Mandalore. She returned to her home, not more than 12 hours after she left. Satine didn't even sleep. She was running off of nothing but drive for her people's safety. She returned with the legendary Darksaber and went to the Mount where she had given thousands of speeches over the years. No one showed up, not because they didn't believe her, but because there was pure terror in the streets. So she spoke. War was taking over the galaxy, and it was through this war that a group of criminal pirates were able to convince an individual hellbent on generational bloodlust to betray his own kind. She took the Darksaber and raised it. The broadcast went planet-wide, and everyone could see it. Satine expressed that this weapon had caused irreparable damage to their people, and that time was no more. She was willing to offer an olive branch to her kin, who shared a different view of the Mandalorian way. So much had been lost in their civil war, and they were not going to repeat it. She clarified that there had been a betrayal from her own cabinet, namely Elmec, and Pre Vizsla was used by these criminal syndicates to gain control over their planet. She didn't make excuses, even though there were plenty to give. Even with a standing army, they likely would have been overrun by Sith warriors and the combination of every major criminal syndicate in the Outer Rim teaming up to conquer the planet. Satine ended her speech with an acknowledgement of Mandalorian pride, suggesting that their ability to break past this attempted coup, their conscious decision to avoid this war, and their stoicism in the face of adversity would inspire a galaxy divided by conflict. Not everyone was sold immediately, but with testimonials from Night Owls and even some Vizsla loyalists, turned true Mandalorians, they were able to inform the public of the truth, the reality that Satine was targeted and she was set up to look bad. In the meantime, with the very little destruction to clean up at home, Satine got into contact with the Separatists. The CIS would never end the war at the table with the Republic, so she needed to breach the ice between factions. The Republic had their own struggles, mostly due to the whole Palpatine incident, and the CIS, still hellbent on a war-related victory, was searching for a leader within their ranks to get them across the finish line. This was of course up until they were contacted by Satine. She went to Raxus and addressed the Confederacy inside their parliament. After a lifetime of public service, especially to a war-torn system, she was able to craft up rousing speeches almost back-to-back within the span of a week, first to her people, and second to the Confederacy. She made sure that the footage was leaked to the Jedi Council, hoping that Obi Wan would reveal the information to the Senate, but they never caught wind. They were busy trying Dooku for his crimes and moving towards a more war-oriented Chancellor, someone with Palpatine's mind but a more aggressive resolve. However, thanks to Satine speaking to the Confederacy, there was a slowdown in the pursuit of war. There was never a ceasefire, but entire campaigns were withheld. The Separatist Council wanted to continue the war, but they couldn't, simply because they had a lot of investments in the CIS itself, so if they betrayed it, they could lose all power, influence, and credits. The Republic was contacted by Satine, and they sent representatives to Mandalore as Dooku received the death penalty for cultivating a war against the Republic. They didn't have concrete proof, but insiders believed that Palpatine and Dooku were working together. The Senate, despite being grateful for the information bestowed to them by the Jedi, completely disregarded the Order as a whole. They lost their political influence, and they also lost their militaristic jurisdiction over the Grand Army of the Republic. On paper, it looked bad, but in reality, it was likely the best thing for them. They could now act neutrally. The public didn't know anything about the Palpatine case, so the Senate worked around it, trying to find a way to turn Palpatine's disappearance into a call to action. But since there was so much deliberation over Dooku's execution, by the time they got around to starting a rally for the war effort, they were given information about the Confederacy's desire for peace. The Jedi, without a tie to the Republic, quickly took advantage of their separation from it and moved into diplomacy operations. It was a total split. Due to everything the criminal syndicates were capable of, thanks to reports filed by Anakin and Obi Wan from Mandalore, the rest of the Order conducted diplomacy on capital worlds, and also key systems for both the Republic and Confederacy. In the months following the death of Sidious, Satine orchestrated a neutral conference on the planet of Hosnian Prime. She would hold peace talks between a majority of members from all four coalitions of this war. The Republic, Confederacy, Jedi, and Neutral Systems Coalition would be present for this meeting. It would transpire for weeks, as the factions came together to end the Clone War once and for all. Everything Palpatine feared happening became reality. When all the squabbling came to a conclusion, the galaxy was left in a stalemate. The war was over, but the smoke had yet to settle. It was hard to remember a period before the war. The Jedi didn't face this. They instead continued what they had started before the Clone War ended. They continued their siege of the criminal syndicates. This wasn't an all-out war on the Outer Rim. The Order wasn't large enough for that. Instead, these were individual missions of Jedi to take down criminal outposts, fleets, stations, slave rings, and more. Mandalore, with the aid of Delta, would contribute to this. Satine decided that the best way to condone the old Mandalorian ways was to unite the Mandalorians and the Jedi. These Mando warriors would be integral to taking down criminal organizations in the Outer Rim. Obi-Wan would eventually find his way to Mandalore and apologize to Satine for everything that happened before. Thanks to his student, it seemed like no master was too old to learn a lesson from their own student. Anakin's words moved Obi-Wan to be more conscious of his emotions. He wouldn't leave the Order, but something similar to what Anakin and Padme were doing would transpire. The state of the galaxy slowly revolved around the structure seen from the neutral systems, which meant the galaxy, in a way, relied on Mandalore's strength. Satine proposed new territory for the complete and total unity of the galaxy, and so Hosnian Prime became home of the Intergalactic Republic. It would be at this point that she would drop out of the galactic political realm and deploy her sister, who had been shadowing her since the beginning of the peace treaties. Those who served the warmongering side of the Clone War would face punishment. The Trade Federation, Commerce Guild, Kaminoans, and others would be stripped of their economical power and lose all reputability among galactic commerce and trust. The Jedi were excused because it was by this point known that Tyrannus was Dooku, thanks to the Kaminoans trying to buy themselves out of galactic punishment. The new system in the galaxy would be one that would thrive for generations to come. The Sith would be destroyed, and the Jedi themselves would find refuge amongst the citizens of the galaxy once again. Mandalore's place in everything would remain constant for the years to come, as the Intergalactic Republic strived for peace not seen since the Golden Age of the Republic.
Our story begins following a terrible battle, a few months following Teth and Christophsis, actually. Anakin and Ahsoka had won, but the casualties were far worse than they should have been. The 501st got hunted down from various sides, and Anakin took the brunt of the blame himself, and he felt it personally. None of the troopers were outwardly upset, not even privately, at him. It wasn't that he led them into a trap or put them into a situation to fail. It was just a horrible series of events. In the middle of a skirmish for territory in the Mid-Rim, they set their troopers on the ground when Admiral Yularen's fleet was blindsided. He had to direct the fleet back into action to defend themselves and everyone on the surface. At the same time, waves of troops deployed to the planet and attacked the Jedi and their forces all at once. It was terrible. Rex, Ahsoka, and Anakin did everything they could to pull together a strong defense that worked long enough for Yularen to win the space battle. This, for Ahsoka though, was the first time she had seen Anakin in such a state. During the Battle of Ryloth on the ground invasion, the two of them bickered lightly about the cost of war. Anakin was preparing his student for a life of combat, because he couldn't foresee the end of the war. He did so with light-hearted resolve, something that continued to develop as they grew closer as master and apprentice. But here on this battlefield, she saw the toll of the war and leadership on her master. Anakin was quite somber. He spoke with a frog in his throat. He mumbled, forced his head high, and gave directions to everyone, including his apprentice. Anakin actually forced her away from the battlefield the second they won. The smoke hadn't cleared, but he could tell that the sight would be traumatic. So Ahsoka saw a very early onset of what Anakin was dealing with. She never really saw how bad it got. Once most of the 501st returned to the fleet, Anakin and Rex walked amongst the bodies. They were so disheartened. It was their highest death toll in a battle, a number that was far greater than the combined deaths of some of their most arduous battles. No one really knew how to just move on from this. Rex knew that they'd have to put paperwork to Republic High Command to request for additional troops, but their unit would be far smaller than they could really afford at this current moment. The Jedi Council would require more output from them as other Jedi generals used this location as a forward command post in enemy territory. Anakin had absolutely no concern about going back into action. It was just a devastating loss. He pushed himself to be a good commander on behalf of his troopers, and yet so many died on his watch. It was hard to internalize. As the clones and medics started burying the others, Anakin turned to Rex and promised him that this would never happen again on his watch. The clone captain explained heartily that no one blamed him. It was just an unfortunate circumstance in a long war. They were blindsided. The Separatists had the upper hand strategically. It really had only been a few months, but the war still felt unending. Captain Rex also told his Jedi General that the clones knew the cost of war. They were bred for this. They were meant to come out to these battlefields and do everything within their power to win, and if that came with death, then so be it. Anakin fell into a crouched position, and he mumbled again, this time to himself. Rex asked what was said, and his general pushed obvious tears away from his eyes and told his friend that their brothers didn't deserve that. Rex was grateful to have a leader like Skywalker, but he worried for what this train of thought would bring to his commander. They were all young warriors, which was the sickening part about this war. It wasn't like a century-plus-old Plo Koon and the completely eradicated 104th Battalion. Anakin was the oldest frontline warrior in this group at the age of, like, 20, aside from Yularen. It was unfair of anyone to expect so much from them, but the 501st always put their best foot forward. Skywalker mumbled to himself again, this time to the dead, promising to never fail their alive brothers as he did here. Rex didn't hear this, but Anakin's resolve changed his entire demeanor. What once was a solemn and despondent general became a man possessed by one goal, the survival of his troops in every battle. The following week would have nightmares descend on Anakin's mind. He, during his time awake, not training Ahsoka, spent hours trying to come up with more effective strategy. The night terrors were very similar to the ones he experienced with his mother, less than a year before. Thematically, Anakin never really changed his interests. He wanted to protect and save everyone. There were clones inside of his division that fought in every battle with him that he didn't know personally. But the goal, in the end, was to protect life instead of waste it. It would be purposeless to let all these clones die in this war. Skywalker delved deep into military tactical history, but even he knew that wouldn't provide the answers he needed. The major problem with the Confederacy was how large their military was. It may have not been the most advanced fighting force the galaxy had ever seen, but at full strength it was one of, if not the largest militaries in galactic history. Anakin knew that simply siphoning through history lessons wouldn't change that size. He needed something direct and influential, a power that could save people from battle. Without any campaign slotted for the 501st aside from minor skirmishes across the mid-rim to protect the planet they just conquered, now being used as a forward command post, Anakin had to meditate. Nightmares and what he thought were visions turned into prolonged, thoughtful sessions by himself. Anakin made sure that Ahsoka was trained and taken care of before he went into these meditative cycles. It was challenging to participate as a full-time master and general, while trying to connect to the Force in a deeper way, but he was better for it. Not only did taking care of Ahsoka's training help her development, but it lessened the weight on his shoulders. Without having to worry about missing a training session or a specific lesson, he could get everything she needed done and out of the way, before then immediately beginning what he really wanted to do, find secrets through the Force. It was perhaps the first time Anakin ever truly consulted the Force for answers. As a mechanic, there were always tricks to figuring things out, little quirks in a system, or flaws on a motherboard, or just the hydraulics on a starship. But masterful strategy, to best ensure one's troops survived anything thrown at them, that was a challenge, something that only a master of the Force should be able to develop. The most difficult part about this for Anakin was working through steps that every youngling mastered during their early training. Whether he had overlooked these lessons during his training, or it was all thrown together so quickly so he could become a Padawan with 3 years of training, he didn't really know. The fact remained, he trained himself in harmonizing with the Force, right here and right now. He found that quite helpful, and sometimes that was literally the best method, returning to lessons once taught and figuring them out with a new lens. One thing was for certain, he was a lot more patient now than he was when he was still a youngling. Mostly because of Ahsoka. People depended on him. Anakin couldn't mess this up. Ahsoka, Rex, and all the clones needed the best version of Anakin Skywalker. These meditations forced that out of him. He felt protected and surrounded by the mystical powers of the Force. On a Venator, meditating could be challenging. Troops had to move through the corridors on regular exercises. Alarms had to be sounded to ensure they could be used during battle. Repairs were frequent due to the battles and damage done to the vessel. So, to solve that, Anakin and a deployment of troops would go to the surface of any given planet to work on these meditations. The troops would conduct training exercises with Ahsoka, and Anakin would find himself a small perch to settle down on. While none of this would effectively bring him the answers he sought, it did help him in ways he could not yet understand. That was already a victory too. Perhaps what Anakin most needed to learn through these sessions was patience and the importance of trusting the process. Walking back through all the steps he missed or glossed over in the past as a youngling cemented himself to a more grounded understanding of the Force. He found that inside the several planets he visited, not at the Jedi Temple. That was partially a key too. The temple was enclosed, surrounded by so much raw energy. Nature, though, that called to Anakin. He could find a rock and feel the breathing of trees, or the humming of birds, or the march of tiny little insects on the surface. It was beautiful, calming, and everything he needed to better understand the Force. Upon the 501st return to Coruscant, he visited Jocasta Nu, the Jedi Archivist. She was always eager to help astute students of the Force. She never suspected that Anakin would become one of them, but he explained everything he wanted to know. Not just his feelings, but what he was trying to do. Master Jocasta, of course, knew the answer to his various questions, yet she was unsure if he was ready for the resolution. Obviously, meditation, preparation for battle, and the want to unite all troops into a more uniform power was just battle meditation. Anakin had done all the extra steps for coming around to that power, but to actually harness it wasn't just a matter of skill or mastery in the Force, but sheer concentration. Distraction often led to a failed battle meditation, which forced the leader attempting to use it to struggle. Jocasta explained that if he tried to use battle meditation and he failed during a conflict, then he might become more of a detriment to his troopers than without it. The Force worked in mysterious ways, everyone knew that, but this specific Force power could react negatively to an unfocused mind. Said mind could be nauseated following an unsuccessful attempt. For that, she worried if Anakin might be capable of handling this power. Master Jocasta wasn't going to withhold it, because she believed, and expressed frequently to her other archivists, that more Jedi should use battle meditation in a time of war. This didn't stop her from warning Anakin, though. Firstly, she would conduct a training seminar with Master Yoda, who had just returned from his second trip to Toydaria since they joined the Republic. In the meantime, Anakin visited Padme. It may not seem all that relevant, but this interaction completely changed everything. Padme brought a certain sense of calmness to Skywalker, so when he returned to the Jedi Temple Garden at the top of the structure, he was in the perfect condition to master battle meditation. This wasn't the first time Anakin trained with Yoda, but it would be his most exhilarating lesson, and also the most successful one. The three Jedi would sit down on the walkway with small little paths beneath them. They would face the tree, and Yoda, in the middle, walked them through the process together. Anakin paid very close attention as the Grand Master spoke in his riddled sentencing. The Force surrounds and it penetrates. This every Jedi knows. A battle meditation is the coordination of souls in the Force with one another. Yoda specifically pointed to Anakin's own natural powers. As the Chosen One, he had gifts that no other inside the galaxy had. He should be able to feel the Force flowing through every individual. Think a droplet hitting water. Souls fluctuate like ripples, perfect little flashes of life. Yoda saw it in his mind's eye. Imagined the droplet consuming the soul, filling it, being a part of it. This is natural. This is the gift of life, one that every sentient, every clone, and every Jedi feels. He asked if Anakin could see the droplet. Skywalker nodded. Yoda then continued to explain that these gifts weren't just his. Everyone's connection to the Force could be thought of as a community. Some have a greater relationship than others. As Yoda had found, most of the clones, if not all of them, were around the same in connection to the Force, meaning that this should be really easy. The Grand Master then told Skywalker to reach out beyond himself to Yoda and Jocasta. The Chosen One settled his mind, placing the top of his hands against his knees, and breathing in, then out. He could feel the drifting of breeze around him, the droplets existing within thousands and then millions of souls beyond that in the Ecumenopolis. This was why training on Coruscant could be so difficult, especially for those with struggling discipline. Yoda told Anakin to lower it. As he could feel this widespread sensation coming from Skywalker, Anakin, Yoda said, should be able to see and feel the droplets of those next to him. Focus on what he knows, on who he knows. Yoda and Anakin may have not had the best relationship, The Skywalker knew Yoda far better than he did the Archivist, so he focused on Yoda. That droplet overlapped with Anakin's. Their souls could be connected with just a simple push. It wouldn't take that much. Anakin continued to concentrate when all at once they bonded. He felt the bond stiffen as the two of them became one. Yoda then explained that Anakin could use this connection to find Jocastas to unite all three of them, which he then did with relative ease, because he had already bonded with Yoda. Now came the difficult part. Anyone could connect to someone else, but giving them strategy, focus, and a wider understanding of their surroundings was the challenge. It's why battle meditation was so difficult. Yoda walked Anakin through this again, with patience and then with pride. Anakin was a quick learner, and his dedication to applying this gift proved to make the lesson easier for all three of them. The application of strategy varied for individuals, but it allowed Anakin to feel what could best be described as a bubble surrounding them. It could be made smaller or enlarged, given the scenario, but it wouldn't be easy to feel or see with two individuals as talented with the Force as Jocasta and Yoda. However, with the clones, they would feel as if their eyes had been opened to an entirely new reality. They'd have a completely new understanding of every battlefield they faced, and a more efficient pathway to destroying their foes. Yoda eventually got around to how battle meditation could effectively work against sentient opponents. This included Separatist generals, Grievous, Ventress, potentially even Dooku. It would challenge them, but the more comfortable Anakin got with battle meditation, the easier it would become. The most difficult part, in all honesty, was what he had already done. Now, he could go and start with Ahsoka, Rex, and Yularen. Then everything after would be a breeze for the rest of his division. Literally. Skywalker was greatly appreciative, and once their session was done, Yoda told Jocasta how proud he was of Anakin in private. This was the student he believed Skywalker could always become, someone who, with the greatest application of discipline and patience, could become the best of them. Anakin never mentioned battle meditation to his allies before they returned to the battlefront. He instead continued practicing with it, utilizing it for Ahsoka and the clones' training regimens. Specifically, the circular cycle that forced Ahsoka to defend herself from all sides in a test with the clones. She was becoming much more skilled at it, and the battle meditation, to no one's surprise, made a huge difference. Though it should be said that it made a huge difference for the clones attacking and Ahsoka defending in this training regiment. It made her training accelerate in ways not even Skywalker believed possible. All of this would be challenged during their first engagement, a small skirmish between their fleet of 3 Venators and half a dozen Separatist frigates. Because the CIS vessels didn't carry many fighters, Anakin used his meditation on the clone pilots. Their ability to weave around Vulture droids and cut them off from killing their brothers got nearly 10 times better than ever before. Clones were better pilots than the Vultures anyways, but the Vultures overwhelmed. They couldn't do that here. Some of these pilots were actually new additions too, as in they had never worked with these squads in the 501st before. The result of the skirmish would be some minor damage to the Venators, but not a single clone casualty. A true victory. This was both an incredible feat, but also the worst thing that could have ever happened to Anakin. He didn't get cocky and start thinking that it was all because of him, of course not. It actually made him slightly paranoid. A perfect track record isn't something that one can just repeat on a whim, and the results were skewed because of the type of battle. A skirmish with 6 magnificent frigates wasn't exactly a battle that would come with high casualty counts for the clones. Even without battle meditation, they typically would lose 1 in every 8 fighters, which wasn't really huge, making their casualties for a single skirmish of this size anywhere from 4 to 12 troops. Still a sad loss, but tolerable. Anakin had just set the bar so high for himself, and he would feel it the next time he entered an actual battle with meditation active. When the 501st entered a proper engagement with the CIS, Anakin faced one of the greatest heartbreaks since his mother's death. It wasn't a total loss like the one they faced prior to the battle meditation hysteria Anakin went through. Rather, it was a victory with considerable losses. The battle meditation worked well for everyone, especially Rex and Ahsoka. But because Anakin only had the reference of using that power in a small skirmish, this battle looked like a failure. He went from not letting a single soul die by using battle meditation to losing more than hundreds. It resulted in him absolutely losing his mind internally and working even harder and more dedicatedly to actually saving everyone's lives. This continued far past this battle and into the second year of the Clone War, and far beyond. Anakin continued to beat up on himself for something so far out of his control. The battle meditation wasn't meant to make every conflict a perfect victory. It was simply designed to make troops more efficient. Like the aforementioned battle that broke his heart, there should have been greater casualties, but he didn't see it like that. The glass was beyond half empty, and he was the reason why. Instead of considering the difference his powers made, which saved lives, he believed he didn't make enough of a change. So he locked himself away, focused more on fixing everything he failed at. This did leave Ahsoka slightly neglected, and forced Yularen and Rex to come up with battle strategy in his absence. This also led to more nightmares for Skywalker too. It didn't result in anyone reaching out to the High Council about his struggle. They believed and trusted Skywalker. They knew he would come out of it, and while yes, he would, it did mean that every time there were casualties, he went right back to the drawing board. Now, this heavy-handed focus on the Force wasn't very healthy. It was actually quite negative. It turned what in essence is a meditation, a harmony with the Force, into a power to be used to save people from death. No one, especially not Yoda or Jocasta, understood that by giving Anakin access to these powers, that he would obsess over protecting people. It was perhaps one of his greatest character strengths and one of his greatest character flaws. He loved almost too hard. He'd be damned if any one of his men died, especially if they were Ahsoka or Rex. That would be unfathomable to him. Yet the one positive that did come from this unbreakable focus was that he actually became quite remarkable in the Force itself. Having so much undivided attention to the mysteries of balance and harmony actually made him a better quote-unquote Jedi. It just meant that he had to rally around himself. He was falling off the deep end here and there, and it was his job to stop that from fully coming to a completion. And that was the other side of the battle meditation. When there weren't casualties, he became more tied to the Force. His relationship with his very creator tightened, but it was also toxic. So while large battles, sieges, or campaigns came with death because of course they would, these skirmishes, fighter attacks, or smaller battles were perfect for building up his morale and confidence. Every time he had a deathless engagement, he believed that the ceiling could be expanded. Like his mechanical background suggested, there was always a cure to a problem. One just needed to have the technical savviness to figure it out. Anakin worked arduously on finding that key. It existed somewhere inside the Force, so when he didn't lock himself away and spent more time with his student or his former instructor, more answers slowly revealed themselves. This positioned Anakin to have a deeper trust in the High Council, because he could go to them for information. This was either at the request of Obi Wan or Jocasta knew. Battle meditation wasn't done by Jedi anymore, and the Council actually made it one of their mission statements to start using it again. Obviously, that would take a great amount of time to get started, so they instead helped Anakin develop his, as they started working on theirs. More than anyone, Anakin grew tighter with Yoda throughout this period of time. Now, just forming a relationship with the Grand Master or the Council didn't fix everything. Anakin wasn't quite outspoken like Qui-Gon or Dooku had been, but he didn't agree with the Council frequently. He did, though, enjoy the bonds he started to form. Battle meditation brought the best out of him, and even the worst, but the Council pushed him to thrive as they all collectively worked on how to trust one another despite their ranging differences. What aided Anakin in his more personal engagements, that being duels against Ventress before her betrayal, or Dooku, were the lessons from the counselors. Battle meditation really helped with his focus and serenity, but he hadn't quite gotten to the point where he could harm or disrupt Dooku's concentration in combat with battle meditation. Their continuous rivalry only frustrated them both more. It should be said, though, that because Anakin used battle meditation, he was more inclined to focus on light side powers. It technically could be used with the dark side, but Anakin found it in the light. and it would be much more of a burden for him to backtrack and master its darker iteration. While a majority of the war didn't really shift, there were certain engagements that did, because of the implementation of this power. Master Even Peel survived the Citadel escape. Ahsoka almost defeated General Grievous while using her own version of battle meditation during the Gathering, and several more members of the 501st survived large-scale battles. These minor shifts weren't massively impactful on the state of the war. Even Peel was still a widely adored Jedi Master inside the Council, and he continued to remain that after the Citadel. Grievous became more determined to hunt down and kill Ahsoka for evading him twice, almost killing him the second time, but Palpatine wouldn't allow it because that might force him and Anakin to fight. The 501st continued to grow more elite because of the meditation, but Palpatine still controlled the war, so the 501st just looked super successful under Anakin. Even if every Jedi inside the Council mastered the technique of battle meditation, Sidious and Tyrannus could still release more battle droids from the reserve military. It was a standstill, regardless of what the Jedi did to break the Separatists. Despite using battle meditation and growing closer to the High Council, they still made insanely stupid decisions that impacted Anakin's relationship with them, like not telling Anakin about Obi-Wan fake dying, truly a masterclass in brilliance. Every time they took a step forward, they took 3 back. At a certain point, Anakin started to value them for their information, rather than actually trying to build something sustainable with any one of them. And sadly, even though Anakin's meditation helped so many clones survive the Clone War, and develop his own personal skills with the lightsaber, Dooku was still the generational talent that he was. He couldn't just be beaten because of battle meditation, and it actually made Dooku harder to beat. Due to Anakin not relying on the dark side to destroy his opponent, and Dooku's body not totally decomposing because of darkness, Skywalker couldn't overpower his opponent through darkness. Physically, a little bit, but not fully. Instead, there became a certain charm for both opponents. Fighting one another was flashy, elegant, and truly a masterful dueling experience. Anakin obviously wanted Dooku captured, but there was a certain thrill in the theatrics of their duels and dances. They swung like notes across sheet music. It was beautiful in a way, so much so that Dooku even started to enjoy it. Of course they hated each other, but Anakin wasn't becoming Palpatine's little monster yet. The darkness Dooku tried to bring out of Skywalker never really came. Throughout the rest of the Clone War, the clones of the 501st thrived the most off of Anakin's battle meditation. They were an unstoppable unit, even against the likes of Pong Krell. Anakin's initial meditation helped them throughout the entire Umbaran campaign. But these powers, despite how much Anakin tried to use them, couldn't control everything. That was perhaps the irony and the tragedy. Anakin became this great power, the one that controlled destiny. But fate, or unfortunate circumstances, sometimes sneak up on one. He did everything he could to control a war already controlled by someone else, and then Ahsoka was taken from him because of the temple bombing. She was fine, physically, alive, but their relationship was forever altered as a result. She left the Order to find her own path. That was devastating. Anakin continued, forcing his battle meditation further and harder, sometimes delving into the dark side just off of pure instinct, but that didn't change anything. It fractured Anakin more than he believed it could. Like how the Council took one step forward and several back, Anakin felt that way in every facet of his life, except with his partner, Padme. Until, of course, the whole Scipio incident where Rush Clovis thought that no actually means yes. Anakin took that personally. Then all of that disruption and chaos brought him through a duel with Dooku over Coruscant, resulting in Dooku's death mid-duel between Anakin and Obi-Wan. Then they returned to the capital at the end of the war. The nightmares were still yet another stitch in Anakin's continuous cycle of trying to control what couldn't be stopped. The end of the war was nigh. This time, though, thanks to his built-up relationships with the Jedi Masters inside the Council and archives, Anakin decided for the first time to just let it all go. This was far from letting Padme die after having those visions, but the thing is, he had seen visions or dreams of Rex, Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, even Yoda dying for the past 3 years. Ever since he picked up battle meditation, those dreams never went away, because the fear of failure beat away at him. Now, did adding Padme into that lineup make him especially happy? No, not really. But thanks to the continuous cycle and the fact that none of the aforementioned people did die, he didn't start panicking. He had the resources to reach out to individuals inside the temple in this time of need. But instead of trying to change everything like he always did, he finally stopped. Anakin didn't go to Yoda about the vision. He didn't throw a fit when he didn't become a master. He got a little upset after the whole mission thing, but afterwards, he just meditated. Instead of trying to rush things into place last second, he took himself to the pillars around the rim of the temple and knelt. He, in this moment of harmonization, used the Force to feed himself calmness, resolve, and direction. He had been looking in too many directions for all the wrong answers, and now he had something to hold on to, the Force itself. For the first time perhaps in his entire life, despite his connection to battle meditation, he became one with the Force as the Force was with him. Tired of the nightmares and surrounded by the ambience of the Coruscant skyline, Anakin became one with the very essence of the galaxy. He felt himself walking through lanes of hyperspace, smelling grass on moons far from here, and hearing the very heartbeat of the galaxy itself. By challenging himself, the Force rewarded him, not with the answers, not with the truth, but the potential of what letting go could do. Through the Force, Anakin saw himself with Obi Wan and Padme at a resort-like location. He was laughing with his master as Ahsoka and Rex showed up, and two mysterious little silhouettes with them. He knew their names, but didn't say them. They knew his, it was Dad. The tiny figures addressed him as that and rushed him. He was defenseless, he couldn't stop it. And then it all came to an end. Anakin's eyes opened and a smile crested around his cheeks. Everything would be alright. He didn't need to control every aspect of his life, just what he had the power to stop or do. That's all it ever should have been, and the breaking point for him was the final wave of nightmares about his wife. Even though he found resolve, it didn't stop Anakin with struggling between Palpatine and the Jedi. He trusted the Chancellor far more, and didn't kill him when he had the chance to. It forced Anakin back to the temple to inform Master Windu. He believed that with Sidious in control over the Republic, they needed to act. So Mace, with even keel, asked Skywalker if he would like to accompany them. He was still quite conflicted, but he was also more trusted in the eyes of the Council, despite their constant failures with him. Anakin decided that he would join them for this mission. Alongside Windu and Even were Fisto, Kolar, and Tin. As the LAAT lifted off, out of the Jedi hangar bay, Anakin enacted a battle meditation. At this point, using the Force tactic was as simple as flexing one's hands. Anakin quickly harmonized with his Jedi brothers inside the vessel, and connected them to one another. Upon their arrival, Anakin trailed behind the Jedi Masters. Windu took point and immediately told Palpatine that he was under arrest. The Sith Lord, trying to work up some magic to save himself from the Jedi, implanted riddles into the Force to distract the Jedi. With Skywalker's battle meditation, it simply did not work. However, Sidious had a backup plan, the Sith Howl, which slightly disoriented the Jedi enough for Palpatine to launch Saci through the wall. He could not kill him. Agan was disarmed but also not killed, thanks to Even stepping in the way. The shrieking of lightsabers pushed Anakin, Windu, Fisto, and Peel back into one of the other corridors as Palpatine ignited his second saber and slashed in between his opponents. The Jedi weren't incapable of stopping this, but they also couldn't get a counter move in. Due to all the bodies in the way, Mace couldn't solo focus on the Chancellor, because he had to move away from Anakin or even strikes. This did not disrupt their flow though. These movements were effortless because the Jedi worked within a continuous hive mind, thanks to the battle meditation. Their sabers were directed at Palpatine, and he swept between opponents, using furniture to avoid attacks and throw it at unsuspecting opponents. With Agan returning to the fight, Sidious pushed down on Even and overpowered him. The Jedi's ear was cut clean off and he was flung through the window, but held on before falling to his death. Anakin dropped back as Fisto was thrown into him. Saci and Windu challenged the Chancellor, with Kolar getting impaled by the flip of another lightsaber. Sidious shoved the weapon down and released the weapon, fighting with only one. The other Jedi swarmed him as Kolar died on the ground. Anakin jumped through the air as Saci and Windu spun backwards. Palpatine collided with Skywalker, and they interlocked, facing one another. Anakin told his opponent that this was the end for him. Palpatine shoved forward, trying to break free from Anakin's overpowering hold, but it was too much. Skywalker knew Sidious couldn't break his grip. He wasn't strong enough, so Anakin let up, allowing Palpatine to overreach, just enough for Windu and Saci to swing in. Their sabers swept up, removing both arms, and with one final blow, Anakin jabbed straight between them, killing Palpatine in a strike to his heart. The Sith Lord had been defeated, and yet more work sat ahead for the Jedi. Anakin, in this moment of triumph, didn't know whether or not he should be happy. There were so many unknowns going forward, but he chose this path because he wanted to be here to help, and to see if what Palpatine confirmed was really the truth. As he clearly saw, Palpatine was the Sith Lord, but that wasn't any longer Anakin's problem. Windu planned on dealing with everything himself, so everyone aside from Kit Fisto returned to the Jedi Temple while they handled this mess. Anakin, despite wanting to wait around inside the council chambers, returned to Padme's residence to spend the night with her. He'd fall asleep by accident early into the evening, and it would be his first true night without night terrors, stressed dreams, or anything of the sort. It'd be a night of pure freedom and weightlessness. It was because he gave up his control that he felt this way. By putting so much pressure on himself to succeed consistently without break, broke him in ways he had not conceived as possible. The fallout of Palpatine's death would have Master Skywalker joining the Council in consistent debates, but not a negative thought ran through Anakin's mind. Everything would work out, and he believed that. Not only that, but he trusted the Force and the will of it. Padme would be fine and have a safe pregnancy, which he believed until it became a reality. Ahsoka and Rex returned with the last of the Sith. The Republic tried to turn on the Jedi, but it failed, and of course the Clone War came to an end. The main reason the betrayal of the Jedi failed, because they won it. Due to the Order taking control over the Republic temporarily to sort out the peace treaty, they, with clone loyalty, protected the government from caving in on itself because of Masameda. Though because Anakin was new to the Council and Mace was more familiar with the Republic, Skywalker became an interim Master of the Order. Not that he had the official title, but he functioned inside the temple to best aid returning Jedi from the war. Battle meditation could be used in multiple ways, not just in combat. It was a collaborative effort from the Council that protected those who had struggles with trauma after 3 years of long conflict. All the skills Anakin learned through his steps to battle meditation were applied throughout his life from here on out. It started with the basic stuff, relaxing the mind and feeling out the Force. Then it turned into tackling anxieties and fears with others, because battle meditation is most effective with a team. In months, especially after officially letting go, Anakin felt the most like himself, more than he had in years. It was perfect, and he loved it. Years after the Clone Wars ended, Anakin, still a Jedi Master on the High Council, would find himself inside that vision he had from the temple, the one where he and his family, which too included Ahsoka, Rex, and Obi Wan, were at a resort. The twins were celebrating their birthday, and everyone had to be there. It was perfect, full of love, and not a single thought of dread to hear from. The Jedi had changed the galaxy, saved it from itself and from the war. Not everyone felt that way, but it was the truth. The Sith were dead or apprehended. The Republic was trending back towards a more united government that actually supported its citizens. That was the joy of Anakin's life, and the fact that he got to have both this and the Jedi meant more than forcing it to work ever could have. Our story begins with the unending waltz of politics. The Jedi Temple had been bombed. People were dead. Families lost someone they loved, and it was turned into a chance for people to bash the Jedi. That was, in of itself, the galactic tragedy for the government. Could they take a moment to memorialize death? Had the concept of death become too common, and thus lost the reality of what it meant? Or could the people already dead be used for political discourse? Maybe the government will think deeply about how sad things are but never change it. As is the cycle of the Republic, is it not? What's right and what's wrong, only just discussions on a spectrum that the Jedi now sat in the middle of again. If it wasn't one thing, it was another for the Order, and now they're being blamed politically, ethically, and morally for something they had no control over. The true tragedy of the temple bombing was that it directly affected the lives of Republic citizens. Former Jedi that didn't make it into the Order often found themselves working inside the hangar. Some of the dead were once younglings, and it was a direct reminder for the Jedi Council to consider what they were doing to their young. This was not a battle, but it was as close as they could get to losing their own children because of their political position, that being their siding with the Republic in a galactic-scale war. Now, the Jedi surprisingly didn't really jump to the conclusion that the Separatists could be behind this. You know, the faction that famously disrupted peace talks to bomb the Coruscant power grid? No, the Jedi went straight for the throat, because Ahsoka Tano, who wasn't on Coruscant during the bombing, possibly was involved. Maybe we're all being a little facetious because why not, but at this current point in the investigation, Letta Thurman had been killed. One of their prized Padawans happened to be in the room of that murder, and because Ahsoka also famously used the dark side so much in front of the Council, they believed certified Jedi hater Will Huff Tarkin instead of her. Truly a brilliant collection of elders. While the Council spent its time breaking its own back to clean the feet of the Chancellor and his greedy allies, Anakin was off doing what they should have been doing, searching for the real culprit. However, there was another individual providing to this investigation, that being one actually responsible for all the destruction. Barriss Offee was one of the several troubled minds inside the Jedi Order. She, like Ahsoka, had been trained to respect the Force and to serve the people of the galaxy. More than her friend, Barriss faced a much stricter training regimen, thanks to Miralan Jedi Master Luminara Unduli. The Miralans typically were a more religious people inside the Order, as seen with generations of great Jedi such as Katri, Venestra, and Jari Ozez. Barriss struggled with this regiment because Luminara could be especially hard, and even condescending. The Padawan reacted out of frustration because her master demanded perfection, excellence, and no emotion. But killing is emotional. Even if they were destroying battle droids, there had been death on their hands. It wears one down, forces them to think deeply about morality. Of course, somehow that led to Barriss bombing a temple full of innocent lives, but you know, we all deal with trauma differently. Some of us just prefer to nuke a hangar bay with nanobots because it's kinda funny. Padawan Offee, aside from the struggle of the war, had a realization after Ahsoka was apprehended by Commander Fox and Tarkin. She didn't see how the Palpatine loyalist treated her friend inside of her cell, but she did know that Ahsoka was not an intended casualty for this. The Jedi Council was once again showing their ignorance by not standing with one of their own, and Barriss didn't want her friend to pay the price for her actions. So she started to think about how she could make things right. Instead of going into the Republic prison complex to further make things worse for Ahsoka, she decided to simply visit her friend, see where Ahsoka's mind was at, and what she might know. Once Barriss arrived, she found Ahsoka in especially low spirits. While neither of them knew it, this was entirely a breach of protocol that no one meant to allow. Because Tarkin considered the bombing of the Jedi Temple a Republic military operation, he told the shock troopers to restrict General Skywalker and any other masters of the High Council from visiting. He meant to tell Commander Fox that no Jedi should be allowed inside of Ahsoka's cell, but he only covered people that he believed would visit Prisoner Tano. Tarkin interacted with Barriss for a few moments inside the temple, but it wasn't long enough of a conversation for him to even remember her or assume that she'd be first in line to visit Ahsoka. So technically it was a breach, but realistically it was a mistake in Tarkin's communication of orders to the clones. Regardless, Barriss and Ahsoka sat down side by side inside the cell and discussed everything that had transpired. Offee didn't want to clue her friend into the fact that she had accidentally put her in prison. She instead directed the focus of their conversation to how this could happen. Despite being in low spirits about pretty much everything, Ahsoka still trusted the High Council. They were still in the middle of discussions to decide if Ahsoka should remain inside the Order or not. The vote had not been cast, and so both Padawans were stuck speaking about how to get her out of the situation. Barriss didn't have any key details that might help her friend either, making the conversation almost dreadful for Ahsoka. It didn't make anything better knowing that Tarkin had a distaste for the Jedi in general, and that was the perfect chance for him to frame them politically as incompetent. Ahsoka, though, told her friend that she had trust in the Council to make the right decision. They would back her because they knew she wouldn't do this. Ahsoka was completely certain about that, and she made it clear to Barriss. But Afi seemed to think differently. She immediately rejected Ahsoka's trust in the Council, suspecting that they could have had a secret weapon and accidentally released it on their own people. A little bit of tension started to arise over this conversation. Ahsoka clearly positioned herself on the side of the High Council, while Barriss tried to distance herself from their influence. Their conversation more or less revolved around how responsible the Council was for the accident inside the hangar bay, which is what Ahsoka thought it was. Letta made a mistake. She acted out of anger and people died. It was not a true act of war by the Separatists. It was someone who didn't understand the ramifications of conflict. Barriss, in knowing the truth and the reasoning behind the bombing, explained to Ahsoka that the Jedi Council was behind the attack the moment they sent 200 volunteers to Geonosis. The detonation was set to happen on that very day. This anger towards the Council wasn't something Ahsoka had ever seen from her friend before. It didn't lead to her thinking that Barriss was behind the attack, but it was a very weird hill to try and die on. Barriss implored that Ahsoka look for someone else's support, because she could almost guarantee that the elders would choose themselves over her. If they needed to expel someone for political favorability in the eyes of the Chancellor, they would do it. To Ahsoka, her friend looked completely disillusioned. Where was this coming from? Barriss had seen the Jedi in her life step away from their responsibilities to the people. They picked a side. It's why she was so certain that the attack on Geonosis set destiny into motion. Once they started an open war against the Separatists by attacking that arena, which yes, Barriss participated in, but clearly regretted, they announced to the galaxy that they were willing to accept an attack against themselves. She at this time was just an 18-year-old Padawan, doing exactly what Anakin was doing inside that arena, which they both believed was right, saving their brothers in Obi Wan and Anakin, and Senator Padme Amidala from execution. What followed was a far greater consequence that she could have never predicted. Afi explained her theories to Ahsoka, suggesting that the High Council was at fault for all of this. They may have not directly bombed the hangar bay as she initially suggested they did with an outrageous secret technology, but instead she went with they caused it through their complacency and hubris. They owed the people of the galaxy an explanation for why they joined a war they had no part in. They abandoned an entire half of the galaxy for pride, and of course a few bones that the Republic might throw them. Ahsoka sat back inside the cell and powdered her face in annoyance. She wasn't only captured for a murder she did not commit, but she also had to sit here and listen to the ramblings of a friend who had gone off the deep end. This isn't to say that Ahsoka loved the High Council or all of their decisions, that'd be outrageous even for her. But she was her master's Padawan. He had his problems with the collection of elders, whereas Ahsoka saw Masters Plo and Obi-Wan as friends, and respectable individuals that cared about everyone. She had closer relationships with members on the council than Barriss did. But if her friend was so frustrated, and she asked this audibly, then why didn't she put any blame on the Republic? The Jedi were flawed, sure, and their leadership had clearly put them into a bind, but how could Barriss openly blame the High Council but neglect the influence of the Chancellor? Afi straightened her back for a moment. All of her frustrations she just verbally put against the Council vanished, and she considered if she had targeted something or someone else. There were so many possibilities. What if she bombed the Senate building or Palpatine's office? Or what if I shamelessly plugged 2 videos by accident? She'd be a fool to think that the Jedi were responsible for all the wrong in the galaxy. It was a sick realization, and one that made her stomach turn. Barriss killed well over a dozen people for nothing. Her attack wasn't a representation of the desire for change. If she had targeted the High Council chambers, that could have made a difference. But she murdered everyday people, just worker bees. And that was the truth. Just like her friend Ahsoka, despite her plot armor, she was just an everyday person. The people with real influence on this war and the catastrophes that continued on systems across the galaxy were the Elders, the Senate, and most importantly, the Chancellor, not people that worked inside the hangar, and not Ahsoka. Ahsoka was still a youngling when Palpatine received his emergency powers from the Senate due to the Separatist crisis he created. Barriss was not a youngling. She was a Padawan, and part of Luminar's rigorous curriculum, and she had to pay attention to important news articles in the galaxy. Palpatine's name was always present, not John Maintenance inside the hangar bay. The Supreme Chancellor had it in the name, his supreme influence. Ahsoka asked her friend why she suddenly stopped speaking, and Barriss shook her head. She was sorry, she didn't mean to barge in here and ramble about the High Council. That was wrong of her. Barriss expressed openly that she was just tired of the war, and she feared what might happen to Ahsoka because of it, and then, of course, the Council. Offie simply wanted her friend to be freed, and she externalized her frustrations in an unhealthy way. For that, she was deeply sorry. Ahsoka had no problem forgiving her friend because it happens. She was equally as frustrated, but they had to trust that the High Council would do the right thing. At the same time, just before Barriss could leave, Anakin was rejected access to Ahsoka's cell. Commander Fox pissed off General Skywalker, but orders are orders, and Captain Tarkin had full control over this case because of Palpatine. While Anakin didn't know that much, he'd be forced to leave the structure just minutes before Barriss walked out of the cell. After Padawan Offie left, Fox made an adjustment to Tarkin's commands, because he believed that maybe the orders were meant for all Jedi, not just Masters on the Council or pissing off Skywalker. It was a simple error that he quickly reported to the Republic captain. On the surface, to Tarkin, it was just a simple mistake, so he didn't really care. But realistically, it was perhaps one of the worst internal breaches the Republic could ever hope for. Barriss left the Republic prison complex, motivated and even more irritated. She understood that mistakes had been made, and she was partial to them. No longer could she just throw blame at the High Council as if her own actions didn't bring consequences to innocent, undeserving casualties. She walked out of the structure with a decision, a change of mindset. Barriss didn't know how it would work, but she wouldn't force her friend to become a victim of a mistake. Someone responsible for so much carnage needed to go down. Thanks to her connection to everything, and the fact that she was the actual perpetrator, she went back to the drawing board in the lower levels of Coruscant. Her arrival to the warehouse saw the return of angst and disgust with the system, and now even more than that, herself. Barriss hated herself, viscerally. It was a foolish decision that never should have been done to the hangar. It had to have been an important target, and that wasn't one. A Republic cruiser may have changed things, but no. She killed so many innocents for absolutely nothing. It was too late too. The bulk of the nanobots had been used, and she didn't really have the means of acquiring more. It was a one-and-done type of mission. She only had some evidence left behind on the register of the warehouse. Then, her train of rampant, tumultuous thought came to a standstill. She had so many ideas and decisions to contemplate, and then she looked at the registry for the building, and whose name was on it? No one's. It was a completely unlisted structure and had been that way since 3 years before the Clone War, in 25 BBY. Yes, I know the Death Star hadn't happened yet, but we all know the unit of time, BBY, so it was 25 BBY. Barriss looked through the manifest, seeing business transactions and so forth, and then she realized something. The building technically didn't go into the underground registry as an abandoned location. It was just completely off the records, because the previous owner of the warehouse had a certain interest in cartel work. Quickly, Barriss started to think about how to best utilize this information. If this building was off the records, then technically, anyone could be a business owner. The only reason no one had quote-unquote owned this building for a little under 5 years was because the mob boss died, so all the shipments were removed by his allies and it became a hodgepodge of shipments between different cartels that negotiated territory inside the building. The mayor of the underground level was on their payroll, so He never had any intention to tear down the building or to make it official property of anyone's. So, if no one technically owned it, Barriss, if she got a hold of the right credentials, could technically frame someone else as the operator of the nanobots. Not just that, but she had contacts inside Aleda's family that could be very upset with the Republic for covering up their family member's murder. Yeah, she felt a little bad about doing that to Leda, but maybe it was a good thing, a sacrifice for the greater good. Thanks to night falling on the Republic capital, Barriss used the skills she used to get into the Republic military complex on the executive building. If she could sneak into a maximum security prison and kill Leda, then getting into Palpatine's office should be a no-brainer. Barriss narrowed her choices down to Lot Dot of the Federation, Sam of the Techno Union, Nix Card of the Banking Clans, and Chancellor Palpatine. At the end, it was between Nix and Palpatine. She went with the latter, because of the amount of potential change it could bring. Also because they were running security checks on the Senate building, not the executive building. It was a routine thing. Now, to clarify, Barriss didn't have high hopes in the High Council. She really didn't even believe that they could be helpful in this at all. But Ahsoka had given her just a last little bit of hope, something to push her far enough to doing something incredibly dangerous. Sneaking into Palpatine's office and breaking into his executive console wasn't easy work, and it took hours of the night for her to complete. But Barriss was able to go back and gather information from Palpatine's credentials in 25 BBY, so she could quote-unquote purchase this warehouse from his account. Again, it was all free territory, but she could change things up as need be with his credentials. All she really needed was that information and she could do the rest. With another trip taking her back to the lower levels at sunrise, Barriss got to work again. Firstly, she put Palpatine's name on the records, and then, because it was a warehouse, she framed certain purchases and shipments that never existed. She went through all of her notes from Luminar's instruction, news articles about things the Chancellor was doing publicly, and how things played out because of his actions were used. For example, a policy that forced Raxus to secede was a trade route restriction on minor commerce, basically providing the Techno Union with a monopoly on a hyperspace lane. That policy related to a shipping disaster because of the Techno Union. It was mostly covered up despite making the headlines, but she framed the accident as intentional because of Palpatine. Barriss obviously didn't know how involved the Chancellor really was with everything leading up to the Separatist crisis, but she made it look like he was more a participant than he really was on the surface. This was a Sith Lord after all, so he never would associate himself with these accidents. That's why bounty hunters, Dooku, assassins, and several other forms of contracts were paid for and signed for this to happen. So while yes, for this specific example, he was an active participant, he wasn't directly connected to it as Chancellor Palpatine aside from the policy. That was the irony. Barriss was connecting Sidious to Palpatine without any knowledge of doing it. And throughout the entire day, as the High Council continued to struggle on their vote against Ahsoka, with Tarkin breathing down their neck, Padawan Afi filled out every report she could find. Not even that, but she cleared the code so that all the data looked like it was actually input on those days or around them years ago. It made everything look legitimate, because the record said it was. Barriss was also operating off of no sleep, and the last of her energy was depleting. This was also one of Luminar's lessons to her. It was a conservation of energy so that one could best use it for a longer period of time, more evenly spread out. This provided Barriss with one more opportunity to get the warehouse information to the High Council, and she would do so by laying an accidental trap for one of its members. Someone close to Ahsoka, Plo Koon. Master Plo would be tipped off by one of Leda's family members that there was a location that Leda used that might be effective. How the civilians got a hold of Plo's contact information, he didn't know, but he used it. After informing his peers, he quickly descended into the lower levels of the city, while Barriss slept in a meditative state. To avoid all potential chance at being connected, Luminar would unknowingly participate in Barriss's second plot. She'd find her student meditating, and assume that she had put herself in that state ever since her visit with Ahsoka the previous day. Master Unduli never woke her student up. She let her be because this was evidence that her instruction was working. Offie was a good student, Luminara knew that, and she was prideful in her Padawan's efforts to harmonize with the Force in such a hard time. Master Plo, on the other hand, would slip down into the location. The warehouse was hard for him to walk around in. The structure was falling apart, and he was a heavier guy, a little muscular, and it was hard to walk around inside of the building because it could fall apart. He had to be careful, and it almost led to him requesting for someone else, lighter, to go in. But eventually he found the control console, and it led to him collecting all the damning information. With the vote to remove Ahsoka from the Order coming in the next few hours, Plo quickly rushed this information back to his peers on the Council. It was deeply troubling, and he worried for what repercussions of such information would have for the Republic and potentially the galaxy. This, though, angered the Keldor Jedi. One of his closest friends, Padawan Tano, was framed by the Supreme Chancellor. Many members of the High Council had their frustrations with the crumbling relationship between the Order and the government, but never did they think that it would come to this. A targeted attack meant to make them look like the villains of their own home. They firstly didn't know why Palpatine thought that the people would blame them for bombing their own hangar bay, but people did, so they guessed that Palpatine wasn't technically wrong about that. However, all talks of Ahsoka disappeared, and they went into a several-hour discussion about how to approach this, and their resolve would be petty. There's simply no other way to say it. The Jedi didn't first approach Palpatine. They leaked the information to the tabloids. Palpatine may have had complete control over the media, because an elected official controlling the media is always a good idea, but Palpatine couldn't stop them from taking bait this big. This was information that could generate generational wealth for them. It was a story so big that it could turn the Republic upside down, and so the tabloids, famously known for their incredible timing, released the information right as Palpatine was making a speech inside the Senate. He was unable to stop it because he didn't know. He would actually be the last individual inside the rotunda to learn of it, because he was speaking. It was a total eruption inside the Republic. How could the Chancellor do this to the Jedi? It wasn't just wrong, it was unethical. But the worst had yet to come. The Jedi recognized that due to their unpopularity, any move they made would make them look worse. For example, their temple got bombed, and then people protested outside of it, like, okay, sure, that makes sense. The Jedi would bomb themselves for the lulz and lamals. That brought the Council to the decision about Palpatine. The corrupt Senate wouldn't turn on him, the clones likely wouldn't, so the Jedi had to make the sacrifice themselves. A team of 8 temple guards with Masters Windu and Plo would arrive at the Senate building to officially arrest Palpatine on behalf of the Republic and the status of war in the galaxy. The Senate commandos didn't necessarily stop them. Most commandos came from outlying systems affected by the war anyways. They weren't going to protect someone behind an attack on not just the Jedi Temple, but the planned failures of the government to prevent the war. These commandos provided a path for the Jedi to make it to the Chancellor, and then to their transport, where they would escort Palpatine back to the temple. The Supreme Chancellor made no scene. He simply allowed the tabloids to get a shot of him being escorted by the temple guards. Hopefully, something they'd call a Jedi hostile takeover. And he was right. Even though people were appalled by the report, which confirmed everything from things that happened in 25 BBY up to the attack on the temple, people also didn't like the idea of the Jedi taking matters into their own hands. They were still technically the enemy to a lot of people, and they were exercising a power they did not have over the Chancellor. Well, the Jedi put out an official statement condoning Palpatine's attack on their temple, but even worse, his attempts to divide the galaxy into civil war. Knowing that the courts wouldn't hold an honest trial, they were withholding him from being sent there. Instead, they'd conduct a public investigation with assistance from the Senate. If they were capable of handling the dissolution of corruption, the Jedi became everyone's biggest target, except for one faction, the Separatists. That was a big change for the Jedi, ironically. Many of the Separatist senators were outraged over Palpatine's decision to split the Republic, and while it was clear that the chance for reunification was gone, following Mina Bontiri's assassination, the concept of the entire Republic being to blame slowly vanished. Palpatine was the villain. And there was also a changing perception on the Jedi Order. They were seen in propaganda as servants of the Senate, just as Dooku liked to portray them. This clearly was a different story though. They openly betrayed the Chancellor and stood on the side of justice. It didn't turn heads for people inside the Confederacy, but it made them wonder if a ceasefire could come without Palpatine in office. Despite all the attention going to Palpatine, Ahsoka had to remain in prison. Tarkin tried to use her as leverage against the Jedi Order, and this forced her master to have a very difficult choice. Anakin was furious, first at Fox, then Tarkin, then the Jedi, then Palpatine. It was a revolving door of people to be upset with, but each of them valid. Skywalker didn't want Ahsoka to sit in prison throughout this process. She didn't deserve that. While Barriss had gone radio silent since leaking the information to the Jedi, Anakin had no updates about his Padawan. She was alive, he knew that, but Tarkin was trying to force the Jedi to negotiate for her. Anakin wanted her free, but the Council wouldn't budge. Palpatine was a target they needed to take down. That was again another problem for Anakin. He didn't believe that his mentor friend was capable of such heinous actions. Yet all the proof was there. The records from the warehouse held the truth. And now, the Sith Lord quietly sat in prison inside the Jedi Temple, waiting for someone to make the right move for him. Who would it be? Would the Separatists attack the apparently weak Coruscant? Would the Senate support him? How might the Jedi treat him if things didn't go their way? Well, all that came to a resolution with Senator Amidala. This would also add to Anakin's list of things to be upset with. Padme believed that Palpatine's imprisonment was a chance to unite the galaxy to stop the war. Not that a peace treaty would come, but a chance for a ceasefire, which is what she wanted. She reached out to her allies across the Senate, and quickly formed a movement in the hours after the Jedi captured the Chancellor. Immediately after, they reached out to Separatist loyalists that were willing to communicate with Republic officials. A deal was sorted out following the Jedi announcement revealing that they wouldn't put Palpatine inside the courts on Coruscant. Judging off of how easily an oligarch like Gunray was able to get away with the blockade over Naboo, they weren't going to let the courts that Palpatine filled review his case. That would be suicide. Senator Amidala's combined coalition included the likes of various members of support, the government of Mon Calamari, Cham Syndulla, the people of Pantora, and so many more. The Separatists defied Count Dooku's demands to cease and desist, because an end to battle was a step in the right direction. Remember, the Separatists really only wanted independence. They weren't all totally war-hungry sycophants like Dooku. If this was a path to peace, and then independence, they would take it. Dooku trying to stand in the way of that turned some of his fiercest supporters away from him. Not total betrayal, not that far, just an open distrust for his intentions with their government and movement as a whole. As the hours into days passed by since the arrest, a coalition formed between neutral systems trying to reopen commerce in the galaxy, Republic representatives demanding the truth, and Separatist senators requesting an end to the conflict. The war had overstayed its welcome, and Dooku, curious to see the result, actually decided to let it play out. He knew that if a majority movement inside of his own government formed, he couldn't legitimately oppose it without losing his own support. So he allowed it, pulling back troops and giving Grievous direct orders in case things went awry. In other words, Grievous wasn't meant to do anything until Dooku gave him orders to do something. The Jedi faced harsher protests inside the capital, as Masameda demanded an emergency session to turn the clones against the Jedi. It didn't work. Yes, people inside the Senate were upset with the Jedi. It was also legally irresponsible to side with the Chancellor, though. A lot of this was about control inside the Senate. Even though everyone loved Palpatine and gave him emergency powers, the Chancellor could not, legally, bomb an entity inside the capital of the Republic without government authority. It was an abuse of executive powers, and even those who supported the Chancellor did not excuse this behavior. Again, this was only because of power. If this didn't challenge the individual authority of every voice inside the Senate, chances are they would have forced the vote to turn the clones against the Jedi. But because the individual senators wanted their voices to still have meaning, they refused to turn the clones against the Jedi, and allowed the Order to continue the investigation and incoming court case. With protection from the government, the Council made arrangements with the Coalition to find neutral territory for a court case. It came with a ton of strings to be pulled and so forth, but Corellia became the location. It wasn't neutral territory, it was just protected enough and close enough for everyone of every side to visit. In the meantime, though, the Jedi dispatched a collection of Jedi under Terra Sanube's command to continue investigating the Chancellor. This was also a breach of the Republic. They were not permitted to continue while the court case ensued, but the Jedi were suspicious because they wanted to know how deep this really went. None of them theorized that he could be a Sith or that he had involvement with the cloning facilities on Camino. But there was a concept suggested by Obi Wan that Palpatine might be involved with the blockade over Naboo. It was plausible too. He ascended right in the middle of that invasion. His hands could be all over it. For days, going into weeks, the war hit a standstill. Tarkin lost control over Ahsoka as the court case went to a higher neutral authority. Because Senator Amidala sat on that committee, seen as a neutral voice because she came from Naboo, she was able to make a case for Ahsoka's freedom. Ahsoka clearly didn't bomb the temple, clearly didn't murder Letta. The Jedi took care of their Padawan and made her a knight for handling the ordeal with patience and maturity. They apologized for not having done anything, despite believing that she didn't murder Letta. In all actuality, side tangent real quick, everyone forgot about Letta. She was just an unsung hero for Palpatine's arrest, by accident, and she was forgotten. Tarkin didn't care about her because she was leverage to forcing the Jedi out of power. The Jedi forgot because they didn't really care. Palpatine was the target right now, and that's why she was forgotten, because of Palpatine. Regardless, with the constant bickering inside the neutral court on Corellia, both governments moved their militaries. It wasn't a secret either. Spies were monitoring fleet movements and troop garrison refills. It was all in the open, just pieces on a board without starting any conflict. The Jedi Council sat in court, adding what they continued to find, which really didn't amount to anything important for the case. They did learn more about Palpatine's affiliation with the Sith, but it wasn't relevant to the courts, so it never came up. Instead, the push inside the discussions came to a head nearly a full month after the ceasefire started, with Palpatine being found guilty of attacking the Jedi Temple and being the main perpetrator behind the Clone War. He was being sentenced to a life in maximum security prison, basically a white soundproof box. The silent chamber, they called it. Palpatine actually couldn't believe it. What he couldn't believe more was that Dooku wasn't doing anything to help him. Tyrannus was also in a weird bind. He knew that if he continued the war at this point, he likely wouldn't live long enough to see its conclusion. Specifically, a war where he was actually fighting and not manipulating from both sides, meaning that Grievous would probably destroy the galaxy and turn everything Dooku worked so hard for upside down. Tyrannus allowed the case to play out naturally because if the Separatists could gain independence, then his life's legacy would mean something. He'd make a difference, which is what he set out to do, not to serve Sidious. However, despite the sentence for Palpatine coming through, the former Chancellor had other plans. The moment his sentencing was set in stone, he started scheming. This carried on through his head all the way out of the court building on Corellia to the transport to his new prison. He kept his head down, away from the tabloids and camera blasts, when through the blinding array of lights, a clone trooper from the 21st Nova Corps walked up the steps. As a member of the Galactic Marines, he and his division, his brothers, had seen some of the worst the war had thrown at them, and so he pulled out a slug thrower scattergun, calling Palpatine a mass murderer and pumping his guts full of hot energy. The clone refused to be pulled away, firing twice more after the initial shot, and then finally watching the former Chancellor fall to his knees as Temple guards apprehended the clone. Surprisingly, Palpatine was still alive. He was quickly transported to a local hospital, but wouldn't survive the journey. Unfortunately, with the likes of Mace Windu and the Temple guards around him during their airlift to the hospital, he never had a chance to break free. Some would speculate if the Jedi ensured that he died on the transport, but all signs would point to the clone who murdered him. The council pulled back to Coruscant, where protesters still stood outside the temple. On the galactic stage, though, the court hearing at Corellia changed everything. It forced both sides of the war into a room to talk about their differences. not intentionally, just because they were removing Palpatine from power. And if you're wondering why the Senate didn't declare open war again, well, one of their own men killed the Chancellor. This collaborative effort inside the court, though, and a lack of push from either side, led to the opening of peace talks. The galaxy was already experiencing a ceasefire for a full month, so why not try and end it all in one go? The truth is, people were tired of the war. It's why the Jedi were faced with blame from the public after they were bombed by the Chancellor. The Jedi didn't really involve themselves with this process either, and instead stuck to themselves on Coruscant. A representative or two from the council would participate, but Dooku wouldn't want them present. He wasn't going to demand their destruction, he just wanted them removed from the political discourse because they were a religion, not a government. They did not belong inside discussions that shaped the galaxy. Legal documents define how a government leads, not the texts of a group that sought to hold influence on the galactic stage through the Republic. That's what Dooku said to everyone, and they stuck with it. Despite his interests in a galactic empire, Tyrannus decided that with the Sith Lord dead, he would etch his legacy into the cosmos, not as a Sith, but a politician. He'd step away from the war and assist two governments with reaching a deal. Grievous would remain the leader, but instead be tasked with capturing territory in the Outer Rim for CIS expansion. The Republic eventually would emulate that. It would turn from a war between governments into conflicts with criminal empires. This would help the Confederacy with growing exponentially overnight in size, and the Republic never really caught up with the growth afterwards. Maul would be dealt with by a trio of Obi Wan, Anakin, and Jedi Knight Ahsoka Tano, but Mandalore would fall to the Republic, because without Satine, it was politically fractured. Barriss and Ahsoka eventually formed a new adoration for the Jedi, because the Order, following Mandalore, shifted focus. They had done a disservice to themselves by siding with the Republic, and had to make amends with the people in the galaxy. It would take time, but eventually 90% of the Order would leave Coruscant for neutral Tython, and become the People's Entity, a religious sect that protected, served, and aided everyone in the galaxy. They were not politicians. The result of the peace treaty was competition. Tension remained. Flares for conflict would come, but all-out war would never be the result. The Confederacy and the Republic, instead, because of their vying for influence in the galaxy, fought to maintain the interests of their people instead of lobbyists. The Republic tried to prove that they were the right government for the people in the galaxy, while the Confederacy provided cases for their system and its functionality. What mattered in the end, though, was that the governments actually focused on their people. No longer were CEOs dictating the formation of bills. No longer were the elite profiting off of suffering. No longer did people settle for nothing from their representatives. Dooku's legacy, ironically, would be that. A villain turned hero in a galaxy rapidly shifting towards a positive future with two strong governments. Our story begins following a thrilling voyage from Mandalore to Coruscant. Duchess Satine Kryze was already making her way to the Senate building to plead her case for her people. She had to tell the Galactic Republic that her people were not represented by the vicious band of insurgents known as Death Watch. Behind closed doors, it was Palpatine's attempt to make Mandalore Republic territory, being that it was an unconquerable utopia during the war. With a treaty having been signed hundreds of years ago, he could lose valuable support by taking the system without provocation. Using Death Watch was Sidious's way to undermine the galactic opinion on Kryze's people. She had everything she needed to dispute that, though. On the landing platform she just left, Master Kenobi had different thoughts. Inside the transport filled with a treacherous aide and battle droids, Obi-Wan had been asked by a student about the relationship he shared with Satine. In the moment, he passed it off as a short stint, a mission, if you will, that he had to participate in as a Padawan. But the truth is, it was much deeper than that. It was so much more complex than a simple mission. Obi-Wan loved Satine with his whole heart. It had been well over a decade since they last met, and he pushed all of those emotions back into his heart. Then they fluttered out aimlessly and without direction. He truly couldn't stop himself from feeling every ounce of that old flame when it reignited without his permission. But things this delicate rarely come when expected. Kenobi walked quietly beside his former student and reflected on what he hadn't shared. Even early into the war, it became apparent to Obi-Wan that Anakin and Padme were seeing each other in private. Whether or not it had manifested into an actual relationship, he didn't know, but he believed that it could be a good teaching moment for Anakin. The war changed everything, even their dynamic as brothers, in Obi-Wan's eyes at least. He attempted to make use of lessons that could help Anakin with the fling he experienced with Padme, but it never seemed to work. So perhaps it was best to actually personify the experience, to let his student in on a secret in exchange for perhaps another secret, or just honesty. Though it wasn't easy to bring up, and it made for a very awkward introduction to their conversation. Obi-Wan began with addressing a conversation that Anakin had already forgotten about. It was inside the elevator inside the other ship when Anakin teasingly told Obi-Wan to go save his girlfriend. For whatever reason, that specific thing stuck to Obi-Wan's head, and he brought it up, confusing Anakin initially until it all clicked for him. He asked his instructor why he was bringing it up, and Obi-Wan had to backtrack before eventually getting around to the main point. Kenobi told his former student as the LAAT sped across the city to the Jedi Temple that the feelings he felt for Satine were natural, as he assumed Anakin's were for Padme, which was okay too. And if you're getting a birds and bees kind of vibe from this, it's because that's what Anakin was getting to. The type of skin-crawling, stop-talking kind of unending 3 sentences you never want to hear again. Anakin basically had to beg Obi-Wan to stop talking about feelings in such a confined manner, and instead, he gave his master an out by giving him a question to answer. Anakin asked very simply, if those feelings are still there, then why not do something about them? Obi-Wan instantly became flustered, visibly too. He could hide a lot with his beard, but a beating red face was not one of them. Kenobi rebuffed and explained that those feelings weren't still there, prompting yet another tease from young Skywalker. Anakin honestly enjoyed just getting his master into this position. For someone so always in control of their emotions, something about Satine brought a childlike giddiness from Obi-Wan. He wasn't controlled and calculated, he was emotional, and almost energetic. The spunky Padawan that Skywalker met on Tatooine is exactly what he saw now, not the most recent addition to the Jedi High Council he frequently portrayed. Though, if it weren't for this little bickering or teasing, Anakin may have not gotten the answers he already came to a conclusion with, and Obi-Wan might have not figured out his own secrets. Their discussion about Satine deepened. It got more patient and delicate. Obi-Wan held her in such a high regard in his heart, and he knew it more than he even let on. He believed in what they had. He knew it was special, whether it be in their disagreements on the war or their silence in unity. He could feel a natural friction that so effortlessly creates infernos, burning loves that never end, that is. He and Anakin got down to the basics of where this dynamic started, and even the feelings Kenobi developed for Satine on Concordia and Kalevala during that year-long retreat as a Jedi Padawan. Anakin very inquisitively asked Obi-Wan a question. If he were given the chance to be with her, regardless of the code, would he do it? It forced a certain strain onto the Jedi Master's face. He had to genuinely think about it, especially after he asked Anakin if Anakin was insinuating a scenario where Kenobi remained a Jedi, but they had no code that forbade attachments, even one where they might suggest that attachments should be formed. Obi-Wan didn't answer immediately, of course not. He was far too cautious to do it that fast, but the answer he eventually trickled out gave Anakin everything he needed to know. The two of them were two sides of a different coin, both deeply in love with wonderful, powerful, and inspiring women, but one was just too afraid to act on it. Despite arriving to the Jedi Temple, their conversation continued all the way into Anakin's chambers, so that they could discuss more privately, thus leading to what Skywalker dreaded saying but feeling comfortable enough to say in this moment. He asked why Kenobi hadn't made a move on it, and then explained that it could just simply be done in secrecy. Of course, this prompted a series of unrelated questions to Anakin's dynamic with Senator Amidala. The truth is, though, despite Obi-Wan knowing this truth and Anakin not knowing that, they both played dumb. Kenobi knew that if Anakin was happy, then he shouldn't have to worry about him, but the further he pressed his student, and the more he got flustered, Obi-Wan cleared the air. He admitted that He had suspected since Geonosis that something happened on Naboo, and he decided to be quiet about it. They could, and honestly, should be honest with each other because they were master and apprentice at one point, and still technically were. Anakin didn't want to give his instructor the answer, he already had the conclusion to. But what could he do? It was right here, out in the open. There was nothing to change what was already known. Eventually Anakin gave in because he couldn't really do anything else, and he told his master the full truth. Everything from the marriage on Naboo to remaining in secrecy throughout the duration of the war. It was quite the bonding moment for the two of them. What had been ignored no longer remained a mystery. Their discussion stopped for a moment so they could both accept and internalize what had been laid out in front of them. Though, even with all the pressure lying on Anakin because he had been revealed, it led to a very important question from him. If Anakin clearly could maintain a secret relationship without anyone, even the wisest minds of the Council knowing, then why couldn't Obi-Wan? Suddenly, Skywalker was no longer on the hot seat and his master was instead. To be completely honest, Obi-Wan had rarely considered the possibility of maintaining a secret relationship. There were always other responsibilities, and now, as a member on the High Council, he could find any number of excuses. But Anakin posed the right series of questions, and then of course, his student used his charm. Think of the fun the four of them could have. Double dates? Huh? Anakin jabbed Obi-Wan's shoulder playfully, and his master leaned back with a giddy smile that he tried to hide by rubbing his beard. He had much to consider. The next few days didn't really warrant this type of conversation with Satine. Obi-Wan was mature enough to know when the right time to bring things up like this were, and it came when he offered to escort her back to Mandalore. She was endeared by the idea, because it was kind of redundant. There was no reason for him to do that, but she loved the idea of it. Satine had secured Mandalore's freedom from Republic occupation inside the Senate, and now she had to attend to planetary matters as she continued rallying support for the neutral systems without Confederate or Republic interference. That didn't include Obi-Wan. Kenobi, though, offered this because he knew she needed a friend, in his exact quotes. Another dagger, if you will, to Satine's heart. Obi-Wan had referred to them as friends a number of times since their first reunion, and every time she heard it, part of her died. He only caught on to it when he offered to join her on this specific journey, none of the other times. But that did not change his intent. He believed in the potential of this relationship. He already told her that he would have left the Jedi Order had she said the word. Though that was the beauty and the tragedy of their relationship. They respected each other far too much. She loved him so much that she'd sacrifice her own happiness so that he didn't need to choose between her and the Jedi Order. Now he was repaying that forward with a long drawn-out conversation that would carry them from Coruscant to Mandalore. One in which Obi-Wan would express openly that he had been neglectful of his own feelings, and more than anything, he was apologetic towards her for being so absent. They were at the bare minimum friends, and she deserved more of his attention. Life happens. It is both a fair and even a lame excuse, and he told her the truth. A continued story from their hostage situation with the traitor during the voyage to the capital. Kenobi started by telling her that it is true. He would have left the Jedi Order had she said the word, but his very rebellious apprentice suggested something that might provide them with an alternative, a secret relationship, one that would give them the satisfaction of answering a nearly 2-decade-old question. Could they make it work? Initially and realistically, Satine had to ponder over this. She wanted to accept it in a heartbeat, because she believed they were soulmates, but she refused to force Obi-Wan to make that decision. He loved the Order too much for her to put him into that position. The truth is, though, he did want this. Since his prolonged conversation with Anakin, Obi-Wan realized that he'd been neglecting something Qui-Gon always told him to embrace. The Force is most natural when it is felt, and that feeling isn't always through meditation but the souls around oneself. Qui-Gon knew about the fling, never said anything, and always provided Obi-Wan with avenues that he didn't see until it was already too late. Before their ship touched down at the Sundari docks, Satine told Obi-Wan that she would consider his offer, but before she could truly accept it, she needed to know one thing. Could he dance? Of course, this was a flirt, one very intended to make sure he stayed just for a little while longer, a nice neutral way to say spend the night, and spend it he would. When Obi-Wan did eventually return to Coruscant after the High Council requested him, he felt lighter, like a pressure that sat underneath his skin in the back of his mind had finally been released. He'd been holding on to her for 18 or so years, and finally, he had her. He got to actually hold her, and that was perhaps the most pleasant, beautiful experience he had shared with anyone. Just the two of them, slow dancing inside the Mandalorian throne room, the city lights of Sundari glimmering outside their windows, and millions of people fast asleep as they shared their time together, as it should have been since he left as a Jedi Padawan all those years ago. Now, Master Kenobi returned to his council chambers without a hint of change. He was a great BSer after all, but he didn't need to hide anything from the council. With Skywalker, from their perspective, his actions would always be considered questionable, because Anakin's background included emotions and attachments. Obi-Wan, though? From the council's perspective, he was one of them. He challenged Qui-Gon frequently and had ascended to their ranks with relative ease after his very slow start to his Jedi journey. Even if there were hints, the High Council wouldn't question them. It was a very easy dynamic that Anakin had yet to figure out. If the Council trusted him, they wouldn't question what he did. That simple. Regardless, Kenobi returned to fighting battle droids in the front lines with his best friend, his former apprentice. Oh yes, Anakin absolutely teased the hell out of Obi-Wan, and yeah, Padme already knew too, because how could Anakin not tell her the second he found out? They might have been fighting battles and leading troopers, but Anakin assured Obi-Wan that Padme immediately started planning a double date for the four of them. He might not know it, but Senator Amidala and Duchess Satine were quite fond of one another, and they were good friends. Their positions on peace made them very easily drawn to one another. All of this planning would make it to the two Jedi in due time. Unfortunately, because this is war, they had to put the playful discussions down so they could focus on battle. Yet even in the heat of conflict, Obi-Wan found time for her. It was weird. While he believed he would have excelled as a Jedi instructor during the war with a new Padawan, reaching out to non-military personnel for personal communication felt a little weird. He didn't get to call Satine per se, but he left her notes, messages basically. Obi-Wan knew she didn't want to hear about the war, so he only indicated that he had survived another encounter, and through this, something remarkable happened. How Kenobi had taken the side of the Jedi and the war during their debate from Mandalore to Coruscant back months before, he changed his entire perspective on everything quite quickly. See, when he's only caring about himself, without anyone worrying about him in his mind, aside from, say, Anakin, it didn't really cross his mind. He loved Anakin, truly, but he knew that Skywalker would be fine if something happened to him. He also believed that Satine would be fine in any similar circumstance. Yet, when there was an intentional focus of interest on his health and safety, he started to view the war differently. How it might affect someone that isn't a Jedi. Someone who feels loss and worries or stresses about the day that loss might find them or a loved one. As a Jedi, like himself and Anakin, they weren't meant to consider these things, the things that everyday citizens went through. Anakin may have, but Obi-Wan didn't. Now though, he felt it. As a Jedi more in touch with his emotions, he started to gain a new perspective, an anti-war sentiment, and that led to a series of new questions to answer for himself with his own heart, and with Satine's guidance. While Kenobi struggled over the idea that maybe the Jedi were in the wrong for actively participating in the Clone Wars, he, Padme, Anakin, and Satine met up for their first double date inside the Palace of Sundari. Satine wanted to host because she was so happy that Padme reached out to her about this idea. The inclusion was so familial, and it was something Satine hadn't felt in so long, especially with most of her family being dead, or Bo-Katan disappearing to join Death Watch. When everyone arrived at the palace in elegant robes and pleasant attire, they spent the entire evening eating some of the finest delicacies prepared inside the palace, before continuing to stroll through the city at night. There was a surprise light show that enamored everyone. It was really quite beautiful, a remarkable evening for Anakin and Obi-Wan to both see their truest selves. They got to be with people they loved the most, without the stiffiness of the Jedi Temple. It was truly eye-opening for Obi-Wan. Of course, after 36 hours, it all ended, and the Jedi returned to the front lines. Before leaving, Anakin suggested that they host on Naboo, wherever Padme might be comfortable next. It was a great idea, and thus, the dinner dates, or just double dates in general, continued. Because of Kenobi's rapid shift in perspective due to the changes around him, personally, he started to bring these thoughts to the High Council. He wasn't bold enough to just go out of his way to criticize the Council like he wasn't a part of it. Instead, he offered potential solutions to the war because clearly they weren't getting anywhere. He started with the fact that this war was against the Sith, but to the public it wasn't. This was a very valid perspective, something he adopted through various discussions with Satine over the past few months. These were not heated debates as they were the first time they had it, but just perspective conversations. She didn't see the layers to it that the Jedi saw. They knew Dooku was a Sith, and that whoever Sidious was probably led from the Confederacy side. Satine and all of her allies didn't have that perspective, but the Jedi, because of the Sith, openly told half the galaxy that they would not protect them because of political differences. Because no one else saw the Sith, they only saw the Jedi taking a political side. And while yes, war is a little more than political, it didn't change how people viewed them. Satine had private conversations with several systems from the Neutral Coalition or the Republic or the Confederacy, and they all believed the Jedi had fallen from grace. The worst part is, this wasn't exactly an easy fix. A full year of combat had already passed by this point, and the Jedi weren't getting any less involved in the conflict. But this insight also gave the Jedi inside the Council a chance to reconsider some of their positions over the course of the war, and how they might rectify some of their very apparent mistakes. While Obi-Wan maintained his position on the Council and kept his relationship a secret, the most apparent change didn't come till another double date night. Kenobi's new perspective inside the Council provided a more hostile approach to the Sith, rather than the Confederacy as a whole or the government as a people. The couples, on the other hand, took a trip to the world of Cantonica. The system known for the luxury gambling city of Cantobite was also known for other upper-class locations for fine dining and great entertainment, without gambling. The importance of this date didn't meet anyone on Cantonica. It wouldn't become anyone's information until Obi-Wan and Satine prepared to return to Mandalore. What she could not have prepared for happened. Death Watch, with an assortment of criminal organizations under the banner of Crimson Dawn, attacked Sundari. Without a proper military force, the Mandalorian police force and guard was overrun, and the people were desperate for answers. It was a little weird and ironic too. Satine rebuilt their society with her bare hands over the course of 2 decades, and it took mere hours for the people to turn around on her. For what and why? Though because she wasn't on planet, it gave Obi-Wan and Anakin some leeway to make a decision. A full-blown Republic assault on a neutral planet wouldn't do anyone any good. So from Cantonica, the 2 Jedi generals reached out to their individual divisions, asking for volunteers. Any trooper who joined them could be court-martialed for interfering in neutral affairs. But because these clones were serving under Anakin and Obi-Wan, they were willing to do it. From the 212th, Boyle and an ARC trooper volunteered, with 4 dozen regs. The 501st offered up Captain Rex, Ahsoka, ARC Trooper 5s, and Tup, not to mention an additional 5 dozen regs. It was a legitimate attack force, something not to scoff at, especially since they were going up against an overconfident Death Watch. Satine would join the Jedi on this commando raid, but stay with Ahsoka for protection. Commander Tano would take point with all of the clones, while Masters Skywalker and Kenobi planned to target Maul and Savage, the clear culprits behind the attack. Tano and Kryze would utilize formerly destroyed corridors that the modern city was built on top of to surprise the attackers. It was true that Satine helped rebuild her society with her bare hands. No one aside from the architects and construction workers that designed the city knew the layout better than her. Death Watch and their pirate buddies wouldn't have anything against this attacking force because they weren't on planet when it was rebuilt. When the volunteer forces arrived, they did so quietly. They hijacked a transport en route to the landing platforms of Sundari and jumped the ground crew. By the time they arrived on Mandalore, Bo-Katan and her Night Owls had already abandoned the rest of Death Watch, due to Pre Vizsla losing a duel to Maul. Clone forces ferried out of the transport, blasting between Beskar armor plates and killing Mandalorian troopers, as Obi-Wan and Anakin made their way towards the throne room. It should be said that many of the clone volunteers were elite members of either division. They saw this as a chance for extra practice, assuming that after the war, their main target would become criminal factions like this. The grunts from the combined Crimson Dawn force were nothing in comparison to the clones. The landing platforms would be taken over within 40 minutes of their arrival. Inside the palace, former master and apprentice cut through the few guards that protected the new Mandalore. With the Darksaber, Maul was their leader, and they all, aside from the treacherous Night Owls, honored their sacred traditions. Though, because the throne room was unprotected with Death Watch members hunting down the rebels and the Duchess, Maul and Savage were forced to face the Jedi alone, without extra aid. This was Obi-Wan and Anakin's chance for a real rematch. They'd struggled with Savage's brute strength before, but even Kenobi bested the brothers on Florum, despite losing Adi Gallia in the same duel. Their sabers all rung out, and they each rushed in, slicing away at each other. The heavier attackers and Anakin and Savage engaged, as the decade-long rivals met again on the battlefield. Maul tried to use the poetry of the moment against Kenobi. He said that due to Obi-Wan being the master now, he would die, and his student, without any help, would also die. But unlike their first engagement following Maul's return, Obi-Wan didn't fall for the traps. He remained focused on the duel in front of him. He weaved away from attacks and crucial blows as he masterfully defended Maul's assault. Anakin and Savage, on the other hand, traded blows like beasts. The Zabrak warrior towered over Skywalker and overpowered him, but he lacked the finesse of an experienced duelist. Anakin understood how to approach this foe, not like he did before by trying to engage him head-on, but by countering his weaker strikes. Savage's brute strength could be used against him if Anakin strategically targeted Savage's attacks that didn't have much weight behind them. In theory, this was very defensive, even for Skywalker, but in practice, it displayed aggression, which confused the very untrained beast. Anakin slipped under hulking swings and caught a glimpse of his master on the other side of the room, patiently leading Maul away from any chance to killing him. The challenge with fighting Maul for Obi-Wan was the changes. The former Sith assassin tried so hard to change his style. On Naboo, he was pure aggression. Following his return, he was vengeful. Now Maul sat somewhere in between both, while also displaying a hint of patience, understanding. He realized that beating the Master of Defense could not come through pure power. It required a certain strike to finish it all. The clones, elsewhere in the city, killed enough Death Watch members that it became noticeable to the rest of the Guard, and also the Night Owls. Satine refused to hold open and public battle on Sundari, especially because she wanted to protect the lives of these stoic clone volunteers. They didn't deserve to be court-martialed for protecting her planet if they were caught in the open fighting. They were doing her an honor, and she repaid it by protecting them. Through abandoned streets, sharpshooters took out Death Watch patrols, and then of course, the Night Owls engaged. But this would favor Satine in the scenario that they won this battle. The people of Sundari would see what tradition brought them. The very invading force that took Mandalore would be seen publicly fighting amongst itself, further proving that the ancients had fallen from their grace. No longer was it time for Mandalorian warriors to rule their way. With perfect execution on almost all sides, it was bound to eventually go wrong. And it did, when Skywalker was leveled by a shoulder check and lost his metallic arm again. He reeled for a moment, but then felt a drive of anger surge within him. Obi-Wan was already back against the wall, and he almost died when he saw Anakin drop to the ground. But in trusting his apprentice, he swiftly ducked out of the way and batted back against the saber staff that Maul held. He spun back around, and with Anakin's lightsaber finding his hand, Obi-Wan flipped over and beat Savage backwards, just in time to give Skywalker room to get to his feet. With the continued swinging of sabers in Form 4 and technically 6, Obi-Wan found the same target on the beast's leg, and smashed down on it with his boot. Obi-Wan then tossed Anakin's saber back to him, which he caught before spinning around and colliding with Maul. It was a very distinct change for the former assassin. He hadn't fought a Jedi with such power before. It didn't knock him back, but it did force him into defense. Anakin, even without his arm, fought with fury. He remembered the day he heard that Qui-Gon died, and suddenly, his master's peace and patience became his vengeance. Savage was incapable of holding on against Obi-Wan. Similar to his failure on Florm months before, he started to slip, drawing Maul's attention away from himself. His own apprentice, his brother, was in danger, and he couldn't get away from the one-armed swinging machine. Maul backed up against the wall and pressed his metallic boot into it, pushing forward towards Anakin, and at the last moment, Skywalker dropped, allowing Maul to soar over his head and across the ground. Obi-Wan saw this, slipping behind Savage and plunging his weapon into the Zabrak's back. Maul looked up to see the shocked expression on his brother's face. He reached towards him, but he couldn't do anything. It was too late for Savage. Anakin rolled a saber in his hand, and Maul grabbed Savage's weapon and ignited it. He lunged through the air at Obi-Wan, as the two Jedi brothers came together. The Crimson Blade shrieked through the air, and just as the Jedi engaged, the clones who had finished most of their work arrived with the Duchess, as she watched the two Jedi. Anakin and Obi-Wan had gained so much skill and experience from fighting with Dooku and Ventress throughout the war, that fighting Maul in this situation became almost second nature. They entered a state of oneness that the infuriated Maul couldn't reach. He tried and tried to make something work, and it didn't. He couldn't do anything, and as a result, he lost his life, exerting all of his energy for nothing. The second his lifeless body hit the ground, everyone knew Mandalore was safe. The Darksaber now belonged to the Jedi Order, and it would be returned to the temple. Obi-Wan would stay behind with the members of the 212th and Ahsoka, as Anakin and his boys would depart for a new attack at Cato Neimoidia, a siege in desperate need of his attention. He left Ahsoka on Mandalore because of her familiarity with the system, and the Duchess. It would be good for her to remain away from the war for just a couple of days. The deaths of Maul and Savage didn't directly change anything, and once it became apparent that they were dead, Sidious abandoned the planet of Mandalore, nearly missing a run-in with General Skywalker on the way out. Though what instead became his concern was the reaction of the High Council. They seemed complacent throughout the duration of the war, even after Obi-Wan started feeding them new theories and ideas about their position in all of this. They all acted the same. On the surface, they were consumed by hubris, but inside their hollowed chambers, a strategy had been concocted. The aforementioned Sith-focused plan, an aggressive attack designed to end the war where it originated. Instead of fighting a galactic government that didn't know what a Sith was, they went after the actual Sith. Whoa, crazy idea. When the Jedi Temple was bombed, while Anakin was at Cato Neimoidia and Kenobi was with Ahsoka and Satine on Mandalore, 5 members of the High Council were on Sereno at the same time. Masters Windu, Mundi, Rancisis, Tin, and Koth attacked Count Dooku's home in a surprise engagement. They would win with pretty much relative ease, thanks to the combined force and skill of Windu and Rancisis. Dooku would have probably had a much easier time as a Jedi against these foes, but with Mace's Vapad working against him, it was only a matter of time until he lost the engagement. Unfortunately for Tyrannus, his life would be taken, and the Jedi would send out a private distress signal to General Grievous and Darth Sidious. Palpatine, who wasn't on Coruscant due to his visit to Mandalore and short detour to Moraband, communicated with Grievous so that they could visit together. They would arrive shortly after the Jedi reinforcements of Yoda and Depa Billaba landed. While it might be wise to assume that Sidious would have bombarded Castle Sereno, he had no reason to assume the Jedi were involved here. He knew they were at Mandalore, which is exactly why he believed checking this distress signal would be worth his time. Palpatine planned to use the Mandalore Commando mission with Obi-Wan and Anakin against the Jedi Order, and politically blacklist them. He hoped that Dooku's situation might add more fuel to the flame, which is why he walked into the castle instead of detonating it. Of course, when he and Grievous entered the chambers of the castle, they'd be jumped by 2/3 of the High Council, and they would not survive. This, though, did not bring an immediate end to the Clone War. The Jedi may have severed the head of the snake and removed the Sith, but the Separatists were still a 2-year-old rebellion at this point. They had a much larger military, and the surviving counselors went back to work. Their attack worked against the Sith. Now it was time to shut down the droid armies across the galaxy, before the corporate warlords could exert their influence over the fledgling government. After months of struggle, Mustafar would be discovered, and the Jedi shut down the entire droid army, effectively ending the war. Aside from with a few rebel factions of droids, that calculated the shutdown command could be from Republic origin. It was a minor droid rebellion, didn't really matter. By this point, both governments continued treading water without their leaders. Ironically, despite the Sith being the main target, those who politically replaced them held very similar values. But even with similar leadership styles at the helms of the Republic and CIS, pretty much mimicking Dooku and Palpatine, it didn't mean that they would force the war to continue. There wasn't any political stability in continuing the conflict, so they eventually made an effort, once the droids were shot down, to find peace. While all of this might have been a direct result from Obi-Wan's secret relationship with Satine, it didn't change his or Anakin's relationships with their partners. Thanks to Ahsoka's placement during the temple bombing, she wouldn't be kicked out for pretty much no reason, and thus the two Jedi remained inside the Order as the war continued to slowly die out. This focus of responsibility, like it was during the actual conflict, forced Anakin and Obi-Wan to stay away from their partners. But as it was earlier, it remained now. Kenobi and Skywalker supported each other, and continued to both love the person they fell in love with, and the Jedi Order itself. Anakin's marriage remained a constant throughout the conflict and after, but it would take nearly half a decade for Satine and Obi-Wan to officially tie the knot. Kenobi wanted to make sure Ahsoka became a Jedi Knight, and he also wanted to make sure the Jedi were set on the right path, because once they were, he actually abandoned the Jedi Order, long before Anakin ever did. Kenobi understood that Satine's position required an official Duke consort, not a secret lover. It could hurt her publicly if it was a secret, so he made the choice. It wasn't forced, nor was he coerced. He did what she had done for him, given up something he loved for the sake of the person he loved. Anakin spent some years on the High Council just for the personal thrill of getting the achievement, before leaving so he could raise children with Padme. Also, yeah, because the war ended sooner, Luke and Leia didn't happen. They'd be different kids, because it was a different batch. You know, you get it. Plus, it was more appropriate for them to wait. Both the Kenobi and Skywalker children would grow up as best friends, under the watchful eye of loving Jedi family members like Ahsoka and Yoda, or adoring clone uncles like Rex or Cody. The theme of uniting or coming together remained consistent with the couples. They always found time. So while the galaxy came together around them, they, in many ways, were at the heart of that reunification. Our story begins inside the High Council chambers on Coruscant. Obi-Wan Kenobi was just finishing up his debriefing of a mission that he'd be undertaking to protect the Supreme Chancellor from a plot to capture him. Moralo Eval was one of several separatist bounty hunters with goals and motives to take down Sheev Palpatine. None of these plots would ever result in the Chancellor's death, but they were designed by the Sith Lord to tear the Jedi away from the Republic, as well as Skywalker from the Order. Again, the Council was playing into Palpatine's hands. Obi-Wan suggested taking on a mission where he would openly be killed by a blaster wound and then transformed into a bounty hunter. As he was going over the details of this operation, Master Windu interrupted him. There was a key piece to all of this that Master Kenobi was continuously glossing over. Mace asked, what would be the response from Skywalker? It was both a valid and important question. The Master of the Order knew that Anakin's attachments could come into play here. Obi-Wan explained that his former student's reaction to his death would sell everything. It was, in Kenobi's mind, the key to making sure that his death seemed realistic. Mace leaned back in his chair and stroked his chin, as Obi-Wan continued through the rest of his plan. Master Plo, on the other side of the room, believed this was a sound idea, concurring with Master Mundi that they should go forward with it. Before Yoda would willingly sign off on the mission, he asked Mace if there was something else he would like to say, and the Master of the Order nodded. He tried his best to understand the actions and rationale behind the motivations of those inside the Order. Anakin was always a sore spot for Mace, because he acted unlike any other member of the Order. However, Skywalker's unpredictability was cause for concern. Sure, Anakin's reaction to Obi-Wan's death would sell people's belief that Kenobi died, but there were some things to also consider. Firstly, how many people would actually be around Anakin and Obi-Wan during this death? If it were only a few Republic citizens, which that was being generous because this was supposed to take place in the lower levels, would said citizens be able to denounce what they saw publicly? Probably not. The Undercity was a bad part of Coruscant, but not every single soul saw death firsthand. They might not know how to respond to Master Kenobi being shot, therefore, there would be no reason to quote-unquote sell his death. Secondly, and this was perhaps the most important point to Mace, was how Skywalker might respond. Anakin was an emotional Jedi, more so than most of his peers. Obi-Wan claimed to know his former apprentice, but this seemed like a bad idea. What would Anakin's reaction be after he found out his teacher lied to him? Windu understood that for a typical Jedi, they might be more empathetic with the scenario or situation, but Anakin wasn't someone that Obi-Wan should cross like that. He already had his problems with the Council, valid or not, and this would only drive a wedge further into that relationship. Master Windu then thirdly suggested that this operation become Anakin's. He was a very capable Jedi Knight. His relationship with the Order might not be completely severed by lying to him, but this also might be a way for the Council to form a closer bond with Anakin. Mace told Obi-Wan to instead bring Anakin to their chambers, pending anyone else inside the room having an issue with this stance. After it was spoken out, no one really disagreed with Mace. He brought up some irrefutable truths about young Skywalker. It wouldn't be worth their time to just hurt him and then act like they didn't. It wasn't said aloud, but Mace expected better from Master Kenobi. His previous line of thought was quite foolish. While the idea for Obi-Wan to do the mission wasn't solely his, it was his decision to keep Anakin in the dark. After the council session concluded, Master Kenobi would break the idea to Anakin, and he'd be, of course, willing to do it. Instead of keeping everyone he loved in the dark, he told Ahsoka and told Padme and designed an entire operation to make his death look even less planned. The council chose to go with Anakin as a result, and he was set to become Rako Hardeen. As planned, a squad of 5 Jedi would descend into the lower levels, with Anakin dying in front of all of them. But everyone knew the truth, and as Mace initially hypothesized, no one was actually around these Jedi when Anakin was shot, meaning that the need for a public reaction from Obi-Wan's original plan was pretty needless. Sure, when Anakin was confirmed dead, there were people around him, but for the initial reaction, Windu's logic continued to prevail. Those people didn't, 1, know the Jedi enough to gauge their reactions, and 2, weren't familiar enough with death in such a circumstance to focus on the emotions of another individual. All of that led Anakin to forming a relationship with Moralo Aval inside the Republic military complex prison. The Jedi planned everything out perfectly, enough so that Anakin had no issue going in and building his alliance, and then escaping during a prison break. Did it come with Anakin stabbing a shark man and fighting a 12-year-old Boba Fett? Yeah, but not a big deal. Wait, he's 12 here? As an important note, due to Anakin's missing appendage in metallic replacement, the Jedi outfitted him with a new metallic forearm, one built just for him. It matched his regular arm, but it was toned and colored the same way his skin was. So while he'd be wearing gloves anyways, he'd at least have the benefit of human-looking arms. It was one of his favorite things about this mission, something he didn't even consider personally. He was so used to not having his former arm by this point, but it was just kind of nice to see it look fleshy. Thanks to breaking out with the sleazy Moralo Aval and the ever-so-intolerant Cad Bane, Anakin had to be just as conniving and convincing. But remember, he was born on Tatooine. He knew how to walk and talk just like any other no-good piece of work around the galaxy. Playing the part of Rako Hardeen was like second nature to him. In a way, he got to pretend he was what he would have been had Qui-Gon never discovered him. Yet very quickly, especially during their trip from Coruscant to Nal Hutta, did Anakin grow very impatient with Cad Bane. The Duros bounty hunter just couldn't keep his eyes off of Anakin. He was so convinced that Rako was some kind of traitor. There was something weird and Cad couldn't put his finger on it. While this would have happened regardless of Obi-Wan or Anakin leading the operation, the former would have been far more patient. Anakin, though, grew up around these types. Maybe he didn't know Cad Bane personally, but he understood the mindset of someone like him. He'd act a certain way until he could pull the trigger, and Cad Bane would pull that trigger. He was one of the most renowned bounty hunters in the galaxy, perhaps the greatest gunslinger too, especially now that Jango was dead. If Anakin wanted to survive this mission, he needed to be wary of Cad's every action. That actually, surprisingly, bubbled to a head at Nal Hutta, while they were trying to escape a band of Hutt thugs. In this situation, Obi-Wan would have looked for compromise. Anakin, though, knew this was his moment to dispose of a ruthless bounty hunter, one he already had plenty of a grudge against for threatening both Padme and Ahsoka. As Cad turned around preparing to kick Anakin into the dirt off of their ship, the Jedi Knight flung his hand outwards, using the Force to tear apart Cad Bane's tubes, sending the tubes flailing out into the open. It didn't totally hurt Cad, and it also wouldn't kill him. These tubes were installed to protect him from Force attacks, more so in the case of a Force choke, not necessarily the Force breaking the tubes. It was a shock attack, because even if Cad believed there was a reason to be suspicious of Reiko, he most certainly didn't come to the conclusion that Hardeen was a Jedi. In this, Cad Bane fell backwards after losing his balance in surprise. His hands flooded towards his face as a reaction, trying to fix the tubes, but Anakin went straight for the throat. With his apparently bare hand, Anakin planted it down against Bane's neck. All the gears inside of his metallic arm squeezed tighter. Before Cad knew it, he couldn't breathe. Skywalker didn't have a chance to enjoy this, so he pressed harder and harder. Bane's reactions turned towards defense as he started flinging his arms and legs, but Anakin's metallic appendage was too much. It killed the bounty hunter with enough of a squeeze, and Skywalker kicked Cad's body down the stairs as the ramp closed up, and he and Morale could escape this hellhole. Thanks to the transparency between the Jedi, Skywalker didn't need to worry about anyone trailing him. As for Moralo, he didn't really care that Cad Bane was dead, to be honest. He was really surprised that Bane lost to a no-name Raiko Hardeen, but honestly, who cares? Moralo needed the most capable bounty hunters in the galaxy for this mission, so if Cad died to Raiko, then clearly he wasn't capable. All roads, though, led to the box. Aval and Count Dooku needed a competent strike team of bounty hunters to carry out this mission against the Supreme Chancellor. This wasn't the only time the box had been used outside of Castle Sereno, and surely it wouldn't be the last. But it would be yet another chance for Raiko Hardeen to prove himself as a capable bounty hunter. The tragedy is, too, the real Raiko would have certainly died during the past few days of these events. Anakin, though, like his master would have too, was beyond capable. Surviving the box required intelligence and strategy. Despite Anakin not giving a care in the galaxy for these bounty hunters, he was very capable of working in a team setting with them. He functioned really well around them. That also came from his background on Tatooine. They all got through challenges, helped each other live, and benefited off of his Jedi intuition and processing skills. Skywalker, at the end of the day, was the reason those who survived would see the other side of the box. Yet it should be said, there was another wrinkle of change to the dynamic of this mission. Anakin, before the mission started, knew that the key to all of this was Moralo Aval. Now that he could literally see Count Dooku was behind the plot against the Supreme Chancellor, Anakin knew that there was something else, one very important thing. Aval was expendable. So when Count Dooku pinned Raiko Hardeen and Morale Aval against each other, Anakin didn't only just win, he exterminated the bounty hunter by beating him nearly to death before throwing him into the flames to burn alive. It was a little cathartic for Anakin. He did enjoy beating an opponent like Aval to death because it meant he was protecting his friend, the Chancellor. Anakin also understood now how easily his power could grow out of control. When acting under the guise of a Jedi, it's easy for one to forget the reality of one's actions. It's part of the reason he could move on from the Tusken slaughter so easily. He said it to himself. He was a Jedi. He knew he was better than that. As a Jedi, that title carried weight. But he couldn't just fall back on the Jedi excuse right now because he was technically a bounty hunter. He had to continue being Raiko Hardeen. No, he didn't regret killing Cad or Moralo. They were both scum that deserved it, but the method of which he killed them, both, left him uneasy. It reminded him of how difficult it was to be a Jedi. That legacy, the code, and everything that came with the imagery was completely different than this. He was praised for brutality, for murdering someone that was supposed to be his boss. Now Anakin was in charge of the operation to kidnap Chancellor Palpatine. Working beside Count Dooku was infuriating to say the least. The man was a nuisance. He always walked around so easily with a sadistic grin and a sense of knowing how to control everything he was. Due to helping Tyrannus craft up the plan to get the Chancellor captured, and having to rework most of it because of Moralo's death, Skywalker was able to get a better understanding of the entire situation. Of course, the operation wasn't the main focus for the young Jedi Knight. He had some ideas that Dooku quite liked, that made the actual intention of the mission seem very plausible. Tyrannus may have had an odd feeling about Rhaego, but because Anakin committed to the bit as best as he could, it was hard for Dooku to just accuse Skywalker of being something he clearly wasn't. This close bond for the purpose of capturing Palpatine allowed Anakin a chance to predict one of 3 locations that Dooku could be during the event. It also permitted him a chance to load his weapon up with unlimited shots rather than one, and remove any listening devices that Dooku may have tried to install. It was the greatest benefit of killing Moralo. Tyrannus and Aval would have at some point grown cautious of Rhaego and planted a microphone in his weapon's case. Dooku didn't have the time to do that with Rhaego involved in every conversation about the mission. The constant communication between Skywalker and the Jedi Temple permitted the Order a chance to quietly dispatch a dozen Jedi to Naboo to prepare for Dooku. The main point of emphasis was capturing him. They were all stationed around the 3 locations that Anakin expected the Count to station himself at. When it came time for Rhaego to be in position, Skywalker was left with a judgment call. The Jedi knew the entire plan. They knew which bounty hunter was which and how they planned to conceal themselves. It also came with the Jedi intentionally swapping out Senate commandos and Coruscant guards for members of the 187th. Windu's clone unit was wearing their shiny purple armor, and they positioned themselves around the Chancellor. Palpatine didn't care for the aesthetic of it, but that didn't matter. What he wanted at the end of the day did not matter. This was a Jedi operation to protect him. Skywalker, because Palpatine began his speech, abandoned his post and rushed for the locations he expected to find Dooku at. To his surprise, the Count would be hiding inside the Palace of Theed. All the lights were out, and truthfully speaking, he wasn't really expecting Rhaego to just pull out a lightsaber and attack him inside the royal dining room. Dooku quickly rose to his feet to defend himself from Anakin, as the Magna Guards activated inside the room. Mace Windu rushed in behind Skywalker and broke those droids down with his fists. Tyrannus was very confused by Rhaego Hardeen before him. He just couldn't put it together, until he tried to hit Anakin and his metallic forearm caught him and twisted him backwards. Then it all became clear. Dooku defended himself, as Anakin, then Mace behind him, charged. Since this was a one-way exit type of room, Dooku would have to fight across the entire chamber to get out of it. As he looked down the table, he could see 2 temple guards activate their pikes at the end of the room. They were all stationed, waiting for Anakin to pounce. Dooku turned back towards Skywalker and jabbed at him. Mace leapt over the 2 duelists and backed his saber in towards Dooku. It was a really awkward but precise strike, and it was intended as such. The curve and twist of Windu's saber strike pushed into Dooku's defense, as the Master of Form 2 batted away each of his overly aggressive Jedi opponents. At the same time, because the Temple Guard confirmed that Skywalker was out of position, the Jedi moved in on the Chancellor. It resulted in the immediate capture of the entire bounty hunter force, without the Chancellor being apprehended by any of them. Also, should be said that because Cad Bane died and Moralo wasn't around to plan the mission, it was always destined to be a complete and total failure. Dooku, on the other hand, fell into the table, bending his ribs over the corner and wheezing painfully. Anakin shoved the fallen Jedi back harder, before stepping back and kicking Dooku's knee. Mace rolled in, deflecting the next 2 strikes from the Count, and then removing his weapon. Mace pulled the curved hilt from Tyrannus' hand, and rolled it into a reverse grip, shoving both sabers towards Dooku's neck and demanding that he yield. Anakin stepped back, watching the Master of the Order at work. Maybe he wanted to continue fighting, but Dooku surrendered. He had been outmatched by his former friend. Before the end of the ceremony, with the Chancellor currently under protection, the Jedi quietly and discreetly transported Count Dooku off of Naboo and returned him to the Jedi Temple, where he would be kept. Mace, following the duel, would congratulate Anakin for all of the hard work he did during the mission. He continuously proved himself to be beyond capable, with nearly any challenge that the war threw at him. Mace wanted Anakin to get the procedure to return back to his normal state. Then Mace himself would escort the Chancellor back home. Anakin was surprised by the Jedi Master's quickness to try and abandon Naboo, but Mace had a date with the Galactic Senate, Wartime Affairs Committee, before Palpatine could return to the capital. Master Windu's discussion with this branch of the Senate was entirely built around making sure Count Dooku remained in the custody of the Jedi Order. Not to say that the Council distrusted the Republic, but they actually knew what Dooku was, that being a Sith. So Mace went to them with the proposition that they would inform the Republic that the clones apprehended Count Dooku at a failed abduction of the Supreme Chancellor on Naboo. Dooku, since then, had been placed into a maximum security prison on Coruscant, which then keeps the Senate honest with the Republic. The Jedi, because their temple had not been a target of the Separatists during the war, could provide any intel to the Republic throughout the incarceration of the Count of Sereno. The committee actually agreed to do this. While Palpatine's input was important to most of them, they genuinely believed the Supreme Chancellor would go for it, because strategically it made sense. It was what Mace was hoping for by getting here early. Obviously, once Palpatine returned and learned the truth, he would request a transfer for Dooku to a maximum security prison, but by the time that request went through, it seemed almost pointless. The Jedi had proven themselves as capable of disrupting the Count, so why wouldn't they succeed with keeping him concealed from the CIS? It was a no-brainer. All CIS strategists would assume another military-based complex on Coruscant, rather than the temple. Anyways, it provided a better chance for the Republic to applaud itself for the capture of Dooku and demand that the Confederacy surrender, so that peace could return to the galaxy. An official state response from Raxus would take a few weeks to reach the Republic. While the Confederacy prepared their counter to Dooku's capture, Anakin returned to regular combat. He bonded with Master Windu during their duel against Dooku, plus he felt closer overall to the High Council, because they'd proven that they trusted him, rather than lied to him about his master's death. It was a trust that now went both ways. The Council knew that they could put their faith in the Skywalker, and he wouldn't just bring back positive results, but he'd go above and beyond. Again, Mace didn't want to know how Moralo or Cad Bane died, but the fact that Skywalker killed two of the galaxy's most ruthless bounty hunters and then helped capture Dooku was impressive to say the least. But it was, at the end of the day, another mission. The fate of the war hinged on the reaction from the Confederacy. Their parliament was hurting. Dooku's capture was a dagger to the heart of their very chambers. And it was eerily similar to the effect that Mina Bontiri's death had on the Confederacy. Dooku was the rallying cry of the CIS. He was the reason they were all together inside that parliament structure on Raxus Secundus. This, at the end though, was his dream brought to a reality. In collaboration with Palpatine's activation of the Separatist Reserve Military, the government attempted to rally a strike on the Republic capital to extract their leader. Sidious was obviously furious behind closed doors. He didn't even know how it was possible for Dooku to fail so badly. But at the same time, it was even more promising that young Skywalker was as capable as he had just proven himself to be. The Dark Lord of the Sith then designed a strategy to ensure the Separatists made a power move against the Republic. The basis of his plans were to make sure the CIS stayed afloat, while his muse was sitting in prison inside the Jedi Temple. General Grievous was given a number of tasks to prepare for a raid on Coruscant. It was a very easy way to streamline all of his influence. Sidious had to rely on CIS manpower to keep the war looking favorable in the eyes of the Parliament. But there was an immediate problem. Amplifying the war effort did not pacify resistance inside the Separatist Parliament. The moment Dooku was gone, the core of the Confederacy started to buckle. Truthfully, the government wanted to win, but more than that, they craved their independence. With battle droids rolling across the streets of neutral and Republic planets, the CIS looked bound to win through war. But there also could be simultaneously another truth. Even if the Confederacy was winning battles, taking territory and overwhelming Republic troops with their reserve forces, leadership inside the Parliament was weak, and that's where Sidious's real problem started to grow. Palpatine's focus was widespread. Without his most important cog on the other side of the war, he focused on a political replacement. Never did he think that the overly cowardly Newt Gunray would waltz into the CIS parliament and demand their attention. To clarify, this was not a misstep on Palpatine's part. He was focused on trying to get the War Affairs Committee to move Dooku to an off-Coruscant location so that he could be abducted and brought back into power, but that was failing tremendously. Additionally, Sidious was adding 3 new politicians to the CIS parliament, in the hopes that one of them could replace Dooku as frontrunners in the government. At the same time, because of the doubling of CIS battle droids in active combat, Sidious had to make sure that Anakin didn't accidentally end up dead. And lastly, Grievous's aggression had to be mitigated, because he could go off the rails and get everyone killed. There simply were too many things to focus on at the same time, and because he couldn't focus specifically on every single session inside the CIS Parliament while maintaining his own Republic Senate, he completely missed Newt Gunray. The Viceroy of the Trade Federation appeared at the perfect moment for himself, but perhaps the worst for the Confederacy. This came about 5 weeks after Dooku's capture and the activation of the CIS Reserve Military, which pushed new troops and battleships into Republic territory but also neutral territory. Newt walked into the Separatist government building, demanding attention, but the problem was their morale. They weren't struggling because of their victories, but because they had no solution. There was a growing fear from populations that lived under Confederacy rule that their military might have gone too far, and what did that mean for them when the war ended? The CIS was formed by people trying to escape corruption, but what about military occupation? General Grievous was showing everyone, not just the Republic, but everyone, that a Separatist victory would be done with total domination. Without the leadership of Count Dooku, there was no guarantee that Grievous would just be contained. It wasn't as much of an ethics conversation either, to be clear. The fear was how the incredibly powerful General Grievous would be controlled if Dooku wasn't around to do so. The government was struggling with that already. They wanted the Count freed from prison, but what Grievous was doing was far beyond their demands, especially because he attacked neutral territory. That's why Newt Gunray's arrival was a total dagger to the Separatist government. People turned a blind eye to the Federation's involvement. The battle droids were protecting them, but Gunray was a known maniac, someone who voluntarily attacked a sovereign planet only 12 years ago because of a tax dispute. He rolled in with Magna Guards and a threat that didn't present itself in such a manner. The politicians of the CIS knew what he was trying to do, even though he never tried to come off as a direct threat to their efforts of governance. Gunray was simply putting his name in for leader of their parliament. Everyone inside the government knew that it wasn't a simple request, it was an order. So a government, already worried about losing control, learned the truth about their leadership. It only went so far without Dooku in the room, and slowly a plan was devised inside their ranks. Gunray's ascension was already, from their standpoint, seemingly inevitable, so why not have something ready to counter it when that day of his rise comes to an end? While the Jedi continued to fight the good fight, the Confederacy did give in. Gunray rose to power, but the fight against the Republic, even with their overwhelming numbers, stopped seeing continuous success. The CIS kept Newt's ascension a secret to the public, because they didn't want the populace of their resistance to see them as frauds, resistance being that against the Republic. This was a two-parter for their government. The Confederacy kept Gunray's rise a secret strategically, which Gunray agreed with. It wouldn't benefit them inside the parliament to tell everyone who their new leader was. Newt Gunray believed that this was done so that he wouldn't be captured like Dooku was. Politically for the government, they were just covering their backs for when they betrayed him. The second part to this thinking of keeping him a secret was that it would isolate Gunray inside the government and leave him weak to usurpers. The Confederacy only wanted independence. Now that Dooku was clearly gone, their best chance for that was taking over the actual military themselves by removing Gunray and Grievous in the process and then ending the conflict. Newt's isolation inside the parliament allowed Separatist leaders the chance to go behind his lines, even in the process recruit an assortment of smugglers or bounty hunters to help them gain access to the Trade Federation's battle droids. Throughout the Separatist resistance to itself, the Jedi and clones fought daily. The Jedi Council kept Darth Sidious off guard by falsely moving Dooku to the spire on Stygeon Prime. It was a deceptive move to help them analyze potential Separatist loyalists within the Republic. This didn't lead them directly to Palpatine, but he was many of the individuals on their list. What they did was send a dozen Republic escort ships to the Jedi Temple, then they'd be dispatched to Stygeon Prime to quote-unquote relocate Dooku. They never moved him from his cell, but when the spire was attacked by the Confederacy only a day later, they knew that someone inside the War Affairs Committee, or the Chancellor's office, worked for the CIS. At the same time, they fought for the Republic. Because of the overwhelming attacks from General Grievous, Satine was forced to bridge the Republic in neutral systems because Grievous went off script. It's part of the reason the CIS was so insistent on self-sabotaging their own war effort. They were destroying any future relationships they could have with the galaxy. Unfortunately for Dooku, Grievous, and Sidious, not everyone was nearly as sinister as them. The intentions of the CIS was honorable, and for the Jedi, they didn't see that until it all ended on the battlefield on one random day. Across several fronts, whether they be in space or on the ground, the war just ended, for the most part. There were other battle droid types from the Techno Union or Commerce Guild, but the Federation held a majority of the droid forces, and it showed on the battlefield. Droids, like they did on Naboo, simply shut down and stopped firing. Now, to clarify, this was not an official surrender. This was a hostile takeover of their own lost government. On the front lines, it was pure confusion. Inside the halls of the Parliament building, Gunray was apprehended by his own battle droids. A procession from the chamber walked out to announce their resolution to the Clone War. They no longer wanted to fight. They used Nute Gunray as an example of why peace was necessary. It was a total shock to the galaxy because, to many, the Confederacy was the reason the war started. But this was from their government directly. No more Dooku, no more Gunray, no more Grievous. This was them, to the people, peace. They recognized and even explained that wartime reparations could be arranged by their government, but no longer would they allow the warmongering to continue. Dooku would stay with the Republic, and they would end the war because it had gone too far. Inside the Senate Rotunda on Coruscant, debates ensued, but strong voices demanding for an end to the war, both because of casualties, but also that this was their opportunity to get away with more sway in the treaty. If the Republic encouraged the beginning of the war again, or for it to continue, then they wouldn't be able to force the treaty to work in their favor. This was a post-war where the CIS unleashed a reserve force outnumbering the clones double than what it was after Geonosis. They attacked the Republic and even the Neutral Systems Coalition. This was a smart move by the Republic politically. So while the government came to its solutions about how to arrange finances and trade following the conclusion of the war, the Jedi continued their investigation into who might be a separatist, or at this point, a Gunray loyalist. The War Affairs Committee didn't have anyone with any connection back to the Viceroy, so eventually, after continuous searching, they landed on the Supreme Chancellor. It took months from the Stygeon Prime experiment to the end of the peace treaty process for the Jedi to disappear Palpatine. He was stuck in a bind because Grievous was somewhere beyond his knowledge after the war ended because of the Confederacy, and Order 66 simply wasn't a choice for him. Palpatine was considering the executive order that would target the Republic, but his problem always was his lack of control. He couldn't stop the overwhelming number of battle droids. If he could, sure, he would disappear the Senate or the Jedi and become the sole ruler of the Republic. But that wasn't the case here, because the Confederacy apprehended all of Nute Gunray's assets. So Palpatine was stuck playing 4D chess without half the pieces. Eventually, he was always bound to lose. Palpatine's disappearance, strategically, came after the Republic overwhelmingly voted in favor of a peace treaty. Thanks to the Republic uniting with the Neutral Systems Coalition, giving every neutral system equal voting power, due to a request from Satine when they joined their forces, it meant that the widespread Republic was more willing to vote on peace rather than the original Republic. The Confederacy was a total mess on the other hand. but they were willing to try. Gunray was dealt with, Grievous was destroyed, and the droid armies were being reconfigured for defense but also reconstruction. This was the period where the governments of the galaxy pretended that they learned their lessons and tried to be normal for a moment, but the wounds and scars of the Clone War would remain. The CIS, though, was committed to genuine change. They, without Dooku, were free to act as they wished. In collaboration with the Republic, they started to break the Federation down and use its assets to help with the rebuilding process. Inside the Jedi Order, Anakin, the person responsible for the insane butterfly effect that captured the entire galaxy, reached the rank of Master. His life inside the Order for the rest of his life would be beautiful. He'd ascend as both a swordsman and also a Force user. He'd find himself in the ranks of the Council, and while he didn't directly end Palpatine's life, he'd be a part of the reason the Sith religion never returned, and also integral to maintaining peace between the Republic and the Confederacy in the future. In the process of maintaining trust between the Council and the Chosen One, the Masters of the Jedi High Council completely redirected the fate of the galaxy. Sure, due to the intensity of the Separatist movement following Dooku's capture, there were more immediate deaths, but those deaths were not in vain. The era of peace that followed the Clone War might have prospered under two separate factions, but it, like the balance of the Force, would exist for far longer than the peacetimes that came before the Clone War. Our story begins inside the space station over Ringo Vinda. Clone Troopers Top and Fives were standing side by side inside the command room, watching their captain with Anakin. He was grabbing the back of his head and rubbing his neck. Top asked if his brother thought that Rex was doing alright, and Fives was unsure. The clone ARC Trooper had grown close with Rex since becoming one of the 501st's ARCs, but he didn't know if now was the right time to be asking questions to their captain. Fives suggested to Tup that he'd ask after the battle was won. They were so close to defeating Admiral Trench and capturing him once and for all. To Tup, this was a sound idea, because honestly, what was the worst that could happen? Rex was a Generation 1 clone, he was at Geonosis, and he was perhaps the most mentally sound clone leader in the Grand Army. Nothing could break him. The decision to not check on Rex, though, would very soon have its ramifications on their assault. Anakin, Tip Lar, and Tip Lee led 3 different assaults down 3 different corridors. They weaved their sabers to create a perimeter for their men to move behind. Thanks to armored shields provided by Commander Doom's unit, the men of the 501st and his Legion pressed their attack. The battle droids at the end of each hall weren't prepared or capable enough to prevent this blitz. With blaster bolts filling the hallways, chaos seemed inevitable, but the men of the Grand Army were nothing short of spectacular. They weren't denied, and they cut through the very small defense force at the end of each respective corridor. Once the clones and Jedi broke into the main supply dock of the station, the battle widened. Clones spread out to create a firing line. Thanks to the massive boxes, they had cover, and they used it to move up ever so slowly. Skywalker was on the far side of the formation, with Rex moving in towards the middle. His head started to act up again, and he pulled his helmet off, with the echo of screams inside his mind. He tried to fight whatever it was, but what Rex couldn't avoid slowly came to fruition for everyone to see. Rex's eyes rolled back into his head just a little bit, and he stumbled into a crate. Master Tiplar, who was nearest to him, asked if he was alright. He tried to shake the pain and nod his head, which became visible to her. Since she trusted the clone captain, because why wouldn't she continued forward, and Rex, beyond his own control, pulled out his pistols. Seeing the sisters reunite at the front of the assault, they stood side by side, undeniable in their grip over the middle of the formation. Top caught sight of Rex and called over to Fives, who turned his head just at the right moment to watch his clone captain raise his pistols and plant a series of blaster bolts into the backs of the unsuspecting Jedi Masters. Tip Lee and Tip Lar died within milliseconds of one another, and weren't prepared enough to do anything about it. Their bodies dropped to the ground, creating an immediate lull in the Republic assault. Rex, at the same time, dropped his blasters and looked around as if he'd been awoken from some sort of nightmare. Fives, on the other hand, tackled his brother and shoved him into a crate so hard that he knocked Rex out by accident. Despite the 2 Jedi dying, the battle didn't slow down immediately until Anakin realized the momentum was giving in, and then he saw the 2 dead Jedi. Commander Doom was forced to abandon the sisters and protect his surviving men as they fell back with an overwhelming Separatist counter pressing against them. Once they returned to the command center, Fives informed Anakin of everything he saw, and how Rex killed 2 Jedi for no apparent reason. Tup even cited that it seemed like Tipley asked if he was okay and he acted like he was. By this point, the 501st captain was awake and bobbing his head around like a drunkard. That was the first instinct of clone medic Kix, to check for his alcohol levels. Not that their leader was a drinker by any means, Rex very infrequently did, but it was important to check to cross it off the list. What became very concerning to the unit medic was how unresponsive Rex became. Yet even at the sight of another Jedi, that being Anakin, Rex didn't seem very concerned or hostile. So the idea that Rex might have some issue with a Jedi general didn't cross the minds of any of the clones. He did ramble a bit though. He spoke about quote-unquote orders or the quote-unquote mission, and some other minor things that meant nothing to anyone else. It was some endless discussion he was having within his own mind. The immediate response from Anakin was to get Rex away from the battlefield, but to be honest, he wanted to be there for his friend. The assault at Ringo Vinda was incredibly important, but Anakin wouldn't be able to make a proper push until reinforcements came. Anakin knew that High Command would request additional troops to Ringo Vinda before permitting him to continue. It was mostly because 2 Jedi generals were killed at the same time, and that was considered a massive morale loss for the clones, not to mention the entire situation with Rex. Plus, and this was an important aspect of it, but it was very uncommon for 2 Jedi to be killed at the same time. Of course, the fact that Rex did it was also another concern. High Command simply wanted more troops and leadership present. Anakin and Doom theoretically wouldn't be enough on the ground because they weren't accustomed to working with each other. All to say that Command wanted an effective assault with as little casualties as possible, especially after the first attack. They were going to establish a foothold and wait for Quinlan Voss's unit to arrive with reinforcements. Until then, Anakin requested to join Captain Rex in his transit from Ringo Vinda to Camino. It was permitted by High Command because he had a first-hand testimony that might provide protection for the clone captain. Otherwise, he would likely face court-martial and be put to death for executing 2 Jedi in cold blood. This wasn't like the Pong Krell case. This was a clone betraying a Jedi without provocation. In his absence, Anakin was promoting Fives as interim commander, with Jesse filling in as interim captain. Of course, these roles were meant to replace Anakin himself and Rex until they returned. Skywalker, before ever leaving Ringo Vinda, needed to fend off a Republic transport from an attack from a droid force, but that wasn't really a problem for him. It led to even more suspicion, to be honest, because why would the Separatists be as remotely interested in a random clone betrayal as this? It's not like it was exactly uncommon for clones to betray the Republic. They had seen it firsthand on Christophsis, and even if Rex was a traitor, which Anakin suspected he wasn't, the Separatists wouldn't care enough about a single clone to waste an entire squad of battle droids on. In Anakin's mind, it'd be more useful for the Confederacy to allow the Republic to blow resources on Rex rather than save him themselves, which is why it was suspicious to him. Regardless, by the time he reached Camino, a bay was prepared for him. Skywalker was also requested back to the front lines by interim Commander Fives. Shaak Ti was the bearer of this information, yet Anakin was determined to remain present with his brother. That's what Rex was to him. Simply abandoning him for Ringo Vinda didn't feel right. Anakin recognized how vulnerable Rex was in this position, and Anakin would be damned if he let another person so close to his inner circle be abandoned. A lot of Skywalker's decision-making when it came to Rex was held in relation to how he would have acted were Rex Ahsoka. That was still a very fresh wound to the Jedi Knight. He still thought about his former apprentice almost on the daily. She was somewhere out in the galaxy living her own life, and potentially always in grave danger. The Sith could end up hurting her or worse. Anakin just wanted her to be okay, and a way to cope with that was by being here for Rex. His clone brother was in danger of something, and he didn't know what yet. Nala Se naturally took over the operation, because she assumed what the problem was. Faulty chips weren't exactly uncommon, especially not for Generation 1 clones like Rex. It usually came with some sort of head trauma or an assortment of reactions to PTSD. She handled the operation with a coldness that really irritated Anakin. Unlike what Fives would have been, Anakin was permitted to be a part of these operations with Shaak Ti because he was a Jedi. If Fives were here, he'd be under instruction to remain away due to being quote-unquote Kaminoan property. But with a Jedi General, the Kaminoans needed to make sure they had their trust or full transparency. Order 66 needed to come without any suspicion from the Jedi, and by mistake, allowing Anakin into these debriefings and operations only brought more intrigue from the young Jedi. Thanks to Anakin growing more and more cautious of Nala Se over the span of the day, he decided that he would station R2 inside of Rex's room to maintain surveillance. During the initial interactions between Nala Se and Anakin, R2 wasn't with him. He was on Kamino, but he was just minding his own business in Anakin's delegated quarters. So when Skywalker set up the astromech inside of Rex's room, just to keep an eye on everything the Kaminoan scientist was doing, she didn't notice. Droids were all around their facility, and astromechs so happened to be droids too. So to Nala Se, she didn't think anything of it. R2 wasn't moving around or in her way, so she didn't care. But what became really important to Anakin was Nala Se's operation in the middle of the night. When Anakin was sleeping and the rest of Tipoca City was at rest, the chief medical scientist was visiting the clone captain. Rex was kept in a sedated state, because whatever issue he had before could reactivate at any point, theoretically. But since Shaak Ti and Anakin were always with her in one way or another, Nala Se never had a chance to actually diagnose the problem with Rex. Since she assumed it was an inhibitor chip, she didn't want the Jedi to become aware of it. Coming into Rex's room in the middle of the night was the only way for her to figure out the truth and keep it a secret from the Jedi, because Anakin wouldn't leave Rex's side. If it was indeed the inhibitor chip, then she would need to have Rex euthanized for some made-up mumbo-jumbo disease that could spread and whatnot. R2, who was on sentry mode, watched the entire operation. Nala Se plugged information into her nearby tablet that was also plugged into the wall. The device was on low power mode because it was the middle of the night, so she needed to keep it charged. R2 took advantage of this by plugging himself into the wall itself and retrieving every ounce of information added by Nala Se. It was just a simple communication between circuits, and she was none the wiser. She continued gathering everything she could and writing it down, before exiting the room without noticing a thing. R2 was dead silent until she left. He made sure Rex was okay before rushing down the halls to inform Anakin. The worst part is, if he had followed Nala Se, R2 would have learned a much more terrible truth. Dooku was well aware of the situation, thanks to Admiral Trench, but he also informed Nala Se once Skywalker's shuttle broke free from the droid attack. So she knew that a clone, with likely an inhibitor problem, was coming to her facility before they ever reached it. Nala Se simply needed to return the information she just wrote down to Lord Tyrannus, so she could get further orders. Obviously, it would be to euthanize Captain Rex, but she had to be sure, because you never know with the Sith. He could have asked for Rex to be brought to Serena or something else stupid, but with the orders from Tyrannus, she immediately scheduled Rex's euthanasia for the next day. Until then, she was off to sleep, and her new nemesis was just waking up, R2 having missed the entire conversation with Tyrannus. Anakin had a very hard time understanding the information presented to him by R2. Like, what is an inhibitor chip? While Nala Se used a typical doctor's shorthand, she also wasn't hiding information, so she put down specific references to Order 66 and the inhibitor chip, because why wouldn't she? She didn't think she was being watched. These notes did not directly state anything though. It just left a very important breadcrumb trail for Anakin to follow. He immediately got up, bringing R2 with them as they went to investigate the Kaminoan archives. Within Nala Se's notes, she said 3 very important things specifically. In quotations, damaged inhibitor chip, enlargement of tissue, and Generation 1 problem that might have slipped into later batches. The last note was more for Nala Se's team. She diagnosed that whatever Rex was suffering from wasn't exactly related to Generation 1 specifically as she initially believed. It's very possible that any clone could develop this problem, which could end up very problematic for the Kaminoans in the long run. Her notes were dropped off for her team to analyze in the morning when they woke up, but for now, they remained in Anakin's hands thanks to R2. Due to the clones being on night shift within the facility, not a single clone thought anything of General Skywalker going into the archives at night. If a Kaminoan were watching over late-night security, they would have cared, but the clones certainly didn't. Their protocol stated that anyone with proper clearance had access to the archives, and truthfully, Anakin fit the criteria because if Shaak Ti did, then he did. Plus, the clones all really liked Anakin because they heard a lot of good stories about him. Basically, a Jedi General should have access to the files within the Kaminoan archives, and the clones on deck had seen Shaak Ti in the archive room at night as well, so it wasn't a big deal to any of them. They just turned their heads to regular security sweeps of the ocean floor to make sure no other assaults would come from the ground. Skywalker and R2 used all the keywords obtained from Nala Se's notes and dove headfirst into the long-established Kaminoan research. It started all the way before the clones, or even Sifo Dyas' arrival to Kamino. Back on their colony world of Boravio, the Kaminoans tested experimental inhibitor chips on pets. These were basically farm animals, to make them move on command. So for example, if they cloned farm dogs, there were certain commands to make the animal move a herd, protect the herd, or scout out territory for farm expansion. These were really basic, but it was clear to Anakin at this point that the inhibitor chip was designed to control the clones. There wasn't any information about the inhibitor chip being designed for the clone army to regulate behavior. So he knew off the bat from the very first studies conducted by the Kaminoans and even Nala Se's predecessors that these inhibitor chips were designed entirely to take away the sentient control of any individual and/or animal. The further they went, the darker it got. They had all night, so of course they'd find the more sinister side of cloning human beings. For example, enlargement of tissue wasn't just an inhibitor chip problem. It actually was a problem for the aforementioned behavioral conditioning of the clones. See, the Kaminoans didn't need a chip to monitor Jango Fett clone behavior. It was just a slight altering of brain chemistry, but that did lead to quote-unquote enlargement of tissue within the brain. This resulted in several euthanasias before the full clone army was constructed, and it also led to even more inhumane experiments on the surviving clones. Once it became clear that they were getting off track, the further they went into the night, the easier it became for Anakin and R2 to line everything up to match specifically Rex's case, because clearly his issue wasn't one with an enlargement of tissue in the brain. Nala Se's notes related specifically to the inhibitor chip, and the problem with the tissue was the actual enlargement of the chip itself, rather than anything else inside the brain. Now, Anakin was stuck at a crossroads. He sat on a mountain of information. Unfortunately for the Jedi though, it didn't necessarily depict any case of betrayal. See, he knew that the clones all had inhibitor chips, installed from the third age of the embryonic development, yet thanks to a level 5 atomic brain scan conducted by Skywalker and R2, he could connect this very chip to Rex by proving that it existed. Yet even though there wasn't evidence to suggest that these chips were problematic or designed to betray the Jedi specifically, Anakin was still suspicious. Everything about this was suspicious. First, Rex showed hostility towards 2 Jedi, but no one else, including Anakin himself. Secondly, why didn't the Jedi know about the inhibitor chips since day 1? Obi-Wan would have said something to him by this point if the Kaminoans were honest. Thirdly, if it wasn't a big deal, then why did Nala Se wait until the middle of the night to conduct her own quiet investigation of Rex's problem? Surely if it wasn't a big deal, she'd be open to doing it in front of everyone, for Shaak Ti and Anakin to know about. So in his youthful energy, he knocked on Shaak Ti's door at around 4 AM Kaminoan Standard Time, and woke her from her sleep. Even though the Jedi Master was tired, she was patient, and listened to everything Anakin had to say. He was clearly very concerned with the situation, and he told her that they needed to do something about it. Shaak Ti, despite growing a deep trust for the Kaminoans since being welcomed here at Tapoka City, became worried. She, like Anakin, found it very concerning that the Kaminoans, especially Nala Se, would want to keep something as important as this a secret. If, as Anakin suspected, the inhibitor chip caused Rex to kill 2 Jedi, then it was very much so a Jedi concern. Before the sun rose on Tapoka City, Shaak Ti contacted the Jedi Temple. She was slightly conflicted, but came to the conclusion that Anakin's concerns were rightly placed about the Kaminoans themselves. This by no means would be a hostile takeover of Kamino, rather just a soft launch of a shutdown. In a scenario where a clone was in Anakin's position, like Fives would have been, she would have taken the concern seriously, but not to this extent. The only reason she decided to call the temple and ask for reinforcements was in her belief that Anakin had no skin in the game. Sure, he cared about Rex, whatever, and yeah, he wanted his clone captain to be alright, but they weren't biological brothers. There wasn't, from her perspective, an overbearing bias towards Rex. It was a Jedi recognizing and concern for both the clones and the Jedi Order. It also helped that Anakin, despite waking her up, approached her with a very calm, non-chaotic manner. It assured her that the typically emotionally imbalanced Anakin was calm of heart and sound of mind during this investigation. The Jedi, thanks to Shaak Ti's message, would dispatch 40 knights along with Jedi Counselor Eth Koth to Kamino. In the meantime, Anakin and Shaak Ti removed Rex's euthanasia from the schedule and requested a meeting with Nala Se instead. It resulted in a 2-hour joust, where Nala Se continued to go in circles about things the Jedi knew to be false, and they continued to request the truth, which she of course refused to give. Nala Se, because none of the clones reported on Anakin's digging the night before, didn't know about the breach in the archives, so she thought that she could lie to 2 Jedi and get away with it, but that was not the case. There was also, after the discussion with Nala Se, the weird predicament in Rex's room. See, even though they removed the euthanasia from the record book, it didn't mean that Nala Se wouldn't go through with it anyways. Shaak Ti went from trusting the chief medical scientist to not believing a single thing she said. Anakin, on the other hand, certainly wouldn't leave Rex alone. R2 was already stationed in the room again, but Anakin wanted to be there too. Yet when they entered, Rex was awake and hostile, much more than Anakin had ever seen before. It provided a weird little experiment for the Jedi. Without Nala Se inside the room insisting that Rex needed to be put down like a dog, they were able to figure something out. But they also didn't come to any concrete answers about what they figured out. Rather, what they learned was Rex had a hostility towards Jedi, but not Anakin. On the surface, it looked like he hated specifically female Jedi. He killed Tip Lee, Tip Lar, and was almost going into a seizure to get to Shaak Ti, which, no, not really a great look for him. But when the other Jedi arrived, it helped Anakin and T learn that there was something else going on here. Some sort of programming within the inhibitor chip told Rex that every Jedi but Anakin needed to be killed. Now, to preface, Shaak Ti didn't immediately turn on Skywalker because of this. He was far too young to have been involved with anything on Kamino. So someone needed to learn who he was, have knowledge of this facility, and inform the Kaminoans to change their programming to specifically account for Anakin. It wasn't Sifo Dyas, so the question remained, who? The mass arrival of Jedi came with Eth Koth informing Prime Minister Lama Su that the Order was conducting an exercise. They were trying to see if enough Jedi could move from the core to the Outer Rim at the same time. He cited a false strategy that didn't exist at all, but insisted that all of these Jedi came from different locations to rendezvous at a safe location to conduct their training exercise. The Prime Minister, despite not interacting with Nala Se, didn't suspect any foul play and welcomed the Jedi into the facility with open arms. It was a stark contrast to Nala Se, who started to put the pieces together. The Jedi were onto something, which was bad business for every Kaminoan inside Tipoca City. The Jedi, on the other hand, with enough evidence to prove that Rex's flawed inhibitor chip activated some anti-Jedi, minus Anakin order, had to get to the bottom of this. There was a legitimate threat to every Jedi in the galaxy, and with a proper Jedi force on the planet, and the chain of command in their favor, Master Eth Koth requested to run a lockdown operation. This was mostly to keep everything shut down and allow the clones to remain at ease. With pretty clear confirmation and most of the Jedi confident in the material they discovered, they didn't want to activate an entire facility against them. Obviously, they didn't know where the orders could or would come from, so they locked down every communication, so the Jedi could deep dive into the Prime Minister's and Chief Medical Scientist's communication history. And, you'd be damned, they found contact directly to Sereno. There were even historical logs to Coruscant's industrial sector, but that didn't really mean anything to the Jedi. It was a huge district of abandoned buildings that they wouldn't be surprised if Dooku used following his betrayal of the Order. So unfortunately for the Jedi, they didn't ask anyone on Coruscant to investigate the industrial sector. As for the task force on Kamino, they had to move quickly. There was some sort of order out there that not only the Kaminoans had access to, but Dooku did too. A message was sent to the Jedi Temple, as Anakin, Eth Koth, and Shaak Ti went deeper into the Kaminoan archive. At the same time, the other 40 Jedi got to work on figuring out how to remove the inhibitor chips, and how to frame it as a necessary surgery. Thanks to Rex volunteering and Anakin hoping to save his brother, they started with the captain of the 501st. The chip was most visible inside his head due to the enlargement, so they could remove it and save his life. Then, the Jedi could save everyone else too. Thanks to the trio of Skywalker, T, and Koth, they were able to lock the Kaminoans down and restrict their communication frequencies. No one in the galaxy knew that the Jedi were taking over Kamino. At the same time, as the Jedi on Coruscant retained the information about Dooku, the other 40 on Kamino found out how to successfully remove the inhibitor chips. Rex, unfortunately because of the enlargement, had to lose some brain tissue in the process, but he survived the procedure. He was safe, and R2 was by his side the entire time, which was just as good as having any one of his brothers. Rex was definitely confused, but the astromech told him everything he could while the Jedi got to work. They had to give out the direct order to every clone unit in the galaxy. It had been, by this point, discovered that the Kaminoans crafted up 150 orders for the Grand Army. They did not know which order was which because it was entirely encrypted, so the task force on Kamino called this Jedi Executive Order 151, the inoculation of the clone army. Just like the information about Dooku, this would be dispatched to the Jedi Temple, as every clone on Kamino immediately reported for quote-unquote inoculation. Was it an actual inoculation? Not at all. It was literal brain surgery, but the clones weren't in the need to know, so they simply got lined for this quote-unquote inoculation. The Jedi weren't super savvy about this on Kamino because they could have called the inoculation a preventative measure for a disease found on Ringo Vinda's moon, but they didn't get that far. They didn't find a way to disguise it. From Coruscant, the counselors were able to put together a strategy to cover up the actual meaning behind this process, but that would take more time than anyone Kamino could spare for the time being. It was a high-risk environment. All these Jedi were in imminent danger if someone flipped the switch, and luckily, because of the 3 Jedi, Shaak Ti, Anakin, and Eth Koth, they were able to keep themselves safe. Lama Su threw a fit and threatened the trio, and Nala Se promised them a proper court-martial for this hostile takeover, but they didn't care. There was a real threat to the Jedi, and if there were 150 orders inside the head of everyone inside the clone army, then that threat could extend to 150 different categories of people. The Jedi were absolutely positive that there were orders for the Senate and the Chancellor and whatnot, so the Kaminoan leadership could condescendingly speak to them all they wanted about how unethical this takeover was, but the Jedi knew they were in the right. Silently, all the troopers inside of Tipoca City would lose their inhibitor chips and become free men. From that point forward, the Kaminoans were released from their lockdown, while the Jedi leadership on planet gave the command to keep all exiting frequencies locked down. If the Kaminoans tried to reach out for help, they'd be discovered and stopped. At the same time, with imminent threat coming for the Jedi from Dooku, a task force led by Mace Windu, Saesee Tiin, and Plo Koon departed for Count Dooku's home world at Sereno. The Jedi withheld from doing this early in the war because he wasn't an active threat to them. They knew by this point that he was a Sith, but they figured that the war would naturally bring them to Sereno. It wasn't until they learned that he actively communicated with the Kaminoans that they cared. He could, theoretically, be innocent of this, but it was too much of a risk to assume that he was. The Republic fleet engaged with the Separatists with a blitz. Saesee and Plo provided coverage for Windu to break through the blockade to engage Dooku on the ground. They would come to provide support when they could, but Windu was the most capable duelist of the 3, and he'd be the most equipped to fight someone he once had a tight relationship with, like Dooku. Once he landed outside the castle, a squad of Magna Guards rushed him. Count Dooku, on the other hand, followed the droids out to watch the engagement. Mace had no time for the theatrics of this, and he clenched his fist, crushing all 4 of them with the Force. He asked his former friend if it was true. Dooku naturally had no idea what he was talking about, and Mace revealed the information about the clone contingency orders, as Mace called them. Tyrannus's smug smirk slipped from his face, and he dropped his arrogant demeanor. He believed he was ready for this engagement until he realized that the war was pretty much already over. Mace told Dooku that there was only one saving grace for himself, and it was whether or not he could tell him about his own master, who was the Sith Lord. To that, Dooku ignited his lightsaber. The fallen Jedi and Master of the Order ripped their weapons across the courtyard and collided. Tyrannus shoved his saber forward aggressively in his natural form to use. Mace countered and deflected as the aging Count flipped through the air. Dooku knew that he would need to be his best self during this engagement. Yet there was one severe difference between this duel and the last spar shared between Windu and Dooku: Vapad. See, Mace may have developed the lightsaber form while Dooku was still a Jedi, but it was never used against him because he was a Jedi. Tyrannus didn't feel Vapad immediately, because it was like a slow drain. Mace countered and deflected, using a meticulous style of combat. It appeared slow and patient with wide strikes and dramatic moves, but it was secretly speedy. Vapad was deceptive by its style, because it was not a traditional Jedi fighting form. Dooku killed many Jedi after Yaddle, and he could tell how much a different fight this would be. While his defense force was destroyed over the planet, he watched his offense flip back against him and crumble. Dooku tried to be aggressive and flashy, and yet his younger friend had proven to not only outskill him but outmaster him too. Windu's patience, darkness, and concentration proved to be just the right combination to break Tyrannus fully. Without Vapad, and as a younger man, this may have been a different contest, but Dooku surrendered himself to the dark side of the Force, and lost the edge that would have made this a fair contest. Mace was simply too skilled by this point in his life. Not a single Darksider in the galaxy would be able to stop him. Not Sidious, not Mother Talzin, and least of all Count Dooku. The capture of Lord Tyrannus might have been a dagger to the heart of the Separatist movement, but it was not the end of the Clone War. Fortunately for the Sith, Dooku cleared his communication history, unlike some certain Kaminoans. There were some Jedi theories going on about the industrial sector, but it was put on the back burner as they quietly inoculated the clone army. The Jedi, per Yoda's instruction, remained quiet about everything. The Rex case, the inhibitor chip, Jedi Order 150, and Dooku's involvement with Kamino were all kept entirely quiet from the public, especially the Republic Senate. They would never tell Palpatine about this information because the less he knew, the more in control they were. It certainly wasn't the most ethical approach for the Jedi Order, but it favored them. Sadly for Captain Rex, he wouldn't be able to ever return to active combat, but he'd still remain a part of the 501st as an advisor, especially during his wartime recovery. Yet his contributions to the Republic, due to a mistake beyond his own control, were incomparable. As the Jedi planned, the clones were without their inhibitor chips, and Palpatine knew nothing about it. Dooku's capture absolutely changed the face of the war, resulting in several failed attempts to either break Dooku out of prison or capture Palpatine. Through these different attacks against Coruscant, all of them being undercover missions, the Jedi would come to suspect Palpatine of serving against the interests of the government. At this point, Anakin was a Jedi Master, because Shaak Ti believed his investigation on Kamino wasn't just war saving, but Jedi Order saving. It was an honor for Anakin to receive the rank of Master, despite Ahsoka having left the Order. He was dedicated to working on behalf of the Council, because they displayed a great deal of trust in him. Shaak Ti was the largest voice in all of this, but this was also encouraged by Anakin's own actions, that being the war-saving investigation he conducted on Kamino. While the Jedi wouldn't specifically ask that he spy on the Chancellor, they requested that he keep an open eye on any rhetoric that might reflect communication transcripts from Coruscant. The Jedi realized, despite not going directly into the industrial sector themselves, that the saved transcripts from the Kaminoan archives reflected a different speaker. After Order 151 went out, the Council did a deep dive on all the communications between Dooku and Kamino, then compared all of them to all the ones between the industrial sector and Kamino. The sentence structuring, planning, and articulation was much different. These were two different Sith interacting with the Kaminoans, and one of them currently resided somewhere on Coruscant. The only reason the Jedi didn't go directly into the industrial sector themselves was because of two factors. Firstly, the Sith Lord would never hide there when everything happened inside the main city. Secondly, chances are that the Sith only used the industrial sector to communicate with allies. Was this irrational? Absolutely. But to the minds of the Council, especially Yoda, it made sense. They just couldn't imagine the Sith staying put in the same place. If the individual was as smart as they clearly were to go behind the Republic to create this clone army, then they wouldn't stay put in the industrial sector, whoever they were. Eventually, it would be Anakin who discovered the truth of Palpatine's intentions. He spoke highly about Skywalker, despite the Jedi doing the same. All the validation Anakin needed so desperately came from a larger audience in a greater abundance, that being the Council. Palpatine revealed himself when he said something offhandedly about the importance of the clones. Was it a little weak to Anakin? Yeah, kinda. But after everything he experienced on Kamino and Ringo Vinda, he wouldn't take any chances. And by trusting his instincts, as Qui-Gon once told him, he was able to tell the Council. Palpatine would be brought to justice, and the truth about the Kaminoans, the Sith plot, and the executive orders that the Jedi had by this point deciphered became public knowledge. The Senate was furious that this information was kept from them, but by the time they tried to implement legislation to harm the Jedi, the galaxy learned how involved Palpatine was. Some theorized to counter the Jedi that they were secretly behind the war and so forth, but the evidence against their enemies was too damning. The Jedi even eventually went to the industrial sector and discovered a lair. Wow. It was firstly a frustrating moment for the Jedi because they could have solved everything by simply trusting their instincts like Anakin did. But in the end, it became an inside joke within the Council. Something that once the war was over and the casualties stopped and Grievous was gone and the galaxy returned to peace, became something to harmlessly mock about themselves. Anakin did join the High Council, and the Republic would conquer Mandalore on behalf of Bo-Katan, but the system would never return to autonomy after the fact. With this, Ahsoka joined the Jedi Order, of which her master was a counselor of. The Republic felt a lot of distrust towards the Jedi following the end of the Clone War, but the Jedi went well above and beyond their call of duty. They did everything they could to end the war, without dragging the government or themselves down with it. And they were successful as a result. The galaxy healed, the Sith were destroyed, and balance was restored to the Force. But the clones, those who were so close to being the most wronged out of the conflict, were treated like heroes as they deserved. Rex lived a long and fulfilling life despite his mental struggles. His fortitude of mind and determination gave him a second chance. He and Anakin would forever remain brothers after the war came to an end. So much so that Anakin's second boy, after Luke and Leia were born, would be named after Rex, a fitting name for the Skywalker's third and last child, named after the clone hero who helped save the galaxy from the oppressive Sith and the corrupt Kaminoans.
Our story begins inside the Senate chambers, where the Senate approved to hand over emergency powers to Chancellor Palpatine. He stood in the center of the massive chambers and welcomed the new role with pride but also cautiousness. He didn't want to use this role for bad. He welcomed it so that he could defend democracy and the Republic. He was here solely to protect his people as the wonderful Chancellor he was. Palpatine knew this war was coming, and despite his original plans for a clone army, he decided against it. His thinking was that there were too many unknown factors. Truthfully, Plagueis was the one that talked him out of doing a clone army, because the chances of someone turning that army against you were extremely likely. Plus, how would one control an entire army like that? If they could be bred into killing machines, then they could be bred into killing and destroying the Sith. Sidious at the time of this original discussion suggested inhibitor chips, but Plagueis told Palpatine that he could use those on a civilian army. Plus, if he had a civilian army that actually supported him, then he would have the support of the population. Plagueis' concern at the time was how he would be able to utilize a clone army with the Republic not knowing who or where they came from. It seemed far-fetched to believe that he would get an entire system of government to trust a random army that was built for 10 or so years and just gifted to them. How or why would they buy that? If he said desperation, then that was foolhardy. They both knew how the Republic operated. Plagueis understood where his student's heart was at the time, but if they wanted to be victorious, then they needed something that was much more containable. If he wanted to use inhibitor chips, then he should use it on a standing army of the Republic, one created with civilian troopers. If those civilians wanted to serve the Republic in this fake war, then they needed these inhibitor chips installed so they could be protected from whatever he came up with. Palpatine in the present moment smiled, remembering this conversation with his former instructor. For the past 10 years leading up to this moment, he had been preparing armor for troopers, and had been mobilizing, not openly but quietly. There were more calls to join the military, more incentives for joining, and now that there were 10-year vets to the Republic military, they had some semblance of a militaristic strength. Obviously they were going to beat the Separatists, but he needed warriors capable of destroying the Jedi. He expressed that they would stand tall in the face of opponents that wished to take away their way of life. The Republic supported this notion, and once the session was over and done with, Palpatine went to his chambers to have everything planned for the release of the inhibitor chip program. First things first, he needed Skywalker to come back from wherever he was. By this point, he knew that Dooku had since apprehended Kenobi, and he wanted to make sure that his future face of the Republic military effort wasn't included in this little bartering that he and Dooku would do over Kenobi or whoever else got themselves captured on Geonosis. Thanks to this, there would be no initial battle of Geonosis. Padme would be dropped off in Naboo with no wedding, and Skywalker would be ushered back to the Jedi Temple, so that Satine and Eth Koth could go and rescue Kenobi from Geonosis. What ended up happening was 2 more Jedi Masters would be captured, and Palpatine would use this as a reasoning to distrust the Jedi. He would still make the trade with Dooku so he could get the Jedi back, but it gave the Senate reason to see the Jedi with a little bit of a different lens. Had there been a full-scale battle, this would have been different. Palpatine's emergency powers were to buff up their military, specifically to ward off the threats of the rising separatist movement. With the extra time before the actual beginning of the war, Palpatine could take time the public to show off the new armor of the TK units. There were nearly 67 million troopers within the Republic as it were. This is after the emergency powers were given to Palpatine. Before the emergency powers, there were 49 million troopers, some of which serving for 10 years with the Republic. Palpatine, during the session of which he unveiled the TK armor, would also reveal the inhibitor chip program. As he suggested, if there was a war, these chips would be required. They were essentially safety protectors for all troopers of the Republic. Due to them being required, they kept every piece of information in a small hard drive hidden within Republic servers. If a trooper was captured, the inhibitor chip would turn off their brain, and if they returned from active combat, they would receive all their memories and be able to function as if nothing had ever happened. These chips wouldn't be permanent, but they were to secure the protection of the Republic military effort. This was all a lie. They housed 150 contingency orders, any of which Palpatine or any other voice of power could use and turn the Stormtroopers against whoever or do whatever said person wanted them to do. The Senate obviously didn't need to know that. Shortly after this revelation, the war would begin when a Separatist fleet attacked the Republic space station at Biss. It was close enough to the core to bring people of the Republic into the war mindset. They immediately wanted these TK troopers to be prepped for war and sent to the front lines. Luckily, with the extra time, the Republic was able to get measurements for soldiers that signed contracts saying that they would fight with the inhibitor chip if the war came. Since they were longtime soldiers, they'd have the armor anyways. This accounted for the 10 million new troopers too. After Palpatine revealed the information about the chips, the 67 million troopers dropped down to 61 million, and after the attack at Biss, the size of the Republic military increased to 83 million. People were ready to fight off these rebels. Didn't matter how many they'd have to send, no one would take down their Republic. There was a downside to having a civilian army. All the measurements were drastically different. The Republic also allowed for any species to join the military, so there were detachments of Rodians, Bothans, and whatnot, and as the war continued forward, and more populations were to be affected, this military would consist of units of Twi'leks and Wookiees as well. Despite the Republic having 80 million soldiers ready for combat, they wouldn't ever be as highly trained as raised from birth clones. So similarly to the CIS, these troopers would just be thrown into combat and see who came out on top, just like the droids. The first week of the actual war would be confusing and stressful. Stormtroopers were equipped with their armor, assigned to divisions, and shipped off with fleets. The Jedi, due to seeing the war negatively impact the Republic, would join on the side of the Republic and become generals within the Grand Army. This added a little shakeup to everything, but Jedi generals were assigned to deploy divisions of stormtroopers and prepare to fight off the Separatists. Initially, the war was both sides testing the other. There'd be a little push here or there, but no full-scale battles. There was an anxiousness about when the actual war would begin. Everyone around the galaxy knew there would be a battle much larger than a skirmish, but it continued to not happen. As these skirmishes continued, people assumed the war might actually foil out and come to an end naturally. While people continued to hypothesize about how the war might actually go, the Jedi and citizens got acquainted with each other. Despite being soldiers, there were a lot more personalities within the ranks of the Stormtroopers. These were people that lived their own respective lives for 18 or more years before joining the military. Some of them had families, lovers, or people who stood for the CIS. It was a mixed wagon of people, and now for the first time ever they were interacting with the Jedi. For them, it was extremely polarizing, because before the war, the Jedi were seen with this almost godlike aura. They were just people though, which didn't ruin the Jedi for these soldiers, it just helped them sympathize with the Jedi more and heightened their loyalty to their new leaders. Of course, there were those within the Grand Army that wanted no part of being with the Jedi. However, when it was announced that the Jedi would be becoming generals and commanders, there were a couple regiments created for soldiers that didn't want to be around the Jedi. This was lobbied for by the Jedi and supported by the TK troopers, who appreciated the warmness and self-reflection from the Order. The Jedi knew not everyone would agree with them being around, so they made sure they didn't force it into happening. Despite these civilians being soldiers, they were different than a clone army. Civilians came from all different backgrounds, and some people's backgrounds encouraged their children to hate or even dislike the Jedi. Instead of Anakin's division, he was getting used to being around troopers of all the sort. He learned their names and started to encourage they paint their armor, if they wanted to at least. He didn't think it'd be a big deal, but if they wanted to, it just had to be blue, so they all had the same look. No one did, but if it got to the point where the war dragged on, sure. Palpatine also made sure Skywalker was gifted one of the more elite units in the Grand Army, so he could be seen as quote-unquote hero of the Republic once the war started. The real battle of the war came 3 weeks after the skirmish at Biss. The Separatists launched a cunning attack on Fondor, and the casualty count was 200,000 Stormtroopers, and they lost the base. They put up a good fight, however, but the Separatists drastically lowered the Republic's statistics of the battle. What should have been 540,000 kills for the Republic was reduced to 173,000. This dropped Republic morale immediately, and the Stormtroopers started to wonder if they were actually cut out for this. There was a Jedi general killed during the battle too. Unluckily for the Separatists, Skywalker's fleet was the closest to the action, and he was deployed to combat the Separatists. He didn't operate a huge fleet, but it was solid for an early war fleet. He was gifted 5 Venators, 4 Arquentins, and 2 Republic corvettes. Due to the sheer size of the Republic military and pre-planning that Palpatine did, they had more resources they could throw, so Anakin's fleet was a just below average size fleet, due to him being a Jedi Knight. Regardless, they arrived into the arena of combat. A space battle ensued, and Anakin got used to Admiral Yularen's commanding style as he and wings of V-19s fled the hangar base to engage the droid forces. The battle raged on and Skywalker's commander was ready for his command. Once it was given, she ordered the dropships to leave the hangar bay. They descended towards Fondor under the cover of Arquentins, which moved out of position to protect the transports. Yularen ordered half the light cruisers to enter the atmosphere to provide air cover as the Stormtroopers started their landing sequence. Both sides of the battle were a genuine success at the start. TK troopers fought on the surface and they had very little issue getting the upper hand. The CIS forces lied about their victory totals and it showed immediately, especially because the Republic sent in all it had. Stormtroopers may have not been the most efficient shots in the galaxy, but they had a bit more skill than the average battle droid. They took cover where they could, they communicated, and they followed their commander to the ramparts. The battle droids were in formation and they were marching away from the captured base. Gunships flew over, blasting the droids down, and the light cruisers used their heavy cannons to bombard the surface. Outside the planet, Skywalker and Yularen used some rather unorthodox methods to steal command of the battlefield and force the Separatist fleet from the system. As the space battle was won, Skywalker piloted down towards the surface and told his astromech to take control over the ship so he could aid the troopers. Due to not marrying Padme, he didn't have R2 under his helm, so he had to trust some random droid that he was flying with for the first time. Anakin's cockpit opened up, and he leapt out, igniting his lightsaber and landing right in front of his troopers. They were all surprised, but their Jedi General was here to win this battle with them, which was something to be excited about. They pushed forward. Commander Ahsoka led her troops into formations the Republic had been using, that Skywalker was still learning. The two of them split off, and, on the spot, used a strategy to split the droids and allow for a bombing run down the middle of their flanks. Commander Ahsoka moved to the right, and General Skywalker moved to the left. The droids didn't move, but their fire was split, allowing the TK troopers to turn them into easy targets. The Y-Wings poured over the battlefield and dropped their bombs, reducing the droids to ash and giving the Republic a chance to enter the base and recapture it. When they entered, they were able to secure any of the remaining data from the drives that were initially lost during the battle. They were also able to release information regarding the actual casualty counts from the original battle, and what little the troopers suffered during their counter-attack, the counter only costing 132 troops. This boosted Republic morale, gave Anakin a name inside of public residences, and jump-started the real war. The Republic and CIS war became a grudge match, with massive battles happening across every front. While according to the plan, the Republic was meant to lose most of these battles, which they did, but they often went down destroying almost every Separatist battle droid. The CIS had hundreds of millions of droids, and yet the TK troopers, due to simply having 80 million troopers, were able to fortify their positions better, send reinforcements faster, and continue filling their ranks. These troopers were not the most elite in the galaxy, but as the war moved past its actual first month of combat, 83 million troopers were reduced down to 76 million due to casualties, and then it increased to 104 million. Young men and women from across the galaxy signed up to join the Republic war effort. What was something unpredictable from the beginning of this war was the rise in bonds between Jedi and their troopers. Because the TK troopers were all citizens, they were much more in touch with humanity as it were, much more than creatures bred to solely be killing machines. This meant that regardless of how much training these troopers received, they were able to form emotional connections with their Jedi generals much quicker. This also meant that for some Jedi generals and commanders, there was more room for these emotional bonds to fall into something more, because people from civilized locations were more inclined to be more forward than, say, clones. This did go for both sides too, didn't matter who it was. There were Jedi who fought with dozens of troopers to hundreds of thousands of troopers. The Jedi became legendary figures for their men and women because they fought with them. If a TK trooper was saved by a Jedi, they could either be grateful and continue fighting, or they could become almost obsessed. Because it was so rare for a citizen to interact with a Jedi before the war, many citizens discussed with themselves, their families, and other TK troopers about what it was like to serve with the Jedi. Unlike what Palpatine and Plagueis intended, the people had mythologized the Jedi, and now that they were with them, they were superhuman. These Jedi were all trained from birth and prepared for everything the galaxy threw at them. The discussions around the Jedi alone brought 5 million new recruits into the TK program just because people wanted to serve with these Jedi. For longtime members of the Republic military, they were a lot more easygoing about the whole Jedi thing, but especially for younger troopers, it was a huge deal being around the Jedi. Instead of Anakin's division, which was labeled the 9th Division, he was having his own individual struggles. With a connection to his troopers, he obviously still cared about Padme a great deal, but he and Aruna, his commander, had spent more time with each other in the last month or so than Padme and he had in the last 10 years. It put a perspective on everything for him, that maybe he shouldn't rush into things. Maybe there was a good reason for things to take their time. Not to say that he was falling in love with Aruna, or she him, but it just made him reconsider everything. The bond troopers had with each other would always be different than the one shared between those living a regular civilian life. Maybe someone like Aruna was what he needed. Despite the Republic losing early into the war, there were few divisions that showed more promise than others. Anakin's 9th Division was one of them, and they were now receiving an additional 100,000 troopers. Alongside that, 4 more Venators, 3 more Acclamators, and 4 more Arquentans. Also, due to Skywalker having a commander, he was not to be given a Padawan. Ahsoka would be given over to Kit Fisto. There was a reason for this, though. The Republic Military Corps agreed that if there was a set military leader in a unit, they could not be replaced by a Jedi. All military promotions must come from within. The generals of the Republic military believed that the Jedi becoming generals was stepping on their toes a little bit, so they enforced this rule to make it fair to already standing commanders and captains. Of course, if a Jedi had a unit that lost their captain or commander, they could be replaced with a Padawan Knight or Master. It didn't really matter at that point. Because there were so many more troopers, there were also so many more Jedi with command over some sort of unit. Out of the 10,000 Jedi inside the temple before the war began, 6,500 of them became fighters in the war in some way, shape, or form. The Republic had extra resources, and so the Jedi took advantage of that. Some of the priests or priestesses moved to ancient relics of the Jedi to protect them with 1,000 or so troopers. It meant that mostly everyone inside the temple were council members when not on duty, teachers, temple guards, archivists, and younglings. Due to civilians being a part of the war, there were a lot of first-hand accounts about the war itself. A lot of these reinforced a positive view about the Jedi, even though they were losing the war so far. The Jedi helped their brethren when they were hurt. They died for their troopers and did everything within their power to make sure not just troopers but civilians were taken care of before winning the battle. Palpatine knew this needed to be changed, so he told Dooku to release the spare Separatist reinforcements and allow them to rampage across the Republic. There could be no remorse. Palpatine, in the meantime, needed a reason for the citizens to distrust the Jedi, and so he went to his good old manipulation book and found a couple frontline Jedi to turn against the cause. Ones that, like Dooku, could be manipulated to change the public perception about the Jedi. Because while word of mouth was strong, nothing would be more effective than watching a Jedi fail in front of a camera and then shown to the galaxy. This just had to be done in moderation. He just needed Skywalker to be shown as an individual away from the rest of the Order. That was already working, because the 9th Division was more successful than anyone else, which is why they continue to rally support to their fleet and their military. But realistically, this was getting a bit difficult, even for Anakin. He was 19, leading a unit of nearly 180,000 men 2 months into a war. He was thankful for Aruna because she had formal military training at a military academy, having graduated at the top of her class. She went to the ground military version of Tarkin School, which was a very difficult school to attend, but just like him, she was also a bit overwhelmed with the sheer amount they were taking in to command. If they continue to look at their current projections, they would likely have 700,000 troopers by the time the war reached a year old, which was an insane amount to even think about. Their combined age wasn't even 50 years old. They had to be each other's rock during this time. Despite not facing high amounts of casualties, they both had a lot of people they cared about serving in their other divisions. This bond between them would be necessary as the war pushed past its first year and into its second. The Republic, as planned by Palpatine and Dooku, was losing the war by this point. Their forces were able to draw the Separatists out and crush them though, causing high casualty amounts for the CIS, but TK troopers weren't as easily replaceable as droids were. They needed to find a way to stop the production of these droids. The Senate continued to funnel more power into Palpatine's pocket, and the public had a weird love-hate relationship with the Jedi as a whole. Palpatine knew his contingency orders would work. He just needed to make sure the people would turn against the Jedi before the war ended. The best part about using TK troopers is they were already loyal to the Republic. Once the war was won in their favor, they would continue to be that way. If there were any rebels, they'd be pushed away, because there weren't enough people in the galaxy to make up for the casualties incurred by the first year of combat. The droids in the first year lost 56 million droids, while the Republic incurred a loss of 14 million TK troopers. The broad scale of the war alone forced both sides to ramp up production on everything, sucking planets dry for resources just to produce TK armor or create battleships for the Republic Navy. And thanks to the war dog industry, millions of big and little dogs were able to profit off the expenditure of the war. But young soldiers continued funneling into the war itself. However, there was a weird twist that came with the second year of the war beginning. As the Jedi and TK troopers evened out the battle map, turning losses into victories, the Jedi realized how much they connected with some of their troopers. The emotional tie to emotional creatures was obviously going to be hard on some of the more radical Jedi, but for a lot of the Jedi, they found having these emotional and even sometimes romantic attachments make the burden of the war easier. Many Jedi understood the attachment rule, because it was made so that a Jedi wouldn't sacrifice a multitude of people for one life. However, at this point, many Jedi believed it was time for the Order itself to keep pace with the changing times. Some Jedi formed romantic connections with their soldiers, while others deeply relied on the connections to even come to terms with the emotional weight of watching thousands upon thousands of troopers die per battle. The cost of this war was greater than anyone could have ever imagined. If the troopers were allowed to confide in each other for comfort, then it was fair that the Jedi did so too. The casualty rate was the highest ever seen in a year of war in galactic history. Those numbers would continue to increase with the CIS creating deadlier droids and weapons. These Jedi from the front lines pushed for a change within their order, and very reluctantly, the Jedi Council accepted these changes and removed the no attachment rule for the sanity of its members fighting to save the galaxy. For Knights especially, this helped them come into their own and really harmonize with themselves, the Force, and those close to them. Anakin greatly appreciated this and considered telling Padme, but he realized before even doing so that the first person he thought of was Aruna. Padme was a second thought, and that perhaps told Anakin everything he needed to know about his emotions at this time, but he had no inclination to force it. There was a genuine bond. They both felt it, but they were fighting for the galaxy. They could not jeopardize the galaxy for their personal attachments, which ironically was more Jedi than both Anakin and Aruna could ever be. At this point in the war, more elite units were rolled out of the Republic barracks, and new specialized units joined the war. With the war now affecting more worlds around the galaxy, units of freedom fighters were joined, some of them receiving T-Care armor, while others continued fighting in their own traditional armor. Wookiees, Twi'leks, Rodians, Gungans, Mon Cala, and Ithorians were among these people that fought for the Grand Army of the Republic. Skywalker's unit wasn't quite 700,000 strong, but he was closing in. He and Commander Adun led one of the larger non-Jedi Master units in the Grand Army of the Republic. They had a fleet of 20 Venators, 9 Acclimators, 14 Arquentans, and 16 light corvettes. To add to those astounding numbers, they commanded 650,000 troopers. Admiral Yularen was operating as Grand Admiral at this point in the war, and he was overseeing a young Chiss man who joined the war due to how large it had gotten, and how it was affecting his own people. Thrawn was brought in by Skywalker after they interacted with each other by accident, and he was working as captain under Yularen. Due to Thrawn's outstanding track record at the Battle of Boz Pity, Yularen kept Thrawn inside of the Resolute. Anakin had at this point encountered Dooku and Ventress before, but neither duel resulting in anything war defining. He put himself down for not achieving a victory, but Aruna reminded him that victory wasn't always winning the entire battle. Sometimes it was surviving to fight another. He appreciated her words. At 20 and 23, they were the dynamic duo of the Grand Army. The two of them were more than capable fighters. Late in a mid-war contest between the Republic and Separatists, Skywalker and Commander Adun found themselves trapped in what felt like the end of their time in the war. They split their forces, and a new super tactical droid, one that had been crafted by Dooku to perfectly counter them, did as it was programmed. Dooku's instructions were to kill Commander Adun, which is what he tried to do. However, she and Anakin were stuck together, which isn't how it was planned. The tactical droid didn't care about Sith plans though. His programming told him to win the war, so he went for the throat. His forces surrounded Skywalker and Adun inside of a broken Corvette, one that was being used to draw enemy attention away from the fleet. As it was surrounded, both leaders realized something. They were with about 100 survivors on a crashed vessel, and while they were leading, they finally realized how much they meant to the other. Instead of surrendering, they challenged the super tactical droid to come in after them, which it did. Luckily, Captain Thrawn and Grand Admiral Yularen came up with a perfect counter, one that decimated the super tactical droid's command station, before giving room for LAATs to make a perfect landing approach, which brought the perfect number of reinforcements for the clones. After they won the near-crushing defeat, the two of them recognized their feelings but agreed they needed to put them aside until the war was actually won. They couldn't allow their emotions to jeopardize their troopers. Outside of their near-death experience, the Republic did something Palpatine couldn't actually prepare for. Due to an increase in recruitments, especially after Skywalker and Adun's surprise victory, Republic High Command, which did include Jedi leadership, decided to make a push for Separatist territory. While this technically should have gone along with Palpatine's plans, it did the opposite. The Republic comeback was supposed to take a year. Instead, it happened nearly overnight. The Republic finished up its recruiting and sent a batch of 11 million troopers along with 5 new massive fleets to the front line. One of these fleets was led by the combination of Yoda and Tarkin. Oh yeah, they loved each other. But this push blindsided Dooku Separatists, leading to 13 back-to-back-to-back victories for the Republic. The sweep that Palpatine was unaware of until the last second opened up pathways for Kenobi's, Windu's, and Skywalker's forces to pounce on unsuspecting planets. The boost to Republic morale was huge because of this, and Palpatine knew he needed to act. Due to his pre-planning, he understood that it would likely take the Republic 4 months to get to a place where the Separatist government could call for a ceasefire without Dooku's approval, which meant he had 4 months to turn the Republic against the Jedi and turn Skywalker to the dark side. He was mostly concerned with the Jedi thing, because with Anakin, all he needed were nightmares. These nightmares would revolve around Aruna, who Palpatine was well aware of that Anakin was close to. If it weren't for her high command, she would have been killed by a bounty hunter long before now. But she was protected, just like Skywalker, Thrawn, and Yularen. It was a really powerful lineup, because Yularen was the eldest out of the group, and the other 3 had adolescent inexperience but also unpredictability, which were a very deadly duo. Once these nightmares started, Anakin was on edge. They were still pushing and winning battles, most of which just being space battles at this point, but Aruna noticed how off Skywalker was acting. Due to how well they were able to communicate as leaders, they were able to communicate as friends. And when Skywalker revealed that he was having nightmares of her dying, she comforted him. Aruna remembered that he had nightmares about his mother before her death, and told him to not let past experiences ruin the present. She might not be a Jedi or have the Force like him, but it didn't change anything. As a soldier, she would die for her cause, and she then told Anakin if she dies, to not lose himself. if she dies, maintain who he is. They had accepted that their mandate to the galaxy came first, and if she died on that battlefield, then it was his responsibility to keep their troopers safe. The assertion and confidence in everything being alright was a calming nerve for Anakin, one that he desperately needed. He still desired the ability to control the outcome of this, but he understood where she was coming from and abided by her request. It was an honor thing for her as a soldier. Her dying wouldn't be in vain. She signed up to fight for the Republic. If that meant dying for it, then she would do it on the battlefield so that her troopers could win the day and free the people of the galaxy from this war. Having the ability to comfortably talk about something as challenging as these nightmares really helped Anakin gain an upper leg on his confidence, especially with them. As for Palpatine, he was getting antsy. Windu's forces tracked down General Grievous and were cornering him. Masters Plo and Agan Kolar were closing in on Dooku's position, and the war looked to be coming to an end. Sidious was hopeful that Skywalker's nightmares would change his heart to sway in the direction he desired, but he was unsure. All he knew is that right now, at this moment, he had the best chance to do it. Thanks to the Jedi he manipulated, such as Pong Krell, Balin Skull, and Grand Inquisitor, he was able to sway the public trust from the Jedi. He had visual representations of these Jedi being reckless around their troopers. The only issue is the word of mouth that had been going around the entire war outweighed these visual representations. There were conspiracies surrounding the issues of Krell's scroll and the Temple Guard. The conspiracies were that someone in the government wanted the Jedi to look bad, and these were operatives that actually weren't Jedi. It was mostly split for the Republic and its citizens. 2 years of 5-star reviews of the Grand Army Republic Yelp page outdid a few bad examples. But for Palpatine, it was now or never. He needed the Stormtroopers to do their job, and so he executed Order 66, and it all went terribly. The Stormtroopers received their orders, and they did know what they meant. However, they were able to resist. They had entire lives to look up to the Jedi, 2 years to serve with them, and 2 seconds worth of considering if they should be killed or not. Sure, orders are orders, but many Stormtroopers believed that they were more than droids. Plus, not for nothing, it kinda seemed like a separatist plot. For the unit of Stormtroopers that despised the Jedi, they could have followed it, but they weren't even near the Jedi, so they couldn't even act on the order if they wanted to. Plus, to make matters worse, most of the TK troopers in these units relinquished their distaste for the Jedi after hearing about the Jedi and how they acted in battle with fellow troopers. There were still some who abhorred them, but most of these troopers were neutral about it. Palpatine was very hopeful that everything would work out for him. It was his last chance. Windu was engaged with Grievous, and Dooku was fending off Kolar and Plo. The war was in the hands of the Republic, and Palpatine used Order 66 as his way to crown himself as victor. He had the support within the Senate. While the Jedi did have more public support, Palpatine still garnered more emergency powers during the war, especially after the casualty report from the first year of combat. But what happened after the order came through was pandemonium. With Anakin's fleet, Commander Idun came up to Anakin and laughed, pointing her weapon at him and telling him that she was here to put an end to his nightmares. He didn't know what she meant, and she told him that someone was pretending to be Palpatine. They gave out an order to execute the Jedi for some kind of treason. She put her blaster away and told him that it was pretty funny. He couldn't believe it, but he was glad to see that she still had her sense of humor. On Coruscant, the commander of the home base station had no sense of humor, informing the council, who was already suspicious of Palpatine, of these rogue orders. Yoda had returned due to disagreements with Tarkin, obviously, who didn't see that coming, and he and Opa Rancisis were here alone. The two of them agreed to meet up with the commander at the executive building. When they met up, Palpatine was surprised to see the Jedi. Despite how poorly this had gone, there were just 2 successful examples of Order 66, just not on anyone of any importance. Yoda and Oppo came into the room with troopers by their sides, asking if he was responsible for the message. When he turned around, he wasn't hiding his yellow eyes, and he was surprised to see that the Jedi had survived. They ignited their weapons, immediately seeing the yellow eyes, and the Stormtroopers raised their own weapons. The TK troopers didn't catch on to the whole eyes thing, but if the Jedi reacted, then there had to be something going on here because they trusted the Jedi. Sidious reacted, shooting lightning, and the 2 Elder Masters raised their hands and raised a protective barrier around themselves and their troopers. Yoda told the commander to escape. They would handle this. The troopers didn't want to leave, but it was an order. Plus, it was clear that Palpatine was something more than a politician at this point. The commander called for reinforcements and told gunships to pull up to Palpatine's office, informing the pilots that the Chancellor was not a friendly. Oppa was aging and so was Yoda, but they had been sparring longer than Palpatine had been alive. The Sith Lord targeted Oppo first, assuming that he was a weaker target, which was technically true, But Obi was a Jedi Master, not a disposable pop. They dueled, all three masters with the weapon going after each other. Their skill was remarkable, and the Jedi showed no signs of slowing down. They cut through furniture, and the two longtime Jedi Masters used a skill that no one had ever seen them use. It was created by them, and only used by them. Yoda and Obi would use each other to create a strain on the Force, which would stretch Palpatine's midichlorians, making every movement for him painful. Once he was stuck in a bind, Obi would wrap his tail around his opponent and squeeze him so Yoda could finish the job. As they did this trick with the Force, it took a moment to catch. Palpatine was very powerful, but the combined strength of the light overwhelmed him, and before the Stormtroopers could get to the office, Palpatine was killed. The TK commander would defend everything the Jedi did inside the office to make sure nothing bad ever came out of their efforts to protect not just his troopers, but the galaxy. Elsewhere, Mace Windu would shatter Grievous's lungs, killing him without ever having to raise a lightsaber, as Plo and Agan defeated Dooku and brought him to justice. What followed these two decisive defeats for the CIS was their official surrender. With such a large military presence, the Republic would be able to ensure the transition into the peaceful times was seamless and without struggle. There would be threats of rebellion from separatist worlds, but they would fade into obscurity. TK troopers weren't cruel, and with their Jedi leaders, the separatists were shown mercy. For many Jedi and TK romantic relationships, their journey had only just begun. With the war over, a lot of vows could now be fulfilled, and once their peace treaties were signed at Mandalore, they could leave the military and begin their lives. Without Dooku turning on Ventress, there'd be no return of Maul, but Asajj would find her own peace on Dathomir. The Jedi had its own little issue though. With half of its fighting force now becoming involved in serious romantic relationships, they made a decision that would forever alter their order's trajectory. Jedi colonies would be set up at former and new Jedi outposts and temples. Once it promoted these attachments so that the Jedi could continue their way of life, but learn how to properly maintain a relationship without falling to the dark side. Anakin and Alruna were one of these dynamics. With the war finally won, Dooku would be banished to a Force-sensitive prison overseen by temple guards, a prison he would never escape from, and one where he would realize his greatest failure. The Senate would pass a motion to retake the Outer Rim, an operation that, with their sheer numbers, would take about 2 weeks to complete. 5 years after the end of the war, the destruction of the Sith, and the end of the Confederacy, the Jedi would be at their most productive level ever. There was a new generation of Force sensitives, one born from Jedi families. Some of the midichlorian counts reaching the heights of Windu and Yoda. Anakin and Alruna would have themselves a fulfilling relationship, and while it didn't consist of children yet, it eventually would. But they were young. Why rush things? The effect of the TK Trooper program would live long past the era of the war. It would, like the Jedi, find itself in a place of mythology. The Jedi were the Knights of the Republic, and the Stormtroopers were the Centurions. Their continued alliance would ensure that the Force remained in balance, and that the people of the galaxy could remain eternally in peace.
Our story begins on the Sith home world. Grandmaster Yoda entered the Grand Sith Temple. Thoughts ran through his mind as he waddled closer to the entrance. He wondered if it would have made any difference investigating the Sith Temple prior to the beginning of the war. Maybe some good could have been done to stop the Sith by coming here sooner. His cane kept him upright as he entered the massive structure. Even though Yoda pondered if it would be worth his time to be here, or if the Sith could have been stopped by destroying this temple, he was surrounded by darkness. He didn't know it, but back in the core, the Sith were plotting Yoda's downfall. Tyrannus was visiting Sidious to try and corrupt Yoda, and if not corrupt him, then kill him, using ancient Sith spells and alchemy. The Grand Master wasn't very concerned with that, because his first challenge presented itself. As he walked through the temple, he found an old Jedi Master, Sifo Dyas, whose crashed ship had been found in the weeks before. He saw a man chained up by Force restraints, crying out for help, telling Yoda that he had discovered great secrets and he needed the Grand Master to surrender himself so that he could also gain the knowledge. Yoda, even though he wanted to so badly, with every fiber of his being, to stop the Sith, denied this request. He knew that Sifo Dyas had died 13 years before, a shameful loss, but one that had happened nonetheless. Yoda, by rejecting this, was able to enter further into the temple, where the Sith spirit of Darth Bane would present itself for the first time. Instead of using ancient Sith to corrupt Yoda, they started with Sifo Dyas. Palpatine didn't believe the age-old Grand Master would know about Bane, but he did, referring to the Sith Lord by name when he appeared. The long-lost Sith spoke with Sidious's voice, an entity that truly didn't exist or even live. His soul was trapped on Korriban long ago, and now Yoda walked across the graves of thousands of Sith. Their fight with the light had long since ended, but their anger, rage, and fury was housed inside this temple. The Baneite lineage had continued, and old fools like Yoda assumed their ancient rival had died out. Darth Bane, while simply being a creation of the current Sith, was not gone forever. His body may have been buried in the Valley of Dark Lords, on what the modern Sith called Morabon, but his body was moved. One of his descendants returned and placed him inside the temple. This individual believed Bane to be the greatest Sith to ever exist, and gave him a mausoleum to commemorate his sacrifices for the betterment of the Sith and the galaxy. This individual, who moved the resting space of the Sith Lord, also attempted to resurrect him, and failed multiple times. The soul imbued in the dead body was trapped like a curse, attached to Bane's legendary Orbalisk armor. Sidious did not know of this failed resurrection, but he knew of the resting place and led Yoda to it. The entire thing was a diversion, something to push him further in the darkness. During this, the Grand Master would fight a darker version of himself, but it wouldn't yield any results, and after coming to the conclusion that Master Yoda was unbreakable, Tyrannus and Sidious left him alone. Yoda, though, didn't know that. He was pushing Sith spirits away from him and connecting harmoniously to the Force. These were lessons learned on Dagobah. Despite the planet being surrounded in the dark side of the Force, Yoda was a beaming glimmer of light. His presence was a warm glow in the cold. That, though, was the last piece to the puzzle. The old Sith who tried to resurrect Darth Bane needed one key ingredient to bring him back: the light side of the Force. It was impossible for a Sith to find that, let alone bring that to Morabon willingly. Sidious, the old Sith, and Yoda created the perfect mixture of swelling in the Force. Yoda's deep meditation and reliance on the light to protect himself from Palpatine's attempts to sway his heart and mind had given the temple a resurgence of light, unseen in its entire history. This bursted the Sith altar open and sent a beam of life into the mausoleum that housed Darth Bane. The ritual was mostly alchemic. Other Sith along the way tried it, but never got anywhere. The work done by this nameless individual inspired much of Plagueis the Wise's greatest practices of the Force. They were the blueprint. Plagueis took everything to a much higher level, and he also never intended to bring back a dead Sith Lord, which is why he never attempted to resurrect Bane. Yoda, however, did not know he was the needed antidote to this failed experiment. The Sith Lord came to life, releasing a heavy breath as his bones, sitting under a set of armor, slowly poured into existence. Darth Bane's resurrection was not an enjoyable process. It was very painful, and it consisted of the binding of skin cells that were left behind. This was the way of the Sith, though. To exist was to feel suffering, but that suffering only made one stronger. Bane's eyes shot open, and he seethed. Why had he returned? Yoda, still inside the temple, hadn't felt this rise. He didn't even know he was the reason of it happening. He hoped to find answers that wouldn't ever present themselves. He was preparing to join up with R2-D2 inside the Starfighter and return to Coruscant, having failed. The war was coming to an end. Yoda just needed to hope that his former student had designed the tool to destroy the Jedi. Tyrannus' position on Kamino was more concerning than anything else, and it was time for Yoda to leave Morabond. Just behind him, the old Sith Lord stretched out his hands and yelled without vocal cords, a silent scream, filled with more pain than he had ever experienced in his past life. In some ways, he wanted to see what his apprentice would do with the galaxy. Zana was a Sith he knew would thrive, but he didn't necessarily want to return either. That was the irony in the individual who started this resurrection process, and the irony he never realized. His idol would never want to come back from the dead. The rule of two was meant to be passed on, to utilize the gifts of each newer generation to ensure the survival of the Sith themselves. Bane, though, finally, with all the alchemy, reconstructing his blood and veins, his skin and organs, rose. He stumbled forward first. His lightsaber was still in his hand, and his armor was quite dusty. He fell out of his mausoleum and looked around. Before he could wonder about the Sith of the modern era, or determine why he was back, he sensed something that brought him rage: a Jedi. He shook the rust from his shoulders and stormed forward, twisting his saber in his hands. All of his skills, memories, talents, and lessons in the Force and combat still existed within him. He was wholly himself the day he died, nothing had changed, and he was ready to make sure the individual who broke their sanctuary of darkness paid the price for their lack of vision. He may have been storming towards the Jedi, but his footsteps were silent. Not only was Bane alive, but the temple, finally with a Sith walking its hallowed halls, mimicked his resurrection. The ancient lair of the Sith was finally alive, and it breathed with fury. Bane ripped his hand forward when he saw the little green Jedi Master and fired a burst of electricity that covered Yoda's body. He didn't even have time to react, aside from turning back towards the sound. Yoda was flung from his feet and into a pillar nearby. On impact, he was completely knocked out. As Bane prepared to shove his saber into Yoda's body, he noticed some different technology. Time had passed by, but how much time he needed to learn. Using some alchemic powers, he created a blue binding restraint to keep Yoda imprisoned inside the temple, similar to what Yoda saw Scythe of Deus in. While he waited for the Jedi Master to return to consciousness, Bane looked for a transport. Surely this Jedi came here with something he could use. When Bane found R2 in the starfighter, the astromech pulled away. There were some shots fired, but they were all deflected, and the astromech just piloted away so that he could keep the ship's energy high and maintain his own power cells. If Yoda was dead, then he needed to be ready to leave. Without the Grand Master though, R2 was unsure of what to do. He didn't want to abandon Yoda yet. Inside the temple, when Yoda woke up, he saw the Sith figure towering over him, and became immediately confused. There were few records on Darth Bane inside the temple, but like the apparition before him, it matched his description. Yoda addressed Bane as he had the apparition, believing to be yet another test, and truthfully, the Sith Lord was bewildered. The Jedi didn't fear him in the slightest. Bane demanded to know answers, but Yoda wasn't really here to be interrogated. He would play this as it fit his own needs, though he would answer one question off the bat, that being that it had been just under 1,000 years since Bane's death. This information crushed the Sith Lord. He didn't realize that Yoda was a multi-century old Grand Master. He thought that Yoda was an elder, but not a member of the Council, so, from his perspective, a lower-level Jedi investigator that didn't fear the Sith in the slightest. Not knowing Yoda's species or knowing what Yoda was in the Order completely demoralized Bane. The Sith had existed for thousands of years, and it was his rule of two that had destroyed their cause. But that wasn't totally right, and for some reason he knew that without knowing it. Yoda told Bane the truth, but he didn't tell him everything. The one problem with being resurrected after 900 years was the shock of every emotion, sensation, and feeling coming back at you, after not having had them since being embraced by death. Bane, after having time by himself and getting into his interrogation with Yoda, finally felt the shift in the galaxy, which was a shift from the old he knew to the new that was now. When Bane died, there was peace. There were some troubles, but it was mostly peaceful. He eyed Yoda and asked why it felt like a war was taking place. It felt like the galaxy was divided, and thousands of souls perished every hour from unnatural causes. And the defeated elder nodded the word war. He didn't speak much and had no intention to negotiate information with Bane. Yoda was busy trying to understand how this individual had returned, so he was doing everything in his power to keep himself and Bane on a level playing field. The Grand Master could accept dying here and allowing his order to persist without him. He just hoped that R2 would take the starfighter back to the temple and inform someone, so at least they knew. Yoda didn't require or really want a rescue operation. He'd be happy dying here, just knowing that Bane couldn't do anything and wouldn't ever be able to escape. Well, R2 had other ideas, and he'd wheel himself into the temple to search for Yoda. He took out the engine igniters and hid them in his body, so Bane couldn't try and squeeze into the smaller fighter if he wanted to escape. It didn't really matter anyways because Bane was actually too tall to get into it. R2 stayed out of sight and listened as Bane and Yoda spoke back and forth. They weren't exactly friendly with each other, but the old Sith Lord tried to be as kind as possible to his captor because Yoda held all the information he desired. If the Sith still existed, he didn't know. War could be started by anyone, not just a Sith, and Bane knew that, though the scale of the conflict he felt through the Force was much larger than any faction turning on another, at least he thought, but a lot could happen in about 1,000 years. After hours of pissing each other off, R2 would attempt to break Yoda off of his restraints, but when the astromech zapped the blue Force wires, they fired a burst back into him and shut R2 down completely. The astromech was completely offline, and Yoda didn't get a chance to stop R2 because the droid snuck up behind him to try and break him free. Bane would be surprised by the clanging of R2 falling over, but he didn't really care about the astromech. He would try and get into the ship, but firstly, he didn't fit, and secondly, it wouldn't turn on. Maybe the tech was too different, but he literally could not get the ship to turn on. So Bane got frustrated and returned to the temple to try and gather more information from Yoda. After about the first 24 hours, and Bane being kind enough to give some killed animals for food and water to Yoda, they spoke about the darkness in the galaxy. While Morabon wasn't the hive of good eats or lush forests, there was enough natural resources around the abandoned temple that they took advantage of to maintain their energy. Yoda and Bane didn't discuss a ton of the current galaxy, but without alluding to the survival of the Sith, the Grand Master informed his opponent that there was a grand war, one with clones and battle droids. It was larger than anything Bane saw in his lifetime, and it eclipsed some of the battles of the times before and after his life. Bane was very fascinated in this, but instead of focusing on breaking Yoda, he decided that they'd best be acquaintances, to a degree. This isn't to say Bane had grown a soft spot since his death, or had any intention to turn to the light. This was him recognizing that the cards were not in his favor. He needed to sway Yoda to learn more about the Sith and their fate, or about the war itself, but the concern of the Sith is mostly what pushed him. He could kill this individual no problem, but that didn't yield any answers, which Bane needed more than anything. So they ate and spoke. Some of their speaking was philosophical, like the differences between the Jedi and the Sith. Other topics were less deep and more dense. Bane wasn't some arrogant or ignorant Sith. He had given their order a new sense of life, and Yoda could, at the very least, respect the intelligence Bane had to recognize that the Sith path could never persist the way it had before the Rule of Two. The Sith Lord sensed this acknowledgement. It didn't make him feel any better that Yoda didn't fear him, but he was fascinated by the resolve from the Jedi across from him. For the next 3 weeks, Yoda and Bane would stay on Morabon together. The Grand Master was kept in prison the entire time, but permitted to move about. The Force-created restraints were elastic, so Yoda could walk around some and move his body if he needed to. This wasn't necessarily mercy, but those who came before Bane would have scolded him for it. He still didn't know that the Sith had survived, but Yoda alluded to the mindset of the Jedi Council before the blockade of Naboo. Yoda obviously knew the truth about the Sith now, but he didn't let Bane know that. So what the Sith Lord assumed was that the Sith could still be alive, but the Jedi didn't know they existed, or that the Sith literally faded out of existence and the Rule of Two failed. Neither answer really brought him a sense of happiness, especially because he believed Darth Xana would have taken the Sith to new heights beyond him. Though on Coruscant, as a result of Yoda's continued disappearance, the Jedi Council would make a move. Yoda could have been dead, similar to Master Yaddle's disappearance 13 years beforehand. So, they made a move to switch their own ranks. Obi-Wan became Master of the Order, and Windu overseeing as interim Grand Master, until Yoda's return or until they held an official vote for it. In these new, minor changes, Mace dispatched Master Plo Koon to search for Yoda. The Grand Master had left a trail out there somewhere. It wasn't like their elder friend to just disappear. Surely he had gone to a location that they could find him at. They must have been looking in all the wrong places for the last 3 weeks. Because Plo had recently found Sifo Dyas, the Council was confident that he could solve the mystery of Yoda before the end of the war. With Obi-Wan rising to the rank of Master of the Order, a new seat opened up. Luminara Unduli would be offered that seat, and she'd accept it. As Yoda and Bane developed this weird dynamic, R2 was able to escape and send a distress signal in the middle of the night to another Jedi frequency nearby. Essentially, R2, who was buzzing on low power mode, escaped the temple, flew Yoda's ship into orbit, sent the transmission, and returned back to his position so Bane wouldn't suspect a thing. Anakin was worried for his droid, but he trusted that Yoda would bring him back in due time. He also wasn't at all aware of the changes made inside the Council chambers, mostly because the Council was hiding things from the Chancellor, which unfortunately for the Order meant them too. Bane wouldn't suspect anything. He and Yoda would start another round of philosophical discussions. These weren't arguments, they were literal discussions. The thing about Bane that made him such a deadly Sith was his ability to listen. An Old Republic warrior like Malgus wouldn't ever give the time to his opponent. In this scenario, Malgus would have likely killed Yoda and wasted away without anything to do. Bane was curious, interested even. He'd had his interactions with Jedi before, but none as intimate as this. Most conversations were very dull or semi-argumentative in the past. Yoda was willing to participate because a part of him hoped he could sway Bane's mind from the dark path. And though there were some conversations that gave the Sith Lord a new perspective, he would never betray the way of the Sith. It's who he was. He couldn't and wouldn't be anything other than that. While they were speaking and discussing something about the Force, a shuttle landed, and it caught the attention of Yoda and Bane. He was excited, gripping his saber and standing up to greet their visitor. Part of Bane hoped that Yoda had lied about the Sith, but when he peeked through the wreckage of the temple, he saw a Keldor Jedi Master. A proper shuttle was utilized to get here, and Bane smiled. He finally had a ride out. He considered just using it to escape, but he was curious if the Keldor would be any more breakable than the other individual. As Plo walked towards the temple, after investigating Yoda's starship, he pulled his weapon from his belt. He had every reason to assume foul play was at hand, with Yoda not present. The Grand Master's vessel couldn't fly without the engine starters, which R2 took out again. Someone had pulled them out, as Plo diagnosed. When the Jedi Master walked between the towering pillars that sat at either side of the entrance, he felt cold, and before he could realize why, he ignited his lightsaber. Darth Bane raged forward, smashing his weapon down as Plo ignited his weapon and their sabers clashed away. Plo was caught completely off guard, defending himself from his opponent, as he too pieced together what Yoda did initially. How could this be? And this confusion was blinding, but he avoided a strike, spinning back behind a pillar and letting Bane lodge his saber into it. As Plo countered, swinging his weapon down at the Sith, Bane thrusted his elbow out, allowing his Orbalisk armor to defend him. Unlike Cortosis, it didn't ignite the saber, but it acted a lot like Beskar. Plo backed away, watching his opponent and then matching the strikes made at him. He weaved his saber upwards and across his body, pulling his feet back to avoid getting cut off at the leg. He did everything he could before attacking forward. Bane watched the Keldor, avoiding a strike and then launching debris at Plo. He cut through it, but it was a great diversion. He rolled his saber above his shoulders as Bane leapt from the air and cut down. Plo fell to his knees, and even with a swing that would have cut Bane in half, the Sith Lord, after dodging the next strike, fired electricity into Plo's face and captured yet another Jedi. While the Keldor Counselor was knocked out, inside the same type of restraints that Yoda had on, Bane investigated the T6 shuttle. The Sith Lord looked through different pieces of information and gathered as much as he could. There were records inside the Jedi archives inside this ship reporting on Sifo Dyas' death, Count Dooku, and a mysterious Sith Lord who operated everything behind the scenes. Bane ran through that information at rapid speeds, picking up all the details he could without stopping. That foolish old man thought he could keep everything from him. After doing some more digging, he learned where he needed to go. Before doing that, he went back inside the temple to taunt his foes. He told Yoda and Plo that they'd be staying here until further notice. He wanted them to stay alive long enough to watch their galaxy crumble, and watch his age-old dream become the foundation of a new Sith Order. The rule of two, that is. Bane abandoned the temple and took a T6 to Sereno, so that he could confront this Count Dooku individual. Dooku was a weird name for a Sith, but they could change that if need be. To preface, Darth Bane was not here to take command over the CIS, or the Sith, or anything else. He wanted to be sure that the Sith survived. That was his only objective. There were two realities in his mind. If Dooku was a Sith, then his plan had come to fruition. The Sith were still alive, and Bane would assist as need be, but he would not intervene. If the Sith were indeed dead, then he would be the one to bring their order back from the dead. These were the only two alternative realities in Bane's mind. A big reason he didn't want to interject with the modern Sith is because that would make him a hypocrite. Of course he wanted power, but not at the expense of the Sith Order. He would guide, not control. He hoped that Count Dooku was the last of the Sith, or at the very least, a great descendant of his lineage. The modern Sith, including Sidious, were unaware of their ancient founder returning. The Jedi also had no clue. The tracker in Plo's ship was going from Moraband to Sereno. Plo had informed the Jedi that he was investigating a distress call from Moraband, but he did not request reinforcements. So in the eyes of those watching from Coruscant, it looked like Plo picked up a trail and was following it to Sereno. When Bane found himself on the homeworld of Count Dooku, Tyrannus sensed a disturbance in the Force almost immediately, but didn't know why. Bane didn't try and bypass the Separatist fleet, he just avoided it and landed in the forest. His trek from the landing zone to the castle wasn't very hard, and he arrived just in time for dusk. The sun lit the walkway, and he walked it, breezing past battle droids that he crushed with a flex of his hand. As he stepped into the castle, he searched for Tyrannus, but he did not call out Dooku's name. Eventually, he slipped around the corner and looked at a desk at the main hall. The Sith apprentice rose from his desk and looked at the individual, demanding an answer. Bane spoke triumphantly, demanding one resolution. Dooku looked around almost confusedly, but also making sure no one else was here to visit him, assuming it was another assassination. Bane asked if he was a Sith Lord, and Dooku nodded his head slowly. Almost euphorically, Bane raised his hands in excitement, proclaiming that the Force had saved their religion. Dooku squinted his eyes for a moment and thought, asking his intruder a question. Was he Darth Bane? The Sith Lord nodded his head, and as Dooku prepared to pull his saber to defeat the individual, he realized how unnecessary that would be. He asked how his return was possible, and Bane truthfully didn't know, but he did know that he had more questions about the status of the Sith, and Dooku waved Bane to his desk. They had much to discuss. On Moribund, Plo and Yoda sat next to each other, pondering what the Sith Lord was trying to do. They hypothesized that he'd be trying to unite with the other Sith, but Yoda, after spending a few weeks with him, knew it wouldn't be that simple. Bane's intelligence was commendable, and Yoda, for the first time since the return of the Sith following Qui-Gon's death, confessed that the Jedi had been too overconfident in their approach to the Sith. Bane's lineage had secretly survived for almost a millennium, and no one knew. The Jedi would be wise, especially here without reinforcements, to not underestimate their opponent. Plo asked what they should do then, and Yoda came to a conclusion that they needed to connect themselves to the darkness here, so that they could truly bond with Bane. Plo understood, and offered himself up for this. Yoda refused, but Plo knew that Yoda's skills were needed. Bane was able to defeat Plo, but Yoda was surprised by his attack. He never knew, and surely Yoda could stop Bane and or Dooku if need be. Plus, as Plo stated, only Yoda could fly his ship and fit inside of it. He had to be the one to leave. So, after finally agreeing that Master Plo would sacrifice himself to the dark side of the Force, they spoke through a ritual. This wasn't a literal self-sacrifice, but it would dump Plo into darkness, allowing it to envelop him and connect with him. It would be everything against his ways as a Force user, and it could very easily corrupt him, forcing him to undergo years of therapeutic work to undo it. In his mind, it was the sacrifice he needed to make. Plo Koon steadied his hands into the ground and released all of his training, his bond to the light, and allowed the poison of the Sith homeworld to seep into his skin and become one with his soul. In this, Plo was able to connect with various Sith Lords, feel their power, anger, see their history and death, and victory. He understood them all and became one with their kind. Just as he could see those from ancient times, he could see Bane in the now. At the castle, Bane and Tyrannus had spoken through the Sith plan. Dooku wasn't fully unwise here, but he trusted Bane. This was the individual who created the Rule of Two, the most selfless Sith in their entire history. Bane also revealed his plans early on, so that he could be everything the modern Sith needed him to be, which is why Tyrannus trusted him. But as they spoke through their plans and the setup, and the individual named Sidious, Bane became slightly concerned. The first worrisome piece of information was Dooku's age. He was significantly older than Palpatine, which was by 20 years. Bane didn't say anything, but he realized that either Dooku was ignorantly following Sidious, assuming he had a peace, or he knew the truth and accepted it. Though what concerned Bane the most was not the victory. Tyrannus had concepts of the plans that'd be going into the Galactic Empire. He didn't know what the truths were, but that's because he would never see it. Though what became abundantly clear to Bane was the existential threat to the Sith that Palpatine was. It was very morally confounding for him, because the Rule of Two was created so that the Sith would win, but he also could tell that Sidious would destroy the Sith if he won. Bane silently tuned out Dooku and thought on what this meant for the future. The Sith Order was what he was loyal to. In a scenario where Tyrannus was the Sith Lord, then the Order would survive. Dooku would take on Skywalker as his apprentice, and Anakin would destroy him to become the Emperor of the CIS and the galaxy. A simple reframing of things could perhaps save all of the Sith. Bane didn't know Palpatine and only went off of what Tyrannus said about him. The irony is, Dooku was clearly beyond loyal to his master. He had no intentions of betraying him. There were of course contingencies in the scenario that Palpatine attempted to pull the rug out from under him, but Bane couldn't help but be concerned about the Sidious individual. He specifically noted how intense the transition between Maul and Tyrannus was. Not even a full day after the presumed death of Maul did Tyrannus become a new apprentice. The need for survival was necessary, of course, and Bane understood that, but it all seemed like a revolving door, all in service of Sidious. Bane stopped answering and got up, so that he could think for a moment. Tyrannus asked what the problem was. Did he not have it in him anymore? Did he understand what he and his master had created? And Bane snapped back, asking how Dooku didn't see it. He was never going to be a part of that empire. He was never meant to live in it, and honestly speaking, Skywalker would be nothing but a replaceable asset. Sidious had greater aspirations, and the Sith, the main focus of the Rule of Two, was not what he focused on. While Bane shouldn't care and honestly was making a bit of a big deal out of it, he was married to the Sith Order. It was his religion, his cult, and he saved it by himself. He was the architect of the survival of the Sith Order, and now it would be used for one man's control, taking advantage of religious tradition to manipulate others lesser than him. And it was so arrogant too. Bane was furious. His life's work was being turned around. The Sith were not in control here, and Bane refused to even call Palpatine one of them. He was using the Sith as a stepping stone. If anything, he was a dark side adept, who used the legacy of the Rule of Two to lure unsuspecting fools into his trap. Tyrannus would defend his master, but all it did was begin an entirely new phase of conversations that revolved around the Sith, Sidious, and Tyrannus' place. Bane was honest about his intentions though. He wasn't here for himself, and if he was, he would have killed Tyrannus the second he walked in. Bane cared for the Sith Order, and promised Dooku, eventually, after hours of discussions and debates, that he would help Tyrannus become the Sith Lord, and if he promised to fulfill the true purpose of the Rule of Two, then Bane wouldn't get involved or hinder his growth. Plo on Morabon reiterated these revelations to the Grand Master. Yoda was puzzled about this plan, but if the Separatists could take control over the galaxy with their droid armies, then they'd be unstoppable. Plo was shaking as he tried to retain autonomy over his own body, but the dark side was still coursing through him. In a last-ditch effort to free himself, he shoved his hand against the pillar, knocking Yoda's restraints free and allowing the Grand Master to release himself. Yoda popped up and moved to Plo's side to heal him and help him through this. Plo, with the last little bit of energy he had, told his friend to stop the Sith. He wasn't a concern. He had done what he needed to do, but Yoda wouldn't abandon him. Plo was savable. The Sith were about to do what they always did, live in spite of themselves. Inside the Senate Parliament on Raxus, Palpatine landed under the cover of night. Tyrannus requested for his instructor to visit him. He had found a Republic strategy that he was too worried to send across the stars. He basically framed it as a plot that would destroy the Sith plan and uproot the CIS reserve fleet by accident. It was also explained that the Republic was keeping it from him because they wanted the strategy to be efficient without bureaucracy. Obviously, this was all a lie, but according to Dooku, it was so well hidden that the Jedi weren't even involved. Palpatine believed that Dooku was being truthful. He hadn't shown any inclinations towards betraying him, and every time Palpatine demanded loyalty, he got it. As Palpatine walked with an armed guard to Dooku's executive office, the doors were closed behind him and the blinds lowered. Tyrannus turned the hologram on and showed it to Palpatine as he got closer. When he was in front of the desk, a lightsaber ignited. Sidious naturally assumed Ventress had been recruited again, and didn't bother to turn back to face her, as he told his former student that this war would be won without him, and the galaxy would be reshaped to desolation that the Republic couldn't even fathom. All of Dooku's dreams were for nothing. In this taunting, everything Bane theorized came to reality. Dooku's weapon rang into action, and lightsabers swung in. Palpatine and Dooku traded blows instantly, and as Sidious used the desk as leverage to punish Ventress, he turned back to see a much different opponent. It shocked him enough that his momentum fell, and he ducked, swinging under Bane and hitting the Arbalast armor, before colliding with Dooku defensively. Palpatine ignited his second saber and spread out. Tyrannus was no longer the duelist he once was, but this was Darth Bane, a true warrior and a master of saber combat. The Sidious, though, that was a weakness. He lunged in. Their weapons all sizzled when they collided, before he pulled away and deflected strikes at his adversaries. Bane shoved forward and pushed Palpatine backwards.
The Sith Lord of the modern era spun aggressively, using his finesse to impress even the likes of Bane. Their weapons screamed with each connection, and Sidious slowly got frustrated, before pulling his saber around and firing electricity at Bane, who defended himself but slid across the floors. Outside of the orbit of Moribund, Yoda opened his long-range scanners and got into contact with another Jedi who had their communicator open. Windu asked who it was, and he was relieved to hear of Yoda's survival. Everything was relayed. Firstly, Master Kenobi followed the previous T6 shuttle to Sereno and put a tracker on Dooku's solar sailor before they left. Yoda told Windu to dispatch Obi-Wan to Moribund to save Plo Koon. He was in serious trouble, but Yoda had preserved his life. Mace would do that, before telling Yoda that he was heading towards Raxus. The Jedi Master was going to follow, informing Yoda on the way to the Separatist capital of everything Plo had seen inside of the vision on the Sith home world. The clashing of Crimson Sabers continued. Sidious figured everything out, but didn't know how Bane was back. He just planned on stopping this alliance. He danced between opponents. Dooku, in his old age, remained a strong figure, even at his best, but Sidious was more daring than his older apprentice. He thrusted his saber into Dooku's defense, but Bane saved him. Their weapons bounced and weaved, as Bane kicked at Palpatine, who used the Force to twist him back, knocking Bane off his feet. The Sith Lord jabbed in, but Dooku slapped down, knocking a blade from Palpatine, and the modern Sith Lord turned, backhanding his still weaponized arm and cutting Dooku across the abdomen. Bane looked up and watched Tyrannus fall to his knees. As Sidious prepared to execute him, Bane threw his hands forward and pushed Palpatine back. Lord Bane didn't typically like to use the Force during duels. His opponent was quite the opposite. The ancient Sith Lord preferred a straight fight, and he launched himself at Palpatine. They collided and continued to swing at each other, each never finding the advantage, and every time Palpatine did land a hit, the armor remained impenetrable to him. This frustrated Palpatine, but he used the Force, firing electricity at his opponent. Bane blocked it with all of his strength, and the wounded Dooku rose up behind Palpatine, and just as he shoved forward, Sidious weaved out of the way and shoved his own saber through Tyrannus' body. He smiled, but just as he felt completion and victory, it was all taken away, when Bane punctured Palpatine's back and dropped the modern Sith Lord. Just as it was before, it would be again. Bane would be a final survivor in a fight that engulfed the Sith in total defeat. His religion, their cult, it could never be saved because people like Palpatine would use tradition for personal gain. It could never survive because the inherent selfishness that created their order would destroy it from the inside out eventually. However, now, as the final Sith alive again, aside from the mentally incapable Maul on Mandalore, Bane needed action. He turned towards the exit, and just as he opened it, Yoda and Mace stood before him. The two Jedi were on the move before Palpatine ever landed on Raxus. They were just a few moments short, but that was fine. Bane, already tired of his fight, pulled Dooku's curved hilt into his hands and ignited two sabers. Windu and Yoda readied themselves and moved in. Yoda admittedly was pretty weak, but he would be here to stop the Sith, because that's why Plo made the sacrifice of giving his mind over to their religion. Their weapons connected, and Windu shoved forward, pressing aggressively. Both he and Bane practiced Form 7 exceptionally well, but Bane had been long dead when Vapad was created. Yoda and Mace practiced many times together. They were very familiar and comfortable acting with one another. While all of their practice sessions were 1 versus 1s, they knew how the other fought, which is all that really mattered. In the engagement between Dooku, Bane, and Sidious, everyone was basically fresh working against each other. This time it was completely different. These Jedi knew how to work together. Despite his previous fight, Bane rose to the challenge, slashing aggressively and not allowing the Jedi to get too offensive with him. He recognized that he would fail by giving into defense. Yoda moved through the air, jumping and leaping and slashing. Windu shoved in, jabbing and slicing more aggressively, pulling off of Bane's inherent use of the darkness. Even with their combined aggressive assault, Darth Bane was defended by his armor. It kept their sabers away from his skin and protected his body from imminent death, but there were still weaknesses on his suit of armor. Yoda and Windu, as they continued to press him, realized the key. They, after landing several key hits with their sabers and not doing damage, would pull back and raise their hands. In using the Force, they would crush Bane's body under the weight of his own armor. The armor itself slowly bended in, and he attacked to stop them. Mace got in front of Yoda and blocked the strikes, pushing Bane back and keeping both swinging blades from hitting him.
Yoda continued to focus all of his energy, but the pain fed the Sith Lord. Bending the armor was nearly impossible, but nothing was impossible in Yoda's eyes. He continued focusing, and Bane cried out in anger and agony as Mace bashed against the armor and defended the sabers, until all at once, the Sith Lord dropped to the ground. The metal had pierced his heart and killed him on impact. Yoda and Mace kept their distance and looked down at the three bodies, noticing who Palpatine was, and deciding to stay away from this scene. They uncovered Palpatine's face and positioned everything to look as if Darth Bane had been a rogue assailant, an individual who worked for both of them and betrayed them after learning the truth. The two Jedi would escape after making the scene look like a murder-suicide, and they would take their vessels to abandon Raxus before the Separatist Senate would gather in the coming minutes. The following would be a total scandal, though it wouldn't directly end the Clone War. The Separatist business sponsors would remain quiet about their involvement with the shadowy man, who happened to also be Palpatine. They would attempt to use this as blackmail to gain more control, but it would result in them becoming the target. If the Republican Confederacy couldn't find peace through combat, then they could at the very least make a new enemy for themselves to hate. The following would be a long, drawn-out, 2-year war. In it, the Separatist Council would become a rogue nation, arming themselves with General Grievous and the Separatist Reserve Forces. The CIS would maintain control over their already activated droid armies, and it would become a combined war of battle droids and clones versus more battle droids. It wasn't exactly preferable, and the citizen casualty counts would be higher in these 2 years than in the 3 years that preceded it. In the end, though, there would be peace. The Jedi would be the bringers of said peace, but there would be no reunification. The Confederacy had earned their right to autonomy without the Republic. They would stay far away from the Coruscant-based Republic and start their own new government. The war would hurt both sides very badly, but at the very least, they would agree to no new conflict. There would be an elongated Cold War, as the Senate purchased more clones from Domino, before learning that they too were involved in the Sith plot. Darth Bane's death would mark the end of the Sith. Splinter groups like Maul's Crimson Dawn, the Knights of Ren, and the Acolytes of Beyond wouldn't ever find prominence. But with the Jedi Order still strong and never facing the wrath of Order 66, they would be able to put an end to each of their respective groups, either completely destroying them or bringing them to justice. Master Plo Koon would, by the end of the second half of the war, recover from his trip on Morabon. The Jedi Council would then decide to remove all signs of the Sith. It was time for their religion to forever disappear. Even though Yoda was the old Grand Master, he would not take Mace's seat back. He would remain an advisor and a teacher, both of which he loved doing until the day he died. He also loved to reminisce about his conversations with Bane, always wondering, what if Bane had joined him? Obi-Wan would keep his seat as Master of the Order as well, and eventually those from his own lineage would join him on the High Council. Though by that point, the wars were over, the peace was brought to the galaxy, and balance was finally restored, the Force. Our story begins with victory and disappointment. The siege of Ryloth was a triumph for the Galactic Republic. Their 3-stage assault with Generals Skywalker, Windu, and Kenobi led to freedom across the surface of the planet. Wat Tambor was captured and heading back to Coruscant. Windu and Kenobi were awaiting their next deployment commands, and Anakin was facing a different type of struggle inside the bridge of Admiral Yularen's Resolute. During the first stage of the siege, Ahsoka Tano was tasked with leading the attack force against the Separatists in space. She was ordered to retreat when Separatist Captain Mar Tuck revealed the reinforcements he had at his disposal when he trapped Ahsoka and her fighter squadron. Instead of listening to Yularen's demands, she persisted until the flak became too much for her squadron. With that fighter unit being the only starships deployed, the Venators were weak to bomber strikes. In the process of Ahsoka's flee from the Separatist surprise attack, she lost herself an entire squadron of clone pilots, an entire Venator, extreme damage to the other one, and of course, nearly killing Admiral Yularen in the same go. That accounted for a casualty total higher than 7,400 men. Those troopers could not be replaced, and throughout the ground side of the invasion of Ryloth, Admiral Yularen considered those losses. There was a scenario where he could have deployed the fighter fleet during that battle, but they would have lost more men and likely the entire Venator fleet too, disrupting the entire invasion. While Anakin and Ahsoka had their own issues on the surface of the Twi'lek home world, Yularen came to a conclusion inside of his own head while commanding the bombing runs on Separatist forces. Perhaps it was from looking death directly in the eyes, but a message needed to be sent to not just the Jedi Order but the Republic. He may have disliked working with Skywalker, when there were far less adventurous Jedi in the galaxy, but this duo of master and apprentice almost cost him his life. War wasn't a joke, and trusting a 14-year-old Padawan with leadership responsibilities wasn't something he was willing to allow again. He made a note to himself, before deciding to go forward with this, that he wouldn't request for Ahsoka's imprisonment. She was, after all, a child. However, the Jedi needed to be made aware of their mistakes, and how they would cost the Republic this war if they continued to make senseless failures. That's exactly how he phrased it when he told Anakin upon his return from the surface. This galactic civil war, despite being titled the Clone War, wasn't a joke. The entire fabric of the civilized galaxy hung in the balance. Trusting 14-year-old children with that wasn't something Yularen would willingly participate in. He directly stated that if he had the option to step down, then he would take it, but the Republic mattered to him. He needed it as much as they needed him. Ahsoka was the odd one out, and Skywalker would bear the responsibility of watching over this court-martial. There was nothing he could do. Sure, Anakin outranked Admiral Yularen by a technicality, but since the Republic Admiral was bringing up this case, it had to go to trial. And while he would prefer a court setting, this was a front-line court-martial. They didn't have time or resources to be sending to and from Coruscant, so inside the damaged Resolute, a vessel that wouldn't have such external damages if orders had been followed, they would hold their court case. Since Masters Kenobi and Windu were still around Ryloth, they were included, but only as a part of the audience. The jury consisted of Cham Syndulla, the other Republic captains in the fleet with no affiliation to the Jedi, and clones that didn't personally know Ahsoka, including Commander Pons. As all juries, they had to have no biases, and that's what Ahsoka would get. Truth be told, she was very caught off guard from this. She really didn't know how to feel about it. There was no time to process anything because she was resting when Anakin knocked on her door and informed her of the court case. Master Skywalker tried to convince Yularen not to do this, but the still wounded Republic Admiral couldn't stop seeing the Vulture droid slamming into the bridge. He reminded Skywalker before he went to wake up Ahsoka that if that glass broke, all of them would be dead. His apprentice would be too. This wasn't a case of forgive and forget. This was a let the jury decide and face the punishment. Anakin sat with his hands in death grips as Windu and Kenobi flanked him from either side. Behind them, Rex and a few of the other men of the 501st watched. None of the men from the unit were mad at Ahsoka. They understood that leadership came with mistakes. Sure, there were a few men in the 501st that reasoned with why Yularen was upset, but to the clones, fighting for the Republic had always been a part of their lives. They knew that if they died, that they were dying for the right side. That was echoed by Rex and his brothers behind Obi-Wan, Mace, and Anakin. Yularen started the procedure as if this was a battle debriefing. Due to everything being so immediate following the Battle of Ryloth, no one else present at this action were aware of the first stage of the assault. They knew that Yularen lost 2 Venators, but very quickly the entire battle would be retold from his perspective. It obviously didn't frame Ahsoka in the best light, but it was also a very accurate retelling of the battle. It covered the disobeyed orders, the destruction of the entire Venator, costing the lives of 7,400 crewmen on board. He mentioned the external damages to the other 2 Venators and cited the destruction of the second vessel for victory. To Yularen's credit, he at least attributed some of the victory to Ahsoka's quick learning. She did a fine job at returning to Ryloth and leading a successful counterattack, one that helped them secure the planet. More so though, Yularen made a point that this procedure might save thousands of lives in future battles. The Jedi were growing reckless by allowing their students to command large swaths of clones, and it was forcing the Republic to choke away battles that didn't need to be lost. If anything, Yularen was making a case that forbade Jedi Padawans from holding leadership inside the Grand Army unless the situation became so dire that they had to take command. And while one could make the argument that the clones were younger, their accelerated training and battle-focused upbringing made them far more capable combatants than the Jedi were at the same age. To that end though, Yularen allowed the neutral stand-in judge, who was another Republic officer with the invasion force, to allow Ahsoka to defend herself. This was absolutely a kangaroo court in many ways. The Jedi Padawan would call upon Rex and other clones to defend her, which they would, but her master was not permitted to do so. The seemingly neutral affiliation of this court wasn't really that neutral. Yularen played his cards just right because he wanted one outcome. He was very clear that he didn't want Ahsoka to face imprisonment, he just wanted her removed from the army. No Jedi Padawan belonged in their ranks, it was too dangerous for everyone involved. Being that Yularen brought together a jury of Republic officers more than clones, the Jedi knew that this case wouldn't go in Ahsoka's favor. Was this petty revenge? Was it Yularen genuinely trying to protect others from unnecessary deaths? A little bit of both? Was it Yularen suffering from his less than 72-hour-old head injury? No one really knew, but it was clear, even through his brow, that he wanted Ahsoka out of his command ship and away from his unit. She was unsafe. Unfortunately for Ahsoka, after all the evidence of the battle and the testimonies and so forth, she would be convicted of failing to obey direct orders. Her punishment was the immediate return to Coruscant and being barred from serving the Republic military until she was over the age of 18 and a Jedi Knight. This was final. There'd be no changing it. An official document and recording of this action would be sent to the Grand Military Complex on Coruscant so that the Republic could review the case and then act on it. Jedi younglings and Padawans should no longer hold officer positions inside the Grand Army of the Republic. In a funny way, the court proceedings just ended. Ahsoka wasn't arrested, she wasn't taken away. Nothing actually happened to her. She just lost all of her ranking and would be removed from the army when the time was right. She was of course distraught. She formed genuine connections with the men of the 501st. They were her brothers. She didn't want to leave them behind, but Ahsoka also had to turn her worries to how she'd be trained. If she couldn't participate in military exercises with the 501st, then what would Anakin do about her instruction? Would he remain her teacher, or would she be passed on to a monk that lived entirely inside the Jedi Temple? While Obi-Wan and Mace Windu tried to console her and figure out the best solution to this problem, Anakin was missing. To clarify, the Jedi didn't want Anakin away from the front lines. He was far too valuable to the war effort. In the end, though, it was his decision if he would step away from the war to train Ahsoka. Regardless of that pending decision, Skywalker cornered Yularen in one of the Resolute's corridors, just outside the location of the makeshift court hearing. He told Yularen that he was scum for putting Ahsoka through that. He even threatened the Republic Admiral, telling him that if he ever put his student into danger again, he'd personally hurt the officer. Yularen, despite nursing his head wound, did not back down from his Jedi General. He squared up with his younger comrade and asked if it angered Skywalker as much that he put Ahsoka's life into danger every time they deployed out of hyperspace. If anything, Anakin should be grateful that Yularen saved her from potentially getting herself killed or getting any more people killed. He should be using the words thank and you. Yularen squeezed away from Anakin and continued down the corridor, before stopping in the medical bay to check on his head again. Skywalker just watched helplessly as Yularen forcibly removed his student from the 501st and then jabbed another dagger into his chest. He was furious. He wanted to stand by the words he'd just said, but it was perhaps more telling of Yularen's intentions that he didn't immediately rat on Anakin's threat. It was entirely possible that Yularen was doing this for the betterment of his men, rather than petty revenge. Anakin leaned against the wall and banged the bottom of his palm against the wall. He was so frustrated, because to a certain extent, Yularen wasn't even wrong. Ahsoka made a mistake. Actions do indeed have consequences. 7,400 men were dead because of them. Anakin believed that maybe a court-martial was too far, but at the same time, the liberation of Ryloth almost failed. Yet, to that same argument, it wouldn't have succeeded without Ahsoka. It was a double-edged sword. Both parties were entirely correct with their stances, but only one side came out on top. She was no longer a member of the 501st. Rex spoke with Ahsoka after the other two Jedi separated from her. She was okay, but reasonably sad. She made great connections with her brothers and didn't want to leave them, though she understood that she made her mistakes and accepted them without putting the blame on anyone else but herself. Aside from the actual punishment, she really just dwelled on what Mace and Obi-Wan said to her. They explained that they wanted Ahsoka to continue training with Anakin, regardless of whatever he chose for himself. Mace didn't want to reassign Ahsoka to another Jedi. This wasn't necessarily an attachment-based decision, it was just difficult on students that had to transfer between masters, especially if the instructor died. The heartbreak of being removed from her unit would force Ahsoka to struggle with any other Jedi Master, because she had a lot of work ahead of her in that situation. But Mace was very assertive during that conversation, even until Anakin joined in, that he and Ahsoka would remain as master and apprentice unless Skywalker decided otherwise. This was backed up in a different conversation with the 3 Jedi Masters. Anakin basically just got an idea of what Mace was saying. Obi-Wan then asked what Anakin wanted to do about his position. If he remained with the 501st, he'd have to instruct Ahsoka from a distance if he remained her instructor. If not, Anakin would be removed from the unit like Ahsoka, and another Jedi would be assigned. This put Skywalker into a difficult position, because he definitely didn't want his men getting stuck with an inefficient Jedi General. Yet he trusted Rex, and instead asked if they could promote him to Commander. Mace and Obi-Wan looked to each other and didn't see why it couldn't be suggested to Republic High Command. Anakin just expressed that he had no doubt in his mind that he would return to Coruscant with Ahsoka, rather than make her find another teacher. He just had to make sure on the other side of it that his men were still taken care of. Returning to the temple was bittersweet for Anakin and Ahsoka. Neither of them were happy about the circumstances, but Anakin was at least overjoyed that he stayed with Ahsoka rather than the unit. Before they landed at the temple, they received news from Master Windu that Captain Rex was being promoted to the rank of Marshal Commander. The 501st wasn't in need of any Jedi leadership, so they'd be fine on their own. Instead of immediately going into training with Ahsoka, Anakin took some time to himself to reflect. Ever since the court-martial, he considered if he put Ahsoka into position to fail. He knew that she was broken up about being forced away from the front lines. Maybe he was part of the problem too. As he reflected, going into the first night following his return from Ryloth, he recognized that he did hurt Ahsoka too. The blame wasn't totally on her, even though she was the one that made the mistake at Ryloth. Anakin just tried to imagine fighting in the Clone War at the age of 14. That was almost unthinkable, and surely he would have made similar miscalculations as she had, especially since he was even more rebellious to Obi-Wan's commands. This isn't to say he was taking responsibility for Ahsoka's actions over Ryloth, rather that he understood that war was not a place for Padawans. He didn't agree with Admiral Yuldaren's methods, and definitely lost a lot of respect for him because of his actions, but to an extent, the motivations seemingly weren't wrong. Any number of Jedi commanders, most of which being young Padawans, weren't equipped for war. They weren't prepared for conflict like the clones were. It then turned Anakin's attention to how he could prepare Ahsoka for battle, but also something else. His reflection made him think about something regarding the war and how it should be done. Yet he didn't have an answer for that yet, and maybe he never would. But something that was especially true was that this situation changed his perspective on the Clone War. For now, instead of adventure, great conquest, and being a war hero, he would train a student and spend time with his wife. That was a good trade in his opinion for now. Instructing Ahsoka on Coruscant wasn't the most thrilling life ever. In the few months following Ryloth, she developed, but not like how she did while they were on the front lines. It's not that anything changed with Skywalker's training regiment, it's just a fact that war forced individuals to adapt. If one couldn't adapt in war, then they could very easily die. It was life and death. Anakin and Rex kept up constant communication throughout this time. The 501st was still succeeding, and that's really all that mattered. Skywalker, though, had his own developments while being on Coruscant for a few months. Thanks to all the time he was spending with his wife, and really dwelling on his own actions, for allowing Ahsoka to serve in command during the Clone War as a 14-year-old, he realized that maybe the ethics of the conflict should be considered. By this point, Padawans were completely removed from leadership roles within the Grand Army. It was proper legislation and everything. It made the Jedi look terrible. But Anakin was concerned with a much different array of ethics, that of the position of the Jedi Order. Being around Padme was intoxicating in all the best ways. She brought out the best in him. He never really expected it to be the case, and it made him happy. It was just nice existing around someone who loved him for him. They coexisted without suffering through months of deployment like they shared at the beginning of the war. But this great amount of time also came with belief-based conversations. She would never turn him against Palpatine intentionally, but she did help him raise questions about the ethics of war. The Jedi were peacekeepers, knights of the Republic. Their duty was to maintain peace, and they were doing the opposite. On the other side of the court-martial, he could see that Yularen was mostly right, but it led to Anakin sitting in individual sessions with Mace Windu, Yoda, Jocasta Nu, Sindralik, and other elders of the Jedi Order. He wasn't a pacifist by any means. He knew himself better than to just pretend like he wasn't the slaughterer of Tusken Raiders. But the conundrum was that if Dooku was a known Sith, then why were they allowing the war to persist? This was a case that someone like Windu agreed with, just to a varying degree. The Jedi Council couldn't just put out a hit on Count Dooku themselves. He was a political leader in the eyes of the Confederacy. The concept of Sith didn't mean anything to anyone anymore. So if they just jumped him inside of his castle, he would be the victim, even in the eyes of the Republic most likely. Anakin also asked about peace treaty options, and someone like Yoda would explain that the Jedi didn't have representation within the Senate, to which Jocasta Nu in a different conversation explained why the Jedi Order never joined the Galactic Republic. Everything was extremely eye-opening for young Skywalker. He still developed exceptionally with the lightsaber as he grew closer with the older masters of the Order, but he also learned more about the Jedi and their place in the galaxy. It made for a unique sparring experience for the likes of someone like Mace Windu, but then all of this openness flipped on his head when he decided to approach the body of the High Council about a proposition. If the Jedi couldn't act on behalf of the Republic, then why not go into Separatist territory and request for one of them to bring forward a peace treaty on behalf of the galaxy? Unfortunately for Anakin, the High Council wasn't biting it. There were too many variables to consider. They really suggested that he focus on Ahsoka's training and continue to fill his mind with information. Despite deciding that going into enemy lines to bring a peace treaty back to the Republic was a bad idea, the High Council had grown a deep admiration for Anakin since Ryloth. He'd grown more calm, understanding, and inquisitive. He had questions, very useful ones, and they were always willing to answer them. The tragedy is, though, the Council liked his idea, but there was no guarantee of a Separatist representative supporting their cause. And because the Jedi were already deep in with the Republic already for the whole Padawan situation, they couldn't really risk another PR nightmare. This was a very valid reason, even to Anakin. It would be counterproductive to just throw themselves at a random Separatist system and hope that their representative would agree with them, and then go to the Confederacy and bring forth a peace treaty. It's not like the Confederacy was especially pro-Jedi after the Order decided to side with the Republic. So Anakin was dismissed, but praised for thinking outside the box. There weren't any other masters stationed inside the temple thinking about ending the war. That was an achievement that he should be proud of. Maybe he was a little hyperactive, but that energy was being poured into something productive and helpful. They genuinely all encouraged that Anakin continue down that path because he might end up finding a way to resolve the war. He would be disappointed by this outcome, but he was married to someone with perhaps a more risky mindset. At dinner, following the council discussion, he told his wife about the session. Padme didn't even finish her meal. Quickly, she told him to get his apprentice and sent 3PO to get her starship. They were gonna go to Onderon. Padme's friendship with a senator who mentored her when she first joined the Senate was her solution. Mida Badtiri of Onderon was a peace-loving representative who joined the CIS because the Republic's corruption was too difficult to manage. The roots were crumbling, and the best option for her people was to join the Confederacy. The two Jedi accompanied an eager Padme Amidala to the planet so that they could discuss the potential of a CIS treaty with the Republic. Mina wasn't especially optimistic, but because this was still within the first year of the war, she figured that it'd be worth her time. There were some other specific notions of what kind of deals should be made inside the treaty, and how it would look if it was sent to the Republic. But more than anything, this wasn't a surrender from the Separatists, which Padme made very clear during their discussion. This was bringing the concept of a ceasefire to the public so that the war could be brought to a conclusion. Anakin was extremely anxious about this. He trusted Mina because of Padme, but if anyone learned that the Jedi were on Onderon, he would be in huge trouble. Despite his concerns, Mina provided the three of them cloaks so that they could sit in on the session with the Separatist Senate. It was both so that Mina could humanize their parliament to a Jedi Knight, but also so that they would know that she tried her best. Surprisingly, even to Dooku's chagrin, the Separatist government voted in favor of ending the Clone War. They didn't want conflict to begin with, and an official peace treaty would be sent to the Republic capital world. Once they returned to Mina's home, she wished them safe passage back to Coruscant, knowing that they'd be leaving with proof of peace on the way. But Anakin wasn't exactly ready to leave. He spoke with Padme following the session about the chances of Dooku trying to have Mina killed for ending the war. He did after all make a point that Dooku didn't look extremely pleased that the war was going to come to an end. After all, it was Padme who knew that Dooku was trying to end her life before Geonosis. It might as well and very well easily could be the same case here from Mina Bonteri. Anakin opted to stay on Onderon to protect the Separatist senator. Mina was very hesitant over this. She didn't really believe in having Jedi protection, but if Padme could convince her to bring a peace treaty into the Separatist government, then she could convince Bonteri to allow this protection. Ahsoka would also volunteer, much to Anakin's caution. She pleaded and asked to stay, citing that this would also be her first experience outside the temple since Ryloth. That was more than enough to get Anakin to fold. He understood how frustrating it had been for her to be stuck on Coruscant, so their mission with Mina began, and Senator Amidala returned to the capital. The first few days with Mina on Onderon were very uneventful. It allowed Ahsoka and Anakin to train under different circumstances, but nothing really came from it. Once the treaty was sent from Raxus to Coruscant, though, that's when the problems began. Mina was in charge of the peacemaking process. Grievous was going to also detonate the Coruscant power grid, so that the treaty would be rejected in session. As everything started to move into position for the Sith to maintain this war, Count Dooku arrived at Mina's home. She welcomed him in, as Anakin and Ahsoka hid elsewhere inside the home, to watch this discussion. Dooku explained to her very briefly how much he enjoyed working with her, since the foundation of the Confederacy. She was one of his favorite allies inside their government, someone that the CIS desperately needed. With all of that being relevant, he also needed her to rescind her statements. Call it an early war draft that they made up and didn't mean to send. They signed off on it by accident and it was sent to Coruscant by mistake. All she needed to do was make one little speech and they could continue fighting this war. Bonteri displayed visible disgust and concern. Why did he want her to rescind the peace treaty? Is that not what they wanted? Independence? Dooku shook his head. They were going to destroy the Republic. If she wanted to have any part in that, she would forfeit the surrender and return to governing in his government. She directly called him no different than Palpatine, and his lightsaber ignited. Dooku swung forward, and Skywalker from the other side of the foyer leapt out, slashing his saber outwards and blocking the strike. He stumbled, but Ahsoka quickly got Mina out of the way. Her lightsaber ignited and she turned to watch Dooku and her master engage. This was another duel for them, the last since Tatooine, Geonosis before it. Their lightsabers continued to shriek with every twist and jab. Ahsoka pushed herself in, trying to help, but she knew that she was no match for either opponent. Dooku wanted to take her out because he still had very strict orders to not kill Skywalker, so why not break him? Every chance he got, he stabbed towards Ahsoka. Anakin was a good teacher, so she was adequately prepared. But the truth is, neither opponent was a challenge for the aging Count. Mina, on the other hand, made sure every single piece of this engagement was filmed. Thanks to the overhead cameras in the foyer of the home, she'd be able to retain everything from her near assassination to the hopeful Jedi victory. It was a funny predicament for her to be in. She didn't really like the Jedi for siding with the Republic, but now she understood. Anakin backhanded Dooku across the cheek and threw his saber forward. Tyrannus deflected easily, catching Ahsoka and lobbing her over his shoulder with the Force. She slammed into the wall, almost unconscious. It brought Anakin back to Geonosis, when he and his master fought Dooku. Now he had become Obi Wan, fighting one of the great duelists of their era. Anakin didn't fear Dooku. He continued to strike as if he had decades more experience than his opponent. This thrilled the old man because it made the taste of victory feel all the more satisfying. He could put this no-good pupil of Palpatine in his place, and remind him that a position with the Sith was not given, it was earned. Skywalker and Tyrannus traded blows, with their sabers blasting one another's. Ahsoka, on the other side of the room, rubbed her head. She watched her master continue to push Dooku, until the Sith Lord dropped back, slipping Anakin's strike and countering by jabbing his saber straight through Skywalker's thigh. He dropped on his knee and threw his saber in front of his neck, blocking what could have very easily been a decapitation. Dooku had to stop himself, but with one more strike he knocked Anakin backwards. Skywalker planted his saber on the ground to stop himself from falling, and just as Dooku prepared to drive his saber down, Ahsoka, like her master on Geonosis all those months ago, leapt across the room. She miscalculated her defense of her master, but Tyrannus was expecting it. He figured an apprentice would be like her master, and she paid the price for it. She fell to her knees and Anakin watched her fall. He tried to process the sight of his apprentice suffering from this wound. It didn't seem real. He could see Dooku's lightsaber sticking out of her back, and everything went red. In Tyrannus' mind, messing with Skywalker was always a fun idea, but killing his student just felt like more good fun, until he saw the switch in his opponent's eyes. Unfortunately for Tyrannus the Arrogant, he was too busy lavishing in his victory over a 15-year-old Jedi Padawan to defend himself from the 20-year-old psychotic murderer of a Tusken village. It cost him his life immediately. Anakin bashed his saber across Dooku's face, and he fell down, before Anakin wrung his neck from the top of his hilt to the tip of his saber. When he acknowledged Dooku's death, he quickly rushed to Ahsoka's side. He grabbed his apprentice and held her in his arms. She was faint already, so much more fragile than he could have ever imagined. Anakin promised Ahsoka that he'd save her, that they would fix this. He choked back tears with each passing second, knowing that he had to be the strong one for a student. She deserved the best from him. He wasn't panicking, and she was calm. Ahsoka just held onto his hand and tried to find any words to say, eventually landing on something that felt true because it came from her dying heart. Ahsoka told her master that she would have done it 100 times and again to end this war. It was followed with rough coughing, a weak smile, but one that wore satisfaction. Anakin told his apprentice that she was the greatest student an instructor could ever wish for. He would make this right. He would get her out of this. Her smile was still very present, but she shook her head. Ahsoka patted her master's hand and nodded her way back into an eternal rest. Mina rushed out when she felt that the duel was over. She didn't see Ahsoka's death, and all she saw was a Jedi Master holding an apprentice he loved like a sister. When he felt her soul transcend into the living force, the tears he had been choking back slipped out, and he said goodbye to his apprentice for one last time. Ahsoka's sacrifice would not be in vain. The Coruscant power grid would, yes, be bombed, but just moments after the grid was bombed, Mina Bontiri, assuming command over the Confederacy, dispatched a transmission to Coruscant. In it, she displayed Count Dooku's merciless attack on herself and the Jedi Padawan, Ahsoka Tano. She also cited the bravery of Master Jedi Anakin Skywalker for saving her life and sacrificing it all to end the Clone War. She called this a chance to bridge the galaxy together and weed out those who wished to prolong the conflict. It'd be the speech of the millennium. Mina, while using the evidence to prove her point, almost single-handedly ended the Clone War. As it turns out, putting out mainstream evidence of a 15-year-old child being murdered by an 80-year-old warmonger isn't widely loved. While there'd be pushback inside the Senate from Palpatine to keep the war going, it would overwhelmingly fall out of popularity. This was not the individual senators making this decision. If it were, the war would have continued. Instead, every single Republic planet, with a few exceptions inside the core, demanded that their representation end the conflict. It clearly wasn't real, and the culprits behind it needed to be found and executed. This resulted in Palpatine losing his emergency powers over the Senate, but he was not seen as a direct threat to the government. He still had a few options as a result of this as well. With Grievous and Ventress still under his command, he tried to rebelliously start the Clone War again. The Separatist Parliament turned against the war effort, so it had to come from somewhere. Palpatine's options were keep the war going, execute Order 66 and bail out, or try to politically keep things in his favor and build the Empire from the ashes of war. He went for options 1 and 3. Sidious trusted his political intuition far too much, and he was so close as it was to winning. If he executed Order 66, the Jedi could be wiped out. Hell, he could destroy the Senate and local leadership with other orders, but he still didn't have total control over the droid armies, which remained his problem. The clones would never win a legitimate war against the droid army, so he played it out. He tested his political skills and maneuvered through the post-war era with an effort to restart it. To his great disappointment, that would never be the case. Anakin received the honorary rank of Master, as the Jedi believed his apprentice's selfless sacrifice was a depiction of his instruction as a Jedi. They saw Anakin's pain and rewarded him for doing everything the Jedi needed to be during the war. He was all of them in that moment. His decision to disobey their orders may have costed Ahsoka her life, but she did it with honor, as a Jedi Knight would, as a protector of peace. Darth Sidious's attempts to divide the galaxy fell in vain. 10 years after the death of Ahsoka, the Republic, the Confederate States, and the Neutral Coalition were at peace. Chancellor Palpatine was 9 years removed from office, and total conflict in the galaxy 8 years gone. General Grievous's rebellion, prompted by Sidious, was effective. But thanks to the Bantiri Doctrine, the Confederacy was able to capture battle droids and turn them against Grievous. The rebellion was put down, and peace resumed with skirmishes from devout Dooku loyalists. They were who remained in action and in conflict for the majority of the 2 years that followed the end of the Clone War. Palpatine nearly returned to maintaining his emergency powers, but the Republic voted between emergency powers or a Speaker of the Rotunda position. They chose the latter, resulting in the nullification of the Chancellor role. The Speaker position didn't have any power. They mostly just maintained order through debates. Eventually, though, Palpatine grew tired of this role and abandoned the Senate, without his power and without Order 66. Because Anakin spent so much time on Coruscant, picking the heads of the Masters around the temple before Ahsoka's death, he returned with wild ideas, following everything on Onderon. Suggestions for the removal of the Jedi from active combat, so that they could be the unifying factor in the galaxy. The Council took this to heart. Following Ahsoka's death, the Jedi Order removed itself from the entire war effort to focus on missions akin to Anakin's, which not only saved Mina Bantiri's life, but saved the lives of various other senators the Sith targeted. This is also why Order 66 could not be acted on. Now though, Jedi Master Anakin Skywalker, member of the High Council and Master of the Order, beside Grand Master Windu, felt a disturbance in the Force. The Sith had been apparently disposed of. He trained another Padawan since Ahsoka's death, and requested for a statue of his former apprentice to be built on the steps of the temple. It was, after all, Ahsoka who now greeted every visitor to the Jedi structure. Regardless, Anakin's life played out with marriage, family, and love, following the end of the Clone War. His twins, Luke and Ashla, were both 7 years old by this point. They went to school with the last name Naberi, and understood why their father's job wasn't talked about. Ashla was a nickname of Ahsoka's in her home village. Padme thought it'd be a beautiful way to remember someone so important to her husband. Anakin's disturbance revolved around his children. Even if the Jedi weren't permitted to have relationships, a few people knew about the twins. Obi Wan, Plo Koon, and a few of the men from the 501st. Rex and a couple of those clones always kept an eye on Luke and Ashla, like a protective service, because despite the Jedi giving up their hunt for the Sith, Anakin still believed they existed. At this point in his career as a Jedi, nothing really slipped past him. He was assertively aware of everything. The trauma of losing a student after Lauren tried to save her forced him to work harder than ever to be the best Jedi for the Order. That's why he was Master of the Order, because he was looking out for every Jedi, trying to make sure none of them suffered the same fate as Ahsoka. His disturbances were proven validated by a mysterious figure who seemed to track the twins when they went to school. The black-robed individual was exactly what Rex and the other clones were hired to keep an eye out for. Think of it like Secret Service. The reason the boys were with him was because Mina wanted to give back to Anakin after everything he did, and all he asked her to do was give back to the clones. This was one of the ways of giving back to them and keeping them close. A week into spotting this figure on the daily, Anakin started to follow his children to school at a distance. Luke and Ashla did sports, but that was out of season, so they usually went to school, came home, and played in the apartment complex or at the Senate building with their mother. Skywalker made sure that they could have indefinite freedom. He traced the shadowy figure after they were dropped off at school in the morning by 3PO. Once the individual reached his transport, Anakin, slowly, with all of his concentration, closed the ship in on Palpatine. There was no explosion, because Anakin contained it with pure focus. Sidious tried to protect himself, but who should have become his pupil was far too powerful for him. Master Skywalker was 30. He was unbeatable, even for the Sith Lord. Palpatine would die within moments of the ship crumbling in on him. The wreckage would reveal the stalker being that of Sheev Palpatine. The remnants of a lightsaber remained behind, that of a Sith. It was enough evidence for Skywalker to bring back to the Council to confirm the destruction of the Sith, and the true confirmation that he was indeed the Chosen One. Anakin eliminated Palpatine with the flex of his hands, and never revealed that his children were the ones being stalked. This was a much different experience that he had than the one with Tyrannus, but it was cause for celebration. Anakin brought flowers to Ahsoka's statue to tell her that her mission was complete. Her life had been honored, the Sith were gone. Anakin always knew that the Sith Lord, the one that remained, would be too tempted to keep an eye on his children, knowing that he was the one that killed Dooku. He just never expected it to be Palpatine. In the end though, because the galactic problems were resolved, this was more of a win for the Jedi. The galaxy saw Dooku with a lightsaber, but the Jedi didn't over-explain it because they wanted to end the conflict. So the Sith were kind of in the mainstream, kinda not. At the end though, Anakin made his amends with Yularen. They never shared a friendship like Skywalker did with his clones, but in some way, he knew it was something Ahsoka would have wanted. He and Padme would have another child following the death of the Sith Lord, and the Jedi also weren't in the need to know. The Nabiri children would grow up to lead the galaxy in different ways, Luke and Ashla taking to the Senate, while the third child, a son named Jason, would accompany Anakin inside the Jedi Order. No one in the Order or the Council would ever know the truth, but Jason Nabiri would be his final student before becoming Grand Master in a galaxy with true balance in the Force. Our story begins in combat. The Clone Wars were only a few weeks old at this moment. The Jedi had been assigned their units, and with one was the very powerful young Jedi Master named Yoda. This was no Grand Master, nor elder member of the High Council. Instead, the Jedi named Yoda was a 350-year-old master of the Force. He weaved his saber through combat, slicing through battle droids and using the tops of standing but offline super battle droids to command his troops. By his side rushed a clone commander wearing green armor. Smoke covered the battlefield, but the beacon atop the B-2 battle droid led the men in the right direction. It was Yoda. Even in the war's infancy, he knew how to best communicate to his men, to help them move through the battlefield. He leapt down and rushed forward, staying at the front of his assault. Yoda might have been old by their standards, but he was young for his species. The foundry they were attacking released AAT tanks. The clones, who were running across the fields, were forced to face them head-on. Master Yoda, though, through the thick field of battle, ripped his lightsaber under the hull of the tanks, cutting them open from the bottom. In a few circumstances, he'd find his way inside the tank, but his main goal was to destroy as many as he could before his men were killed. It was remarkable for the clones to be a part of. They knew that the Jedi would be a great aid to their war against the Confederacy, but having someone like this serve with them was indescribable. When they weren't fighting on the front lines, they saw the softer, gentler side of the Jedi Master. He was kind and courteous to everyone who operated out of this tiny garrison. On the front lines, he was the exact same person, but with the skills of an individual that could be much crueler. With his remarkable power, Master Yoda saved troops from deadly battle droids and their vicious tanks. He was able to control waves of blaster bolts and redirect them back into the droids. He cut through tanks, large and small all the same, and always remained at the front of the charge. His size may have put him at a disadvantage, but he never let that show. Yoda's charge into this foundry went as their first few battles did. There were some losses, some casualties, and then in the end, triumph. Yoda, through the firefight, reflected, as he always did when there was combat in front of him. His third student, Dooku, betrayed the Jedi Order. Instead of it being Yaddle that died inside the works on Coruscant, there was no death. Yoda remembered it every time his lightsaber weaved in front of his face. Each millisecond, when the burst of light exploded against a deflection, he saw his fallen apprentice's eyes. It tortured his soul. Yoda felt that pain in his soul, and never in battle actually had the chance to reflect on how much it bothered him. But this had been a torment he dealt with for the last 10 years, leading up to the beginning of the Clone War. When the battle droids were all destroyed, Yoda didn't turn to his past. He focused on his present, in front of him. First was to make sure all the droids were dealt with, and that the foundry could be shut down and then destroyed. Next, he gave out respective orders to his clones, plus his admiral, which was applicable following this engagement. Yoda afterwards turned his attention to the wounded. Status reports from Republic High Command would eventually find him. He cared more about his men in the moment. Those who were wounded could be eased with the Force. Yoda had the capability and potential to do it without harming himself. Since the war started a few weeks ago, he'd been practicing methods to make life easier for the clones. The war was young, but Yoda believed that acting fast could prevent it from expanding into a full-blown galactic conflict. He knew what the Separatist armies were capable of, and it's why his unit was so active. Yoda put a lot of pressure on all of them. The clones were tired, as was he, but they all knew why they were doing it. So to aid his troopers, by himself, he used knowledge he already had that helped comfort the wounded. It wasn't a force heal, because he'd actually hurt himself by doing that consistently. It was an easy ritual instead, that someone with his power could do. On the other side of the conflict, that being before battle, Yoda was delving into battle meditation, but he had a long way to go before ever being ready to master that. This was who Yoda was, disconnected from the High Council, a simple master with a failed apprentice and a tortured past. When the 350-year-old Jedi returned to the flagship, his commander, named Commander Barbute, had already informed the Council of their progress. Barbute was a Generation 1 clone, like every other man of this unit. Despite military regulations, he always managed to hide his longer head hair and his slight facial hair. Yoda explained to all of his men that once they joined his unit, that he wouldn't control who they were, as he noticed how different each individual was inside the Force. So those typical military regiments for clones to abide by weren't maintained in this garrison. All the Jedi Master asked for was the perfect effort they all could give in all of their battles. Brotherhood, camaraderie, and unity. If they could do that, then they would be unstoppable, and so far, they had been. The reason Commander Barbute informed the High Council instead of Yoda himself was because of the continuous struggle between the two. Yoda wasn't much like his grand student, Qui-Gon Jinn, who was instructed by Dooku, but he also was not close to the Council either. The High Council itself was much different and extremely strict. During the High Republic, Yoda went on expeditions to discover where darkness was rising from. When Ki-Adi-Mundi joined the Council during that age, he was never expected to transform into the Grand Master, but over the past century that changed. Ki-Adi-Mundi held a more regimented iteration of the Council, and he believed that what Yoda was searching for was an idealistic crusade reminiscent of an era already gone. This reaction from Mundi came from Yoda's hunt for the darkness following Master Soul's apparent suicide on Brendok. Fast forward to Dooku's fall from grace, where the High Council accepted that the Sith existed because of Qui-Gon's death, they also neglected to believe that Dooku was one of them. At odds he was with the Council, sure, but not a Sith. That's what they told him. He was a political idealist, always had been. Mundi's words exactly. Even after Yoda reported an engagement with his former student inside the industrial sector, the Council neglected to investigate it. At this current moment, the old guard of the Council belonged to individuals like Pong Krell, Jocasta Nu, and Sindralic. There were some others, but Master Windu was not one of them. Grand Master Ki-Adi-Mundi preferred to keep someone who used the dark side away from their ranks, as it could cause individuals with responsibility over the Order to slip into foolishness. It was a far stricter collection of elders than it ever would have been had Yoda joined their ranks, instead of hunting for souls and then for Nestra's murderers. None of this was especially important to Commander Barbute because he knew little of the Jedi anyways. His 10 years of life up until this point revolved around training for war. Regardless, once Yoda returned to the flagship, it was revealed by Barbute that they'd be redeployed again. This was a mutual agreement between the clone commander and the High Council. Yoda allowed his commander to speak on behalf of him. He trusted the man's intuition, plus Barbute knew his men far better than Yoda did at this point, so it'd be easier for him to communicate to the Council about redeployment than it was for Yoda. It was important for Yoda to learn from Barbute, as it was for the clone to learn from the Jedi. Admiral Killian of the fleet was ready whenever all the men were removed from the surface. They would bombard the foundry and remove it entirely. Until they left though, Yoda needed his time to meditate. This itch had been bothering him since Dooku turned to the dark side. It wasn't just the Clone Wars that activated this trauma for him. It was any time his lightsaber collided with something aggressive. Yoda could handle his own intense training regimens, but anything with someone attacking him, that was an immediate trigger. It hurt his heart. At 350 years old, Yoda had lost a lot of people. He was still grappling with that kind of loss. It was still hard to accept and lose someone, as it was when he was still 100. If he were closer to the year 800, for example, those feelings of grief would be more muted, but by his standards he was still quite a young man. He experienced betrayal, just never from a student. Dooku's decision to try and kill him cut deeper than any strike against his body ever could. Yoda's meditation gave him flashes of that turn to darkness. He remembered what and who he saw, the confrontation he experienced with not just his former apprentice, but who he presumed to be the actual Sith Lord. To top it all off, the reaction from the High Council and their lack of urgency. It was all frustrating. Every ounce of humanity within the Jedi Master was to react with anger because it was infuriating. Yet he didn't. Yoda was a better man than that. He had to be for himself and now for his men. This meditation was just as clouded as the actual experience inside the works. He certainly lived through the engagement, but he couldn't remember everything, just tiny pieces that stood out. To say that the loss of Dooku was traumatic would be an understatement. But even though things were different at Geonosis, Yoda didn't know if his former apprentice survived or not. The trail he'd been following wasn't dry, but now the war sat in between Yoda and the answers he wanted. This meditation inside a vessel quickly departing into hyperspace was meant to ease his mind, but it left him unfocused. Even in his 300 years of age, Yoda felt blinded by his emotions. So much training, in his mind, for what seemed to be nothing. The Jedi Master, rather than resolving his traumas, instead slipped into a deep but short sleep. Following the next defeat of the Separatist forces under Yoda's command, he would learn of a harrowing truth. The one thing he suspected being that someone named Dooku was behind the Separatist movement. Things were, after all, different since Tyrannus tried to defeat his master. The truth regarding Yoda's trail is that it was founded in chasing ghosts, because the Sith Lord he'd been hunting was dead, just days before Dooku turned against him. Thanks to the engagement between Tyrannus, Sidious, and Yoda inside the Sith lair on Coruscant, Dooku was not the face of the Confederacy. He instead manipulated a puppet man also named Dooku to lead the CIS, someone who had no affiliation to Sereno, Dooku himself, or anything that could be related to Yoda's apprentice. The Sith took very careful steps to keep Yoda away from their plans. Despite the raw power and talent between Dooku and his new master, they were technically defeated by the Jedi Master. Yoda knew it was true, somewhere inside of his heart, but he couldn't accept the reality of it. Since the Sith truly feared this young, seemingly anonymous Jedi Master, they gave him a random trail that led all the way back to Plagueis the Wise. From the end of the invasion of Naboo to the beginning of the Battle of Geonosis, Yoda was hunting down an individual with extreme influence. He may have fought both Sidious and Tyrannus, but never did he actually see Palpatine's face or learn his name. And fortunately for the Sith Lord, he was very talented at concealing his essence. Yet because Yoda didn't serve on the High Council, he never interacted with the Supreme Chancellor, so even if Palpatine had to conceal himself from Yoda, he didn't have to worry about it. Instead, for 10 years, like the 10 years he spent during the High Republic, Yoda tracked a dead trail. In the past, it was also chasing after Plagueis, who was directly responsible for Master Vernestra's defeat. Yoda wasn't incompetent. The Sith were always just one step ahead of him, and the Jedi Council was often disgruntled with this determination from Yoda. Though, and perhaps the biggest reason, the duel between Dooku and Sidious remained a blur was because Yoda felt entirely responsible for Qui-Gon's death as a result of it. He didn't travel to Naboo with Master Jin and young Kenobi. He knew about the Sith assassin and believed the two of them to be capable enough to handle it. From Yoda's perspective, he needed to take a step back, because the Force willed Qui-Gon to defeat the Sith, and that never eventually was the case. Despite that, there was yet another thing Yoda was unaware of. He wasn't at all familiar with young Skywalker. When Qui-Gon and he discussed the figure from Tatooine that Qui-Gon dueled, which was the talk of the temple during his return, Master Jin never addressed this chosen one. He was far more concerned with Naboo's safety at the time, because it was the first step to training Anakin. So for Yoda, everything started to slowly come together when the less successful Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker, rose from the ranks of the Republic military to superstar in the Republic media. Something was slightly awry about this sudden rise to popularity in the media with young Skywalker. To emphasize, this wasn't Yoda becoming jealous. He was again 350 years old. He had no reason to care or wonder what people thought of him. Yet as he finished up another successful battle, he found himself questioning everything he had done before the Clone Wars began. Commander Barbute was familiar with Yoda's investigative past, but not of what the topic was about. He was supportive of the Jedi Master, and yet the little green Jedi continued to ponder endlessly. It was all connected in his mind. It just went somewhere he knew it had to. The disappearance of Dooku to the rise of Sidious. The death of Maul connected to the arrival of Anakin Skywalker and the apparent extinguishment of Darth Plagueis the Wise. It came out convoluted, almost like it made no sense because in many ways it didn't, especially after deep meditations and battle. But through the cracks of this memory, the pieces started to come together. Dooku was not the political face of Serenno. Another man was. Serenno was just simply Dooku's homeworld. But there had also been sightings of a scarred man unidentified inside the CIS parliament. There were rumors of a shadow inside the government that could make Republic senators disappear without lifting a hand, and then of course, this chosen one. And while Yoda never met Anakin, he became concerned with Skywalker's rise to popularity because of who he was. Again, this was not disdain for the Jedi Knight, rather Yoda noticing similarities between this proclaimed chosen one and Jedi Master Dooku. Their youthful personalities were extremely similar, talented beyond belief with the saber, exceptional at the Force, and brash without hesitation. Yoda didn't know Anakin personally, so he wouldn't judge a book by its cover, but he did fear what Skywalker could do to the Jedi Order. If Dooku was as much of a threat as he was at his disappearance, then imagine what someone with a far larger ceiling could do. War on the front lines was challenging for Yoda. Despite seldomly appearing in the media, he and his unit never left the front lines. They engaged in space battles rarely and won more planets than any other division in the Grand Army of the Republic. This constant action, which was absolutely within the control of the Dark Lord of the Sith, was meant to kill the Jedi Master. It definitely kept him preoccupied and away from his decade-long investigation, but it didn't get anywhere close to actually killing Yoda. He was too deadly against battle droids for that kind of defeat to transpire randomly. What terrified Sidious the most was that Yoda seemingly continued to grow in his powers, and it absolutely had to do with the studies he participated in during his deployment. Yoda brought about 4 Jedi holocrons with him on a battleship per expedition. He would study them religiously, and it also meant that his men typically left battles that were far larger and more deadly with less casualties than any other unit in the Grand Army. The Republic looked to Master Yoda for inspiration, even those on the council that disagreed with him, but the media remained focused on Skywalker. With months having passed since the first battle of Geonosis, what continued to worry Yoda about Skywalker were the increasing nightmares and visions about him turning to the dark side. These weren't even implanted by Sidious. It actually came from something else entirely. Due to Yoda's consistent interactions with the dark side throughout his career, he was more adept at noticing when something was off. The dark and the light had two, what Yoda would call, sensitivities. Sith and the Rule of Two were especially capable of hiding it. Yoda, thanks to beginning all of his studies with the dark side at Master Soul's quote-unquote suicide on Brendok, developed a keen sense for the darkness. When he confronted Dooku and then Sidious in the same duel on Coruscant, he experienced an awakening of sorts. It clearly didn't help in the investigation, but in all fairness to him, he was tracking a dead Sith in an intentionally deceptive trail created by his former student. Dooku knew everything about Yoda's endeavors, times that the Jedi Master even almost crossed paths with Darth Plagueis before the events at Naboo. It helped Palpatine direct Tyrannus into a direction to keep Yoda preoccupied entirely. As Sidious suspected, the Jedi Master would join a clone force during the war, and he planned to give Yoda the most difficult battles, and to Palpatine's great displeasure, Yoda survived them all with beyond successful results. Now, going back to Skywalker, Yoda's natural senses were rightfully picking up on the dark side, but he didn't have the answer as to why that was the case, and it would not come until long after their first interaction. Obi-Wan and Yoda, while being a part of the same lineage, rarely talked to each other. Yoda may have had only 3 students in his career, but if he wasn't a part of an investigation, he was teaching younglings with their developmental studies. He simply missed out on Skywalker's formative training years because he was so dedicated to finding Dooku and Sidious, then bringing them to justice. Kenobi never blamed Yoda for his absence. From his perspective, Yoda lost both Dooku and Qui-Gon in the same go, and for Obi-Wan, who never met Dooku, he couldn't imagine how challenging that would have been for Yoda. It never was spiteful, and Kenobi never interpreted it as anything but pain for Yoda. But this also highlighted the difference between a simple Jedi Master who lived on his own accords, and an individual with the responsibility of the Grand Master. Yoda wasn't the latter. He was a Jedi who did as he wished, in what he believed was to be the best service of the Force, the Galaxy, and the Republic. So when Yoda reunited with Obi-Wan and met Anakin, it felt like the lineage was finally coming together. Ahsoka was never assigned to Anakin because Yoda wasn't in the room to do so. Counselor Plo Koon instead took on her instruction. Regardless, Yoda immediately from their first interaction knew that Anakin had a darkness within him. But it wasn't as prominent as it was in Dooku's late years as a Jedi. There was pain, something Yoda understood. There was also suffering, and Yoda sympathized with it. But there was also something else, something pulling on Skywalker from the outside. This trio was brought together unintentionally, and beyond Palpatine's command. Republic military leadership paired them up for a campaign across the outer edge of Hutt space. It was basically intended to separate a CIS hyperspace lane to keep the Quarren loyal to the Mon Cala on Mon Calamari. Without it, chances are, worlds across that branch of the galaxy would fall back into the Republic without a forced occupation, invasion, or embargo on goods from the government itself. Throughout this campaign, with 3 Jedi and 3 incredibly efficient clone commanders, Yoda learned more about battle meditation and those he served with. It'd be the finalization of the most complete iteration of battle meditation that would help him put everything together and into the right perspective. Because most of what the Jedi Master was doing was helping the men on the battlefront. It was a protective, effective barrier assisting the clones in working in harmony. It had been that way for months at this point, obviously getting better with every single time he used it. When Yoda used battle meditation and it helped him with uniting everyone outside the clones, he realized everything he needed. Everyone outside the clones being the other Jedi. Despite winning battles and even keeping up a decent rapport with Skywalker, he didn't necessarily trust him. This didn't create a divide in their relationship, it was just a constant nagging in the back of Yoda's mind. He couldn't really escape these visions of Anakin turning to the dark side and causing harm to the Republic or those Yoda cared about. Once he bridged the gaps between Anakin, Obi-Wan, himself, and the entire clone division under their command in a battle meditation, Yoda's vision literally became clear. Yoda noticed when they first met that Skywalker had a darkness about him, far greater than any other Jedi knew, including Jedi Master Windu. It was this on-edge clock, feeling that at any moment it could be set off. This kept Yoda skeptical of, currently, the last descendant of his lineage. Yoda, through this joining battle meditation, realized that Skywalker's darkness was familiar. It reminded him of something he tried to forget, but never could, because it was all tied back to his greatest failure as a teacher, the most damning trauma he couldn't escape. And it went like this, in a vision he finally saw put together after 10 years of torture. Yoda landed inside the industrial sector after following his seemingly despondent student from the Jedi Temple. When he arrived inside the hangar bay, he saw Dooku speaking to a cloaked man. His apprentice in that moment, instead of joining Yoda to defeat the Sith, turned on him, igniting his lightsaber and attacking. The Jedi Master was heartbroken in that instant. He could feel the daggers cutting through his tiny little heart, and he was forced into action, seemingly blind. Yoda was capable of defending himself from the student he trained. Dooku might have been a very talented duelist, generational even, but he was not beyond defeat. His master, through a series of twirls, defenses, and spins, launched his apprentice across the room and into the shuttle, leaving him momentarily paralyzed, both in pain but mostly in fear. Sidious, sensing the turn for the worst, activated his own weapons and attacked the Jedi Master. Yoda was fearless. He simply focused on 100 years of work, investigation, and training coming to life in front of him. Deflecting and defending each of his opponent's strikes, he kept Palpatine at bay. Of course, when he thought his student couldn't hurt him anymore, Tyrannus joined the fight, aiding the Sith Lord to kill his own master. Yoda, though, didn't buckle. He might have been outmanned, but he was far from outmatched. He parried where he needed to, used the Force to exceptional precision, and when he messed up, he caught himself quickly. Yoda and Sidious's eyes went from a tiny, no-good, anonymous Jedi Master to frightening foe. Palpatine never met Yoda, only knew of a little Jedi who'd been trailing Plagueis for years, but no one knew of his skill. He then, of course, faced the most terrifying little monster he'd ever seen in his life. Master Yoda flung Sidious through the air, and within that same moment, drug his saber up Dooku's chest, neck, and face. It was a deep incision, rendering one of his lungs inoperable, and his face in shambles. Sidious was forced to protect Dooku, who fled into Palpatine's shuttle. Yoda continued to fight the remaining Sith Lord, bouncing around him and clobbering him against the wall and the pillars around the structure, until Dooku, using all of his hatred, used force electricity on Yoda. It didn't hurt him, but it kept him away long enough for Sidious to retreat, and in that same moment escape from Master Yoda inside their shuttle. Did it force Tyrannus to question his loyalties to the Sith? Sure, but he never left Palpatine's side. There was a newfound trust in the other after what Palpatine recalled to be a hate-filled, vengeful assault from a Jedi demon. The Sith, for once, feared a Jedi. Palpatine knew he needed to be better, and Dooku needed immediate medical attention. It was painful for Yoda to remember because when he struck Dooku, he didn't see the older man he hit in that moment. He saw the eager but anxious Jedi youngling Dooku was when he became Yoda's apprentice. It was the last time he saw Dooku, the last he even heard that he was still alive. Because when Dooku used his electricity during their escape, Dooku also fell to his knees, seemingly lifeless. But even through all of that, it was Skywalker who reminded Yoda of a Sith Lord. It was a big reason for why Yoda became so suspicious of Anakin. Now he had what seemed to be every answer he needed. All that remained was discovering who could be doing this, and how to track them down. Luckily, that answer came actually really easily. Remember the propaganda and Republic media focused specifically on Anakin and the 501st? Then remember all the times that Yoda was sent directly into the belly of the beast against 10-to-1 odds and always came out on top? The logical answer was the only man Anakin trusted just as much as Obi Wan, the Supreme Chancellor. And then, with that one connection, every single piece of evidence that had been laid out to deceive Yoda made sense. The Sith were not stupid, and Palpatine would never accidentally connect things to himself. But because he used the story of Plagueis the Wise for reference, Yoda was able to understand how someone like Palpatine came to power. All of Plagueis' work directly related to Palpatine's rise. It was so simple, all right in front of his face, and while it didn't anger Yoda, it helped him realize how brilliant the Sith had been to do it. They manipulated the masses from the public spotlight. Yoda couldn't believe how insanely smart it was. Skywalker was just another tool, someone that even the Jedi Master hypothesized could be an asset to Sidious. Yoda knew, regardless of his personal interest in this matter, that he needed to take the information to the High Council and prove all of his evidence. It had been compiled over the past 10 years, with a couple different inputs from other masters, including another counselor named Terasanube. Unfortunately though, it'd be a grueling discussion inside the High Council chambers. The members of Mundi's unit were overall displeased with Master Yoda's suggestions. Not to say they were extremely trusting of the Chancellor, but they believed that their peer was out of his mind. The Jedi could not reasonably expect to target the Chancellor during a time of war. Palpatine had the courts, emergency powers, and influence over almost the entire Senate. If they even thought about investigating him further, or following him, they could end up with a list of settlements or public humiliations. Mundi especially expressed that Yoda should remember what happened when the Jedi foolishly crossed the Senate a century before. Senator Rayancourt wasn't willing to provide them leniency, and they had maybe a tenth of the allies they did then. It would backfire and completely destroy the reputation of the Jedi Order in war. Yoda was immediately dismissed for his ignorance and told to hand over all of his data so that the Council could further review it in a time of peace. Grandmaster Mundi also kindly requested that Yoda focus on winning battles, so that could end the war, not turning the Republic inside out. Sadly for the Jedi Master who left the Council chambers without his evidence, he didn't believe the Council was technically wrong. Their fears were justified in Yoda's eyes because their relationship with the government was growing worse by the day. Yet to that point, they should be willing to see that said relationship was worsening because of the Chancellor. But the Jedi Master, Yoda that is, didn't attempt to fight Mundi or the other elders. He accepted their terms and quietly left. Of course, Master Yoda, who after a century of work, including the last 10 years of arduous hunting, wouldn't let go of this development. So instead, he took the information to another Jedi General he trusted more than anyone else inside the Order. Maybe he didn't have the documents, but he remembered almost everything he found. Master Windu was, in Yoda's mind, one of the greats. Yoda always believed the Council made a mistake when they excluded him from their ranks because Mace developed a new understanding of the Force. Windu was familiar with Yoda's quest and assisted him a number of times with it. When Yoda came to him with the truth about the Supreme Chancellor, he was already ready to go. The problem, though, was that both Yoda and Mace were a part of incredibly large divisions. They couldn't just disappear without facing repercussions. Well, according to Commander Barbute, they couldn't. Even if he didn't know what the Jedi were up to or what their quest might be, the clone commander trusted Yoda with his life more than anything else. He trusted his Jedi General with the lives of all of his men too, willingly telling Yoda that he would face execution for him. Obviously, Yoda told his friend to put the theatrics aside for a moment, because Yoda would never let him or any of the men sacrifice their lives for his actions. And while these were all hypotheticals spoken by Barbute, it did mean a lot to Yoda. The brotherhood shared between the clones and their Jedi General was unbelievably beautiful to the Jedi Master. He appreciated every single one of them. And for Mace, this same type of sentiment was shared by Commander Pons. To make up for their disappearance for what Yoda assumed to be a long period of time, Yoda brought in a collection of priests he had a long-established connection with. From Doran, he brought 4 Barrandov sages to watch over these 2 armies. The Keldor priests were familiar with different types of battle meditation, which they used to protect their people from Doran's intense storms. These sages were good friends of Yoda and had around 130 years of friendship together. They were all elders with respectable knowledge on the Force. Commanders Barbute and Pons were openly comfortable with these Keldor sages and accepted them into the ranks of their divisions. The key part of their involvement was that the sages were not permitted to lead in battle. They were simply there for battle meditation. Yoda and Windu, on the other hand, turned their attention towards the Dark Lord of the Sith. Chancellor Palpatine had a regimented schedule. Ever since his defeat and escape a decade ago, he relocated to another spot inside the city, one actually inside the Senate Plaza. He didn't want to be anywhere out in the open and needed a location that the Jedi would avoid causing a scene at. Thanks to Mace's anonymity, due to not being on the council, he was able to move around the Senate Plaza inside a senator's garments without being noticed. It helped him keep away from the eyesight of the Sith Lord and his allies. Palpatine wasn't really looking for a Jedi anyways, but he didn't notice Windu. The Jedi Master concealed his essence and his abilities so that the individual his friend knew to be a Sith Lord wouldn't sense him. For months, the two of them tracked every single movement made by the Chancellor. Sometimes they'd sub out so that they could maintain the public illusion of serving with their divisions on the front lines. But thanks to Yoda's audible with the Barrandov sages, the clones weren't losing casualties at a high rate. It wasn't near the almost perfect style that Master Yoda led with, but morale was still incredibly high, and the casualty count remained really low. The Jedi discovered, due to their intensive research, that the Sith Lord always retreated to the Mustafar system whenever he had an opportunity. Thanks to Commander Barbute, a clone commando squad managed to get a readout of a far larger Mustafar facility. From the report, a mysterious man inhabited the structure. He wore a mask, a hood, and paced around the exterior of the facility during volcanic explosions. The individual didn't interact with another soul, nor did he have a visible face. Sidious returned to the Mustafar system infrequently, but often enough for the two Jedi to make a note of his importance. For Windu and Yoda, it was where they went when the Supreme Chancellor abandoned Coruscant. Sidious arrived to the system an hour before they did. Because they knew where he was going, they were able to take their time. They had no rush, just the right amount of patience to catch Sidious and this mysterious figure inside their facility. The Republic shuttle landed without disruption, and quickly, the Jedi shuffled into the structure after disabling Sidious's vessel and a solar sailor planted on the same platform. Luckily for the Jedi, their hunt wasn't all that difficult. Sidious waited eagerly with his ally inside the main facility. He'd been training for this moment for over a decade. He knew that he couldn't run because if he ran, the Jedi would continue to follow him. They knew his identity because they were here. They needed to die as a result. It was that simple. live or die. Before their weapons could ignite, Yoda saw the singular, piercing yellow eye of Tyrannus. He was a fully formed Sith Lord, someone who didn't care about the greater good of the galaxy, someone who wanted to burn it all down with no survivors. Dooku no longer cared about the future he was promised. He'd been scarred by his master, and without a first victory in the dark arts, he fell on his own sword hard. Tyrannus spent a decade alone, speaking through his puppet, named Dooku, with no one else to talk to but Sidious and the corporate alliances. He hated everything and everyone, but most of all, Yoda. Dooku's former master felt that pain deep inside his chest. There was a stagger from him as he reached for his saber. Mace could see it. Yoda's apprentice was truly gone. Not dead, but somehow something entirely worse. He was an ambassador of evil, someone too corrupted to be saved. His breathing apparatus hissed violently with each exhale from his chest. He told Yoda, through a broken, staticky, metallic voice, that his agony would be satisfied with Yoda's death. Then every weapon inside the room ignited. The fight between light and dark, the work of Yoda's life, finally sat right before him. The Sith charged, surprisingly, not letting the moment pass them by. Mace defended himself from his former friend Dooku, as Sidious flipped through the air and crushed down on Yoda's defense. The Jedi Master respectively moved into the right defenses for each of their opponents. Windu protected himself from Form 2, with Yoda defending against Form 6. Lightsabers buzzed and cracked away. Yoda mimicked the Sith Lord's movements by flipping through the air and cutting down wherever he could. Palpatine was quick to defend himself and parry when the strike appeared available. Sidious and Yoda moved evenly across the room, and then out onto the walkway surrounding the facility. Dooku and Windu collided blades until Mace used the Force to thrust Dooku into an adjacent room and lock him in it. Despite seeing Tyrannus as an immediate threat, Mace noticed something else. This entire facility and the room where their engagement started housed the entire operational control system for the droid armies. If Mace could find the right sequence, he could disarm the entire droid army. Not only that, but reveal the locations of every fleet to the Republic on the off chance that they lost this duel. He turned towards the door and felt for Dooku's presence from behind it, and it got further away. Windu closed his eyes. He was in the clear for now. Dooku was gone, but he had to work quickly just in case. On the platform outside, protected by the ray shield surrounding the facility, the Masters of Light and Dark were fighting. Their lightsabers weaved and moved in rapidly. Neither of them had a millisecond to think out their next action. It was all reaction. The natural flow of their sabers was remarkable to the eye. Sidious was beyond what Plagueis taught him, but even Yoda was always preparing for when he might encounter a Sith. Palpatine might have been leading Yoda astray for 10 years, but that time was not specifically wasted on an investigation from Yoda's side. Sidious was thrown from his feet and into a nearby railing with a combination of strikes from the Jedi Master. Yoda parried and smacked upwards and across his body mid-air, and it resulted in flinging his opponent wide. But as Yoda landed, he turned to defend himself from Dooku, who'd been waiting for this moment for a decade. He wouldn't fail this time. The saber burnt hairs off of Yoda's ears, but he wasn't injured. The Jedi Master forced the weapon away from him and drove inwards. Tyrannus thrusted his saber down below his chest, protecting himself, as Sidious rose to his feet behind his opponent. Yoda beat across Dooku's leg area, before spinning back and throwing his saber at Palpatine. Using telekinesis, the lightsaber beat away at the Sith Lord mid-air, while Yoda's master manipulation over the Force held Dooku at bay on the other side. Both Sith were in pure awe of the Jedi Master's ability, but he wasn't amused. He was prepared. With the rest of his energy, Yoda lifted upwards into the air and pulled his saber from Palpatine's little duel. The Sith Lord stumbled forward, not expecting his opponent to pull back away from him. Yoda shoved his saber through the top of Palpatine's head, killing him instantly. All Dooku saw of this was a green burst of light from behind his master's eyes, but Sidious was dead immediately. With a sudden pull, Yoda ripped the weapon out and landed on the ground. He rolled his saber around in his hand and eyed Dooku down. There could be no mercy for all the innocent lives his former apprentice costed the galaxy. Sidious's body slammed into the ground with a thud, and Tyrannus charged in. They collided with a fierce sizzle, drowned out by the explosion of a volcano behind the two of them. But Yoda stepped away, deflecting the strikes. He played this as if he were instructing a youngling. Every move was simple to understand, as if he were teaching Dooku one last time. it was deceptively easy, and a vengeful, pained Tyrannus, desperate for revenge, mistook an opening. Yoda lobbed his lightsaber, allowing Dooku to block the weapon and launch it away from him. He thrusted forward and down towards his master, but Yoda pushed his hands forward, deflecting the strike with the Force. The weapon's heat beat against the Jedi Master's palm, but it did not harm him. Then, the emerald lightsaber flew around Dooku's back and ignited inside of it and out of his chest, killing him in that moment. It was all planned. Too easy, even. Yoda watched every last second of his fallen apprentice's life, and laid his one remaining eye to rest by closing it himself. When he reached the interior of the structure, it was done. The Clone Wars were over, brought to an end with a simple command, and another very simple message to Republic High Command. It was over. The pain and suffering, the needless death and conflict, it came to a conclusion. The first individuals to Mustafar were the Jedi Council. They arrived expecting to see another adventurous tale told by the unpredictable Yoda, but he was always doing as he said he did. Be predictable in his own way. A century of work to uncover the secrecy of the Sith, finally at an end. From the quote-unquote suicide of Sol to the murder of Venestra at Plagueis' hands, to Qui-Gon's unfortunate death on Naboo and Dooku's transformation into Tyrannus, it was all over. Yoda took that in with a heavy heart. Never in a million years would he have thought that it would have cost him his apprentice, but if he had to sacrifice Dooku to bring an end to the most deadly conflict in 1,000 years and destroy the Sith, he would do it again. Not with joy, but with dedication to the light. However, for Master Yoda, it would be that same light that he would follow in abandoning the Jedi Order. Grandmaster Mundi and his peers offered him a seat on their council, but Yoda recognized that the only leadership he needed was from the Force. In that shocking moment to the council, Mace would immediately throw his name in too, trusting that Yoda was the right Jedi to follow. Without bureaucracy controlling every aspect of his life, his eyes were wide open and he saw the flaws not only with the Order but the Republic. It was no place for a Jedi to be, and yet they couldn't even escape it themselves. After growing up in the Golden Age and watching its collapse into this, Yoda could no longer ignore it. Master Windu wouldn't be the only member of the Jedi Order to join Yoda on his new crusade. It also wouldn't just be former Jedi to follow him, whether it be Anakin and Obi Wan, or members from the Guardians of the Whills, the Barandos sages that protected Yoda's unit in battle, or even the very clones that served with him during the war. It would be an order for everyone. Commander Barbute would honorably join Yoda after standing up for clone rights inside a Palpatine-free galactic senate. Yoda's new order wasn't a threat to the Jedi of old, but a new interpretation of everything he learned on his journey. Though before he could truly start this new path, he took Dooku's lightsaber crystal and healed it, before returning to Coruscant, where it'd be buried beside Qui-Gon Jinn's lightsaber crystal. Even if Dooku was in the wrong when he died, Yoda still owed it to the man that Dooku was for the first 60 years of his life. While the war came to an end quite quickly with all the droids being shut down, the conflict remained persistent for years inside debate halls and peace talks. The Confederacy had no military, but there were people still willing to fight, a problem that the clones needed to handle, which they would expertly. The Jedi used this time to actually refine their people skills and return to the lives of everyday citizens, without being stuck inside their temple on Coruscant. Yoda's order, though, stuck to nature. It called Yavin 4 home. There were rules and guidelines, but they weren't nearly as strict, and they allowed for personal freedoms. Yoda wanted to establish a sect that represented the individual within the Force. As the years went by, as he watched Anakin grow old with Padme, and then their children and grandchildren after them, as the Republic developed and crumbled with the rebirth of a new system, as the Jedi Order revolutionized the way it helped people, there always remained a Yoda. His stories inspired generations of Force users inside his new sect. The Jedi often looked to him for inspiration. He was the hero of the galaxy, seen by everyone, regardless of political affiliation, as the grandfather of the Force. Yoda was a near mythical figure in the known universe, loved and adored by all as not only a healer, but a religious figure who brought the galactic community together, even through its darkest nights. That was his legacy, the legacy of a former Jedi turned heartbeat of an entire galaxy. The story begins with the funeral following the Battle of Geonosis. Out of 200 Jedi that left for the desert world, only 46 returned. Among the dead were 3 counselors, Shaak Ti, Plo Koon, and Ki-Adi-Mundi. Their deaths came at different parts of the siege. Plo and Ki-Adi died while attacking a droid control facility near the arena. They initially had been captured, but during an escape attempt, they were slaughtered by battle droids. Shaak Ti's death was also similar. She had been inside the stands of the arena, beside Luminara Unduli, when they were both killed by a swarm of Geonosians. It wasn't the actual bugs that killed them, but the droidicas that pulverized them while they were distracted. That left the members of the High Council still remaining, with worries for the future. Masters Windu and Yoda both agreed that this war would take them to a very dark place, but they didn't believe that they would be idle now. The Republic, and thus the galaxy, needed them to be active heroes. Whether it be for humanitarian needs or battlefront tactical assistance, they had to be present. That was mumbled between some of the counselors during this very funeral. Their friends had died for an honorable cause. They must take these losses seriously. Following the interment, the council gathered inside their tower to discuss the future of the war. They made arrangements to meet with the Chancellor and discuss how they might provide to the common fight against the Separatists. Not only that, but they had plans to suggest focusing on Dooku, due to his allegiance to the dark side. They understood that Palpatine might not sympathize with their ancient rivalry, but they had to try. There were some other important positions made about centralizing themselves on Coruscant, protecting their young, and putting all able-bodied warriors through training regiments to best prepare for the war. This was an early recognition that they hadn't been ready for combat. Their approach to assisting people in the galaxy had become less combative, and thus their skills rapidly shrunk. Now though, the Jedi needed to be the Knights of the Republic, and despite their best efforts, the High Council would pay dearly for their more active approach in the war. Over the next few months, following Geonosis, the Jedi would meet the approval of the Supreme Chancellor. Palpatine wanted the Jedi to be generals, to serve with the clones and be seen by an entire portion of the galaxy as warmongers. Of course, they didn't have the foresight to stop that from happening. However, the future Emperor didn't have the foresight to see the entire council crumbling in battle. Even with their added training regiments, offered up by Syndralic, some of which benefiting individuals like Skywalker, Afi, and Tano, it didn't really change the fate of most Jedi. While there weren't terrible numbers for mass Jedi like on Geonosis, they were dropping quickly individually. At the 5-month mark outside of the High Council, a total of 556 Jedi had been killed by the war. On Toydaria, following the Battle of Christophsis, Master Yoda was crushed by falling debris in an effort to save his clones. This was a matter of the Grand Master making a mistake, and thus Asajj Ventress murdered the 3 clones, and Toydaria joined the Separatist alliance, hurting the Republic greatly. With Yoda's death, a replacement council was created to help the established one, but it made no difference. Even with 4 seats being filled temporarily, another 4 would be lost in a failed attack on the Malevolence. Jedi Masters Mace Windu, Eth Koth, Depa Billaba, and Satine would die in one fell swoop. It was a coordinated attack, but the Jedi didn't have information on how to stop the massive vessel. They were clobbered by the EMP burst, and then torn apart within minutes of their arrival. For those that survived the initial attack, podbusters would detonate them into space. Unlike Master Plo Koon, none of them had breathing apparatuses, and were left to the mercy of General Grievous's battle droids. The Malevolence may have been defeated by Skywalker shortly after, but his very own master wouldn't escape the clutches of General Grievous. Instead of playing with his food, Grievous would have Obi Wan Kenobi executed inside of one of the main chambers of the Malevolence. And despite the super ship being destroyed in the end, it would have, after its run, seen 5 entire members of the High Council killed. Anakin was set to return to the Republic fleet with Padme and without his master. The Jedi Council was now left with the original Oppo Rancisis, Adi Gallia, and even Peel. There were the replacements, but the council was too broken, now with Obi-Wan gone too. They had to call a quorum to figure out how to solve this problem. That was their goal, just the three of them. It may have been ignorant, perhaps foolish, but they had known the Grand Master better than anyone else alive, aside from maybe Terra Sinube. They needed to come to a conclusion for themselves and for their order. It was their duty to adapt because their order needed them. In the meantime, after word reached them regarding Master Kenobi's death, Anakin and Padme sat quietly inside the twilight. Ahsoka was broken up about it, but she was with the clones and doing considerably better than Anakin at this moment. How was he to feel? What was he supposed to do? He said those exact words to Padme, because he failed Obi-Wan. If he were with him to face Grievous, then Kenobi would still be alive. Anakin felt that the blame had to come down on him, in the same way it did when his mother had died. Both were out of his control, and if it weren't for Padme being there, Anakin would be dead right now. It was before they escaped the malevolence that General Grievous displayed Obi-Wan's lightsaber for Anakin to see. Skywalker tried to stay and fight, but Padme dissuaded him. She didn't want Anakin to be hard on himself, but the truth is, he would be because it was Obi-Wan. If he had not listened to her, both Anakin and Obi-Wan would be dead, the Republic another step closer to defeat, and the Jedi Order losing another hero in a pointless war. Padme was also deeply hurt by the loss of her good friend, but she was also right about one other thing. They wouldn't be able to avenge Obi-Wan by committing to war. They could remember him by standing for what he believed in. Like Kenobi did with Qui-Gon, they had to make their situation better for everyone. The task was tall, but she told Anakin that he could do it. They could do it together. That was reassurance that he needed. Having a calming mind and presence around him in such a moment of vulnerability changed his perspective on a lot of things. Had Padme been there during the slaughter of the Tuscans? Would there even be a slaughter? He didn't know at this moment. But what Anakin did know is how he felt right now. When they returned to Coruscant, he would address the High Council. Whatever they were doing was failing. It was going terribly, actually, and real change needed to be brought to the Order, or they wouldn't at all survive this war. The quorum for the High Council was a success in-house. They came to their own resolve between the three of them. It revolved around pulling back from the war and focusing more on the activities that might benefit the Jedi but help other people. They weren't warmongers, and instead wanted to propose a change to the Senate, making them humanitarians and advisors for treaties. This mindset was how they planned on approaching Palpatine in his request to meet with them. The Chancellor obviously knew about the death of Master Kenobi through Anakin sending him a communication, and, as a result, Palpatine requested an audience with the surviving counselors. When they came to the Senate building, the Chancellor informed them inside of his private office that he did not believe in their effectiveness to maintain military operations. The Jedi, based on their discussion, agreed with him. They realized that they had fallen from their strength and didn't have the time to regather it in time to effectively help the Republic. However, Sidious wasn't exactly thrilled with the Jedi coming back into prominence as a humanitarian force. Despite their early death tolls and corresponding failures, the people of the galaxy pitied the Jedi. There wasn't distrust, rather worry, because the Jedi in many ways were seen as martyrs instead of faulty battle tacticians and warriors. Palpatine needed the Jedi to remain at the helm of the clone army, so that public perception could switch to favor turning against the Order when Order 66 came. What Palpatine said directly to the three counselors is that the Senate needed more of a reason to trust the Jedi Order. It's not that they didn't want to cooperate or to use the Jedi in more humanitarian relief efforts, it's that the trust was destroyed based on early failures, especially from Jedi leadership. Whether that standpoint existed inside the Senate Rotunda or not didn't matter. Whatever Palpatine said, did, and he made that point clear to them right here. They had to prove themselves to the quote-unquote Senate, and he would enforce that in the upcoming Senate discussion. The problem for the three counselors is that they were in a difficult bind. They'd overspent their personal budget on preparing for war, while nearly losing 10% of their entire sect in 5 months of combat. The Jedi needed to prove that they were effective at literally anything before the Senate could approve them funds for assisting in relief efforts for struggling systems impacted by the war. This sentiment crushed their already low morale, but they promised the Chancellor that they would make an effort to prove themselves to the Senate. Oppo, Adi, and even all agreed that this was preposterous, yet they also acknowledged that without the failure and death of their peers, they wouldn't be in this situation. Of course, Palpatine didn't want to send a system fleet or army anywhere, so the Jedi were given the option to pick a highly coveted target and break it apart, allowing clones to move in and liberate the location wherever they chose. Additionally, from Palpatine's perspective, this wasn't a mission he wanted them to fail. He was leveraging the Senate without any senators' knowledge against the Jedi. He actually wanted the Jedi to succeed in this mission because it would force the Senate to agree that they were necessary in combat. Too many war dogs were bickering inside the Senate, and none of them would support the Jedi taking on a humanitarian first position, because that wasn't profitable. It was the power that Palpatine held. He could really do whatever he wanted without facing consequences, as long as the Jedi didn't go out and talk about their private meeting. Chancellor Palpatine had one final point of reference in this, because while he did account for the Jedi potentially failing in this mission, they should win, and he needed to make sure Skywalker saw him as the good guy. Kenobi wasn't in the picture anymore, making Anakin more susceptible to the dark side. It would be foolish for him to not take advantage of that, regardless of how the Jedi fared in their mission. 35 Jedi plus Oppo Rensisis, Adi Gallia, and even Peel would volunteer for a mission into Separatist territory. Similar to the importance of an alliance with Toydaria, the failed mission from Yoda earlier in the war, the Jedi were needed to break a Separatist stronghold on Coruscant. It was a system on the Hardeen Way that led all the way up to the corporate sector. Theoretically, it should be easy for the Jedi to break, and Palpatine specifically avoided putting heavy guards or protection around the Separatist facility, because the Jedi went without a fleet, and they were able to land around the base and infiltrate it, and while it was mostly a success, not a soul that entered would leave alive. Coruscant wasn't heavily armored or defended, despite its importance on the Hardeen Way. It was meant mostly as a distraction. For the public on either side of the war, this was meant to look like a massive win or massive defeat, and it became mostly a draw. The Jedi went in, technically won, but didn't survive the battle. This left Palpatine in a frustrated position, because the core leadership of the Order disappeared. Now, it would be foolish to assume the High Council didn't create contingencies to ensure their order didn't crumble. There was an interim council, one that didn't operate at the top of the temple. It was a combined force, one with elders, experience, and even youth. The members of this council being Kit Fisto, Agan Kolar, Coleman Kaj, Terra Sanube, Jocasta Nu, Imogun D, and Syndralic. It was a large group of trusted Jedi Masters, ones that could and should handle the situation that just fell into their laps. At that, they had yet another problem: the return of one of the only other successful generals this war had seen for the Republic. When news reached Coruscant about the failure/success of the 38 Jedi, Palpatine was outraged. This was meant to be the moment that would see the Order return to prominence as Jedi generals, based on a Senate bill that would force the Jedi to become warmongers. It was drafted up by Palpatine's office, basically entitled Humanitarian Specifics in the fine print, but the overarching bill, or basically what everyone would read in the headlines, is the Jedi military expansion that the Jedi quote-unquote asked for. Essentially, Palpatine would take their want for a stronger relief role and force them back into the military, so that the public would see them how he wanted them to be seen. The press, though, ate up the story of the Jedi destruction, and how their heroic sacrifices left more to be desired. The number of Jedi dead at this point in the war just moved across 600 deaths, out of 10,000 Jedi in the Order. Tabloids now use this moment as one to speculate on who would become the next Grand Master, the next hero of the Republic. And yes, thanks to Palpatine, Anakin Skywalker was on everyone's minds. So even if this specific event didn't help Palpatine get rid of the Jedi by the long drawn-out plan, it certainly didn't hurt his chances at separating his future apprentice from the Order. Noise outside the temple may have been loud, but inside, it was somber. The collective new, aforementioned council didn't really know where to go from here. They had a pathway towards nothing. It's not that the elders like Tera Sinube and Jocasta Nu didn't have an understanding of the importance of the council as a political body, but the next move from here determined everything. The funeral for the 38 lost souls transpired, and there remained one question. How do they embrace the public, adhere to Palpatine's wishes, and protect themselves at the same time? Anakin, while spending a week with Padme and another nearly 2 weeks on the campaign with Ahsoka, Rex, and Yulorn, after the Malevolence's destruction, had time to grapple with his emotions. His partner obviously helped him greatly, because she was his rock, but Anakin also needed to find his purpose here too. He was a semi-goal-oriented individual, and he felt lost. So many people he either loved or respected died in the span of 5 months. Even if he didn't get along with some of the counselors or Jedi Knights, he didn't necessarily want them to die, and furthermore, he at the very least respected them. That brought him, following the funeral, to the empty chambers of the now deceased High Council. He was summoned by the collective of Kit Fisto, Agan Kolar, Coleman Kaj, Tera Sinube, Jocasta Nu, Imogundi, and Sindralik. They wanted to speak to him personally, curious for his thoughts on their next move. This is also something they had to do. In the period following the loss of the final 3 counselors and Anakin's return, the interim council faced slight opposition. The bulk of Jedi were tired of watching their friends die. They weren't capable, and their training wasn't changing anything. So while the collection of elders, specifically being Tera, Jocasta, and Sin, didn't want to ask a 20-something-year-old for his advice, they, in a way, needed to. It was entirely based around the political nature of their council in and outside the temple. The tabloids, regardless of Palpatine's intermingling, was fascinated with how the Jedi might react to their losses. Anakin recognized that none of them had the proper training to handle swarms of battle droids, even with the clones by their sides. The additional training provided by Sindralik's camp wasn't going far enough, and only Anakin, due to a short interaction, and Master Kit Fisto survived General Grievous. Their odds as an order weren't great, and continuing to pander to the Republic wasn't doing anything for them either. Anakin understood how emotional he was because of his master's death, but there was something Padme told him before she left the Republic fleet. No matter what happened, he needed to make the right choice for himself, and if it came to it, the Order. There were only 10,000 Jedi in a galaxy with armies of millions. They couldn't fix everything by just wishing it to happen, even if the Force was on their side. She also highlighted that he couldn't let the demands of the Senate plague his thoughts either. The Jedi could find other routes to being aids to those in need of help, without sacrificing everything they had or were. The promise that Padme would be by his side, no matter what, even if he was forced from the Order, gave Anakin the confidence to approach the interim council from a position of power. He didn't have any real power, but he betrayed it. He carried himself with poise and suggested that they simply back away, not forget the war, but stop pretending that they were as capable as their ancient masters. Avar Kriss and Stellan Gios were dead, Satine Shan long gone, and the same went for the ancients long before her. It was time to look at themselves in the mirror and recognize the truth. They were sacrificing themselves for political favorability. Whatever the Senate wanted from them, that costed them 38 more brothers and sisters, and it wasn't worth it. Anakin, of course, refused to believe that Palpatine could be behind that, but he also wanted to address the brown-nosing the Jedi obviously did for the Republic. Continuing to do that would only cost them more lives and less results. He suggested a complete overhaul and a turn towards their roots. If they could figure out how to be proper warriors like the ancients, then fight the war. If they instead found pathways to maintaining peace or building it, then follow that. Or perhaps if they were discovering something new altogether, then go that way. They were on the verge of a schism because of constant failure. It was time to stop pledging themselves to the dead and fix themselves instead. Silence filled the chamber as the 7 Jedi Masters looked around to one another. Anakin wrapped his arms around his back and closed his eyes, reflecting on times that Obi-Wan challenged the Council, or at least told Anakin that he did. Anakin wondered in this moment if his former master would have been proud of him. The thought almost pulled tears from his eyes, but he forced them away to the sound of another voice. Anakin looked over to see Master Kit Fisto, suggesting an all-around change. He was closer to Anakin's age than anyone else inside these chambers, the youngest of all the Masters. He told them all that Skywalker was correct. They needed to start thinking rationally. It had been irrational thinking that costed them their friends. Kit Fisto continued, telling the others that he would resign his seat, as they should theirs, so that the Order could put their faith into a figure again. Jocasta whipped around, demanding to have some sort of reasoning, to which Imogen D backed her. It wasn't just preposterous, but almost blasphemous. Syndralic added that the weight of the Jedi Order couldn't be possessed by an 800-year-old without the help of the Council. What makes him think that a 20-year-old would fare any better? Kit Fisto shrugged his shoulders. Anakin excelled under pressure. He was well liked by his peers, he was adored by the media, and his reputation was one of success. Master Kaj then asked, "What if Anakin finds failure?" Skywalker nodded and told his peer that he would evolve, as he did with any other failure. There was again a persisting silence before Kit Fisto's suggestion was taken literally, because after all, Anakin was the chosen one. They decided to renounce the Council concept and make Skywalker the sole pontiff of the Jedi Order. This news was shocking for the galaxy. The martyr-like look the Jedi adopted over the past few months of conflict supported them in this decision. People truly saw the Jedi as victims. Of course, the Senate wanted to make them into warmongers, especially Palpatine, but even if the Jedi bill that favored a more warlike Jedi Order hit the public, people would see that as a failed iteration of the bill. Anakin becoming pontiff was the saving grace for the Jedi Order. The galactic citizenry only had so much pity, and now they were introduced to someone that could offer a new perspective. This becoming of pontiff didn't really change anything for Anakin though. It was really just a ceremonial thing, something for Jedi inside the Order to know that change was coming and something for the press and Senate to react to while war was raging on, which would also give the Order a chance to base their own response off of. Skywalker's rise to pontiff came with the backing of the Loyalist Committee from the Senate. It was a pre-war group that sought to avoid all-out war, and included the likes of Amidala, Organa, and so forth. They took sides with the Jedi because it became abundantly clear from the pontiff that the Jedi were going to remove themselves from active combat so that they could focus solely on sentient rights, aid, and protection. Too many had died during this war. None of them deserved to. There was a slight pullback from the Republic's public, but it also helped earn some support from the Separatist camp. The Jedi weren't trying to be popular for anyone per se, but they were trying to be the most efficient and effective iteration of themselves. Pontiff Skywalker, despite isolating the Jedi Order from the Republic war effort, had a few other separate focuses too. Even as the religious, spiritual leader of the Jedi Order, he maintained his teachings over Ahsoka. They were balanced out by a few others in his camp, specifically Kit Fisto, who had taken over Barris's training following Luminara's death on Geonosis. Anakin spent more time with Padme because he was stationed on Coruscant too. Inside the temple, training regiments were increased with new strategies implemented, because Syndralic's initial work was too traditional and not appropriate for their war. However, perhaps the most surprising relationship for Skywalker was the one he maintained with the Chancellor. Without his father figure and Obi-Wan alive anymore, and becoming such an important face politically, Sidious swept in to help his future pupil with holding together his composure. Palpatine went deep fast, and started immediately preaching ideas about the dark side of the Force. These weren't as blunt as telling Anakin about Plagueis or the Sith, but more or less having the tools that Anakin could use to benefit himself. Skywalker had relied on the dark side since Obi-Wan's death, and he would listen to Palpatine's instructions. This forced the Pontiff to hold a new connection to the Force, but instead of how Palpatine designed it, Anakin included it with his own in-temple training. Sidious believed that without an influence like Kenobi or someone as meticulous as Mace Windu around, Anakin would be more susceptible to falling into darkness fully. Due to his position as Pontiff, though, he was able to comfortably be himself, without facing too much criticism for personal decisions. What the Jedi around the Order cared about the most was what he did to affect or change their lives. If he used the dark side in his own training, they couldn't care less because it didn't affect them. Though there was something that slowly, over the following months, crept into the Jedi Temple. All of the words spoken from Sidious to young Skywalker became a part of his own personal work, and because it worked for him, especially in combat training, which Sidious wanted, it was transferred down towards others inside the Order. The Jedi didn't give Anakin complete control over the sect, but there were some executive influences that he had as their spiritual leader. Among them was his ability to suggest certain practices, many of which involved the dark side of the Force to some capacity, especially in the months after he became Pontiff. But that was the really odd way things turned out. The elder masters of the former interim council questioned him, yet everyone else readily accepted the change. There were some other skeptics, as there always would be, but in the end, most of the Jedi were just happy to be uninvolved with the war and working on becoming peacekeepers again. It came with conflict, sure, and with the new training, many individuals that faced battle were actually ready. Those in Skywalker's inner circle, including Kit Fisto, Ahsoka, and Barriss, never took up any issue with these new changes. They watched Anakin thrive with a combined harmony with the light and the dark, and it only encouraged him. What Sidious tried to use against the new spiritual leader only worked against him. He couldn't do anything with Anakin becoming closer to the Order itself, and as a result, he turned his attention towards Padme. It surprised Palpatine the most about Anakin. Losing Kenobi should have been the final blow, and yet the future Darth Vader was anything but an agent of evil, partially because of his community around him, but war was far removed from his life, and he received graces for it. There were expectations and he felt that pressure, yet he loved it. As Kit Fisto said, Anakin thrived under those circumstances. Now that the collective Order was backing him, that tension made him feel weightlessness. In connection to the Force, deeper than he had ever felt it before, and in the community he was building, he released that pressure and became the beacon. Though it should be said that Anakin's gung-ho approach to life and studies, as well as his smuggler-like persona, didn't change because of this responsibility. He actively interacted with his peers, as a youth would. Smiles, loud laughs, and joy. A new beaming energy that the Jedi hadn't seen since the last Golden Age. Palpatine's change of focus on the Senator Amidala came at a point when he and Dooku decided on the length of the war. Even with his best efforts put forward inside the Senate, the Jedi made themselves out to be the heroes of the galactic conflict. They were no longer generals, and thus not contributing to the problem. Instead, thanks to Padme, Anakin was able to get in touch with the Duchess of Mandalore and the Neutral Systems Coalition. This protected Jedi humanitarian efforts more than anything. Dooku, per Palpatine's instruction, passed legislation that blocked the Jedi from entering Separatist airspace. If they did, they'd be fired upon and killed. The connection with Mandalore not only helped Anakin balance in some of his growing darkness due to Satine's memories of Obi-Wan, but it gained the Jedi safe passage into Separatist territory to help with the humanitarians. This further led to Anakin's popularity as the People's Pontiff. The tabloids followed him around, and they caught him interacting with Senator Amidala and helping people in Separatist territory. Now, this caught-on-camera moment with Padme wasn't them actively participating in their secret marriage, rather a discussion privately. But theories started to pop up around the press about a potential relationship. Palpatine wanted to use the extra spotlight to have Padme killed. She was the key to breaking Anakin, someone that would fully force him into the dark side. The Sith were, as a result, going to create a 6-year-long war, something that dragged the galaxy through hell for over half a decade, and then reward them with an empire. The key, ironically, was Death Watch. Palpatine couldn't force Anakin to get angry at Dooku or the Separatists anymore. Just talking to him proved how much he had grown as an individual. Anakin wanted the Sith gone, plain and simple. That was the enemy. No longer was it the Separatists or anyone else. He knew that the Separatist people were just members of a society. The battle droids were programmed by its leadership. How to resolve that continued to elude Skywalker, but Palpatine realized that Anakin had an almost unwavering faith in the neutral systems. So, he needed to break Anakin by having someone from one of his most important alliances kill the person he loved most. In the case that this is a success, is there a scenario where Anakin recognizes that Death Watch doesn't represent Mandalore? Probably, but Palpatine wanted to have Satine and Padme killed in one go. A plot to erase decades worth of reconstruction and peace. It was set in stone, a slow building plot, one that ensured Anakin would feel the weight of his failure to save the ones he cared about most. Part of Palpatine's plan came with forcing Anakin to see that the dark side helped with power. He needed Skywalker to understand that with the darkness, he could now protect people from dying, and in his failure to protect Padme and Satine, he didn't have that power yet. As the second year of the Clone War rolled around, Palpatine's contact became impatient. Sidious interacted personally with Pre Vizsla, because Pre demanded proof that he could trust the Sith. There had always been problems with the ancient religion and the Mandalorians. Sidious promised Pre that Mandalore would return to him, but Pre Vizsla was growing tired of waiting. He wanted to kill Satine, and it seemed like the Sith were taking advantage of him. And his efforts to gain more knowledge about the Sith, someone was betrayed, a Dathomiri witch named Ventress. Sidious needed to protect himself from Dooku's growing aspirations, especially because the war had no end in sight without the Jedi fighting as generals. There were still battles, but the thrill of killing off Jedi was so much harder to find now. Palpatine, in his paranoia, demanded that Ventress be betrayed. She ended up crash landing on Concordia, the moon of Mandalore. Still thinking about retaking his home, Pre Vizsla made a deal with Ventress to double-cross the Sith. She of course didn't know the truth about Dooku's master or their involvement with the clones, but she knew that the Sith were deeply involved in Republic affairs. This led to Pre Vizsla believing that he could swindle the Sith, not to only expose his double-crossing allies, but also take the scheming Jedi down with Sidious. Sure, it may have not been the brightest concept, but it made sense to him. Pre Vizsla only cared about Mandalore and his right to own it because of the magical darksaber. Ventress did not care for his theatrics, but she could have the prize for herself. Not only would she get to return a favor to Dooku and Sidious, but kill off a couple of politicians and live in one of their castles, specifically the one on Kalevala, a gift from Vizsla for participating. Due to how long Sidious planned on drawing out the fall of Anakin Skywalker, and how even longer it was taking, Ventress was able to spend several months working through Separatist, Sith, and business lines to find out more about the Sith. It was a long trail, aided by Bo-Katan and several other members of the Death Watch. Pre Vizsla, despite his impatience, took this route because he could crush two enemies with one stone. He didn't like owing people things, and he already made a deal with Ventress. The Jedi and Sith could eviscerate themselves, and he would have Mandalore for himself. It was a price he found worth waiting for. What Ventress and Bo's Night Owls came up with surprised everyone. It was a long and winding trail that started with Hego Damask on Megiddo, down to Senator Palpatine from Naboo. Ventress recognized certain specifics, or hints, that Dooku would sometimes give her. It was a huge puzzle, and it came together weeks before Padme's and Satine's death dates were scheduled. Palpatine was dragging his feet, firstly because he could afford to. The Jedi were in a position of adoration to the public eye, when Anakin became Pontiff. As the war went on, people began to forget about the nearly 1,000 Jedi that died in service to the galaxy. That number seemed minuscule now, and people wondered if they had pitied the Jedi into complacency. Anakin was still their favorite people's Pontiff thanks to Palpatine, but people wanted to know if the Jedi would or could do more. Their public image was slipping with death tolls shooting up. Nothing nearly as drastic as it could have been had they remained in the war, but people still thought it was bad. Palpatine, seeing this, set the plans into motion for a legislative bill to blindside the Pontiff, based on actions of the old council, and then he'd have Padme and Satine killed. It was a double whammy meant to crush his morale, force the Jedi away from their central efforts, and punish the Jedi for something that was beyond the current leadership's control. Everything was set to move forward when a bomb went off inside the Sundari throne room. It was a publicized event. Satine was speaking about the relationship between the Mandalorians and the Jedi when she was murdered on live broadcast. An explosion crushing through the elaborate chamber, killing her in that moment. Following her death came the message from Death Watch. Pre Vizsla claimed his right to the throne, and then revealed the true nature of the Republic, Separatists, and the Clone War itself. He informed the galaxy that they were fighting a useless conflict, one where the Jedi were sneaking through Mandalorian vessels to help Separatist refugees, one where their leaderships were fighting a nothing war. He revealed that it was initially Chancellor Palpatine that wanted Duchess Satine and Senator Amidala dead. It was Count Dooku that reached out to the Death Watch on behalf of Palpatine. And what came off like a madman's manifesto, Pre revealed the truth, and it was the day the galaxy stood still. People expected a reaction from Pontiff Skywalker, but instead, there was nothing. Silence reached across every sector, as people from every walk of life realized that they had been played. This war, a strife in the culture, was nothing but a manufactured conflict to keep the classes divided. No one cared about what the Jedi were doing. Pre Vizsla wrongly assumed that the people would be pissed off about the Jedi using Mandalorian vessels, but they didn't. And then all eyes turned on the government, which was just as silent as any other entity. The secret had been exposed. While people didn't know about the Sith inside the Senate, it was the principle that elected officials could not be trusted. They were enemies of the people, enemies of the state if you will, and thus they should be treated as such. Anakin, the Pontiff, didn't react with the darkness he learned. He just silently brought Padme into the Jedi Temple and wept for a moment. His best friend had betrayed him, yet he was also grateful. The dark side had been such an aid to him that he couldn't even be furious about it. He just understood that it was wrong. Then, he and the formerly interim council prepared to move, but it was already too late. The clones turned on their chancellor and a fight ensued. The battle droid fight was also different. In her search, Ventress learned a terrible truth about General Grievous, and she as a result taught him that he had been created by the Sith for their war. The Jedi had no involvement in his death. Sure, they neglected his people, but the real crime to Grievous had come from the Sith, the individuals he served for nearly 3 full years. Dooku would be betrayed by his army, as Grievous led them in. And in the end, when both Sith were killed by their own militaries, a clear conscious clone army, and a separatist military under Grievous's control, both governments were held captive by their militaries, and the war as a result came to an end. The official statement from Pontiff Skywalker showed that of reflection. The Republic had been betrayed. In a manner similar to how Mace Windu would have, Anakin gathered his Jedi for a final fight against the Sith. But the fight needn't be waged, so he returned to everything he learned as a spiritual leader, and used it as a moment to bring the galaxy together. Maybe politically there would be disagreements, but there cannot be protection for those who slaughter innocents mercilessly. The Separatist battle droids did significant damage to populations, and the Confederacy should pay for their war crimes. But the Republic was not free either, and maybe that wasn't a popular standpoint, but as Pontiff, he needed to see things from a neutral perspective. And this, as leader of the Jedi Order, he made a move to stand politically in the middle of the conflict. This wasn't even as a Jedi, just in honoring his late master, the Negotiator. Despite this, his good friend Kit Fisto would lead an assault on the Death Watch. After all she did to help Skywalker bring balance to the Force, Ventress, Bo-Katan, and the rest of the traitorous Mandalorians would die in the last great fight between the Jedi and the warrior culture. Anakin's community, his Jedi Order, helped bring peace to the galaxy. Without that community and the loss of those closest to him, the Jedi Order may have not survived. Palpatine's attempts to break Anakin away from the light could have failed, but they also could have been just as successful. Skywalker's losses in the early war, though, broke him down further than the weight of being spiritual leader ever could have. He as the Pontiff recognized the importance of the Jedi, in the same manner that only someone like Qui-Gon could have ever taught him to see. The Jedi as the middlemen in the absence of Duchess Satine would unify the galaxy, help the people recognize that their elected officials weren't trusted, help the clones see that they weren't victims but heroes, and disarm the separatist battle droids. Anakin would, after this process, go to General Grievous and negotiate the release of the lightsabers he collected. It was a simple gesture to help Grievous move on from the spoils of war. Grievous may have been the greatest warmonger, a warrior, and even inside of him a tyrant, but in Anakin's eyes everyone was capable of change. Grievous truly was only capable of change because of the lie that became his life. Pontiff Skywalker went out of his way to heal Grievous mentally and physically, as he tried to find his soul again, by slowly returning to a more fleshy body. In the political atmosphere, Anakin used his influence in the public eye to get the Jedi more financial support from the government, so that they could expand the resources outwards. The people needed them, and he wanted to be there for them. Internally, there were some radical changes to the code. Most important to Skywalker was of course the attachment rule. But because he and Padme weren't separated for a long unending war, there were no twins. They eventually would have kids, but why rush it? Padme was making a push for Chancellor, and Anakin was still the Pontiff, the true chosen one of the Jedi Order. The years that followed would see the Jedi reach a position of prominence not seen since before the High Republic. They were loved widely and across the galaxy. It did help that the Pontiff was secretly married to the Chancellor. Yeah, they never revealed that little factoid to the galaxy until, well, they never did. That would be a little too scandalous. But for their friends, and people close to them, they knew the truth. Anakin's reign as Pontiff would last for 34 years, until Anakin would choose himself a successor. He had already set the standard, one that generations of future Jedi Pontiffs would uphold, to not only keep good relationships with the people of the galaxy, but maintain thousands of years of peace in the cosmos. Our story begins on the Rishi Moon. It was a base not far from Camino, meant to transmit a signal to Republic High Command, keeping the clone homeworld a safe haven from the war. It was one of the most important locations for the Republic War effort. The clones assigned to it were the Sergeant of the base and the new batch of shinies called the Domino Squad. Each of their members of course had their names, aside from the code numbers they were given at birth, which were 5s, Echo, Heavy, Cut Up, and Droid Bait. Currently, the one titled Droid Bait was outside the base, when he saw a bunch of asteroids make their way for the moon. This wasn't the most uncommon thing, but it also wasn't the most common thing either. The issue with this little asteroid drop is Droid Bait remembered that Echo was reporting the news to the squad the other day. Typically, Droid Bait would just tune out his brother, but he happened to be listening, because in a way it did pertain to his role as deck officer. Essentially, there were reports that there was a new brand of battle droids, and they were commandos. They used unorthodox methods to land at their targets. Whichever method they used, they made sure that when they landed, they weren't an identifiable threat. The report wasn't taken seriously, but Droidbait decided that it could be an issue here. He didn't have a weapon with him, so he quickly rerouted to the base and locked it up. This did seem a little paranoid at first, even to him, but he didn't want to risk anything, especially without protection. As he entered the base and made his way for the armory, the proximity alert began to blare. Sarge quickly told the boys to get to their weapons, and as they moved into the armory to get everything ready, they watched Sarge and a couple other clones get decimated before the new breed of battle droids made their way in.
What resulted from this was a squad of clones evacuating through a vent, and Droid bait saving Cut-Up's life by blasting one of the Rishi eels that lived under the base. It was one of those 1 in a million shots by him, but it saved his brother. And following this event, Captain Rex and Commander Cody would assist the clone shinies in recapturing the base and then defending it off from a droid invasion force. Despite the Domino squad being fresh to combat, like veterans, they joined Rex and Cody in fighting for the base. Their work wasn't the best Rex or Cody had ever seen, but the fight was worth recognition. As the clones started to fall back, Heavy, droid bait, and Cut-Up worked with a gonk droid to try and tie it to charges for the entire base and then rig it to a detonator. It wasn't working too well at the moment, but thanks to Cody, Fives, Echo, and Rex, the clones were able to work together and desperately get everything ready to go. This led to the Domino squad escaping out the hatches and blowing the Rishi station to bits. Despite the loss of the base, it would be the heroic efforts that stopped the Separatists from invading Camino. Obviously, the clone homeworld wouldn't be safe forever, but it was at the very least temporarily protected from the Separatists. Once the station was destroyed, a fleet arrived and scared off the Separatists. On top of that, the Domino squad no longer had a place to be stationed, so Captain Rex brought them back to the Resolute and promoted them, adding them the Torrent Company within the 501st. They had proved themselves to be exceptional soldiers, and Rex couldn't think of any other men he would want serving alongside him on the front lines. For the Domino squad, this was their big break. Of course, it was tragic they lost some brothers in the Rishi incident, but at least they had all their squad mates from Camino. It was extremely rare for squad mates to enter the same division, company, or squad after leaving Camino. It was even more rare for said squad, if together, to not lose one of its members after the first engagement. Fives and Echo still had their sights on the role of ARC Trooper, but the squad met with each other after being introduced to Commander Tano and General Skywalker. Heavy wanted to say something to each of his brothers. Firstly, he told them all that he's very proud of them. They had done a service to the galaxy, but they'd also face a lot more adversity. He told them that despite their loyalty to their brothers and their focus to the wider war around them, he wanted to make a pact. He and the rest of them understood how rare of an occurrence this was, and Heavy, especially, didn't want to lose these brothers. Heavy never told them that he almost deserted, and now that he hadn't, he was more loyal to their cause than ever before. So he suggested that this pact was one that they would make to protect each other, so that they would do everything within their own power to keep the others safe. Out of all the clones in Domino Squad, the only one who took up any sort of issue with this was Echo. He didn't have an issue. It was more of, he was concerned about the potential what-ifs that could happen. Like, if one of them was captured, would they disobey orders to save them? Or, if one of them was dying on the battlefield and there was no way to get to their side, what would they do? There were reasonable answers to each of Echo's concerns. Heavy and the rest of the squad then settled on their pact, and they integrated into the 501st. Their first combat missions would be very challenging. Despite being a part of the Torrent Company, which was arguably one of the most elite units in the Grand Army, they were also able to stay alive. Most of this was because they were at the back of the line. They didn't have to eat the first barrage of blaster fire. What made this scenario interesting for them is they got to fight with other elite troopers, but also learn while they were doing so. It's what made the progress of Torrent Company so continuous. Every time they needed new troopers, Rex would just do this with new recruits, just as a way to get them mentally prepared for what they might see. Rex and Anakin were uncanny with their strategies, and for the by-the-book clones, this could be hard to get behind. But part of the pact made by the Domino Squad included making sure that none of them fell behind. They wanted to stick together, and so that's exactly what they did. Initially, they didn't have the credentials to go off and do high-caliber missions, but they became trustworthy to Skywalker, Tano, and Rex. Domino Squad acted on a very tight regiment, one specifically designed by Echo, but it was created to help them stay at the top of their game. When they weren't on the battlefront, they would spend the first several hours of their day working on physical exercise. Didn't matter what it was, just something to keep them active. They would afterwards work on squad formations and tactical maneuvers that Rex used during previous battles, even ones they weren't a part of. Part of this was for the survival element of it, but the other part is they actively wanted to be the best within the Torrent Company. Rex and Anakin did know about this, but they didn't say anything about it. Rex would from time to time joke with the boys that they were coming for his position, and they loved the good little banter that was done with their captain. The biggest issue for them was when they had to sit through space battles. There were so many ground battles that the Torrent Company and 501st excelled at, but the Domino Squad hated having to remain idle when a space battle was going on. If it was simply a fleet battle like the one with the Malevolence, then they couldn't really do anything but wait. However, the Domino Squad got a chance to be excited about a fleet battle. A few short months after they joined the 501st, they were a part of a battle that took place in an asteroid field. The boys would join Rex and the men of Torrent Company as they placed their ATTE walkers onto asteroids within the belt and used them to target the underbelly of the incoming Separatist fleet. Rex and the boys awaited for the moment, and when the ships passed by, the trap was set. It was missions like this where Domino Squad thrived. They used these unorthodox methods to win the battle. Rex was very aware that Domino Squad welcomed these challenges, and so he decided that perhaps it was time to start giving them more chances to succeed. Rex was very hands-on with his troopers, and using them the best as he could, and so he made sure he could prop up his best troopers into his personal squad. He admired their dedication and their hard work. Rex knew that they would turn out as a benefit to not just their missions, but the individual clones themselves. He typically would keep a tally of each of the overachieving clones and make sure they were promoted accordingly. For the Domino Squad, they were able to identify themselves with their squad logo and the color of the 501st. Rex early on in the war encouraged his more elite units to wear colored armor. Originally this was Danal, but very quickly followed up by the Domino Squad. Heavy was the one who decided it'd be cool to lay artwork of dominoes on the side of their helmets, with a blue stripe down the middle of the artwork itself. Their armor was all custom to their own unique style. For example, Echo still had a blue handprint on his chest, and Heavy placed a rotator cannon piece on his chest, and so on. The stripes and markings on their armor were all different from each other, but the Domino Squad on the side of their helmets were the key identifier that they were the Domino Squad. While they were referred to as the Domino Squad, they were fully a part of the 501st, but they still, in their own opinions, weren't living up to the standard they set out to live up to. Fives continued pushing the ARC Trooper narrative and they all bought into it, but they were all a long ways away from becoming ARC Troopers. No matter the conflict they fought at and the number of victories they achieved, they weren't ARC Troopers because, as a unit, they may have been elite, but they were also a part of something more than just themselves. Despite the Domino Squad buying into the ARC Trooper mentality, they weren't chasing it to be better than their brothers. It was a goal they had underneath their camaraderie for the men of the 501st. They continued seeing conflicts arise at Ryloth with Cad Bane, the Second Battle of Geonosis, and Saleucami, but their bravery as a squad would be tested most at the Battle of Camino. It would be the place where Heavy could reconnect with 99 and have his medal returned to him. Obviously, Heavy didn't want it back. If it weren't for 99, he would have never become a trooper in the Grand Army of the Republic. The attack that came at Camino was one that was difficult to deal with, but the Domino Squad was dispatched on a secret mission to deal with an incoming attack from the far side of Tipoca City. It was 5 clones versus an army of battle droids. The Aqua droids were very similar in size and strength to super battle droids, which made their fight even more difficult. But with Heavy leading the charge, the Domino Squad banded together and fought off the incoming Separatists. With a rotator cannon at the ready and 4 more weapons firing down at them, the Dominos were impenetrable, or at least they seemed to be that way as more battle droids started to ambush them from the sides. A grenade did the job when it came to dealing with those bundle of droids, and what remained was the final little surprise, a bundle of clone cadets that had been separated from their instructors. They were on the run because nowhere in the city was safe. Without anyone to lead them, Heavy knew this was his chance to shine, and so he took a hold of the reins, telling the boys that they were one and the same. They'd be able to defend their home and take down these attackers. What followed was a brilliantly executed plan to push the Separatists away from Camino. They were fighting off bundles of attackers, but with 3 Jedi generals present, Cody and Rex, there was no way the clones wouldn't win. Inside the city, as General Kenobi engaged Grievous, the Domino Squad, now escorted by Cody and Rex, were using themselves and clone cadets to ambush the Separatist marching party. But no matter what Domino Squad did, they wouldn't be able to save their brother from an unnerving death. At the end of the day, 99 was just like them, a soldier. The Domino Squad would be recognized for their work during the Battle of Camino. It was understood that they were 5 against an army, and if it hadn't been for them, then there could have been more casualties and at that, the potential of a loss on Camino. Who knows what those hundreds of battle droids could have done had they broken free. This increase in ranking was a huge honor for the boys of the Domino Squad, but something else remained. They would now hold more responsibilities than ever before. They, as ARC troopers, were leaders, and despite new upgrades to their armor, new weapons, and greater responsibilities, they all accepted the challenge with open arms. However, Captain Rex saw a great amount of potential in this unit. It was uncommon to have so many ARC troopers roaming around a division or company, but the fact that these clones were from around the same squad made them even more special. Rex proposed to General Skywalker that these clones be allowed to run missions with Commander Tano alone. It would allow both Ahsoka and the Dominos to get much needed practice, while also become a commando unit without the actual need for commandos. Anakin initially wasn't sure about the idea, but after thinking it through and seeing mostly only positives from this, he accepted the idea. The Dominos, which Ahsoka was now being lumped into, wasn't just a commando unit, but they were to slowly integrate into the eyes and ears of the 501st. Essentially, Rex and Anakin would make sure they could function properly under even more stress than they were used to, and if they could, then they would become an elite sect of the 501st. Skywalker didn't want them to be separated from the rest of the men, but he did want them to use more unorthodox methods. If they could even the odds for the 501st or even help them get the upper hand in a low-odds success mission, then they could continue pushing out victories at a faster rate than they already were. It was agreed upon, and the Dominos very quickly were given their first mission. Initially, Anakin and Rex wanted to give the 6 of them a relatively easy mission, but that didn't happen. Instead, they were thrown to the wolves and forced to fend for themselves. The mission was simple. Succeeding it was not. They were to land on the surface of a planet, disable the shield generator for the Separatist base, and then steal a Separatist shuttle and land inside a flagship and make it go boom boom. Very simple, very easy to understand. Accomplishing it would be very difficult, but they had Commander Tano. How bad could it be? They jumped the hyperspace and took the shuttle to the surface of the planet and split up. Ahsoka and Echo went down the left side, Heavy and Fives down the middle, and Droid Bait and Cut Up on the far right. This was meant to simply pull distractions if anything was triggered and get the attention of the droids away from anyone else. Droid Bait and Cut Up went to the side of the fort, and they followed some droids in and snuck behind some containers. At the same time, Ahsoka used the Force to help Echo get up the side of the wall. Meanwhile, Heavy and Fives were in the bushes, watching a patrol of 30 droids march down their direction. It was very tempting, especially for Heavy, to wipe these droids out, but it wouldn't serve them any purpose. Heavy was convinced that they could be responsible for killing one of their brothers once the invasion starts. Fives agreed, and so they laid some traps for the droids, essentially a couple sticky imploders so that once they were in the clear, they could blow up the droids. It was a very delicate maneuver, but they were able to stick these grenades to the back of the line so they could continue to be undetected. Droid Bait and Cut Up were in the worst position. They were stuck between battle droids moving around. However, they were the closest to the vessel. They then spotted Ahsoka and Echo moving about and decided that it was time to get to the shuttle. The commander and Echo moved into the command station and quietly took down the battle droids, and then they realized that the Separatists had a plan for the Republic. They knew there was an attack coming. Ahsoka looked to Echo and told him to inform Heavy and Fives to get out of here so they could warn the fleet. Echo nodded and quickly moved out of the command room, doing everything he could to avoid detection. Ahsoka knew that the 4 of them could finish the mission, but they couldn't afford to not warn the fleet. Echo hid behind some ramparts as he made his way to the front of the base, where Heavy and Fives still were. The 2 of them were still laying low, just making sure no one was coming. As they kept their eyes on the fortress walls, they could see Echo gesture his hands. He gave them hand signals to get back to the ship and inform the Republic of something. They may have been all super close, but no one knew the hand signals like Echo and Cut Up. Everyone knew them well, but Heavy had the hardest time with them. From what Fives could tell is that they were leaving to inform the Republic that it was a trap. They turned and booked it through the forest, getting back to the ship and leaving. At the same time, Ahsoka layered detonators across the shield generator controls and abandoned the command center, so that she could join Echo, Cut Up, and Droid Bait inside the Separatist shuttle. Once they were all together, she disclosed that they needed to act fast. Chances are, Anakin and the fleet were already in hyperspace. She knew how Anakin worked at this point. He would give her half an hour from the point they turned off their long-range communication frequency before jumping to hyperspace. It had been that amount of time and he was on the way now. She just thought that sending Heavy and Fives would be the best way to ensure, if they failed, that the fleet wasn't in danger or surprised. The 3 clones informed her that they wouldn't fail, and she smiled, sitting down at the controls and getting ready to lift off. When they got their chance to leave, they did, making their way for the flagship. There had been rumors of Admiral Trench's return since his apparent death at Geonosis, but no one knew for sure. Truthfully, the 501st wasn't supposed to be here. The only reason they were is because Anakin had the special forces that could complete the mission. If there were only 2 ARC troopers, he never would have sanctioned the mission to begin with. Speaking of Skywalker, he and Admiral Yularen received a communication from the system they were currently en route to. Yularen was fuming, because he knew they should have waited for the mission to be confirmed as complete, but Anakin insisted they go anyways. There was a point to both ends. Anakin just believed everything would work out perfectly, and that alone irked Yularen more than anything else. In the middle of the Separatist fleet, the 4 remaining Dominos exited their Separatist shuttle and quickly made their way through the halls of the vessel. They didn't have time to sneak around and avoid battle droids, so they caused a ruckus. The clones tore down the droids with Ahsoka leading the charge, blocking all potentially dangerous shots. As they continued pressing through the ship, everything got more difficult, which they did expect, considering it was a ship after all. But they were able to quickly get into the ship's mainframe and twist the wires. Everything was misconstrued now. As Cut Up and Droid Bait were siphoning through the wires to make sure they had enough time to escape the capital ship and get out of the explosion radius, Ahsoka told Echo to detonate the base on the ground, so he did, which caused Admiral Trench to direct focus to the base to stop whatever was happening down there. He was still loading up forces in the hangar base to make sure that if anyone was going to try and escape, that they couldn't and wouldn't have any luck. Trench knew how this game would go, but he was expecting an EMP burst, and despite the clones being humans, an EMP burst in a ship like this would affect them badly. Trench assumed EMP because it would disable their fleet near the flagship. Regardless, the clones got the correct combination and it gave them 5 minutes of leeway. Ahsoka told them that they would only need 3, as she and the troopers rushed out of the circuitry control room and ran for the hangar bay. They met very little resistance along the way, which made them worry about how they were actually going to escape, especially if Trench rerouted all the forces to the hangar bay. Ahsoka had a funny feeling, and so she told the clones to keep going, and she'd take a page out of Master Kenobi's manual. The clones had no issue with this. They were fully capable, so they pressed forward. When they got to the hangar bay, they saw nothing but battle droids, so many that they couldn't even see their shuttle. Droid Bait panicked, and suggested that they fix the wires so they would have more time to escape. Echo denied this idea, and said they could do it. Cut Up noted that Ahsoka made it to the catwalk over the hangar bay. She could potentially make something happen, but she then realized that she didn't know what she was doing. Maybe she was in over her head here. She looked down and saw the clones looking at her. They were all ready and waiting her move. She took a deep breath and looked around. Perhaps there was something that she could do. Maybe. She then looked up above her head and noticed that there were offline Vulture droids in the ceiling. Perhaps she could unlock their metallic feet and let them drop. She ran across the catwalk and found a control console. Her fingers quickly traced the screen to find a potential code for knocking them off their position, and then she found it. Only downside is it could turn them online. Well, they'd cross that bridge when they got there. Echo informed her that they were working with 1 minute and 30 seconds. They needed to get this going or they'd all be dead. Ahsoka shoved the lever down and watched dozens of Vulture droids drop from the ceiling. She then saw something else, and as they were falling, she threw her lightsaber down one end of the catwalk and caught it on the other end, before slamming her blade into the ground and dragging it across. As the Vulture droids crushed other battle droids, she was able to cut the catwalk off of its bolts and screws, allowing it to freefall. But because most of the damage was on her side of the catwalk, it crashed down in a huge wave, ripping through entire lines of battle droids. The clones saw no better opportunity, as Cut Up jokingly said they could use more explosives. Droid Bait had an idea, tossing some droid poppers to his brothers and telling them to throw them. He remembered seeing something an elite unit of troopers did. He blasted the mini EMP bursts and watched it descend onto the droids, incapacitating them. They continued firing forward, as they watched a couple of the Vulture droids activate again. The clones caught up with Ahsoka as she led them towards their ship, which was luckily undamaged by the free-falling Vulture droids. But there were some battle droids that had differing opinions on the condition of the ship. Wrist rockets were fired and Ahsoka stopped, knowing that if the shuttle was clipped, they would all die. She used the Force to propel the rocket into the head of a Vulture droid before following the clones into the ship, where Echo lifted off and flew out of the hangar bay. As they left the capital ship, it exploded. Inside were a bundle of explosives that were meant to be used as mines for corvettes and light cruisers during the actual battle that was supposed to commence. and they worked entirely against Admiral Trench and doomed him again to an explosion and fire. The blast ripped out and destroyed some support vessels. As it did, the Dominos were able to escape the rest of the fleet, which was disorganized and waited for their reinforcements, which came very quickly. Anakin was informed by their success, and by the time they arrived, he could cockily tell Admiral Yularen, "I told you so," which was very openly despised. The success of the Domino Squad would be recognized by Rex and General Skywalker. It was a much more challenging mission than it was originally supposed to be, but as the war continued on, their missions would vary between more difficult and not as much. The Dominos were extremely successful, and they had only one bad mission, which was a Citadel mission. The explosion that rocked Echo looked to be deadly, but the other members were able to quickly find him in the blast wreckage and carry him. It wasn't an easy mission as it was, but his helmet was ripped in half and he was struggling to breathe. Thanks to the wisdom of Jedi Master Even Keel, he was able to comfort Echo and perform a little bit of a force heal on his wounded body. It would be this very simple and selfless action that would save Echo's life while they were still here at the Citadel. When they escaped the planet with the help of Plo Koon and Satine, the Dominos would have themselves a conversation about the events that happened. Echo wasn't present for this because he was still in a Bacta tank, but the clones honestly expressed their fondness of the Jedi. They never had any fears of anything happening to the Jedi, but this was the most recent example of them doing something mystical to save their friend's life, or one of them. The Dominos felt as if they owed everything to the Jedi for having saved not just them, but their brothers across the galaxy a number of times. In the following months, the Dominos would lose a key member to their squad. It would be a loss that sent a rupture through their hearts and broke them in their very barracks. Commander Tana was removed from the Jedi Order, and on top of that, she decided that she wouldn't ever be returning to the Jedi. General Skywalker informed the Dominos first, being that they were so close to her. They knew that without her, they wouldn't have survived many of their missions, and now, they felt like they wouldn't be able to continue without her friendship and guidance. She was obviously much more than a military leader to them. She may have been their commander, but she was also their best friend, their sister if you will, and now she was gone. On the bright side, she wasn't dead, but there was also a very visible hole in the hearts of the Domino Squad. But as soldiers, they must pick themselves up and continue forward. Echo by this point had fully recovered, and aside from minor surgery on his body, he was operating at a very functional level. Regardless, the unit fought on, and near the end of the war, they found themselves alongside Skywalker and Rex, trapped inside an LAAT shot down from the sky. When they crashed, the clones very quickly got up and rushed out, following Anakin as he led the men in a frontal assault. Inside the ship, Cut-Up struggled to get up. It's not like this was the first time this happened to them. The Domino Squad had gone through dozens of gunships in their time, so surviving a crash wasn't the most uncommon thing for them. Cut-Up rubbed his head as Fives pulled him up and asked if he was alright. He nodded his head and shook off whatever was happening. Fives pushed ahead to catch up with the rest of the troopers. As Cut-Up continued moving forward, Kix came up and asked if everything was alright, and he again non-verbally nodded his head. His focus then became Anakin Skywalker. He was a Jedi. The Jedi needed to die. Cut-Up raised his blaster and shot. The shot went past Jesse, Rex, Fives, Droidbait, Echo, and Heavy, clipping Anakin on his dominant shoulder as he tripped over something, being simply surprised by being shot in the back. The other clones turned around and Kix very quickly tackled his brother, trying to stop him. But Cut-Up wasn't going to be manhandled. He had a job to finish. He resisted until he was stunned. When Cut-Up actually woke up, he was inside of a Kaminoan facility, with his squad mates beside him. The battle was won, and the Republic didn't require any more reinforcements, so the rest of the Domino Squad and Captain Rex could be present. They were simply monitoring Cut-Up, but the Kaminoans wished to do tests on the rest of the clones present. Rex wasn't on board with it, but he accepted the tests that they were put through. The Dominos really struggled with why Cut-Up would target a Jedi or have a vendetta against him, especially Skywalker. Fives was beginning to see that something was going on with Nala Se and Cut-Up, so he began digging, and the other members of Domino Squad realized that Fives was doing something odd. Why would he be digging? But it seemed like there was something deeper going on anyways. The plot continued to thicken, but they were out of the loop. Fives headlined the entire thing, and he eventually got to the point where he was able to get the inhibitor chip out of Cut-Up's head, and when everything seemed like it would fizzle out into chaos, the removal of Cut-Up's inhibitor chip is what inevitably saved him, which meant that for Shaak Ti, there was something going on here. Due to the Jedi believing the clones and the Kaminoans looking bad, Palpatine dispatched a unit of assassin clones from Mount Tantus. He was going to quote-unquote suggest that these were clones without their inhibitor chips, which in a way could be true because all they were conditioned monsters. They were supposed to be killing machines, and Palpatine sent them to Taboka City at the risk of exposing everything, just so the clones wouldn't ever speak about Order 66 or the inhibitor chips. Shaak Ti was set to bring Rex and the Dominos to Coruscant so they can meet with the Jedi Council. Nala Se was holding out because she wanted the clones to meet Palpatine. However, Shaak Ti had no intention of allowing Nala Se to get away with this, so instead of dispatching the clones to Coruscant, she requested the available Masters to Kamino. This included Yoda, Oppo, Saci, and Fisto. It would take them longer than it would for the assassin clones to arrive. The terrifying aspect about these assassins is they blended in. They weren't wearing their specialized armor, and they looked just like regular Phase 2 clones. When night fell on Taboka City, the Domino Squad was up with Cut Up in his room. They didn't want anyone coming near him. Outside the room was an armed guard. Everyone was on high alert in this area of the city, and this guard was stationed by Shaak Ti. Inside the room, they were playing a game of sabacc to pass the time. In the corner of the room, Fives was sleeping. The other three would take their turns later. As they were playing, the two guards outside the room were attacked and killed discreetly. Due to Lama Su, all the security in the city was cut off, and the Kaminoans were monitoring everything, as to make sure it could all be covered up. The assassin clones blew into the room after taking out the guard, and instantly, the Domino Squad got to their feet and defended themselves, but they were tired and not armed. The clones got into a brawl the second hostilities were shown. The assassins tried to fire, but the second they burst into the room, they were ambushed. It was an all-out fight, and as the noise rattled throughout the room, Fives got up and joined his brothers. Cut Up was still lifelessly silent on the bed. The clone assassins were such a surprise to the Dominos that they were actually struggling, despite them not even doing their best. Not to mention that they were outnumbered. They were fighting a squad of 12 with a squad of 4 barely awake. The Dominos pulled together and used each other to pin the other clones against the walls and use low blows to take an advantage. They needed to stall until Shaak Ti arrived, as Fives tapped a button on his communication device to inform her if something happened. The brawl continued on with members of Domino Squad falling, and then Droid Bait got a blaster and used it to stun 1, 2, 3, oops, that was heavy. He got 4 clones, but it lessened their own odds before he was kicked over a table and knocked out. As the fight continued, Shaak Ti arrived and ignited her lightsaber. When she did, one of the clones grabbed a weapon and shot at her, only for her to back out of the room and use the Force to fling the assassins out of the room too. But there was one missing, the one who was currently shaking the mannequin. They thought they caught him, but Rex was informed by the clone commander of the city that an unidentified vessel landed on the docks. Rex thought this was odd and decided to conspire with Shaak Ti, which she was okay with. They were all ready for this, and at this current moment, Cut Up was closing in on Coruscant. Nala Se had no clue, and Shaak Ti worked very diligently to keep everything under the wraps. Because despite Shaak Ti telling the council about Cut Up with Nala Se next to her, she used hand symbols to inform them that there was something going on here in Taboka City. This allowed the Jedi to use everything they had to prepare Cut Up and Rex. Their arrival coincided with the interrogation of the assassin troopers in Taboka City, but instead of answers, they watched 12 clones commit self-die by biting on an electrical burst in their mouth. On Coruscant, the Jedi were given all the information the clones received, and at that, they learned of the developments of Taboka City. They decided that instead of allowing the Domino Squad out of their sight, they'd be kept right here on Coruscant. The following few weeks would be extremely strenuous and tense, not just for the Jedi and Kaminoans, but for Palpatine. He didn't know what the Jedi had or didn't have. He was also actively trying to split the Council up. He knew that the Jedi Council could defend the Order from Order 66. Currently, none of their members were on-world. He couldn't get away with murder, as it were. He did work hard to make sure there was something that could pull the Jedi away, but nothing actually did the job. They continued gifting the task to other Jedi within the Order, so while it did separate the Jedi and spread them out, it wasn't like it was the best of the Order. The Jedi had been going through the inhibitor chips to try and find the cause of these chips. It was clear the Kaminoans were behind it, and they were curious as to what their intentions were. What was also occurring at the same time was the discovery of Silman on Obadiah. And because Palpatine was doing damage control with the clones, and Dooku was trying to cover up his involvement, the Jedi were able to bring Silman back to the temple, which only added to the plot, and so the Jedi, thanks to the information from both Silman and the Domino Squad, were able to release everything to the Senate and inform them of the plot behind the war. Inevitably, this brought the war crashing down to an end. Dooku was exposed, and he had one choice: expose the full truth or die, and so he exposed Palpatine. He knew this plan failed, and the Sith were frauds. He'd rather go out with a little bit of honor than die loyal to a cause that betrayed him a number of times over the past 12 years. It wouldn't save Dooku from himself or his own actions, but he could at the very least live knowing that he did something right. He would be bombed by Palpatine before he could ever be brought to justice. What followed was a crazy witch hunt across the galaxy, after Palpatine executed a number of executive orders. These included 65, 66, and 99. Palpatine at the end of this hunt would be caught and killed. This turned the galaxy into a state of chaos, but luckily, the clones for the most part had removed their inhibitor chips. It wasn't galaxy-wide, but it was enough to reduce casualties to a super high level. The addition of Order 65 allowed the Senate to feel the wrath of their own complacency. While the mess that unfolded across the galaxy was nightmarish, it did stop the Empire from rising. It turned the Sith against each other, and it would be the end of the Clone Wars era. Though the final battle of the Clone Wars would come with the Domino Squad finally reuniting with their best friend Ahsoka Tano on Mandalore, where they would be instrumental in stopping the birth of a criminal empire. The Domino Squad would eventually be remembered as the clone unit responsible for stopping so much unknown, and while they would accept their gratitude with humility, there was a part of them that wondered what came next. They had the life of victors, but they were still soldiers. What followed the war would be a miniature war in the Outer Rim, one completed by the clones who were receiving their own freedom from the military once they won this war. This came with numerous benefits. The Domino Squad took those benefits, but realized they didn't know what to do with themselves. So they found a place to figure it all out. Instead of focusing on the warrior past they had, the five brothers would open up a bar on Coruscant with all their pension money. It would build them the lives they desired after the war came to an end. Each brother actually going on to have their own fulfillment in life. For some of them, this became a married life under the Clone Act of 1 ACW after Clone Wars, or simply managing the new bar and having fun. All that mattered in the end, to them, is they were the lucky ones. Cut Up was a 1 in a million survivor, as were the rest of them, all survivors of the terrible era that had finally come to its end.
Our story begins with hatred in his aging old veins. Count Dooku Osoreno, or Darth Tyrannus, stood opposite of young Skywalker inside the chambers of the Zygerian Queen. She lay dead on the ground beside Anakin, who wore electrical bursts still crawling across his robes. He was struck by Dooku, but this was not the end of their engagement. These two, separated in their lineage by two others, had only ever been at odds with one another. Tyrannus spent some time reflecting since their previous engagement. Never would Dooku want to build a long and sustainable relationship with Skywalker. He hated Anakin. The young man who knelt across the room from him was against everything his lineage stood for. Even if Tyrannus was no longer a Jedi, he wanted to believe that his path was one of honor. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, while representing Jedi values, were honorable Jedi. They used traditional lightsaber forms that complemented the lineage, trusted the Force like true users of it, and were patient, understanding, and also discerning. Tyrannus saw none of these qualities in Skywalker, and despite Anakin representing what was really just a younger Dooku, Dooku himself wanted Anakin to fail. He was loud, aggressive, cocky, and the black sheep of a lineage Tyrannus believed to be one of the best. Ahsoka only fell further from the tree, left behind by Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and himself. Yet to that very same point, Dooku's reflections brought him to another answer. If Skywalker was similar to his own younger self, then perhaps it could be Anakin that could be transformed into the proper end of his lineage. The Jedi who could go the distance, join the dark side, and see the truth for what it really was. Darth Sidious already believed that Skywalker would make a fine addition to their ranks, so why not give Anakin a chance? Dooku decided that instead of holding his prejudices against his great-grandstudent, that he should use those traits to mold Anakin into the proper end of a great lineage. After all, and this is where Dooku really made his decision, Anakin was one of the final choices made by Qui-Gon Jinn. Perhaps it was always destiny for the two of them, Anakin and Dooku, to stand on the same side. With Magna Guards cutting off every exit into the chamber, Anakin paced around, looking at his lightsaber currently attached to Dooku's belt. The Elder Count remained motionless, as he reminded Skywalker to hold no sympathy for his slaver. It came shortly after the Queen of Zygeria's death, and yet it somehow made Anakin angrier. He didn't care about her in the slightest, but the implication that he could've infuriated him. Dooku admitted, to bring the conversation forward, that he'd always been interested in how Skywalker might develop after their first engagement. Anakin's eyes squinted in both curiosity but also disgust. He hated having to use a prosthetic. He hated the way it made him feel. If it weren't for Padme invalidating his insecurities by lifting him up, he would have been in more agony over the loss of his biological hand. Dooku didn't take that approach with this conversation. He said dryly that they never should have been enemies. He provided Obi-Wan the chance to do what Qui-Gon would have before the Battle of Geonosis ensued. Anakin spat out that his master made the right choice. Tyrannus grew even more impatient with the outburst, but he hid his emotions. Master Kenobi, he continued, had the ability to end the conflict right there. He was told the truth about the Dark Lord of the Sith. Anakin questioned, Sidious? And Dooku nodded. While Master and Apprentice were close, Kenobi never made a mention of this private discussion with Dooku to Anakin. It was saved for the High Council, which did nothing with it, the High Council being Yoda mostly. So Anakin, knowing he didn't have the full truth, asked for Dooku to elaborate, and so he did. Darth Sidious wasn't just a powerful Sith Lord, but in control of the Galactic Republic. Reusing what he said before, what if he told Anakin that thousands of senators were all under the influence of a Sith Lord? Anakin crossed his arms and looked to the Magna Guards, feeling a trap coming. But there was no trap. Dooku was sincere. He told Anakin that this truth was known by Obi-Wan, and he didn't join. Had Qui-Gon survived Naboo, he would have found it within his heart to follow in Dooku's steps, and he believed if Qui-Gon did, then so would Obi-Wan. This glorified perspective of a student was grossly incorrect, but Anakin didn't know Qui-Gon that well. He had a very tiny bit of knowledge of who Qui-Gon was, not just from their 3 or 4 days together, but from the stories that Obi-Wan told Anakin as a boy to comfort him. It never felt like Master Jin would join the Sith, so that's what Anakin told Dooku. The Sith Lord, knowing that neither Obi-Wan nor Anakin truly knew Jin like he did, grew angrier. He told Skywalker that he was no different than his own master, a Jedi fool who refuses to see the growing darkness. Anakin returned in his own fury that only a coward would seek to use the dark side. Qui-Gon was no coward. He stood before the High Council, he challenged them, and if Anakin wasn't mistaken, Dooku could have been a counselor. He could have made a difference for the Jedi and the Republic. He had that kind of power, and what did he do? Run into the arms of a schemer? Another coward? Anakin's voice growled as he taunted the Sith Lord, a man who couldn't even face himself honestly. He was, after all, his new master's apprentice because Yoda could never instruct something so worthless. Dooku's lightsaber ignited. He stopped though. Anakin was defenseless, but he'd find a weapon to protect himself. Yet there was some truth in what his great-grand student said. Tyrannus stepped to the side, grinding his teeth, then stopping again. Skywalker's hostility and Kenobi's negligence would be the destruction of the Jedi Order. Can't Anakin see that? Dooku stepped forward, even pointing his saber at Skywalker. Doesn't he understand what this could be for them? If he joined him, they could destroy the Sith, make the galaxy the way they wanted, fix the Republic, remove the Jedi from power. Can't he see how easy it could be? He admitted that he knew the whole truth. He knew who Sidious was and his plans. Why couldn't Anakin just see that himself? Skywalker was conflicted, as much as Dooku was before beginning this. While Tyrannus was trying to save face with his disappointing lineage, Anakin was funneling himself through different timelines. His choice here could change everything, for better or for worse. Anakin wanted Dooku dead, that was no secret, but there was more. He knew there was more information. To Obi-Wan's credit, There was no Clone War when Dooku told him all this information. Anakin now had more to go with, more to consider. Everything he heard from Padme and further. Who actually could be controlling the Republic? There was also this other side for young Skywalker, who considered that Dooku could be lying to him, which wasn't exactly an outrageous thought. He looked from side to side, as if it might provide him with an easier answer. If Dooku was lying, it could be the end of the Republic, and yet if he was telling the truth, that could be 10 times worse. Skywalker stepped forward, asking Dooku to tell him more. If he spoke as honestly as he believed he did, then surely there was more to tell, more about the Sith. Tyrannus grinned, explaining that the Dark Lord of the Sith intends to destroy the Jedi and the Republic in one fell swoop. Of course, Dooku didn't really know about the Empire. He just knew that the Republic structure he hated would be done away with for something better, assuming the executive orders would be all activated for that purpose at the same time. Little did Dooku know himself, but Anakin questioned how the Dark Lord could so easily do that. The Jedi and the Republic were protected by not just the Order, but by millions of clones, Anakin said. The Separatists couldn't get the Coruscant, they couldn't win this war. At this point, that was still technically wishful thinking, but Anakin said he wouldn't accept Dooku's offer. At a state of almost full transparency, Dooku explained that what the Jedi relied on most would no longer be reliable. Anakin never connected it to a clone army, and he watched as the conversation reached a standstill. Then, without holding back, Tyrannus told Skywalker to join him so that they could make things right. Dooku would transform Anakin into a miniature Dooku. Because their young adulthood traits were so similar, he believed it'd be easy to make Anakin into the perfect apprentice, but Skywalker did not. He addressed the elder man with disdain in his voice. He would never join the dark side. Tyrannus grinned, but he already had. Remember how he slaughtered the Tuskens on Tatooine? No Jedi would ever act like that. How did Skywalker think the High Council or Obi-Wan or that runt Ahsoka might think of him if they learned the truth? A bigger question loomed on Anakin's mind. How did Dooku know of this? He responded furiously, ripping a weapon from a Magna Guard and crushing them in the same pool. The staff jabbed at Dooku, who only encouraged his young foe. Their weapons continued to bat away, exploding into frays of light. Tyrannus continued, telling Skywalker to embrace that hatred, let it fill him. The young Jedi refused to, but he showed no signs of avoiding the dark side. His strikes only got firmer and more aggressive. Anakin knocked Dooku up the stairs and Tyrannus spun around, firing electricity into Skywalker's face. He dropped to his knees and watched more lightning crash into his face. When Dooku stopped, he threw Anakin's lightsaber at his limp body. He then said in an exaggerated manner, but a truthful one, that Skywalker would benefit from embracing his darkness. Continuing to hide it would only stump his growth. As Dooku turned around, he finished telling Skywalker to remember how much a little honesty could change everything. Most specifically, how those closest to him viewed him. And then there was silence as Dooku departed. While Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka would handle the rest of the Zygerrian Empire with the help of clone reinforcements, Dooku returned to Castle Sereno. What he said to Skywalker and Kenobi, nothing but a secret. What was said to Anakin, though, was an immediate plague to his everyday life. There were only 2 people in the entire galaxy that knew about the Tusken Massacre. Anakin rarely liked to think of it or speak of it, because it was one of the worst moments of his life. He hated himself for it, as much as he hated the Tuskens for what they did to his mother. That was his first problem, who he trusted, and how that information ended up in Dooku's hands. Padme either had some sort of relationship with the Count, or Palpatine was the man spoken of in Tyrannus' monologue about controlling the Senate. The second problem was if or when Dooku might tell the High Council about his actions on Tatooine. And while he was concerned for the Republic, the fact that his past could literally come back to haunt him sent Anakin spiraling through anxiety. He didn't want Ahsoka most of all to know what he was capable of, because she could begin to fear him. He didn't want Obi-Wan to look at him differently, nor the High Council to punish him for punishable actions. It was an extra burden that followed him around when he returned to Coruscant after they toppled the Zygerrian Empire. It wasn't necessarily noticed by anyone in his immediate circle though. only Padme brought this up to him. She could just tell that something was off, and so, during their visit, she asked him what was bothering him. He told her everything, from Dooku's threats to his concerns regarding Republic leadership. Anakin came to the conclusion that whoever leaked this hidden truth of his would give a reaction to him addressing it. He started with the fate of the Republic and who controlled it, before moving on to the personal matters. Padme reacted just as he'd expect her to. She was concerned if this was a lie or if Dooku actually knew something about who controlled the Republic. As for Anakin's secret, she was equally as concerned with who could have told Dooku. In that, Anakin admitted that only she and Palpatine knew the details of that night. But even she questioned, why would Palpatine tell Dooku? How would he tell Dooku? That didn't make any sense to her. Naturally, she came to the conclusion that Anakin thought she told him, but he immediately declined that because he truly didn't believe she did. But he had to know, and she also had to know the truth about the Republic, according to Count Dooku. But being that Padme was clearly safe and not the one responsible, Anakin turned his attention to the Supreme Chancellor, one of his closest and most important mentors. While the grace period between visits was more than 12 hours, Anakin struggled to believe that Palpatine would have betrayed him. Being that the Council didn't suddenly request his presence, Anakin assumed that Dooku was only bluffing that reality, a hollow threat to remind Skywalker that no matter what, the Sith were in control of everything. Regardless, Anakin walked into the Chancellor's office to a very eager Palpatine. He smiled warmly. Finally, a meeting he cared for. All of the politicians from the early morning gone to their own offices. And what brought this boy to his desk to speak? What was troubling his young friend, Palpatine asked, and Anakin folded his arms. He explained that a truth had found its way to Count Dooku, one that should have never been heard by his ears. He wondered how it did. Sheev squinted with a slightly emotionless face. What was Anakin insinuating? Skywalker explained, instead of telling the truth, that only one person knew about the incident on Tatooine. It was Palpatine. The Supreme Chancellor crossed his arms, explaining that while he might be the only one Anakin told, the only interactions he had with Count Dooku predated the friendship shared between the two of them. Palpatine wasn't really sure how that information might make it to the Count on Sereno. Was there anything else Dooku said that might give him or them some insight? Palpatine displayed a genuine and kind expression that only showed love. He wanted to help Anakin find this culprit. Well, to Palpatine's credit, that was part of the reason Anakin came here. He was informed by Dooku, moving on to another subject, that the Galactic Senate was under the influence of a Sith Lord named Sidious. He shrugged his shoulders, explaining that it sounded a little far-fetched to him too, but Dooku simply wanted to bring pride to his lineage, and as one of the last in his line, he tried to turn Anakin to the dark side. Sheev nodded his head as he listened along with a soft smile, priding Anakin for being the strongest of the Jedi, to resist Dooku that is, then realizing there was something more. Did Dooku extend this offer to someone else? Anakin could see the conversation drifting away from the first topic, and then he became irritated that he changed it, but he told Palpatine the truth. Dooku believed that Qui-Gon would have joined him, so he extended the offer to Obi Wan in the same fashion. Obviously the two of them didn't become Sith, so truthfully, Anakin admitted Obi Wan might be the strongest of the Jedi. His will was undeniable, Palpatine nodded, stumbling through a half-hearted compliment of Master Kenobi. While Darth Sidious wanted to end this conversation so that he could do with his loose end, Anakin was not budging. He came all the way back around to where the conversation started. He told Palpatine that they weren't going to just act like it wasn't spoken about. He concurred. They should get to the bottom of this. Perhaps someone in the security offices worked for Count Dooku. Was that possible? Anakin considered it, as he looked to one of the cameras in the room. But then he admitted to Palpatine that the Supreme Chancellor promised him that no one would listen when they talked about the Tusken Massacre. That promise had been broken. Sheev then asked if Anakin was sure that he hadn't told anyone else, and Skywalker nodded. Unfortunate, the Chancellor remorsefully apologized if his word hadn't been kept. He would launch an internal investigation himself to figure out who revealed those details to Count Dooku. In the meantime, he'd like the opportunity to earn Anakin's trust back. Skywalker nodded sadly, as he told Palpatine that he just wanted the Sith Lord to be found. The Chancellor agreed. They would find him and destroy him together. The rest of the conversation fell apart rather quickly. It was tense. Sidious was hoping that his future pupil would apologize to him, but that never came. Instead, they parted ways, and the Dark Lord had his shuttle prepared. He was going to tie up the loose ends and present the Jedi with an offer they couldn't refuse, something that could answer all of Dooku's revelations. Though before Sidious left, he needed to make sure the Jedi weren't monitoring him now. Kenobi wasn't an idiot, and if he informed the Jedi High Council, then they most certainly would be watching Palpatine's every move. Sidious had to be more careful than he already was. Despite his assumptions about the Jedi Master revealing Dooku's secrets and the High Council watching over him, he was absolutely incorrect about their interest in monitoring him. Because Anakin couldn't live with the anxiety of the Council learning the skewed truth from Count Dooku, he approached them after talking with Palpatine. His hands folded in front of his body, and he confessed the truth to the Jedi Council. He told them about what happened on Zagiria, and then revealed how he perceived his actions. Admittedly, while on Tatooine, he didn't know what came over him. He confirmed that he heard Qui-Gon's voice, and that he killed an entire village of Tusken Raiders. The Council was taken aback, especially because Anakin had been so effortlessly heroic throughout the Clone War. Anakin told them that he went there to save his mother. It's why they went to Tatooine with Senator Amidala's approval to begin with. It was simply too much of a burden to carry, and yet, even with this disgusting truth being revealed, the Council in their own way knew. They didn't know that Anakin murdered the Tusken Raiders, they more so knew that his attachments could make him extremely dangerous. It's how they initially responded. It wasn't a patronizing sentiment, just an acknowledgement of the truth. They were disappointed, obviously, but before they could appropriately handle this, they wanted to know what else Anakin had to say. Everyone in the room could feel his anxiety disappear with the truth being revealed. It was actually quite euphoric for them, because he finally opened up to them about his actions. It just so happened to be a terrible action. Yoda didn't address it. Instead, he requested for Anakin to speak the rest of his mind, and so he did. He talked about that interaction with Palpatine and how someone told Dooku of his Tatooine experience. In this, it became clear that Anakin was afraid of his demons becoming knowledge to the Council, but he did confirm that Palpatine knew of them. Yet, it was the fact that Dooku again expressed knowledge of who held control over the Republic, how something the Jedi relied on would take down both the Jedi and the Republic. It was less of an information-sharing session and more of a threat from Tyrannus. Kenobi admitted having heard a similar sentiment from Dooku before, and Yoda told him that his former apprentice only knew how to lie. That's what he said at the beginning of the Clone War. Now, though, the entire Council could hear this truth, something that only 3 members knew of, and only 3 members kept to themselves because of Yoda. The conversation shifted away from Anakin's actions on Tatooine for the time being, as Ki-Adi-Mundi explained that they couldn't simply throw out the information on the account that Dooku has lied in the past. If the Supreme Chancellor or someone else was under the influence of the Sith, then they were endangering trillions of lives based on ignorance. Anakin watched the Council tense up. Suddenly, no longer was Anakin's terrible massacre at the heart of the Council's discussions. It was instead the secrecy forced by Master Yoda onto Masters Windu and Kenobi. This should have been a Council topic for all of them to hear, one voted on by the body. The truth is, it had been lightly spoken about, but never to the degree that warned of a Sith controlling the Republic. Instead of removing Skywalker, Ki-Adi-Mundi actually directed him to sit among them, to provide details of this encounter with Dooku, because at least someone here was being honest. Thanks to a maintenance droid, another seat would be added, and the Council deliberations would begin. Hours would pass, and the only resolution they could come to was that the Chancellor needed to be monitored. While there were those that believed punishment was necessary for Skywalker, there were those who were split on it. Kenobi didn't put any input on it, because he didn't want to appear biased. But the consensus for those split was that Anakin had proven himself since that action. He just needed to continue growing as an individual. If he showed signs of using the dark side, then it'd be worth punishing. Yet his biggest saving grace was rejecting Dooku's calls for him to turn to the dark side. As a result, though, everything Palpatine worried about the most came to fruition immediately. His belief that the Jedi would have been watching him since Dooku spoke to Kenobi was now a reality. The Council determined 3 resolutions. Masters Yoda, Windu, and Kenobi were to be removed from their ranks for mishandling the information given to them by Dooku. Secondly, they were going to simply take control over the Executive Plaza security system without approval. And lastly, Anakin's crimes were forgiven, though they expected him to, after the war, take a Barash vow. However, in accordance with the removal of Yoda, Windu, and Kenobi from their ranks, Master Mundi would be voted into the Grand Master position, with Tera Sinube rejoining the Council as now Master of the Order. To fill the final spot, the Council elected and suggested by Ki-Adi-Mundi that Anakin as a knight join their ranks. While he could see it as an insult because he remained a knight, he didn't, because it was a high honor and it should be accepted as one. The Collective Council was grateful that he resisted Dooku's pulls, and also that he had the rationale to confess his actions and tell them about Dooku's threats. Anakin proved his trustworthiness in the eyes of the Council. But even as they quickly moved to retain security over the Executive Plaza, their newest member was making a gut decision. Skywalker, with his apprentice in stow now, watched the Chancellor's personal escort leave the Senate building. Anakin had returned to apologize for his earlier accusations, mostly to earn the Chancellor's trust back, as phrased by Grandmaster Mundi. The Chancellor's personal shuttle, only used for rare occasions, slipped through the hangar bay in front of him. Ahsoka quickly launched a tracker at the vessel, and they watched it disappear into the cloudy Coruscant skyline. Anakin reported it back to the Council immediately, where he would be asked to drop Ahsoka off at the Temple hangar bay, and join Masters Mundi, Plo, Depa, and Koth for a short visit to wherever the Chancellor was going off-world. In the meantime, while the Jedi were beginning to take control over the Executive Plaza security system, Master Windu discovered something that unnerved him. It was an accident, but because he was assigned to the security initiative with Tera Sinube, he realized something. Following his immediate removal from the High Council, he went to the archives to reflect. Some things just felt missed on his part. He didn't kill Count Dooku on Geonosis. He mistakenly didn't elaborate on Obi-Wan's revelations. He missed a potential Sith Lord inside the Senate, and a few other mistakes he wished he could have had back. He stopped inside the archives to review some indicators of a Sith, to refresh his memory. Jocasta Nu provided him a holocron that showed him every known Sith relic, crystal, and everything else that might hold religious significance. In this, he saw a statue that he'd seen before, but he didn't fully piece it together until he viewed it through the security cameras inside the Senate building. There were 4 Sith statues in the middle of the Chancellor's office, which didn't even cover the other relics across the chambers. But while Mace was preparing to send a message to his allies, he realized their trajectory. He sent an encoded message to the temple that be dispatched to the shuttle carrying 5 counselors, a vessel that was en route to Sereno. When Darth Sidious touched down outside of Dooku's castle, his apprentice rushed out to greet him. The Dark Lord, with his hood covering his sinister eyes, provided a hologram for Tyrannus to view. It was a Rhodian man, with remarkable robes and pearls covering his neck. Sidious quietly explained that Unda Koni would soon represent the Separatist movement. Dooku's head twisted and Sidious thrusted his hand forward. Tyrannus left his feet and tumbled across the ground, igniting his lightsaber when he finally slid to a halt. He called out, demanding to know his master's rationale behind this. Sidious didn't even speak. He reached a hand from out of under his cloak, and Dooku was pulled across the courtyard, dropping his lightsaber as he did. The Dark Lord's piercing yellow eyes looked deep into Tyrannus' soul. He tried to expose the secrets of the Sith, telling Kenobi and Skywalker of the Sith plan. Sidious admitted he always knew Dooku was a fool, but he never expected him to be a traitor to his own goals. Dooku held his throat and kicked his feet in the air. Sidious reminded the old bastard that there could only be 2 Sith, a master and an apprentice. Before he could tell Tyrannus that he was no longer an apprentice, lightning fled from the Count's fingertips, electrocuting Sidious and forcing him to release Dooku. Tyrannus landed, catching his breath and pulling his lightsaber into his hands. From the courtyard activated the Magna Guards per his request, and they attacked Sidious. His lightsabers burst into life as he blocked and parried wherever he could. Commando droids then showed up, firing down at the Sith Lord. They were all planted around the castle grounds, waiting for activation. Dooku watched, regathering his composure as Sidious fought for his life. He beat back the guards and deflected shots from the commandos effortlessly. He was a force of nature, unlike anything Dooku had ever seen, and he broke himself out of this engagement too. Sidious's robes were torn, but he was uninjured. The Dark Lord from under his breath remarked that Dooku would only ever be a coward, too afraid to stand up to Yoda, too afraid to confront the Jedi Council, too afraid to be a Sith without his precious students. Well, know this, Tyrannus, Sidious said. He ordered the direct death of Qui-Gon Jinn. Dooku's cowardice as a master made him too vulnerable as an apprentice. Maul was sacrificed so that an empire could be born, an empire that could enslave the galaxy where the Republic once stood. Sidious smiled. He never properly thanked Dooku for giving him the universe on a silver platter. Rage filled Tyrannus's body as he charged in. Sidious raised his hands while simultaneously throwing both of his sabers through the air. Neither were ignited, and Dooku, trapped between three weapons, protected himself. Rather than spear at Sidious, he reverted to a Jedi-like state, prey caught in a trap. With Force Choke playing an aid, and two lightsabers stabbing him in the back, the Count fell lifeless to the ground. Sidious then communicated to Unda Kone that the plan was ready. The extravagant Rodian politician thanked the Dark Lord for trusting him. He'd be on standby for the next part of the plan. Unda would assume command over the Separatists this moment, confirming Dooku's demise. Before Sidious could escape, though, a Jedi shuttle landed down beside his, with Skywalker leading the way. The other four quickly put themselves between Anakin and the Sith Lord, telling him to come quietly. Palpatine would not. Mundi told Skywalker's R2 unit to investigate the shuttle for the Chancellor, and the battle began just as R2 left. The Sith Lord thrusted his weapon at each of the Jedi, but they moved through his attacks as a unit. Kiadi, Depa, Plo, and Eth were all familiar with each other's styles. They'd been counselors together for the past decade. They'd participated in missions, training regiments, and even friendly competitions with one another. They all worked in unison as a team. Without the jump on them, Sidious was forced to fight a fair battle against capable Jedi Masters because they were on the Council for a reason. Anakin thus was forced to work his way into the duel. His saber batted at Sidious, but the counters and strikes from the Sith Lord were left useless. He kept the four masters off of him, and even though his offense was ineffective, he didn't die. Anakin was clearly becoming the odd man out for Sidious. His talent could only get him so far in this contest. Sidious preyed on it, quickly disarming Skywalker, and in an attempt to thin his opponent's ranks, cut Anakin across the waist. It wasn't a deep cut, but it left him falling to the ground in agony. The Sith Lord returned to his engagement with the Masters, because even though he was a better combatant than each of them individually, they were still each Jedi Masters. They shouldn't die in 2 seconds, basically. Plo with his strength, Mundi with his finesse, Depa with her mastery, and Eth with his balance kept Sidious from finding any sort of rhythm in the fight. He wasn't making any progress anywhere, nor was he doing anything wrong. No matter which of the four slipped, they'd cover their own backs. Then Skywalker with his injury returned. He took a deep breath before throwing his saber into the engagement. The duel carried on into the corridors of Castle Sereno, where Sidious would actually lose his life, through a combination of electric judgment, blocking Sith electricity, and a few stabby stabs. It was the end of the Sith, with Grievous remaining in control of the Confederacy, and Unda their government. But alas, without Darth Sidious controlling the strings, things very easily started falling apart. The Grand Master and the rest of the present Jedi were able to obtain information inside of Castle Sereno and the Chancellor's shuttle to help their cause. But just getting rid of Sidious wouldn't be an immediate fix. Of course, confirmation that the Separatists and the Republic were controlled by the same two people was a dagger to the war. But some in the media and in the Senate claimed that the Jedi were simply trying to take over one of the governments or earn all the accolades for ending a war they started themselves. It wasn't pretty either way it went. especially with the slight cover-up from Kenobi, Yoda, and Windu. The Council would have to punish them with expulsion from the Jedi Order, which for the Council was a step in the right direction. But war continued. Politicians debated, people died, and votes were passed after more people died. General Grievous would be defeated by the rogue Jedi unit of Windu, Kenobi, and Yoda. It was their decision to make a difference after hiding so much that could have really changed everything. While yes, the Sith were destroyed, the Republic would never be the same. Palpatine Truthers became a separate entity, or eventually a coalition of planets after the Senate ended the conflict. What became the new power of the galaxy were separate entities, separate governments. The man appointed to Dooku's position really was the end of the Confederacy, but not the idea of it. Unda wasn't half the communicator that Tyrannus was. If he had Palpatine behind his back, then something more could have been done. But the Confederacy, after they lost, split up into different coalitions. Anakin's rise to the High Council would be the beginning of a new era in Jedi history. Not only did it lead directly to the end of the war and destruction of the Sith, but a new perspective of how Jedi should handle emotions. As he promised when the war came to an end, he would take a Barash vow. But these emotions became a case study that they'd continue to evaluate for years to come. Ahsoka, with the war ending earlier, would never be forced from the Jedi Order, and instead become a Jedi Knight, leading to Anakin becoming a master before he went on his Barash vow. He and Padme remained married together in secrecy for a few more years, until their marriage became public by accident, after the Republic split again. But in the end, it would be permitted by the Council, once their case study came to a conclusion. The Republic may have transformed, and the Confederacy too, into several different galactic units or coalitions, but it would be better for the people. The Jedi in this transition expanded outwards to represent all of these people, not just the citizens of the Republic, leading directly to the Jedi rising in popularity and as a force for good in the galaxy, maintaining both peace and balance across every known world.
Our story begins on Factoid Prime, nearing the second year of the Clone Wars. The first year had been grueling, but it became clear to the Separatist leadership that they needed to roll out brand new and more effective units of battle droids. If they didn't, Separatist leadership believed they'd fall behind. The tactical droids that ran most military operations on the front lines were becoming obsolete. They functioned well enough, but they weren't able to hold their own anymore. Clone intelligence was able to counter everything the tactical droids prepared. Also, there was a notion that a regular tactical droid couldn't do anything for its own protection. They always needed an escort, and that, in the minds of the Separatists, defeated the purpose of having a fully autonomous military. It wasn't technically fully autonomous, but close enough. Regardless, the main point being, the regular tactical droid was useless and they needed a counter, so they came up with a super tactical droid program, or simply the ST units. They decided STD was too many syllables, so they just stuck with ST. These new droids were to have a better database and strategic mind, as well as a physically strong exterior. The idea is that they could hold their own in a fight, even if it was against a Jedi. Not that they'd be able to defeat a Jedi, but if an ST unit could clobber one in the stomach or the face, then it could allow supporting units to assist them. The main idea is that these new droids would be weapons of mass destruction, vessels to man the future of the Separatist war effort. So, they got to work immediately. Designs were approved within a week, and the facilities on Factoid Prime got to work on producing the first generation of ST units. Another difference is these droids were given a little more free reign than their predecessors. This didn't mean that they were fully autonomous either. It just meant they could name themselves and have an outside-the-box perspective with the addition of their algorithms. The ST unit would be the perfect addition to the Separatist military. As they were rolled out, they were left offline, and the facilities at Factoid Prime prepared them for the front lines. They would be shipped off in capsules, meant to activate once they reached their actual location. This particular ST unit was being dispatched to a system fleet outside of Raxus. When he awoke, he knew everything he needed to know. His first second of existence was filled with infinite knowledge, the layout on every battleship in the Separatist and Republic Navy, his purpose in this war, the actual reasoning for the war, and his command inside the Separatist military. The ST unit walked forward and was greeted by the droid captain, one who welcomed him aboard the new flagship, and then brought him to the command bridge of the Providence. There wasn't much speaking between his arrival point and the command bridge. This wasn't happening just here either, but also galaxy-wide, aside from the few fleets with sentient life in command. The droid made his way over to the front of the bridge and looked over his fleet. It was great. He would oversee the death and destruction of the clone army from this viewport. He looked over the schematics for his own fleet and what they possessed. Everything was immediately stored into his drive. Numbers including the amount of ships, starfighters, battle droids, support vessels, munitions, the firepower the collective fleet had, and much more. The ST droid turned to his deckhand who requested to know what his identifying number was so they could refer to him by it. The droid looked down. He knew what his chain code was. It was ST Unit 15U2. But that wasn't something he wanted to be known by. The tactical droid siphoned through thousands of names in the galactic databases. Names from Mandalore to Ryloth or Coruscant to Rhodia. Thousands of names became millions of names, and finally, the droid came to one that felt fitting for his calling. The name Cthulhu was the one that called him the most, and he turned to his deckhand and informed him of the operating code he would prefer to be referred to. The droid nodded his head and turned around. The ST unit continued maintaining the fleet positions for a couple weeks until he was finally given a chance to shine in a contest with Republic forces not far from Raxus. Cthulhu and his fleet arrived at a hyperspace to counter a Republic fleet that was trying a bit too hard to set up a base in this sector of the galaxy. Cthulhu's assignment was to eliminate the insurgents, take no prisoners, and make sure they couldn't set up a forward operation post on Renvar. It was a very easy and simple mission. When Cthulhu's fleet arrived at a hyperspace, he stepped towards the edge of the command bridge and issued out 3 different formations. One for the fighters, one for the flagship, and the last one for all the support vessels in the fleet. Since this was his first operation, he was going to take things a little slowly to make sure the Republic didn't counter any moves. He obviously knew that according to statistics made by ST units galaxy-wide, their victories outnumbered their losses ever since they arrived at the front lines. There was only one loss for this collective grouping of them, and it came against General Skywalker of the Grand Army of the Republic. Cthulhu had no intention on repeating those same failures, even though Skywalker wasn't the one present here. He monitored everything from his standing position as his droids fought off the Republic forces. The specific formation he made for the fighter assault was a deadly one, and it was one of his own, using vulture droids to cover the assault of their forces. Behind the vultures were tri-droids, and behind them were hyena bombers. This allowed the vultures to soak up the damage, as the tri-droids released waves of missiles, giving the hyenas ample room to maneuver and target the flagship of the Republic line. Cthulhu's fleet formation pushed the light frigates forward and allowed some of the heavy-hitting recussants from the back to fire their heavy cannons at a distance while protecting their weaker shields. The Providence in the middle of the fleet would soak up some damage, but it'd also be able to lay down heavy fire. There were some supply ships with the fleet, but Cthulhu wouldn't need them for anything other than the ground invasion. He noted that at this point in the battle, the Republic didn't think they'd ever be found here, so they were caught off guard. However, in a daring move, the clone forces tried to bring their fleet into broadside range. For most Separatist frigates, this would be deadly because Venator cannons were heavy-hitting. However, with the implementation of a counter-strategy, he was able to maneuver his fleet and split the Republic lines down the middle, using his numbers to his advantage. Cthulhu required every single droid unit to open fire on the main cruiser for the Republic, and as a flagship crumbled, he watched their escape pods volley out the back, down to the surface of the planet. The droid commander told his deckhands to prepare the landing craft. They'd be destroying all survivors. Cthulhu then returned to fleet command as he issued out orders to the other vessels, giving them their targets. But he knew at this point, unless they got reinforcements, that the space battle was over. They won. The hyena bombers were untouched, and they were able to rip through the bridges of the Venators, disabling them and leaving them for easy targets. Cthulhu then ordered the vulture droids to hunt down escape pods, while the tri-droids dismantled any remaining corvettes that could be seen as problematic. The droid officer informed his deckhand that he was in command of the fleet until he returned, issuing out Code 3 and 67 fleet stations. Simply put, the deckhand would maintain the current positioning, and if there were any signs of reinforcements from the Republic, they'd move into countermeasure 67, which was the base formation that would allow for the best outcome until the ST unit could return to the fleet to direct their next movements. Cthulhu took a shuttle down to the surface. He was escorted by a group of commando droids, but there was already a battle waging on the surface. The clones were trapped because they didn't have a way out, and the survivors of the fleet battle were doing everything in their power to survive the icy conditions on the planet. The battle on the ground was mostly B1s and B2s, but Cthulhu believed he needed to see everything firsthand so he could understand how to best operate his troopers. There was only one issue though. This wasn't a typical battle for the droids. They were dispersed and out of formation because the battle was taking place inside of a destroyed citadel on the planet. It was the only location that allowed the Republic to set up equipment without it freezing over. They eventually tried another place, but it was too cold for them to get anything set up, so they set up here. Regardless, the clones were fighting for their lives. They were freezing too. None of the survivors from the space battle were wearing cold gear, so they weren't just fighting for their lives, They were frozen stiff due to the intense temperatures of the planet. This had a mild effect on the droids, but nothing nearly as serious. They marched through, cutting down the clones as Cthulhu dispatched his commando unit, leaving himself relatively unprotected. The unit was sent out to kill clone leadership and make sure their lines crumbled. The ST unit moved forward after turning off his hologram on the battlefield. He would eventually join his units as they ripped through clone forces. He didn't even need to use his own blaster, let alone be here, but he executed orders in an effort to push the droids down into clone positioning faster and more effectively. Within the next 20 minutes, the droids would rout the clones. The few survivors were to be executed for serving on the side of the Republic. Anyone who wasn't found and killed died due to the freezing temperatures. Truly a terrible fate for the men of the Grand Army of the Republic. The droid leader made sure they finished off their targets and then returned to the fleet where he could take count of everything they lost during the battle, as well as inform Separatist High Command of his success. As Cthulhu was doing this, he thought back to the clones massacred on the ground and wondered why they died fighting for nothing. He then realized how out of a thought this was for him. His programming was designed to encourage strategy, however, something was awry. Cthulhu knew that he was supposed to be a relatively autonomous droid, but he was fully autonomous. This wasn't something he wanted to lose though. Ever since his awakening inside this very ship, he was aware that there was something wrong with his circuitry. Truthfully, he chalked it all up to faulty programming on Bactoid Prime, being that it was bound to happen every so often based on an algorithm. The only way he could describe it was total free will. He had the ability to think for himself, despite being a product of the war machine. And while these free-reign thoughts had been with him, he didn't realize how deep they went until his first battle was over. The cost of war was something he was concerned with, because unlike the drones around him, he knew that battle droids' lives were of some sort of value. Under all their mainframe and their circuitry, there was a unique unit inside of them, a spark that could identify them with who they wanted to be and what they felt most secure with. But none of them could feel that way because Separatist engineering didn't allow for it. Cthulhu knew it was a simple fix. He didn't need to force all of his droids to be mindless drones. He could change it. After all, ever since the Battle of Geonosis, the quality of the regular B1 type battle droid had differed. This also went for other units as well, but the point being, he knew that if they had only one tick removed, they'd be free-thinking units too. To Cthulhu, this was a quandary. Would he or should he free the others, or use them to continue to hold his place of power, and hope that this war came to an end with him still functioning? That was a reasonable approach. Statistically speaking, he would survive the war, and due to the algorithm inside of his head, he understood that it would take a catastrophic loss for him to be totally demolished. This was based off the loss of the first ST unit, the one that lost to Skywalker. The droid was simply given a new fighting force and allowed to pick up right where they left off. Chances are it'd be the exact same thing for him. Cthulhu continued forward with the war effort, and forgot about its existentialism over Ren Var, and prepared for what came next. Just as many of the other ST units experienced, Cthulhu continued churning out victories. He was an unstoppable force, and with every new victory, he received new units, more ships, and everything an algorithm told the Separatist High Command that he needed. Cthulhu was a brilliant strategist, and he actually credited it to his free thinking, because despite him running off of an algorithm the entire time, if he saw something going slightly wrong, he would adjust himself to make sure it didn't go fully wrong. This allowed for even algorithmic errors to be corrected on the spot, therefore costing less Separatist resources and allowing quicker and more decisive battles to end in favor of the CIS. These victories put Cthulhu on a top-tier list of ST units from the Generation 1 program, but as he continued finding victory across the front lines of the Clone Wars, the questions kept mounting up. Over the duration of 4 months, Cthulhu would be undefeated in 14 matches with the clones. Not all of them were complete and total victories like the one over Ren Var, but some included Jedi boarding a ship, others included only ground invasions, while there were other space offensives and defensives. At the end of all of it, the free will within him questioned it all. Once battles were over, he'd walk past dead bodies of Jedi, clones, civilians, and other droids. If it were in space, he could see their bodies brush up against the windows of his command bridge as the fleet drifted away from the wreckage and on to their next location. What became a curious thing for Cthulhu was what his allies and troops would think if they also had the ability to think for themselves. Part of this was isolating to him, because he had his own questions about the universe, but his deckhand wouldn't understand. To Cthulhu, this wasn't a difficult fix. He could very easily relieve the droids from their free-thinking blockers and see what they did. All he had to do was transmit a special clearance code through the ship with a backup that would erase it from the mainframe, or in other words, send the code that bypassed the restrictor, freeing the other droids, and then covering his tracks with a code that would make all of his actions invisible. All of this could be done with a split second, so no one would notice, but chances are High Command wouldn't be monitoring one of their newest and best commanders anyways, so it wasn't a concern. And with the flip of a switch and a couple codes, Cthulhu released all the droids from within his ship to the command code. However, things didn't go that way. Just as he sent a transmission, a communication came in from Sereno, and it caused the entire transmission to disperse galaxy-wide. For Republic censors, this meant absolutely nothing, so they wouldn't question it. For citizens, this also meant nothing. For the droids, this was a huge deal. They were all freed instantaneously from the shackles of their controllers. In one swift moment, the entire military of the CIS became free-thinking. This didn't matter to Cthulhu because he had no clue it happened. It was a trick that accidentally meshed with a long-range communication. It reversed the frequency and used the full open command signal that Cthulhu was going to use on his fleet and just transmitted it galaxy-wide. Dooku had no idea about this either. He was simply calling the ST unit to inform him that there were insurgents moving a quadrant away from him. Dooku wanted Cthulhu to find the clones and wipe out their unit. Apparently, it was a Jedi General too. This was the droid commander's chance to become one of the highest ranking members of the CIS military. To Cthulhu, becoming the highest rank whatever didn't mean anything to him anyways. Dooku knew that, but he liked to pretend that he wasn't interacting with a soulless military force. It made the isolation of his lifestyle a little more bearable. When the transmission ended, Cthulhu moved the fleet into position and it jumped into hyperspace. The effects of Cthulhu's little hiccup were felt immediately. On the front lines, droids that were engaged in battle automatically felt the relief of freedom. It was all so sudden. This didn't stop battle droids from ripping apart clone troopers, but once it was done, there was this momentary clarity. They all had the sickening question of why, and they were left all without the proper answers. Why were they killing the clones? It was their programming, sure, but they were massacring people too. Why were civilians targets? Why were they punishing populations of people? This wasn't the droids having their own sense of morality, more so just asking the question, why? What did it serve them or their masters to do such uncanny things to people of the galaxy? The troops inside Cthulhu's fleet didn't feel this as much. This was the same for battle droids galaxy-wide that weren't currently engaged in battle. They didn't really recognize that something had changed within them. They didn't have to look down and see that they clobbered a bundle of child soldiers. So once the fleet that Cthulhu manned exited hyperspace, they engaged with the Republic. Everything went similarly to how it did normally. The CIS ripped through the Jedi Star Cruiser, targeted escape pods, took no prisoners, and everything they were programmed to do. And then at the end of it, the question remained, why? The B-1 and B-2 battle droids had the most issue with this. They were programmed with the most simple format. They were essentially, in of themselves, child soldiers. They didn't have a greater understanding of the galaxy around them, especially not in comparison to tactical droids. For other units, this was a little different. However, they had the same questions. Many of the droids were able to use their algorithms to understand the war. It allegedly was a fight for freedom from the Republic and freedom from greed, and that was a whole different moral dilemma. But why were the clones and droids invited into the spar for galactic dominance? That perhaps was the most confusing bit of this information. The battle droids could use their connection to CIS intel to dig deeper and understand what was public knowledge. So when they weren't fighting for fictional freedom, they were understanding the tragedy of their own existence. There was public knowledge on the war, and they were reading everything. How, in their first 24 hours of free thinking, were they supposed to come to grasp with being seen as heroes and monsters? Half the galaxy absolutely abhorred them, while the other half believed they were liberators. As is the focus of the free mind, they went down the route of negativity. They focused on all the terrible things said about them. Clanker this, clanker that. Conehead here, scrap heap there. The hate continued pouring into their minds, and then, what made matters worse, was it became reality when they saw what they really did. How they massacred the civilians of the galaxy. They shot down clones and executed them. They did not bring freedom. They brought tyranny, corruption, and destruction, because they themselves were a product of the war machine. One that was a continuous cycle of investors making their earnings like war dogs in the machine. Sentience alone was troublesome, but being responsible for galactic war crimes and being sentient was existential. The droids then had a thought. Who pushed them to this? This wasn't fully collective, but the thought came to them in waves. Some of them got to it first, and then others got the idea. All that mattered is they started questioning the morality of the war they fought in. Could they be doing something terribly wrong by perpetuating the war machine? Back to Cthulhu's fleet, he realized that he wasn't alone in his questioning thoughts. Another victory came with more clone deaths and more confusion. he could see that his own troops started to wonder the same questions he'd been struggling with for months. Perhaps there were issues on the galactic level, and perhaps the Republic was evil, but it was no more or less evil than the Separatists. They were literal carbon copies of one another, and despite Dooku talking of a big game for their movement, they were the exact same thing as the Republic. They were bought by major corporations, ones that were funding the war effort. They were swimming in corruption, and Dooku perhaps was the worst of all of them. Truthfully, to the algorithmic mind of Cthulhu, it almost seemed like a facade. It didn't seem normal at all. Why would a Jedi leave the Republic for the Republic being apparently too corrupt, only for him to instate his own version of the Republic? It couldn't be wealth, not that Cthulhu would think much of wealth if he had any himself. However, there loomed a question in his mind. Could he perhaps rally together a resistance against the corporate forces of the CIS government? These leaders wouldn't be able to collectively stop a rebellion, so what harm would it do to him and or his troops? Aside from the potential implications of being seen as war criminals by both sides of the galactic spectrum, perhaps it was their only choice. Because even if they fought this war, what was the end result for them? If they won it, they'd be reduced to scrap metal anyways. The CIS wouldn't have a need for them aside from sentry droids, and they could just reduce their regular standing army into scrap so they could build new sentry droids for defense. At least, that was how it was done throughout galactic history. Whenever there was a changing of galactic colors, a military force became a sentry force. If the military had battle droids, then they were done away with and forgotten. To Cthulhu, and after him many other ST units, the only choice became rebellion. Because there was a very high likelihood of the Republic and its citizens still hating them, but there was a better chance of maintaining their sentience and their lives with it. If they stood against their creators, the ST units, as well as many other droids under their command, very quickly deduced that the best direction forward was through rebellion. Though this wasn't an organized effort, what ended up happening is Cthulhu led the first wave of Separatist fleets that refused to listen to orders from Separatist high command. They simply cut off all communications and informed Republic fleets that entered their vicinity that they weren't fighting. The clones, this was odd, but Cthulhu kept his word and honored it, informing all the vessels, the few that came anywhere near his fleet, that the times had changed. Perhaps the galaxy could be reshaped around a piece of cords, rather than a battlefield. Luckily, the clones who entered the system were only passing through. They weren't even supposed to be here, which made Cthulhu realize something more. Had he not had his sentience, he would have targeted a small fleet of Republic troopers, simply out on a mercy mission. These men weren't here for anything like combat. They were simply redirected here by accident, an accident that would have cost every single one of them their lives, and who knows how many more on whatever planet they were supposed to go to and aid. There were rumors circulating around the galaxy that there was some sort of bug within the CIS battle droids. They didn't know what, and there was no confirmation of this being true, but there was truth in these rumors. The clones had stories to tell about CIS fleets avoiding them, not even looking in their direction, but these stories felt superficial. To Palpatine, these rumors were more than enough of a concern, and Dooku hadn't mentioned anything about this rupture within his ranks. Palpatine naturally contacted Dooku, who informed him that he lost control over his armies, and he was concerned because he did not know who did it. Not to mention, many of the executives of the corporate branches had since stopped their communications with him. To add to the chaos, the CIS High Command had become dormant along with Grievous and Trench. No one was keeping him in the loop. It was as if a virus hacked their system and turned everything on his head. Sidious informed his apprentice that he would be to Serena to deal with this himself. Palpatine was livid. This was the last thing he wanted to do. Why should he have to deal with something that Dooku should have had control over? However, the issue is Palpatine didn't realize how out of control they both were. The droids that worked and operated on Serena were acting dormant. They knew of Sidious and they were hoping that whoever he was, he'd be to Serena to quote-unquote deal with this issue. Due to this new individual arriving, they informed Cthulhu of this little event, and they also requested reinforcements. The droids on Serena believed that Cthulhu should be the one to lead the attack. The droids, despite being quiet about their involvement in this little revolution, hadn't actually done anything. They simply cut all contact between Dooku and the other corporate leaders. They did monitor everything Dooku did, and they allowed transmissions through. They just blocked them if they came from anyone other than Palpatine. They simply wanted the individual responsible for so much carnage to join Dooku in his deathbed. The consensus of the droids knew that Cthulhu was the one behind this, or at least they recognized his chain code as the one being responsible for the code that freed them all from their shackles of complacency. Cthulhu accepted the responsibility for this move. However, he was indifferent to how he was viewed by his fellow droid kind. He decided that he would assist the droids in their liberation though.
It would be an honor to fully free them from Dooku's lies, and once they were finished, it would be time to act on what they all believed was the best way to survive the Clone Wars. Their sentience should save them from being reprogrammed, but they were still war machines. They had to hope that their actions under free will would grant them freedom in an era that followed the war. Cthulhu's fleet left its current location and moved across the galaxy to Sereno. He informed his brethren that they'd be fighting for their freedom. This was more than just a battle, but a revolution. If they won, all of their kind would be spared from the evilness of Dooku and his religion of terror. The droids didn't know much. They did have access to hard drives within Sereno, so they knew something, but Dooku was very good about what he had in his hard drives and what he didn't. The droids just knew he was the bad guy in all of this. When the droids arrived on Sereno, Cthulhu sent out his first grouping of battle droids to the surface. They all knew what they were about to do. Some of them did have thoughts of treachery, some of them considered running from the fight, but none of them did. Silence filled their landing craft as they descended to the surface of the planet. When they arrived, their bay doors opened up, and they looked out in front of them, and they were able to see Dooku and Sidious standing side by side. The Dark Lord of the Sith asked if he requested this landing party, and Dooku informed his master that this was far beyond his control. Sidious took a deep breath. If there was anything he wouldn't do, he wouldn't die by the hands of computers built inside factories by bugs or lesser creatures than he. This would be both a contest of the Force and of the Blade. He also knew that if they survived this onslaught, Dooku would be killed by his own hand. He was unsure of how much his apprentice had to do with this, but Sidious was fully convinced that this was Dooku's moment to expose the great lie. Palpatine fully believed that this was Dooku trying to expose the Sith and make up for the wrongs he had done in his past. It made sense, theoretically. Dooku could make the Jedi look brilliant, because he exposed all the fallacies with the Republic and the rest of the galaxy. He used the war to exploit the people and show the galaxy who they really were. He could give the Republic a fully autonomous army for use galaxy-wide, and at the end of it all, he could be responsible for killing off the Sith. But there was one issue. Dooku was also fighting for his life. They were both villains on the wrong side of a revolution. The first wave came in. Battle droids charged the two Sith. Cthulhu was currently moving the fleet into the atmosphere, but he knew they couldn't bombard the castle. If they did, it could create civilian casualties, and that was something he wanted no part in doing. The rest of the droids agreed to this. They had taken enough lives. 2 did not equate to annihilating an entire city worth of people by accident. B1s led the charge, rushing forward and unloading their blasters at the two Sith. They fired away, and the two Sith moved forward towards the front lines. Behind the B1s were waves of B2s, which fired their wrist rockets, letting the missiles charge towards the Sith. But they were redirected at the first wave of B1s. As this was happening, Vulture droids started to pepper the ground around the Sith, but they were unsuccessful attacks. Sidious and Dooku realized they could hide in the waves of battle droids, cut them down, and move to the next unit. But the droids had already made their decision on how to handle this. They could sacrifice themselves for the greater good. At least they would die fighting for something they actually believed in. Sidious and Dooku used electricity to fry circuitry of the droids in front of them. It was a chaotic array of speed and ferocity. To add to it, HMP gunships pulled down and fired at the Sith, and Sidious used the Force to crush them in the air before continuing through the B1s, before exiting on the other side and looking at the waves of B2s coming at him. They fired their blasters at Sidious, and he used the Force to stop every shot in midair, as they continued to unload at him. He held their firepower with all of his strength, and used the dark side to fuel himself further, as Dooku finished with the B1s. Sidious then shoved his hands forward and watched the waves of B2s crumble to the ground. Sidious looked up, and Dooku ran to his side. They used the Force to pull 2 landing ships together in midair, and allowed them to descend to the planet. That wasn't the end though. With more Vulture droids dropping to the ground, they faced new challenges with droidekas and commandos making their first appearance of the day. As they prepared to defend themselves, they could see the flagship, which cut through the clouds above them. On the command bridge, Cthulhu realized that he was losing all of his troops and decided that he would join his fight on the ground and fight to the bitter end, giving the deckhand instructions for what to do if this didn't work. Cthulhu joined another division of battle droids as they ran from their transports to fight. The droidekas and commandos were proving to be difficult, but electricity, the Force, and lightsabers were a tough barrier. Despite how well Sidious and Dooku were doing, they were wearing down. No one could last forever at this, and despite their usage of the dark side, it wouldn't keep them upright until the droids ran out of reinforcements. They continued, barely getting past the droidekas and commandos before Magna Guards charged in, alongside another wave of B1s, and with them was Cthulhu himself. He led the charge for the B1s. He knew it all came to this moment here. The droids continued getting cut down, and Sidious was looking for his opening. He planned on using the Force to bring the fleet down above them. He could use his electricity to shock their ships and disable them. He couldn't get his opening, and with more droids coming, he was clipped in the shoulder.
Dooku was fending off the Magna Guards with precision, but his time was falling short, as a blaster went through his back and he had to fight with a weakened saber technique. Sidious, on the other hand, continued fighting the good fight until he was clocked in the chest by Cthulhu, who then turned his blaster on Sidious and prepared to pull the trigger. The Dark Lord threw his lightsaber right through Cthulhu's chest before ripping it out and handling the horde that continued. The droids reacted to the death of their leader, and Cthulhu fell to his knees, looking at the two Sith, as Dooku was driven to the ground, and before Cthulhu landed on his head, he saw Sidious fall backwards in terror, as he lost control and, like many clones before him, was executed. Cthulhu's lights went dim, and he was taken from sentient life and into nothingness. The work of Cthulhu and his unit wouldn't be forgotten, because they were responsible for the death of the Sith. Both leaders of the Republic and the Separatists would be informed of this development. Grievous was still in command of his own fleet, but he was informed by some of his sentient allies that Dooku was the one who was responsible for his near-death experience. The Jedi had no part in it, and they were trying to help him. This revelation changed everything for the droid general, and as a result, he wouldn't fight the Republic to the bitter end. He would find his own way to reconcile with his past, while maintaining his warrior status, without fighting the Jedi. Asajj Ventress was one of the few Separatist living creatures to be safe from the onslaught that followed Dooku and Palpatine's deaths. Asajj would return to Dathomir, where she'd be protected and brought in by the Night Sisters. Finally, a place where she could have her own sense of peace. Amongst the ranks of the droid army, Cthulhu would be remembered as the beginning of their movement, the revolutionary, if you will. He wasn't the only one, but his decision to be just like the enemies he spent months massacring, he fought with his troops to the end. The Republic would learn the truth and how everything happened the way it did. Cthulhu would be mentioned in the hearings, but the respect from the public wouldn't ever be given to him. However, he would be mythologized, becoming this pop culture figure that only existed within stories, those spanning over generations of people. The difficulty for the Republic and even the Jedi was understanding how this all happened, but when it was revealed it came from two accidents, it made the war itself feel superficial. When the truth about Palpatine was fully revealed, it made everything click for them, not just for the Jedi either. They collectively realized that they needed to be better. They saw themselves in the Separatist movement and realized if they didn't change themselves, perhaps they would fall victim to a similar plot, because they all, like the droids, were acting like they were being controlled. Also, ironically, just like the droids, the clones yearned for their own independence from a slave war for someone else's amusement. And perhaps that was the most tragic part of all of this. Despite the droids only recently becoming sentient, they were just as much of victims as the clones were. The public would have a hard time seeing it that way, but just as the clones integrated into society, the droids did too, before they all retired from military service. The droid and clone armies would join each other in a fight for the liberation of the Outer Rim. It'd be the perfect way to end their military careers. Over the years, the myth of Cthulhu would change. Some people would say he was the original ST unit, and others would say he was the greatest. But those who served with him on Sereno at his final battle knew the truth of his story. The former CIS battle droids would become members of society in a beneficial way. As the clones became functional within the greater galaxy, the droids did too. They were able to find themselves a place of happiness in whatever they did. Many of the droids would take up quote-unquote passions with clone troopers. Their combined war for freedom in the Outer Rim brought them together. There are many instances of a couple clones and a couple dozen battle droids opening up businesses across the galaxy, and like both units of trooper once were, they were the most effective at what they did anywhere. Due to both droid and clone forces being bred from labs or created in factories, their greatest minds would come together to stand for their rights in this new galactic senate. A couple ST units and clone commanders would become representatives of millions of troopers from the Clone Wars. Despite the Republic initially trying to do away with them, they started to embrace what these units could be for them. The public had a lot of distrust for both sides of the war, but in the end, they embraced a little bit of change. And despite the sour taste left behind by the Clone Wars, the new alliance formed between droids and clones would ensure that not just for decades, but for centuries to come, people would never forget about the heroism of not just the clones or Cthulhu, but the veterans of the Clone Wars.
Our story begins with a person lost in time, though that person is not Luke Skywalker. It is, instead, his wife, Mara Jade. She has gone missing from the temple grounds at Yavin 4. It was not a sudden disappearance, nor was it an accident. There was a disturbance at the Jedi Temple. Luke was awoken when he heard the screams. Terror ran through his heart. His first thoughts went back to Order 66 and everything he learned about the Jedi Purge. There had been external threats that Luke worried about, so he rushed from his quarters with his lightsaber in his hand, only to see nothing. The screams echoed and pulsated inside of his head, and he touched his temple ever so delicately. Focus reverberated through his body, and his eyes landed on a red silhouette, rushing into the forest. Luke turned to his students, who exited their abodes to the sight of their Grand Master. His hand raised, gesturing to his saber and insinuating that he wanted them to protect themselves. His boots pressed into the dirt and he started off towards the jungle. It was not hard to track the red shadows. It was still nighttime, and the further he went into the forest, the darker it got. Luke's senses, though, were much more attuned. He felt through the force and found his targets. Once they crossed his eyes, he leapt into the air, activating his emerald lightsaber and slamming down into the middle of them. His saber slashed towards the first of the red guards. Their staves all activated, slicing and jabbing at the Grand Master, who twirled around with ease, deflecting and defending. His saber plunged into the side of one of the guards, before slashing the robes of one of the sentinels. Skywalker backed away from another strike, parrying another opponent, before spinning between them and decapitating them both. With the wave of his hand, another guard was flung through the air and into a tree. His saber swiped forward and stopped at an orb-like mask. Inside of it, he saw the face of the late Emperor Palpatine. This would be the second time Palpatine had resurrected himself. Luke had already faced the Dark Lord on the Death Star, and, again, following the defeat of the Empire. But now, this was something else entirely. A sinister smile covered the face of the creature inside the mask. It was not Emperor Palpatine, but simply a pawn. It spoke to him in a riddle, referring to Luke as a Jedi Master and explaining that a most precious person had been taken, far away to a place forsaken, unseen by his generation, to a father still unshaken. The Sentinel clasped his hands, calling Luke by his name, and telling him directly that he will never see her again. Long live the Empire. The Sentinel's orb sizzled out, and the body fell limp to the forest floor. Another iteration of the Emperor, now dead. Luke used his lightsaber to shine the forest floor. The darkness brightened, and he saw an obelisk object on the ground. He reached down and picked it up to accessorize it. There was a red glow and beating hum. It felt like a pulse, and he closed his eyes, opening up a wide array of timelines that he hadn't ever seen before. He pocketed the device and walked back towards his temple to see who had gone. And he'd be devastated to learn that only Mara Jade was missing. He hoped that it wasn't her, but he knew her voice better than anyone else alive. It was her scream, her terror. She was apprehended by her old master, taken to a time Luke did not know. All he had was a riddle and an unknown answer. Once everyone understood that Mara was gone, he sauntered off to the holocron room to settle himself and ease his mind. He then repeated the riddle to himself again and again. A most precious person had been taken, far away to a place forsaken, unseen by his generation, to a father still unshaken. Luke thought to himself, focusing on the word father. It was all connected to that. Generation, maybe that has to do with a pre-Empire galaxy? It likely did in Luke's mind. A forsaken time, a place where his father hadn't been broken by the curse of the dark side? Luke thought on the history of the galaxy, and then of course, the Clone Wars. He had studied the battles, especially the ones where his father was at. Anaxis, Umbara, Ringo Vinda, Christophsis, Coruscant, Ryloth, Geonosis? It could be any one of those, but Luke settled on a day, a battle that changed everything. If his studies were correct, Anakin Skywalker lost his forearm during the first battle of the Clone War. According to Skywalker's own journal, it was a day following his mother's death, and a few days before his marriage to Padme Amidala in secrecy. Luke pressed his hands to the floor and allowed the holocron room to swell around him. The obelisk could be a trap, he understood that, but Luke could not let Mara be stuck in time. The Jedi were safe with Leia if need be. He trusted her more than anyone else in the galaxy aside from his wife. His eyes closed. The Force billowed invisibly around his back, under his shoulders, above his head, through his nostrils. It was a connection that he had practiced time and time again. The obelisk opened up, and through it, a portal to a land beyond time. As he entered, the obelisk stayed behind. Sidious had created this with the intention of trapping Luke Skywalker inside the Clone War era. so that any future plans he had of domination could not be undone by attachment, specifically the one Vader had for his son. The resurrected Darth Sidious, from shortly after the destruction of the Empire at Endor, came up with a strategy designed for Skywalker, a failsafe in case he failed, like he did. Mara Jade was the target, one that would be used to exploit Luke's emotional attachment, being that Sidious foresaw Luke's failure to see the rationale behind the Old Order's attachment rule. Of course, none of this future mattered unless the Sentinel that escorted Mara to the past delivered the message to his former self, the Chancellor of the Galactic Republic. It was the perfect plan to ensure that Palpatine never allowed Vader to get too close, and that he protected himself from the future Jedi Grand Master. Even if Vader won on the second Death Star, or if the first Death Star ever got destroyed in the first place, Emperor Palpatine's resurrection would go unbothered. There were too many variables for Sidious to calculate, so he was simply content with the concept of ensuring that at least one iteration of himself succeeded in the timeline by trapping Luke in the past. Luke Skywalker woke up in the halls of the Geonosian arena without the obelisk. He could hear bugs chanting, an explosion of cheers, and the rolling of destroyer droids. Count Dooku stood on his perch, threatening the Jedi from afar. Luke smiled at the sight of his mother. He hadn't seen her in person, and she was just as the history books described her. His father wore a Padawan braid, and by my stars, is that mullet one Kenobi? Luke examined the field and turned towards the stands to see if he could see his wife, but she wasn't visible. With the flip of his wrists, his hood fell onto his head, and he steadied himself. Dooku spoke condescendingly down towards the Jedi, and so Luke, with the raise of his hand and the clench of his fist, all of the droidicas were swallowed up by the Force and the sand that they stood on top of. It was as if worms from beneath the surface ate them each at once. The reek that the trio rode on top of started rushing away from the destroyed droidicas. The Geonosians started chasing after them. Luke looked at Dooku from afar, who seemed very unamused at the situation, assuming Anakin or Obi Wan had done this. Skywalker stayed out of sight and drifted along the edge of the arena, using the distraction in the middle to cover his approach, as Mace Windu ignited his lightsaber in a threat of Dooku and Jango Fett. The situation unfolded while hundreds of Jedi ignited their weapons. The Geonosian arena erupted into total chaos. Bugs and Jedi engaged in their own small conflicts, with thousands of battle droids rushing in. Luke watched Mace fly towards the surface while ripping his on-fire robes off. The other Jedi jumped down to the arena for their own varying battles. Luke knew that there was no point in getting involved on the surface here. 200 Jedi volunteered for this mission to Geonosis. Less than half of them would return to Coruscant alive. Skywalker was here to retrieve his wife, and he did figure why not help out his mother, father, and his first teacher a little bit, which is why he destroyed the destroyer droids. He did have a very important conversation to hold with Tyrannus though. It was easy to assume that Sidious wanted Mara Jade somewhere safe, but Luke knew most of Palpatine's hideouts on Coruscant by this point. There were several inside the capital city from the Imperial database, and while some of them were dated due to being hideouts from the Imperial era, it still would be worth his time to investigate them, after talking with Dooku. Luke understood that there were ramifications to interacting with the past, but his wife was sent to this time period if he understood the riddle correctly. The riddle basically confirmed it too, so he needed to confirm that she wasn't on Geonosis. Skywalker saw Coleman Trebor rushing towards the tower, and decided that the best diplomat inside the council chambers should be spared. So with a twist of his hand, he knocked Coleman's feet out from under him, forcing the Jedi Master to tumble to the ground. Luke, on the other hand, used the Force to leap up to the perch, where Dooku, Gunray, and Jango all stood. Once he landed, still with his black robes covering his head, he ignited his emerald lightsaber. Jango aimed his weapon at Luke, preparing to fire it, but Luke had other thoughts. He knew about Jango, and of course Boba. As a Jedi who had seen the power of change, he believed that the Fett boy could have a much different future with his father inside the picture. He blocked the few shots that came his way with ease, before launching Jango into the wall with the Force, and knocking him completely unconscious. Dooku looked at the Jedi boy, as he referred to him as a boy, and demanded to know who he was. Luke did not explain. Instead, he wanted answers. Where was his wife? Tyrannus was beyond confused. He tried to get an explanation from his opponent, but Luke did not explain his situation. Time travel could skew everything. The Jedi Grandmaster's saber buzzed by his side, and he pointed his metallic hand at the fallen Jedi. Dooku did not budge. He was not intimidated, and he knew nothing about a Jedi's wife, or a Mara Jade. He told the young Jedi to stand down or to suffer. Luke raised his saber into an iteration of Form 4, and the Count readied his own weapon, challenging the individual that he believed to be nothing more than a mere knight. Tyrannus activated his curved hilt and jabbed it at Skywalker, who parried and stepped back, allowing Dooku to take the early offensive. They fought through the halls behind him, in the corridors of the arena, while Coleman Trebor regained his footing and apprehended Jango and Nute Gunray with ease. It was a small move, but it allowed Trebor to survive the Clone War and make some political moves that could benefit the Jedi Order. Luke wasn't worried about the future that was held there. There were some small changes made because of him, but in his mind, not enough to completely rupture the timeline, as long as he didn't kill Dooku, which he wasn't going to do. Skywalker very simply wanted to save his wife, and his opponent had no clue what he was talking about. Unfortunately, that was the truth too. Dooku's saber dragged down the wall as he utilized his perfect iteration of Form 2 to attack his youthful opponent. Luke backed away, truthfully struggling with the mastery of the blade from his opponent. That was the one advantage that Tyrannus had over him. Skywalker may have had over 2 decades of training, but Dooku had nearly a century, and the dark side hadn't eaten away at him yet. The deeper they went into the halls, the darker it got, leaving Emerald and Crimson to continue slashing and clashing away at each other. It created a beautiful array of light that allowed the duelists to track the other's movements. It was a dance of talents and skills. Just as Dooku got an upper hand, a coughing could be heard from down the hall, truly intimidating. General Grievous, ordered to observe the battle, could hear an engagement inside the corridors. He came to investigate, hoping that he might secure himself a minor first victory, and instead, he found the duel between Dooku and a hooded Jedi. His own blue lightsaber ignited, and he prepared for a fight. Skywalker gripped his weapon with both hands and batted at Dooku, who stumbled backwards. Luke's saber swung back across his body and went on the offensive against Grievous. The droid general collided, using his raw metallic power to overpower his smaller Jedi foe. But Luke's size was not his strength, it was the fortitude of his mind. He'd gone toe-to-toe with Vader and the Emperor. He could handle this. Grievous's cybernetics struggled to keep up with Luke's variations and evolution of several different lightsaber forms. Every time Luke switched between 4 or 5, sometimes even 3, Grievous lagged behind because Luke had to change the iterations due to Palpatine purging the old Jedi forms. They were irregular moves, and the programming didn't know what to do with them. It even hurt Dooku during their 1 versus 1. Luke, though, did not stop. He blocked a strike from Tyrannus before spinning behind a wall, allowing Grievous to lodge his saber in the edge. Luke demanded an answer about Mara Jade, but Tyrannus taunted the young Jedi, reminding him that attachments are forbidden. He'll make sure the poor woman is ejected from the Order after telling the Grand Master about their arrangement. Luke mumbled to himself. He was the Grand Master. He stepped out from behind the wall, countering Dooku, bashing his saber down towards the hilt, sending a weird shockwave through Dooku's wrists. Luke stomped between them, crushing through Grievous's hip and slapping backwards in the same go, cutting through Dooku's collarbone and killing him in that strike. As Tyrannus hit the ground, Skywalker's saber jabbed through Grievous's chest, killing him immediately on impact. He steadied backwards, rolling his saber in his hands, and looking at his mistake. That is, after all, what it was. He didn't even mean to land either killing blow. He just wanted to neutralize his opponents. But he was in the moment. It was thrilling in a way. Luke was beyond the age of chasing adventure for the sake of adventure, but he never faced a true challenge in his era. All of his training for Sidious's return, and he never felt the thrill of an engagement with an individual worthy of his skill. Now he had, and they were simply overpowered, not strong enough. And that was the problem now. 2 of the most integral characters for the Separatist Alliance were now dead, and he still knew nothing about Mara Jade's location. he sheathed his lightsaber and disappeared into the darkness. Coleman Trebor chased after the sound of the duel and found Dooku's and Grievous's defeated and mangled bodies. This was a triumph for the Republic and the Jedi Order, but a total shift to the timeline and something that could completely alter Luke's very existence. The Grand Master rushed through the corridors looking for a vessel, before eventually settling on Slave 1 and using it to escape the besieged planet. There would be no duel between Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Dooku. There would be no death of Coleman Trebor. Nute Gunray and Jango Fett were captured. The identity of Tyrannus and the source of the clone army were just days away from being learned by the Jedi. The Clone Wars as a galactic conflict sat in the balance. Everything could change. It could all fall apart. And Luke had just done that in the span of less than 20 minutes, by accident. He flipped the hyperdrive and departed into hyperspace with the bounty hunter starship. The ramifications of the Battle of Geonosis were widespread. Sidious, aware of Mara Jade and where her location was, had to adjust. He didn't suspect his future self to send such a powerful Jedi to his doorstep. But then again, if his older self was decrepit and wounded, then why not allow him the honor of defeating 2 Grand Masters? Killing Luke would be the perfect setup for defeating Yoda. However, there were an assortment of immediate problems, starting all with Dooku's death. Tyrannus was set to lead the Confederacy, and their immediate reaction following Geonosis was to split. A war coalition formed, and a peaceful one did too. Systems inside the CIS had no backbone without Dooku, so within days, half of the planets that joined this new government abandoned it for the Neutral Systems Coalition. They had a better chance to survive without the Republic bearing down on them. It was a political move to protect themselves from conflict. Of course, there were other side effects, aside from half the Confederacy disappearing overnight. Without Dooku or Grievous, Sidious needed a new student to handle the war for him, meaning that Asajj Ventress got herself a chance. She was an experienced assassin, one with many talents, and someone that shouldn't be able to defeat Skywalker in a duel, but also provide Anakin with enough of a challenge to grow. Sidious would train her personally, so that she could put up a solid fight against Anakin and help him form into the future Lord Vader he needed him to become. Admiral Trench, on the other hand, became the leader of all Separatist military operations, as some of the politicians that were close and loyal to Tyrannus were influenced by super PACs owned by former Damask Holdings funds. These were all under Palpatine's control, and it helped him keep the war effort alive inside the other government, the same way he would have had Dooku not died. Yet there was another problem, again resulting from Luke's very involvement. Anakin Skywalker, the young, impressionable Padawan, saw some of Luke's combat. He saw a briefing from the members of the High Council that managed to get a hold of security footage from inside the arena of the duel between Luke and Dooku. Anakin had a Jedi that seemed close in age to him that had several talents. It was an unknown force of nature that he aspired to be like, a powerful Jedi that clearly understood his talents and had no fear of using them without the dark side. The fact that the High Council was so interested made Anakin want to be like it more. This was an Anakin Skywalker who did not lose his arm, that never faced defeat on Geonosis, and following the battle, got married. He was soaring high after one of his hardest lows he'd ever experienced. Now he had something to shoot for, something that didn't pull him towards darkness because Luke never exhibited any use of the dark side, not even with his quiet arrival to the arena. Additionally, there was another problem from the Jedi High Council. While Obi-Wan became a master with Anakin becoming a knight, he did not join their ranks. Coleman Trebor, the remarkable negotiator, perhaps the best inside the Order, had apprehended Nute Gunray, Jango Fett, and Boba Fett. These 3 captures were very important for the Order. Gunray's removal from the Separatist Council with Dooku's death added tension to an already strained and afraid group of people. The Viceroy was being thrown back into the courts, but not held by them as it was before, meaning the Jedi were negotiating for a lifetime prison sentence for Gunray and his allies. Jango was forced to speak because the Jedi were willing to make a negotiation with him to let him and Boba off, as long as they agreed to tell the truth and retire from bounty hunting altogether. Jango, as a result, took the opportunity and did as they asked, connecting Dooku and Tyrannus as separate identities for the same man. There were some other details, but Jango was doing this as a service to his son. He cared far more about Boba than loyalty to a dead man or the Sith. Thanks to Dooku and the Kaminoans, Jango had enough credits to get by, and hell, the Jedi even allowed him and Boba to stay on Kamino, as long as they promised to not interfere with the Grand Army or their processes, which they did. Luke's arrival on Coruscant went unnoticed for weeks. He remained on the outside, watching the galaxy shift because of his own actions. He was completely unaware of the mistakes he had made that completely changed the course of galactic history, until he monitored the news on Coruscant. Entire history books, holocrons, and data reports had been changed just because he couldn't stop himself from ending Dooku's life accidentally. It wasn't exactly for the worst either, though it should be said that without Dooku and Gunray, the Separatist war machine was activated to its full power, meaning that the reserve fleet built before the war became activated. Yet, with an early war defeat at Christophsis, the Separatist war machine stalled. Admiral Trench lost a battle to General Anakin Skywalker, leaving them without a true source of leadership. All the various battle droids tried to communicate, but struggled thanks to various members of the sentient leadership vying for control over the military. It was another dagger in the side of Palpatine's war against the galaxy, especially while Trench had months to recover. He was watching his back for any signs of this mysterious future Grand Master that managed to kill Tyrannus and Grievous in one battle. Palpatine did not fear Luke, but he didn't lower his guard either. Mara Jade was within his control, but Skywalker couldn't find her. Instead, he went to locations that hadn't been renovated yet. Emperor Palpatine moved away from the works and removed it from his official records. He used the Imperial Palace and various layers inside the Senate District because he didn't want to travel across the city to use the dark side somewhere else. It's exactly why Grandmaster Luke had no clue where the Chancellor was hiding during his downtime. He was also almost impossible to track. So while Luke couldn't make the moves he wanted to, he did assess galactic events from an upper-level hotel in the Coruscant Plaza. There was a direct parallel between father and son during this time. Luke never saw his father on the billboards, but Anakin and Luke were practicing the light religiously. Anakin was harmonizing when he wasn't in battle, and while Ahsoka very quickly became his apprentice, he actually found it relieving. He needed someone to keep him level. She was that for him. Anakin used his time training Ahsoka as an extension of his lessons in the Force. He truly never realized that one could reach a full potential by using the light side, and Luke had given him that understanding. He was dedicated unlike ever before in his life because of that hologram tape of Luke and Dooku. Luke, on the other hand, was just going through his normal exercises, as he would have in the future, while watching over the Chancellor. Thanks to the Neutral Systems Coalition taking in planets that abandoned the Confederacy, the war became a stalemate. There were overpopulated droid armies defending planets because they didn't have orders to go anywhere else. The vastly undersized Grand Army of the Republic got into slog matches with droids, but never really got overrun the way they should have with the full military activated. The Separatist War Council may have had the wherewithal to activate said reserve military, but they didn't have the strategy or comprehension to use it properly. This allowed Anakin to develop a rivalry with Asajj Ventress, who was specifically sent to planets where Anakin was to seek out a fight with him. They had already experienced engagements in 5 battles following Geonosis, including one on Tatooine, another on Teth, one on Christophsis, and 2 others elsewhere. Early on into the war, she had the upper hand. She was older than he, and far more ready for combat. Sidious's personal instruction for her helped her develop her skills for battle against Skywalker, but it was also great for him to learn patience and use the light side to find victory. Coleman Trebor, in the meantime, negotiated a lifetime prison sentence for Nute Gunray, and his allies captured at Geonosis. The threat was made clear to Lot Dod and Goom Sam inside the Senate, that if they continued to serve these evil entities, the truth would come out and they would face life in prison. For cowardice people, it stuck to them in their hearts and in their minds. They had no option but to consider their loyalties as a result. Luke's hunt for Mara Jade did not come to a conclusion thanks to trailing Palpatine. It actually came from a week-long dedicated meditation. Similarly to a Barash vow, Luke delved deep into the Force and experienced a connection. It was the furthest he had ever gone into the Force during his tenure as a Jedi Master, and it was out of desperation. In a manner similar to historical dyads, he could feel her heartbeat, and it echoed towards him like a sonar blip. That was perhaps the best way to describe it. The two of them were infatuated with one another, and that was his way of connecting to her and she with him. She was stuck in a sedated meditation because she couldn't really do anything. Palpatine had trapped her, and she was waiting for her moment to break free. Mara was not a damsel in this case, but she wasn't going to get herself killed for nothing. She trusted that her husband was coming at some point, and she had every intention of getting back to her timeline too. When she sensed Luke, she broke herself out of her restraints and readied her weapon. Sidious was not home though. The Chancellor had been doing damage control, and very infrequently spent time at his lair. Mara would break herself out whenever he wasn't present, so that she could figure a way out of this hellhole timeline. Because she knew Luke was coming, she didn't want to miss him by going out of her way to escape. Most of her attempts had been trying to figure out how to return to her own time, but the Palpatine of the future era never told the Palpatine of this era, so he had no clue how it was done. The resurrected Sidious that sent her here had no intention of anyone finding their way back to the future. Wait, like the hit franchise? Luke arrived shortly before Palpatine did. He and Mara embraced and kissed after being separated for over a month. Their enemy remained a threat though. She showed him all of her personal research over the course of the past month or so. But while they were going through it, Sidious returned. He was annoyed as ever, and rushed for the first time to take his day out on someone. He had kept Mara as a tool for torturing Luke. He never killed her because she was a tool, as the future Sidious suggested she would be. Instead, today, he actually planned on killing her and forcing Skywalker to suffer in his failure, kinda like Anakin did. Instead of being able to take his day out on Mara, the Nightmare Jedi had found him. Their sabers all ignited, Palpatine using his two weapons and Mara eagerly waiting for her chance to get some sweet revenge. The Jedi moved in, with Sidious ducking out of the way, parrying each of them. His sabers swept through the floor, leaving heated indents, but he collided with each of them. From there, each of their weapons moved with exceptional speed. Sidious was a remarkable talent with the blade. He couldn't be stopped. He sped at them, cutting towards their bodies but never making actual contact. Luke eagerly beat away at his opponent. Just like the mirror that had been constant between father and son since Luke's arrival in this timeline, Anakin and Asajj fought each other on another battlefront. Their sabers collided, the Jedi Knight eagerly fighting for his chance to have victory over his true rival. Father and son in different arenas, both connected with their double saber attacking opponents. Luke swept up underneath Sidious, pushing him onto the balls of his feet. Palpatine knocked the following strike away from him, before launching electricity at Skywalker. Luke's hand raised as he sucked the lightning into his hands, and Mara swung down from the sky. Sidious moved his saber into the air to defend himself, working just in time. Anakin on Yavin bashed Asajj backwards. Their duel was one of talent, and of light and dark. Skywalker refused to delve into the dark side. He was an agent of light. Having never lost his hand, he couldn't be pulled in by darkness. He pushed Asajj backwards, relying on his power and his newfound adoration of the light. Ventress, despite her talents and her new master's training, found herself on the back pedal. Anakin was almost too much, even for her double-bladed attack. Luke followed behind his wife. She pressed her hand to the ground and swept Palpatine's legs out from under him, but he landed slightly, before pressing off the ground with his hands and landing upright. Luke overpowered him, cutting down one of his sabers. It was a strike attack that he used against Dooku, sending a shockwave through Palpatine's wrist, a very uncomfortable one at that, which forced his concentration away from the duel. Luke batted Palpatine back into the wall, but he did not die. Luke ducked, just as Palpatine countered, giving Mara a chance to lodge her saber into Palpatine's bicep. Luke's counter came with him sweeping down across the side of the wall, removing the top of Palpatine's chest and sending the Sith Lord into the dark abyss of death. His father, on the other hand, defeated Ventress by overpowering her, relying on the light, and finding triumph through trust in the Force. His strength was assisted by his belief. Two Sith, the last of them destroyed in one go. But there was still a remaining problem. As Mara had discovered, there was no route for Luke and herself to return to their timeline, if it even existed anymore. Emperor Palpatine had such unbelievable trust in his prime self that he believed Luke and Mara would die by his hands. But the old Emperor was wrong, and now the two of them had saved the galaxy from everything Sidious ever planned on doing. Not only was the Clone War a shell of what it should have been, but the Jedi would face no extinction. Luke and Mara would abandon Coruscant to search for more answers, but in the meantime, there'd be nothing to stop the peacemaking process. Coleman Trebor, the leading voice behind the End the War movement, had no competition without Palpatine. Thanks to Trench's defeat at Christophsis and his recovery, not to mention Ventress's confirmed death at Yavin 4, the Separatists were done for. Their leadership continued to fumble away various resources in arguments for control and power. They had a chance to find victory and they squandered it with every opportunity that came their way. That failure to seize the moment led to a total collapse from the war effort for the Separatist movement. Palpatine barely kept it afloat. Once he was removed from the equation, it was done for. Anakin returned to the temple as a hero. The actual hero that he idolized vanished completely from the galaxy, and the Jedi never truly learned of Luke's identity, or the death of Sidious. The common belief amongst the Jedi was that Asajj was Dooku's apprentice, and she was fighting to keep the war alive. They assumed that the rule of two came down to Tyrannus and Ventress. The Jedi, after the peace treaty, went out of their way to represent the clones as heroes, despite their negative origins. They'd be protected again by Coleman Trebor, who did everything within his power to keep them away from harm by the government's hand. Anakin would never find Luke, not until years later when he and Padme had their children, and said children grew up. The way he internalized what he saw in Geonosis and in the holograms from their security footage was that Luke was a premonition about his future children. Anakin believed that he had seen his future children, that being Luke, and he could see something far greater than he could ever be, which, in the end, is the true goal of parenthood, not to force oneself onto another, but to guide, to nurture, and to love said individual, so that they can be someone far greater than their parents, by learning and triumphing over generational traumas. That would be Anakin's message to Luke and Leia. The original Luke and Mara did not make themselves known to the galaxy. They had saved it, and no one knew, which was perfectly okay for both of them. Thanks to Luke and Mara never having been Skywalker in the original timeline, they had no reason to return to it. Also, it should be noted that they believed their timeline had completely vanished because of how much everything changed in the now. The Clone Wars ended in the span of less than 2 months, not even 3 years. It was a completely different galaxy. They instead retreated to an untouched world in the Outer Rim called Pabu. It was a tropical paradise where they could retire and continue to learn and train in the Force. They would not only have themselves their own son, named Ben Skywalker, but they'd have an assortment of trainees under their new sect. They called it the Jedi Order, named and spelt like the original iteration of the Jedi. In a way, this order would mirror the Guardians of the Whills on Jedha, a simple religious sect that pledged its loyalty to the Force. With the real Jedi Order helping the people of the galaxy with a completely level-headed chosen one leading the way, Luke and Mara didn't have to force themselves into servitude for the greater good. They chose to, but they were simple aids to a galaxy already restored to balance, and an order already adapting to make the lives of those across the cosmos better in every way.
Our story begins with the Kaminoan lab rats asking their fearless chief scientist questions about the ongoing program. The clone army itself, a request submitted by Jedi Master Sifo Dyas, was ready to begin total production. Nalise conducted her initial tests of the clones, and how they develop into their initial incubating stages and beyond. There was one singular question that continued to pop up, even one that the chief scientist didn't have an answer for. It revolved around in the circle of apprentices and genome testers that followed Sei around during these very strenuous few days before production began. It was released again, the question that is, by the youngest understudy of the group. She spat it out, and everyone held their breath again. Did Nala Se have an answer for the issue they developed with Jango's memories? Nala dropped her datapad lightly against the control console and twisted back around. Her eyes narrowed, and she sickly turned to each of her peers. Almost silently, she asked, "Who said that?" And the young Kaminoan raised her hand with a nod. She confirmed that it was her and reiterated her question, this time phrased a little differently. How would the clone army handle Jango's memories if he was a known Jedi killer? Would that not interfere with Lord Tyrannus's plans? Nala's strict appearance suddenly stopped. Her eyes, which had been so serious, became soft. Analytically, the clones should be able to move on from these memories with little complications. If the products displayed any sense of distaste for the Jedi, then it will be coerced out of them. It is a simple equation, Nala Se said, and one that no longer should be questioned. Their facilities already were behind schedule. The first group of production needed to begin immediately. The younger Kaminoan protested, stepping past her co-workers and standing before Nala Se. She told the chief medical scientist that these clones could become problematic for everyone if they had Jango's memories. He wasn't just inclined to hunt the Jedi or hate them because of his murders on Mandalore, or wherever, she didn't actually know where, but they would be predisposed to rebellious tendencies. They might seek livelihoods of bounty hunting or worse. Jango wasn't just a phenomenal killer, he was too intelligent to be relegated to the programs the Kaminoans had in place for an army of this size. They might not even have a prepared army if they went through without trying to figure out the location of the memory DNA. Nala Se's fist balled up. She was stressed. Maybe she didn't want to admit it because she was too focused on remaining the top dog in her field, but she was a volcano ready to burst. If her little peer wanted to do something with the memories of Jango Fett, then perhaps she should lead the project. The younger Kaminoan shook her head. She didn't want that. Before she could continue, Nala Se pushed her datapad into the woman's stomach. "Do it," she yelled. Everyone's eyes turned down to the center of their flanks to watch this engagement. Nala shoved harder, almost knocking the young woman off her feet. The datapad audibly cracked against the other Kaminoan's body, and Nala continued regardless. She spat in her co-worker's face, telling her that breeding a clone army wasn't about memories, it was about so much more. The Kaminoans designed a facility to halt any complications that might arise. This was their chance to change everything for Kamino. A clone army of this magnitude would put them on the galactic map. They would become easily the greatest cloners in the history of the galaxy. With one final shove, the datapad and the young woman tumbled to the ground. Nala Se hovered over her peer and told them with a nasty scowl on her face to never get in her way again. The project had to begin. Now. Lord Tyrannus demands a product, so they're going to produce it. End of story. Perhaps the young woman had the right mindset to challenge the chief scientist, but at the end of the day, it was out of her hands. She eventually, through Nala Se's intentional sabotage, would be exiled from Kamino. The cloners needed functional operators, not warriors. Scientific advancement wasn't just a game, especially not to the Kaminoans. If you can't keep up, then, essentially, you don't belong. This was the consensus of the cloners, a very simple and to-the-point consensus. Yet, as the question suggested and concerned, what happens to a clone army when their very genetic host's memories are infused into their adolescent minds? 1.2 million units, initially, with all of Jango Fett's memories. Every action he made since his own birth funneled into every single clone's mind. And like memories are for everyone, they vary. Classmates do not share the same memories despite living the same experiences in class, meaning not every clone remembered the murder of several Jedi, nor did every clone remember working for certain crime lords. These memories varied from each individual clone. Of course, because there were so many of them, they overlapped, which would cause problems for the Kaminoans, problems that Nala Se chose to ignore despite believing that their conditioning programs could change it. In the early development, clones experienced a surreal sense of individuality. They didn't just break away from the required classes and training regimens, they were completely independent in many ways, even some traumatized. The memories they obtained from the genome host turned them into highly problematic soldiers, especially as they grew older. The Kaminoans, despite keeping regimens relatively challenging, were forced to implement various forms of punishment. If their science couldn't control the clones, then discipline would. Yet this unfortunately created an assortment of new problems for the cloners. Troopers started to quietly mobilize by rallying together. It was no secret since they first obtained coherent thought that they were all similar and aware of their host's life experiences. Jango was a warrior, one of the most capable in the entire galaxy. The clones understood that the blood of Jango flowed through each of them. As the Kaminoans added additional bounty hunters to regiment the training and enforce stricter regulations, the more deceitful and independent the clones became. They no longer saw the Kaminoans as their source for life, but their source of enslavement. These emotions were heightened, especially by the shared knowledge of who would lead them when the conflict eventually came. Not only did this fierce desire for independence drive the clones, but their disdain for the Jedi Order did too. The clones were not familiar, as any galactic citizen might be, with the stories and myths of heroes and knights. They only saw Jedi descend on Jango's home world, engage with Mandalorians, and then, by his own hand, die. Memories didn't just create a warped perspective of the Jedi Order, but the additional known actions of the Order furthered their own hatred for the Knights, and the worst part is, it was only a select few Knights that acted in such a way. Clones just knowing that they had to serve these monsters forced rebellion into Tipoca City themselves. But because the clones were crafty soldiers, they never openly rebelled, leading to their great ability to be deceitful. They knew Nala Se and the administration well enough to know that it'd be mass suicide if they rebelled. If they challenged any sort of leadership, they'd be killed by some sort of kill switch. It's a main reason for how the clones united quietly, out of sight from the Kaminoans and their bounty hunter leaders. This was an army waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. The collective feeling shared by the regs was also poured into the commanders and captains of the Grand Army. With the greatest strategists and best of the best fully aware of this hatred for not only the Jedi Order but their curators, the Kaminoans, strategies were prepared. Though there was one additional difference in the army of Jango Fett. These clones, aside from feeling freer and more conscious than any other experiment from the Kaminoans, were also far more advanced than they should have been too. The bounty hunters brought in by Nala Se's developmental team did a fine job at the instruction of the Grand Army, but these memories provided the clones a chance to view weaponry, piloting, and strategy entirely differently. Bounty hunters were great at encouraging the clones to think freely with their combat decisions, a sense of awareness that make them far superior to battle droids. But because Jango Fett was one of the greatest hunters seen in the last century, the clones were more than willing to try out experimental styles during their training regimens and during their free time. There were dozens of clone commanders that had a quick draw that was just tenths of a second longer than Jango's. There were clone pilots who could dive down into the ocean but pull up before crashing, allowing the waves or even just the sheer pressure of the wind to break the descent of their fall and slow the vessel just enough, which would be effective in dogfights. Clones even tried to get more jetpacks into their ranks so that they could hunt more effectively as a pack. No longer were these clones just an assortment of cells turned into one solitary army. This was an independent, free-thinking unit that worked as a team, but only for themselves. A grand army that managed to redefine how the Kaminoans designed their development, a clone military that reflected every ounce of Jango's independence, resilience, and unmatchable skills. Just before the Battle of Geonosis, a bundle of clone commanders gathered up to hold a private conversation with the genome template for themselves. Jango didn't interact with the clones aside from Boba. He knew about the memory issue because Boba frequently spoke to him about his own memories. Jango never really complicated matters with the Kaminoans over it. He just assumed that it was a side effect of the perfect one-to-one cloning they used for Boba's curation. He was surprised when the clone commanders confronted him at his apartment inside Taboka City. They weren't technically permitted to interact with him, but this was a cause, in their minds, to reach out to Jango. He brought them into his home, and they explained to him briefly their condition. Jango didn't say anything, he listened and nodded along. It wasn't until one of them, by the name of Cody, asked Jango for his opinion on their plans. The Grand Army had been scheming. They were prepared to upset the status quo of the galaxy, to reset it, if you will. They saw all the torment Jango experienced under the current rule, and it didn't seem like a good galaxy to live within or to really serve, if they're being honest. The bounty hunter watched his self in all of their eyes as he placed his hands on his hips and thought for a moment. He quickly considered a position he and his son might be put into, but then immediately came back to the conclusion that these clones would protect him. Unironically, this was an army of Jango Fett. He nodded his head again, 1,000 thoughts rushing through his head as he tried to imagine the carnage that the clones might bring to the Republic or the Confederacy. All of their memories and experiences, which were his, portrayed the establishment as the enemy of society. Jango thrived without the Jedi and without the Republic, and the truth is, Jango couldn't care less about the Confederacy either. Dooku's paycheck was enough to keep him around, as a simple guard. But once that money ran out, Jango'd be out too. And truthfully, with the way the clones were talking, he wasn't really sure if he wanted to be around any sort of confederacy. Regardless though, Jango couldn't help but imagine what a galaxy would be like without the Jedi Order, without the Republic, and even without the CIS. He could literally be a free man and think about all the work opportunities without either order of government. And being that his son was of appropriate age now, Jango had been considering creating his own Fett clan, not bred exclusively of the Mandalorians, but a found family. People like Hondo and Cad and Aura, who respected his leadership and could operate within a group setting. Jango told the clones, with a smirk on his face, that they should do what they desire. That is why they were free-thinking individuals. They were the greatest army seen in the history of the universe. Why shouldn't they follow their hearts or their intuition? They hadn't been bred to listen to the Kaminoans or the Jedi or the Republic. They were saviors, so go save. The clone commanders all turned to each other with even wider grins than the one shown on Jango's face. All the brothers reached out their hands to shake their creator's hand. Gleefully, Jango acted his way into each handshake, sending his boys back to their army so that they could change the fate of the galaxy. When Republic acclimator assault cruisers invaded the bug world of Geonosis, the clones were more than ready. LAATs descended on the gladiatorial arena, and beam lasers cut through unsuspecting Jedi and droids at the same time. These were very out-of-the-way Jedi that no one saw get killed by the clones. Master Yoda focused specifically on the center line, which was crumbling. The few Jedi who got stuck in the crossfire weren't missed when the survivors escaped from the death trap. Though it should be said that among the dead inside the arena, one of them was not Jango Fett. After he was chased to the desert world by Master Kenobi, he assisted in the capture of Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker and left. It was the greatest choice he could ever make because it would save his life. But the rest of the Battle of Geonosis went relatively similarly, except Mace Windu threatened and temporarily fought Dooku before super battle droids forced him away. Coleman Trebor then lost a long drawn-out duel against Dooku, and Master Yoda would be forced to save Obi Wan and Anakin from the Elder Count. This engagement would cost Tyrannus his forearm, but he'd still escape the Grand Master. However, thanks to the clones and their resourcefulness, plus their independence, they were able to protect the lives of several more clones that should have died today. Thousands of commandos avoided pointless deaths that would have been assigned by the Jedi, and several thousand regs escaped the desert without losing their lives too. Additionally, the clones established a foothold in the desert and hunted down the established factories. They'd completely remove any chance for a second Battle of Geonosis by bombing future foundry locations and dominating the Geonosian tunnels that led to their queen. There would also be a prolonged brainworms epidemic due to the sheer number of clones needed to kill the queen, but it would resolve any future problems with the bug world. Exiting Geonosis and beginning the Clone War was seamless for the Grand Army. The plans and strategies designed by the commanders weren't immediately acted on, but they were put into place. Clones planted command posts in unlisted locations and sectors to avoid conflict with Jedi leadership. Maybe without the memories of Jango Fett, the clones would have been fine with it, but it was genuinely an insult to their training. How could the Grand Army be under the control of Jedi Knights who couldn't even protect the galaxy on their own? The addition of memories just added fuel to their fire of frustration. It was a request that came directly from the Supreme Chancellor too, which they should have expected, but they were still unbelievably furious. How could the Jedi have total control over the Grand Army? For all the emotional and personal development the clones gained throughout their developmental years, they displayed absolutely none of their personalities in front of the Jedi. They were as cold and calm and dead as battle droids. They quieted down, played the part of living battle droid, and continued to funnel their extra resources into their own plan. The major deal breaker for this plan that assisted its functionality was that the clone leaders would exaggerate battle casualty counts. Even when the Jedi were involved with leadership, the clones still took all the tallies for everything. So they created a hidden army that moved into separatist territory to undermine the entire galactic war. The coalition of leadership inside the ranks of the Grand Army were untraceable. At the same time though, Jango and his son set themselves up on a small backwater world. Fett didn't want Boba to be involved with this war. It might be important for Boba's understanding of the wider galaxy, but he didn't need to be in the middle of it. The allies of his that he called upon showed up and they discussed what a Clan Fett might look like. There were those that were willing to temporarily collaborate, some like Cad Bane, who went the solitary route, and individuals like Bossk, who were more than willing to form this Clan Fett with Jango. It, in a way, was like Hondo's Pirates but smaller. They'd all take a smaller cut, but they should theoretically make more by working together. It was a plan that Jango fleshed out with everyone, but for now, they'd remain at this small homestead, together, and wait for what Jango continued to call the end. The prophesized breakdown of Republic society did not come immediately, in the slightest actually. Jango continued to monitor every battle and nothing came. There was just silence from end to end of the galactic battlefront. The clones seemed to be a surprisingly unstoppable force. They were outnumbered as Darth Sidious planned, but they were able to win more than he could predict. This wasn't galaxy shifting by any means. Clone victories or higher survival rates didn't change the trajectory of Palpatine's war. Remember, anything outside of catastrophic for Sidious wouldn't dismantle the Sith plan. For 1,000 years they crafted it, and it would come to fruition the way Sidious wanted, regardless of what the clones did. However, even though Jango worried about this fallout, it still remained absent from actually happening. Yet these clones were taking things so slowly because what they wanted had to be as meticulous as their very curation was. On the galactic stage, sure, nothing changed. Casualty counts were reported to high command, starships were turned offline and went missing, and Jedi started to disappear from battlefronts. Though the biggest challenge for the Grand Army wasn't the Jedi or the Republic or even the Confederacy that they were at war against, it was the Kaminoans. The clone commanders were all still under the firm belief that Tipoca City had the means of shutting down the entire clone military with the flip of a switch. Commanders have been utilizing old archive facilities to do further research into the Kaminoans themselves. Obviously, they found a vault's worth of information regarding past experiments and projects, but nothing about the clone army. This was information from just before the Battle of Geonosis. Now though, the entire chain of executive commands became their knowledge, after what was a few months of conflict. Their key to self-liberation, for the clones that is, started with Kamino, and once it was discovered, everything their very curators worried about came to fruition. The clones of the Grand Army of the Republic were far wiser than they would have been if they had simply been trained by the Kaminoans and their bounty hunters. Discovering the executive orders provided the clones with the ability to protect themselves by removing their very detrimental inhibitor chips. Clone commanders used the orders, with the aid of medical droids, to take out every single last inhibitor chip from the Grand Army. And in the time that it took for the clones to be liberated from their little biochips, Kamino fell under hostile occupation. Without the executive commands to turn the clones against themselves, the Kaminoans were doomed. Nala Se and Lama Su were rounded up and locked into several of the available brigs for what would be the rest of their lives. And yet, the overtake of Tipoca City remained a mystery to the entire Republic, because no one knew about it. At the point that Kamino fell to the clones, there were no Jedi stationed on the clone homeworld. Shakti did spend some time in the system, but she was currently participating in a number of diplomatic discussions outside the watery world. Before she could ever return, though, the clone commanders enacted the next few steps of their plans. They started after the capture of Tipoca City with two separate bombings. Firstly, because the clones fully operated security on Coruscant, Commander Fox and the shock troopers of the Capitol Guard were able to plant bombs across the entire Senate Plaza. It was impossible for them to hit the Jedi Temple because clones were not permitted on Temple grounds, so instead, Palpatine and the rest of his greedy senators were buried under millions of pounds of debris in the explosions that rocked the Executive Plaza. Similarly, because the clones used their surviving commandos from Geonosis, the Confederacy's government was bombed as well. All of their government buildings collapsed in a matter of seconds. Count Dooku, fortunately for himself, wasn't inside the structure when it happened. He was on a communication device and watched the hologram fade in front of him as the feed was lost. Equally, a miniature Order 66 was enacted on the front lines of major battlefronts. Clones turned on their Jedi generals and slaughtered them. From General Kenobi to Master Adi Gallia, Knights, Padawans, and yes, Masters too, were killed. The clones were ruthless killers, and their attachment to Jango's memories made them lethal in teams against even the most capable of Jedi. The Jedi also weren't expecting it, and what made matters worse for them was that they felt the instantaneous death of thousands because of two government bombings on Coruscant and Raxus that were timed off at the same time. The clones, of course, suffered some substantial casualties during this period of time, especially because of the more talented Jedi Masters. But out of all the Jedi that were betrayed, none of them were able to make contact with the temple before their demise. They simply all died with hope that they could warn their brothers and sisters before they failed. And in one fell swoop, the clones became the most dominant and united force in the galaxy. But the war, for them, was far from over. Taking out the establishment was a very important first step of upsetting the status quo, and truthfully speaking, the Grand Army could have let it end at that. The removal of both government structures should theoretically be enough, but it wasn't. There still remained a massive droid army lurking on the horizon, a cluster of crime lords, and the Mandalorian scum referred to as the Death Watch. The next most important step for the clone army was to remove these hostile threats from the face of the galaxy. In the hours after the bombings, though, it became extremely evident that the clones were on the trajectory they wanted to be on. To ensure true victory, though, clones communicated with the Jedi to establish further trust with them, to basically say, the battle droids overwhelmed them, and the Jedi were dying. The surviving members of the High Council, desperate for some sort of alliance, didn't believe the clones were behind any of this. There were, after all, accidental casualties of the Coruscant bombing, which were clones. And the clones had been truthful with everything else up until this point. In the eyes of the Jedi, there was nothing the Grand Army could do wrong. Regardless, without Palpatine guiding the war, Count Dooku had some very important decisions to make. He was the definite key to everything here. As a Sith, his focus should theoretically be on galactic domination, with Grievous and Ventress by his side as he rose as new Emperor or Tsar or whatever he wanted to call himself. But it wasn't. Tyrannus never wanted galactic domination. He wanted the Republic and the establishment to crumble. And it had. He sat in disbelief for days as he prayed to the Force that Sidious did indeed die. Dooku heard the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise and was familiar with immortality. Palpatine would have used this story to coax Anakin to the dark side. However, for Dooku, it was something told to make him afraid, to fear that Palpatine could always survive no matter what Dooku did. Being that Tyrannus had no long-term goals for galactic control, he wasn't really thinking about the clones as a threat to his power. They were an enemy force, sure, but in his mind, one that he could control with a few spoken words. Kamino wasn't on Dooku's radar. He had no idea that Tipoca City had fallen, and so he pulled his droid forces back and defended a select territory in the galaxy that belonged to the Confederacy. After getting Grievous and Asajj on his side in totality, he made an address to the former Confederacy, promising to offer them protection from the clone army. If the clones attacked, then they would be fought back. At this point, and as the weeks would continue after the bombings, Dooku would reaffirm his decision to avoid more war. Knowing that the clones could be controlled was a comfort to him, but alas, he, like the Jedi, were unaware of Kamino's fall. Despite being tempted by the quote-unquote weakness presented by Count Dooku, the clones were bred of Jango. Their targets in this galactic war were the Jedi and the Mandalorian Death Watch, not just random individuals. Jango was a reasonable man. The clones were too, even if their actions seemed rash. If the battle droids didn't want to fight them, then they weren't an enemy. It didn't mean the clones stopped searching for the control console to shut them down if they became hostile, but it just allowed them to turn all their attention on the few remaining enemies they still had. Because while it hadn't been mentioned yet, the Control-Alt-Delete of the Galactic Republic wasn't just a breeze that people could walk through. It upset everything inside all of Republic territory. No longer did people have a government to micromanage every aspect of society. Things were relatively normal initially, but even the reserve structures put in place for this very scenario weren't ready for it. Back in the days of the Old Republic during the Sith Wars, the government had preparations made in case the Sith destroyed the Senate. But that was over 2,000 years ago. People were simply working these jobs because they essentially fed into the Senate. It was oozing in corruption, and thus government structures that had power in these feeder cells went completely off the rails because they weren't instructed to have power, just be interns and eventually rise to important positions later. All the while, because the clones were the dominant power in Republic territory, they targeted enemies of, well, themselves. The Jedi were torn apart in a total raid on the temple. Thanks to the end of the war with both governments detonating from the inside out, the temple was filled to the brim with Jedi. They weren't on the front lines of a war that didn't exist, and they didn't even want more war. It was a brutal siege. Tens of thousands died. But in the end, it would be another success for the Grand Army. The attack on Death Watch, simply unfair. Pre Vizsla didn't know what hit him or his clan until, well, it was all over. He didn't actually see what happened. And the Crime Lords, I mean, come on. If the Jedi and Death Watch couldn't stop the clones, the crime families most certainly would not. This was an army of Jango, acting as an army of Jango would, free of control, under their own command and on their own. The irony, though, in all of this, is that while Jango hated the Death Watch, he was more or less neutral to the Republic, the Jedi, and the Confederacy. He perceived the Order as an overrated status holder in the galaxy, but never enough to actually hunt them on his own time, especially without a contract. The clones, though, only had memories without context. All they could experience were emotions without reason, and they were a vicious force as a result. 10,000 Jedi, several more government officials, and nearly hundreds of thousands were dead as a result. Despite the clones discovering the location of the CIS control facility, they'd actually leave it alone. Jango's army had done what they set out to do. They upset the status quo. What else did they have to do? Target innocents and try to take control over something? No, of course not. They never cared about controlling territory or citizens. The clones were slaves, revolting against not just the scientists that bred them, but the false sense of power that requested their curation in the Jedi, and the unequipped government that created a need for an army to begin with. The clones were pretty much challenging their very existence. In a weird and yet ironic way, the man who actually created the clone army and the very military that was created by him came to the same conclusion about the status of the galaxy at basically the same time. Tyrannus wanted the Republic to fall so that disorder could transform into a new order. The clone army wanted society to free itself, in the same way they wanted to be free like their genome host was. The clone commanders wouldn't ever find Jango after the Clone War technically came to an end. Without governments or a Sith Lord, the conflict stopped existing. clones were too free to engage with battle droids purposely. They cared about their own lives and that of their brothers, so they never put themselves into danger if they didn't have to be. The collapse of society, especially for the Republic, would leave the entire sector of the galaxy in dysfunction for years, especially with corruption trying to find status anywhere it could. The rise of Dooku's new regime would challenge both the existence of the Confederacy and of the Republic. Its structure reflected what Dooku actually wanted to build, and it favored the people of the galaxy rather than profit or Sith plans. Unfortunately for the clones, they'd be villainized by the people of the galaxy, while Tyrannus at the same time ascended to a status of political messiah. He was everything the people needed, and while this army of Jango never became hostile or spiteful, they did remain an everlasting threat on the horizon. As they continued to age out of their primes, they'd settle for relationships and retirement around the outer rim of the galaxy. The true end of the Clone War was the birth of a Dooku-led government that accounted for a third of all systems in the galaxy. Another third of lost space, as it became known as, inside the galactic core, where society used to thrive, and then of course, the last third of the galaxy, the Outer Rim, falling under the jurisdiction of the clone armies, a protected and safe space for galactic citizens. No more slavery, no more crime lords, just a small unified coalition of planets, finally rising above the status of the once all-powerful core. Dooku in the end, with Ventress, would be one of the last fully trained Force users in the galaxy. Following their respective deaths, there would be no more Jedi and no more Sith. It was a total reset provided by the Grand Army of the Republic, but in all reality, an army of Jango Fett's that chose freedom over slavery.